National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam! I heard you were hobnobbing with the wealthy set of our city.
If what I was doing is their idea of hobnobbing, I'm glad I'm in the lower income brackets.
What do you mean? What happened?
I will only reveal that, Effie, in the intimate secrecy of our office.
Was it that bad?
Worse, F, emotions ran amok. Passions were strewn from Fisherman's Wharf to the peninsula.
Oh.
Hatreds festooned the very air. And there was jealousy, too.
My.
It was positively lurid, as they say.
Well, do you think it's all right for me to hear it?
Well, I'll expurgate it a little, F. I'll water it down to your strength. I'll use monosyllabic instead of polysyllabic words, and so on.
Now, Sam, I want you to tell me everything you think I should hear. And then just a little more.
It's a deal, F. Prepare yourself for listening, and I will shortly make my entrance with a saga of society skullduggery, the lowdown on the uptown, and all that. Now, if we need a name for it, why not call it the Vendetta Caper, or the Revenge of Monte Kristoff?
Transcribed for NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
You don't have to call, Sam. I'm right here. Let me take your coat.
Well, Effie, isn't this sufficient of you?
Now, be quiet and give me your coat.
All right. Thank you.
Now, I've oiled your chair so it won't squeak. Sit down.
Well, you make me feel like an emotional invalid, but it's wonderful.
And here.
Oh, will miracles never cease?
A double.
Well.
It's 8-year-old stuff. I had Friskin's drugstore send it up. Applejack, it's called.
Applejack. Well, what brought it on, F? Why this particular polishing of the Applejack?
Well,
Come on, out with it.
no, I just thought, well, you've been working with the rich people, and maybe you were handsomely compensated.
Hmm?
And, my back salary? You're not mad, Sam?
Well, as it happens, I did make a few dollars, and yours will be the first account settled.
Oh, Sam!
So, it wasn't me. It was the money all the time.
No, Sam, no, I just...
I accept your apology. To Lieutenant J.F. Randall, San Francisco Police Department, from Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, The Revenge of Monte Kristoff.
Monte Cristo? Is this a historical drama?
Kristoff. Kristoff.
Oh.
Monty. Monty. And it's still a historical drama. Dear Lieutenant, revenge is an old-fashioned motive, but when you get it raw and distilled, as in the Gazden affair, it's new all over again. This was the slow-burning, deliberate kind of passion that starts smoldering way back in the forgotten days and explodes among some people who never knew they were living over a keg of dynamite. It was yesterday morning that the distant sputtering of the fuse began to be heard by a man named Chandler Gazden. You know him, the hulking rich boy, the electrical appliance scion who took up professional boxing for a while. I think he was billed as Gold Plate Gazden, a society scrapper. And he was doing well, too, until a right cross by someone who needed the money more than he did sent him back to clipping coupons.
Spade?
Yeah?
I'm Chandler Gazden.
Well, I recognize you.
What do guys like you charge?
Well, it depends on the job.
Investigation.
$60 a day, and any unusual expenses.
Cheap?
Well,
Do you guys have some kind of a code, huh?
code?
You know, like doctors. Do you keep things in confidence?
Well, most of us do, including me.
I don't suppose it'd make any big difference if it got out. I'm not afraid of him. I just as soon punch him in the mouth as look at him.
Who?
Monte Kristoff. Heard of him?
No.
Moved into the peninsula, my neighborhood. Bought the Major Dunhill place.
Oh, yeah, I know the estate. Must have cost plenty to buy.
$250,000, I hear. But what's money these days? Everybody's got it.
Yeah, isn't it awful? It's a tax scheme, I suppose.
Ever since he moved into that ark of a house, he's been throwing parties. They're a cross between the last days of Pompeii and a Polish wedding. He invites hundreds of guests, everybody who is anybody.
Disgusting. But it seems legal so far.
He's been there 4 months throwing parties, inviting everybody in the phone book. Everybody but me.
Well, maybe he just doesn't like you.
What are you talking about? I'm one of the best-liked guys in the peninsula. Everybody likes me, little kids, cops, the guys at the country club. I never had an enemy in the world. Besides, I got Virginia.
Oh, who's she?
My wife.
Oh.
One of the sweetest little girls that ever came down the pike.
Well, my apology.
She was a bald one.
Oh.
The year I married her, she was the social catch of the year among the women.
Really?
Yeah. So was I among the men.
Well.
Well, look, I got to tell you some more. A month ago, one of my company warehouses burned down. Somebody slipped up and the fire insurance hadn't been renewed. I lost $350,000.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who had lunch with my insurance man a week before the fire?
Monty Kristoff.
You got it. Next thing is, the rumor gets around that the Gazden Electrical Company is on the verge of bankruptcy.
No, of course it isn't.
Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
A gossip columnist reports that I'm going to close up shop and beat it to South America with what dough is left. Then when the stock prices start dropping, somebody suddenly buys them up so fast they disappear overnight. Some corporation I never heard of called the Dantes Corporation.
I see.
And then all my friends start getting unfriendly. As soon as I show up, everybody stops talking. Act as if there's some big secret about me that I don't know.
And they've all been to Monty Kristoff's parties lately.
That's right. The week after he arrived in town, all these things started happening. Now, what I want to find out is why. I don't even know the guy, but he's making a big change in my life.
Well, it sounds like you're entitled to know. I don't know how far I can get. The best I can do is find out who he is, where he comes from, who his friends are, all those things.
Okay, you're hired. Now find out everything about this Monty Kristoff. I got to know what's going on.
I'm sorry, Chandler. I wasn't able to get here when you said. The traffic was absolutely unbelievable. Cars everywhere. They must be giving cars away these days. Everybody has one. I think we should get a helicopter.
Mr. Spade, my wife, Ginny.
Well, how do you do, Mrs. Gazden?
Chan, I hope you haven't lost your head and blabbed everything to him. I told you these sort of men weren't trustworthy.
I beg your pardon, madam?
Look, Ginny, I told him, and he's a good guy.
Well, if you just want to go around giving your life secrets...
Oh, shut up, will you? I'm the man of the house.
Really? And I suppose I count for nothing?
Oh, no, forget it. Spade, I'm depending on you. Don't let me down.
You wouldn't think a millionaire would be hard to biograph, but I came up with very little information on Mr. Monty Kristoff. He'd arrived in town 4 months ago, stayed 10 days at the St. Mark Hotel, then bought his house. He had a bank deposit running into 7 figures. He had no known business connections, just money. The register at the St. Mark said he came from Chicago, and an airline company verified that he'd been a passenger aboard one of their ships from the Windy City. This was as far as I'd delved when my place of business was entered by a man in powder blue livery.
You Spade?
The same.
Mr. Monty Kristoff sent me to pick you up.
I see. Up for where?
For his mansion on the peninsula.
Oh.
He said he knew what a rough time you must be having at your present job and that he'd be glad to make the whole thing simple to you.
Oh, he really said that?
That's what he said.
Oh.
But I don't know what it means exactly.
Well, I don't know what it means exactly either, but there's one good way to find out. Home, James?
My name is Bertuccio, sir.
Bertuccio. I see. How long have they been calling you that?
Well, let me see. It's about... Oh, what do you mean? I mean, it's my name.
All right. We'll talk it over in the car. The car was long and blue and smooth. I'm as democratic as the next guy, and I would just as soon have ridden up front with Bertuccio, but no, he wouldn't hear of it. I had to ride in a back seat with a window of bulletproof glass separating us. And thus we rode down to the peninsula. We glided down elm-shaded streets and finally through the gate of Monty Kristoff's estate. The driveway was lined with spring green poplars. The mansion door was opened by a rear admiral, and I was ushered in. I wouldn't want to say that the living room was large, but I coughed once, and it was a full minute before the echo came back. A door opened somewhere, and a tan, hard-bodied man walked in across the marble floor with an outstretched hand. It was tougher than whalebone.
I appreciate your coming, Mr. Spade.
Mr. Kristoff.
Did you have a drink? Champagne, Scotch, Irish, what?
Oh, anything, whatever you like.
Good. I figured you for rye. It's already ordered.
Rye it is.
Cigar?
No, thanks.
They're custom rolled Havanas, made expressly to my own taste.
Oh, thanks anyway, but I have some beat-up cigarettes here, son.
Oh, try mine. The King of England, I did him a favor once. He ships them over.
How is George?
You drink, Mr. Spade.
Oh, thank you, Bertuccio.
Now, you've been investigating me,
Yes.
and you haven't found out anything.
How'd you know, Mr. Kristoff?
There was nothing to find out.
Well, you read.
I'll do you a service and save you time and money.
Well, that's a handsome offer. I accept.
I was born in Michigan to a prosperous lumber family. I went to Phillips Andover and Harvard.
Well,
Mark's fair. Served with the Army in the recent war. Major. Military police. Wounded twice. Parents died while I was in Italy. I inherited enormous lumber holdings, which I sold. Hence my bank account. I like San Francisco. Came here, settled down.
Well, you're very kind, but I don't need all this info.
I have more money than a man can spend in a lifetime. And by that, I don't mean to boast. It was an accident of birth.
Yes. Now, Mr. Kristoff, I'm only trying to find out.
I know what you're trying to find out. Chandler Gazden put you on my trail.
Well, there's no need to deny it.
And what would you take to get off my trail, Mr. Spade?
Well?
New car, a selection of fine liquor, a better job, cash?
All rather enticing, but I'm afraid you've misjudged me, sir. I only work for one client at a time.
Is there anything wrong with switching your allegiance?
Well, I'm afraid it wouldn't be cricket. Is that the way they say it at Andover?
Very well.
Huh.
Then I'm afraid I've given you all the information I can about myself.
Well, you've been very generous. But just one other thing. How long did you live in Chicago?
Chicago?
Yes.
I never lived there.
But you flew here from Chicago.
Oh, that. I was just there on business.
Uh-huh. Well, if you say so.
Bertuccio is outside with a car. He'll drive you back to your office.
And with that, he turned and left me. Outside, Bertuccio was waiting. Impassively, he ushered me into the limousine and started out. Only we didn't head for my office. Instead, we seemed to be leaving town. I banged on the glass between us, but Bertuccio didn't choose to answer. When we stopped at a light, I tried the doors, but they were both mysteriously locked. I was a prisoner in a moving jail. I made desperate signs to passers-by and traffic policemen I knew, but they just smiled and waved back at me. It was all very jolly. So I sat back and waited. About 20 or 30 miles out of town, we pulled onto a lonesome road and stopped.
Here we are.
Well, just where are we and why?
Now, don't blow your top. Kristoff told me to take you out here and to give you this.
Oh? What's in the envelope?
Money. $2,000, the big sack.
Well, that's a lot of grands.
They're going to do a lot for you. You're going to take it and keep going north. 48 hours will be long enough just so you keep out of Frisco.
Well, just so you know how I stand, I'm going back.
You know, I was hoping you'd say that. Now I can do things my own.
He pulled out a long black sap and started wielding it. The first cut just grazed my head and smashed into my shoulder. I blocked his second blow and moved in for some close work. The third time he swung at me, his arm caught an overhead tree branch, and that was his undoing. He took 4 or 5 and then went down and out. I searched him, and his billfold revealed that he was Joseph Kowalski, late of Chicago, Illinois. The cards and addresses it contained left little doubt that Kowalski was in the rackets. I threw him in the car and drove back to town and police headquarters. He was awake by then, and I had to drag him into the hall.
You want him locked up, Sam? What for?
Assault and battery, assault with a deadly weapon, assault with intent to murder, mayhem, anything.
You can't lock me up. I didn't do any of those things. Anyway, if I did do them, it was in San Martin County, not Frisco.
Well, Sam, I don't know what I can do. He's got to do something in our jurisdiction.
Sure, see?
All right, he picked my pocket on the way into town. Here, Kowalski.
What?
See, look, he's got my wallet in his hand right now. Why, of all the brazen lawbreakers, you going to let him get away with this, walking right into headquarters with the evidence in his hand?
Oh, wait a minute.
Come on, Kowalski. We go pretty hard on pickpockets in this town.
I'm being framed. I want a lawyer. Get me a telephone.
He was dragged away, protesting. He got no sympathy from me. He started. Lieutenant Randall then teletyped Chicago to find out more about him. In about an hour, the report came back.
I won't read his whole record, Sam, but he's paid for everything, they say. He's clean.
Huh?
However, it does say he was the bodyguard for a man named Barney Moffat. Says Moffat was a shady business operator. Picked up several times, but nothing hung on him. He left town about the same time Kowalski did. He's listed as undesirable, but he's not wanted.
Oh, thanks, Lieutenant. If a man named Barney Moffat had a hood named Joseph Kowalski as a bodyguard, and they both disappeared from Chicago at the same time, the obvious conclusion was conclusively obvious. I drove the limousine back to Kristoff's estate. But as I parked the car, my headlights hit another car. There was someone getting into it, Mrs. Chandler Gazden.
Oh, you, what do you think you're doing?
Remember me, Sam Spade?
Oh, detective.
Yes.
What are you following me for?
What were you doing in Kristoff's house? I thought he wasn't a friend of yours, or your husband.
Mr. Spade, get in, please. Let's talk.
Okay, spill it.
It's none of your business what I was doing in there. But whatever it was, I want you to forget you ever saw me.
That'll be pretty hard to do.
Would money help you?
In this case, no.
What do you care what happens to my life or Chan's or Kristoff's?
Because your husband's paying me to worry.
All right. But if I were you, I'd just forget that you ever met any of us. Because this mess we're in is so bad that nothing you or anybody else can do is going to get us out of trouble.
With that, she burst out crying, and I couldn't get anything else out of her. So I let her go, and she drove off. I walked up to Kristoff's house, knocked on the door, and a servant opened it. Took a couple of steps inside when 6 pairs of arms grabbed me. Some of them had fists on them. The struggle was just getting lively when Kristoff appeared.
All right, let him go, let him go.
Hell, I don't appreciate this kind of treatment, Kristoff.
You weren't it, Spade. All right, men, take a walk.
Now, what's it all about?
It was my orders if you ever showed up here again.
Why'd you soften?
I just heard about Kowalski. You managed that very well. I admire resourcefulness. How would you like to work for me?
No thanks, Moffat.
Moffat.
Barney Moffat, late of Chicago and the rackets.
So you know, huh?
Well, I wasn't sure until just now, but you cleared up the doubt.
How much do you know?
Very little. Just that you were a shady operator, but nobody's looking for you or anything.
Spade, I did a lot of things. Several years at tightrope walking with the law. But I never did anything they could jail me for.
I have an idea you're considering doing something in the near future.
What makes you say that?
Well, it's a vendetta, isn't it? Monte Kristoff and Bertuccio the Steward and the Dentist Corporation. You couldn't resist the drama, could you? All from Dumas' novel. But why? Why do you want to play the Count of Monte Cristo? What did Gazden do to you to merit all this revenge?
Tomorrow. It'll be over tomorrow.
And with that, he clutched at his heart and fell forward at my feet.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. If you've been searching for mystery on Saturday night, put away your magnifying glass and follow these clues. Dial this NBC station tomorrow evening and listen for the chimes, and then you'll be off on a perilous trip with The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. And if you've been searching for music, too, on Saturday, then Eileen Wilson is your dish as she stars in Your Hit Parade with Snooky Lanson and Raymond Scott's orchestra. And now back to the Vendetta Caper, or The Revenge of Monte Kristoff, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I bent over and listened to his heart. It was okay. Monte Kristoff had just keeled over, apparently, from a crescendo of emotion. He blacked out. I didn't want to be held up by his henchmen, so I left the room and walked out of the house without calling anybody. I walked down the road, and good luck, there was an empty cab cruising along. At Chandler Gazden's, I found him pacing the living room in a state of physical and mental disorder. I told him what I knew.
Vendetta? Why? I never heard of him. I never did anything to the man.
Why would your wife go and see him?
I don't know.
Why don't you ask her?
Because she hasn't been home all day, and here it is, 1 o'clock in the morning. She's still listening.
Tell me, is there something special happening tomorrow? Kristoff seemed to think that everything would be settled tomorrow.
It's our annual corporation election, just a matter of form. I'm elected president. A few other people voted into office, always the same people.
Well, then he must plan to swing the election his way. Maybe put you in office.
Huh, got a fat chance of that. I don't care how much stock he buys. Ginny owns 10%. I own 41. That's 51%. If he bought 49% in the open market, that still wouldn't be enough. We could still outvote him.
You're sure you've got the stock in your possession?
I saw it last week when I was down in the vault looking for my birth certificate. Stupid me. Forgot I don't have a birth certificate.
Huh?
No, that must be Edson, my lawyer. Called and said he had something on his mind.
Chandler, I have bad news for you.
It can wait.
No, it can't.
This is Sam Spade, Ralph Edson.
How do you do?
Spade. Now, Chan, listen to me.
All right, what's biting you?
Just this. We're liable to lose that election tomorrow.
What are you talking about? We can't.
I just found out that Monte Kristoff has 59% of the voting stock in Gazden Electric.
15? He can't have it. Oh, look, wait a minute. If my wife sold her stock, he could have 59, couldn't he?
He could.
Spade.
Hmm?
Are you positive you saw her coming out of Kristoff's house?
I'm afraid I did.
I'm going to find her. And if she sold any of her stock to Kristoff, I'll kill her.
I tried to dissuade him, but he brushed me and the lawyer aside and ran out of the house. I called the police and told them to try and find Virginia Gazden before her husband did. Then I went looking myself. The first place I tried was Monty Kristoff's mansion. There were lights on, so I entered, gun in hand. I didn't have any time to dicker with servants and bodyguards. And Kristoff appeared in a matter of seconds.
All right, Spade, what is it you want now?
Virginia Gazden.
She hasn't been here since the last time you saw her.
You know where she is?
I haven't any idea.
Well, if you know, tell me. Her husband's looking for her with homicide in his eyes.
I can't say I'm sorry.
Well, that's a nice sentiment. She sold you her stock in the Gazden Company, didn't she?
Since you seem to know about it, yes.
Why? She in love with you?
I think maybe she is.
And you're in love with her?
She's a stupid, empty-headed nothing. I can't stand the sight of her. I hate her.
Now, hold it now. You'll knock yourself out again.
Yes. Yes. Come over here. Take a good look at that.
No, it's a pillow. An ordinary pillow. So?
You notice how dirty it is?
Yeah.
Notice that it isn't even stuffed with feathers. They were too good. It's stuffed with dirty cotton rags.
Well?
My father's head was lying on that pillow when he died. I've kept it ever since as a reminder of who killed him.
Who did?
A man named Elwood Gazden. A man who cheated and lied and stole everything he had in his life.
Chandler's father, huh?
Yes. My father and Elwood Gazden had a hardware store once. My father invented an electric iron. Ever heard of the Gazden iron?
Yeah.
It should have been the Moffat iron. Elwood Gazden stole the plans from my father, registered them first, and then drove my father out of business. He made a fortune out of it, and then went into other electrical appliances.
Well, things are beginning to gel now.
My father became a peddler and died poor and broke and ill. My mother died 20 years before she should have from overwork, while the Gazdens grew fat and respected on the Moffat brains.
So you started your vendetta, huh?
I started it the day my father died. I set out to make one thing in this world, money. And I made it in handfuls. You can look me up. Barney Moffat, Chicago. Gambling, black markets, gun running, slave trading, anything and everything that had a big profit in it. And then I set out for San Francisco to break that Creighton son of Elwood's and his whole family.
And on the way, you lost a guy named Barney Moffat.
What difference?
Huh. Look, you've got money now and everything you need. Why go on with it?
I don't care anything about money. I only want to use it against them. Do you know why I had all those parties?
To buy stock from people.
Yes. Stock in the Gazden Company. I've paid twice, 3 times what the shares were worth. But right now, I own 59% of the Gazden Enterprises. And tomorrow morning, when the two of us meet at the stockholders' meeting, I'm going to vote him out of office and take over the company. And then, I'm going to drive it right into bankruptcy.
And you got Mrs. Gazden's stock by making her fall in love with you.
I had to. Don't let's talk about it anymore.
About Chandler Gazden, he's a man with a very short and violent temper. He might come gunning for you.
That's just what I hope he does. Ask the man at the door to show you out.
I spent most of the night trying to find Virginia Gazden with no luck. Chandler didn't return to his house, so I didn't know what he was up to. It was early the following day when I got my first report. Lieutenant Randall called me down to police headquarters.
We found her, Spade.
Dead or alive?
Oh, about halfway in between. She was shot in the chest at close range. Gun right up against her. But she's still living.
And what are her chances?
Fair.
Where'd you find her?
In a walk-up apartment on Polk Street. It was registered to her. Looked like a love nest, a place where she met a boyfriend or something. No weapon.
I see.
I figure murder attempt, her husband. We have a pickup on him right now, but so far he's vanished. Shame. Fine old San Francisco family. What do you know, Sam?
Well, give me a free hand for a couple of hours, will you? Maybe I can do something for this fine old San Francisco family. I had no more idea than the police where Chandler Gazden was at the moment, but I had a good idea where he might be later in the morning. I put a call into Ralph Edson, his lawyer. The stockholders' meeting of the Gazden Company was to be held at 11 o'clock at their executive offices. Edson got me in, and at 5 minutes to 11, Monty Kristoff walked in. There were 3 of us. None of us spoke. We just sat around a long, polished table, alternately watching the clock and the door. At 11:03, the door opened. Chandler Gazden stood there, rumpled, red-eyed, vicious. He had a gun.
The first man who moves is going to get a bullet right in the face.
Chandler, for heaven's sake.
Shut up.
Is that the gun you tried to kill your wife with?
It's the gun, but I didn't try to kill her. She did it herself because he drove her to it.
Me?
Yeah, you, Kristoff. You were meeting her in an apartment. Don't think I've been dumb.
Put the gun away and let's get down to business.
Are you kidding? I got the same gun she used on herself, and I'm going to use it on you.
Well, stop talking and get it over with.
You act as if you want me to do it. All right. Edson, Spade, clear out of here.
Gazden, use your head.
I said get out of here. Now go on.
Okay, but don't take your eye off him. He's got a gun in his pocket.
Don't worry, I won't. You were working for him. Working for him all along. Everybody was.
No, now listen to me. He wanted you to kill him. He doesn't care about himself. He just wanted you to be put away for murder.
Spade, this is our affair, not yours.
Now, look, both of you shut up and listen. This is a tough thing to try to settle something that's been boiling up in you, Moffat, ever since you can remember. You spent all of your grown-up life trying to get back at the wrong man. It appealed to some ironical sense of yours to carry out the Monte Cristo revenge story. Now, let me ask you this. You remember all about Monte Cristo and how he ruined the people who had ruined his life and how his father died heartbroken. But do you remember the end of that book?
Go on.
He found that he couldn't bring himself to revenge the wrongdoings of families on their innocent children.
That reads good in a book, but I don't feel that way.
Well, maybe you will when you hear this.
What?
This man right here that you've spent 20 years getting ready to ruin is not even a Gazden.
Huh?
What?
He's an adopted son.
Mr.
Elwood
Spade,
Gazden adopted him from an Oakland orphanage on October 11th, 1907. I got the records to prove it this morning.
I don't believe it. I would have known.
Mr. Edson, you've always been the family lawyer. Isn't this true? It was a long chance that Edson would play along with it. But to bring it off, it needed the final clincher. Lawyer Edson looked at me, then looked at Chandler Gazden. He gulped and licked his lips.
It's true. It's true, Chandler.
Adopted?
Your father never wanted you to know.
Chandler didn't move. He just stood there stunned. But Barney Moffat sank down into a chair and buried his head in his hands. Edson and I looked at each other and waited. And finally, Kristoff looked up and spoke.
Start the meeting.
Mr. Edson?
I hereby declare the annual stockholders' meeting of the Gazden Company open. Mr. Gazden?
I don't care what happens now. I bow to the majority stockholder.
Oh. Mr. Kristoff... I beg your pardon, Mr. Moffat?
As the majority stockholder, I vote that the chairmanship of the Gazden Electrical Corporation remain as it has for the past 20 years with Chandler Gazden.
Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam, you were magnificent.
It was rather a stirring scene, wasn't it? I was good.
But it was superb. It really was.
Mm-hmm.
Did he sign over the stock and everything?
Oh, he did indeed.
Oh. Sam, do you think the world will ever get to a time when everybody has all he wants? And instead of trying to get more, everybody spends his time just trying to enjoy life?
Well, you know best, Effie.
Do you really believe that, Sam?
Well, you've got to believe something. It's better than nothing. I guess.
I have a theory, too, Sam.
Well, spout it out.
Well, if everybody in the world picks somebody else to be nice to, there'll never be any more trouble anywhere.
How do you figure that?
Well, before you can be nice to somebody, you have to think nice thoughts, see? And once you start thinking nice thoughts, well, you can see how silly the bad ones are.
Effie, come here. You know, I might just put you up as a candidate for a chair of philosophy at Columbia.
Oh, Sam. I know who you picked out to be nice to. Me.
True.
And I picked you. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Sam Spade was produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn, Lorene Tuttle as Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by John Michael Hayes. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Tomorrow, Dennis Day and Judy Canova entertain you on NBC.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents a thrilling new adventure series starring Dick Powell.
I'm an insurance investigator. My name is Johnny Dollar.
What?
You heard me, Johnny Dollar, and I can pad an expense account with the best of them. Yep, I'm a freelance insurance investigator, and I live in Hartford, Connecticut. At least that's where I pay rent. My work sees to it that I really live anywhere, except at home. I'm free, white, 34, and so forth. If you're interested in buying me Christmas presents, I take a size 42 suit. Shirt's 15 and a half collar, sleeve length 33. My hat size is 7 1/8, except when I wind up a successful case. Then it runs about 7 3/8. At insurance investigation, I'm just an expert. At making out my expense account, I'm an absolute genius. Expense account, submitted by investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, East Coast Underwriters, Terminal Building, Hartford, Connecticut. Attention, Austin Farnsworth, General Manager. The following is an accounting of my expenditures in the investigation of Milfred Brooks III for your company. Expense account item 1. Cab fare to your office in answer to your original call, 75 cents. Tip to driver, $1. Expense account item 2. Shoe shine, 25 cents. You'll remember I got my shoes scuffed when I unsuspectingly walked into your private office.
Milford! No, you must
Get out of my way, Farnsworth.
Dollar! Get away from that window. Don't
Hey, you.
jump.
Hey, no, you don't.
Let go of me. Let go of me, you fool.
No. There are better ways of making a big splash in life.
Get away.
Well, nice try, Sonny. Now pay attention to teacher. I didn't know I had it in me.
Oh, goodness gracious, Dollar. Did you have to hit him so hard? I hope you haven't killed him. He isn't too strong, you know.
Don't worry. There. Now, Mr. Farnsworth, would you mind telling me on whose head have I the dubious pleasure to be sitting?
That, sir, is Milford Brooks III. His policy with this company is in the amount of $2 million.
Wow.
Yes. And the boy seems bent on committing suicide. Dollar, I want you to stop him.
What do you want me to do? Threaten him with death?
Anything. The conditions of his policy are such that we would be forced to meet with a claim in the event of his suicide. Oh, I say, Dollar, sitting on his head that way, aren't you in danger of smothering the boy?
Smothering him doesn't worry me, but these crew haircuts don't make very comfortable cushions. I'll move down a little. Now, there. Okay. So far, I know this kid is insured for $2 million and that his policy pays off on suicide. What else? 1/2 hour ago, Milford Brooks walked into this office and changed the beneficiary in his policy. Then, sir, he proceeded to demand, not request, mind you, but demand a loan of $500,000. Quite a touch.
When I explained to him that there were no provisions for a loan in his policy, he threatened suicide.
Which would cost you $2 million. So all we have to do is keep him alive, huh?
And he's managed to make that no small problem. His choice of a new beneficiary is downright frightening. One of the most notorious gamblers in the East. His name is Hatcher, Harold Hatcher.
Ouch.
Oh, do you know him?
Sure. That kid's been a post office pinup boy for a lot of years.
Well, that's the situation. I'm engaging you to protect Milford Brooks' future. Dollar, I want you to protect the boy. Give him something to live for. You know, an interest in life.
An interest in life? Well, then, let's see. I know. Here. This should help.
What's that you got there?
Well, it's what's commonly referred to in the more successful of bachelor circles as my little black book.
Oh.
Well, now, let's see. Ruby? No. Her favorite expression is drop dead. Bernadine? No. She'd be the new beneficiary by midnight.
Oh, dear.
Now, here's the one, Butter. Say, Farnsworth, would you mind passing me that phone? The one with the long cord?
Oh, no.
Lie still, Buster. My little friend here is showing signs of life.
Oh, here you are. Maybe you should let him breathe a bit more.
Don't worry. He'll be all right. Hello. Oh, hello. I want to call New York. Yeah. Hudson, 24292.
Dollar, you're not thinking of taking this boy to New York, are you?
Well, I'm going there myself. You want me to keep an eye on him, don't you? Now, don't fret, Farnsworth. All is not lost.
You do worry me, sitting on his chest that way.
Hello? Hello, Butter? This is Johnny. Yeah, I'll be in town tonight. I want to see you. And look, here's what I want you to do. Yes, it's all right to say over the telephone. Yeah, I want you to reserve a table at the hatchery in my name for 10 o'clock tonight. Will you do that? Okay. I'll see you at your apartment in a few hours. But, honey, I can't make it any earlier. I'm sitting up on a sick friend. Okay, goodbye.
I'm not sure that I agree with your methods.
Huh?
Ow! What's the matter? Did he hit you?
Hit me? He bit me. Expense account, item 3. Liquor, $18. Keeping Milfred Brooks III peaceful seemed to be the immediate problem, and a bottle of rare old brandy seemed to be the immediate answer. I poured most of it into him, and by the time he started to tick again, he'd gone through the unusual process of going to sleep sober and waking up enchanted. I loaded him into my car, and we headed for New York. As we passed through New Haven, he opened one eye, looked up, saw the Yale Bowl, and gave 3 cheers for old Eli.
Ray, Ray, Ray.
Oh,
Ray,
old Yale would sure be proud of you. Why anybody would want to insure you for $2 million is more than I can figure.
My daddy loved me very much, and my mother loved me very much.
Now, that's nice.
And not only that, but I love somebody very much. And not only that, but I hate somebody very much.
That's interesting.
You know something? Next to one other guy, I hate you more than anybody else.
Oh, here, lover boy, it's the cocktail hour again. Time for your bottle. Rolling along the Merritt Parkway, I felt very much alone with my thoughts. And believe me, they weren't very pleasant company. The way it stacked up for me, Brooks had built up a fat gambling debt with Harold Hatcher and had been forced into making him his beneficiary. The suicide threat that he was holding over the insurance company was a little tougher to figure, unless he was trying to finance a trip for himself to get away from the man with a murder motive, Hatcher. My hungry little mind nibbled away on those unsavory morsels of food for thought all the way to Butter's apartment.
Hey, where are you taking me? I want to go to New York.
If you don't behave, Buster, I'll punch your ticket.
Johnny, darling, welcome to New York.
Well, that's the fastest trip I ever had.
Quiet.
Well, where did you find this?
In a box of Cracker Jack. Let us in, dear.
I don't know about you. Some men bring me flowers, some bring me candy. What do you bring me? A boiled owl and a Brooks Brothers suit.
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, let's trot him into the bedroom, honey.
You'd look more at home in the bathtub. Let me pull down the cover.
All right. Now, come on, Buster. Lie down.
Charm.
That kid's liquor sure can hold him.
How long have you been playing nursemaid to this bottle baby?
Get behind that bar, sweet, and I'll tell you all about it.
Sure. Horrible examples don't seem to bother you, do they?
If you knew how that guy has been bothering me.
What did he do to you?
Well, let's just say he put the bite on me. Oh, gosh, the river sure does look pretty tonight.
Bourbon and soda?
Now, please, anything but brandy. I've been sniffing that second hand all the way from Hartford. Butter, see that big boat out there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I sure would like to be on it. With you, sailing off to faraway romantic places.
Get with it, darling. That's the 125th Street Ferry.
Oh.
Here's your drink. Come on now. Tell Butter all about it.
So, friend Bourbon and I proceeded to tell her all about it. It wasn't easy. Everything about her kept flagging down my train of thought. The longer she looked at me, the less I wanted of Milford Brooks III, and the more I wanted of beautiful Butter the first, and only. She was a sympathetic listener to my story until I gave her the answer to her first and only question.
And where do I fit into all this?
Baby, I thought you understood. My job is to give this poor, misguided boy something to live for. That's you.
Well...
Now, honey, hold everything. Don't go getting your corn all popped. You misunderstand. I really mean it. I thought if he'd just got to look at you and realize that things like you exist, why, you'd make any man glad to be alive. Oh, come on now, Butter. Melt a little. I wouldn't let anything happen to you. You know that.
Did I hurt you?
Oh, no, I'm getting used to it. People have been taking pokes at me all day.
I'm sorry.
Ah, that's better.
You want some more bourbon?
I want some more you.
Well, help yourself.
Honey, it's getting late. Let's make this the last drink.
What time is it?
Oh, it's 20 to 10.
Oh.
My reservation at the hatchery is for 10. Here.
Thanks. Cigarette? Oh, empty. Some more out in the other room. I'll get them.
I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China.
Johnny!
Oh, coming.
He's gone.
What? Well, he can't be.
But he is. The window's wide open.
Oh, the fire escape. What a smart guy I am. Trading 3 drinks of bourbon for $2 million on the hoof. Oh, that's the biggest bar check I ever picked up.
That's a big bar check for anyone to pick up. As a matter of fact, it's a bigger bar check than you've ever heard of anyone picking up before. And that should give you an idea of what to expect in the second act as you follow this new CBS series starring Dick Powell in the title role, yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Well, nobody could say I wasn't working fast. I'd only been in town for an hour, and I'd already succeeded in losing Milford Brooks III. I spent another hour of his all-too-short life expectancy unsuccessfully shaking down the neighborhood for him. And then, feeling very much like a bloodhound that had flunked his sniffing exam, I went back to Butter's apartment.
No luck, Johnny.
Oh, sure, plenty of luck. All bad.
Is there anything I can do to help?
A kiss for luck.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. Just a little phone call.
Police headquarters.
This is Johnny Dollar. Give me missing persons.
Any particular one?
Don't be a wise guy. Lieutenant Fisher.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Fisher.
Fisher, this is Johnny Dollar.
Hello, Dollar. Who'd you lose?
One man, my mind, and if I'm not careful, my professional reputation. The guy's name is Brooks, Milford III. Got anything on him?
Hold on.
All right.
Oh, don't look at me like that. It wasn't all my fault.
Dollar?
Yeah?
We haven't found him yet, but we think we know where he is.
Huh?
The Hudson River. At 11:15 tonight, his top coat, complete with identification, was found taking a ride on the 125th Street ferry.
Oh. Anything else?
Nothing much. A package of matches was found under the coat, monogrammed. You don't happen to know anybody whose initials are H.H., do you?
H.H.?
Yeah.
There's always Horace Height.
Wise.
Thanks, Fisher. I'll check back with you later.
I'll be here.
H.H. Harold Hatcher.
What are you mumbling about? Bad news?
Looks like about $2 million worth. They found Milford's coat on the 125th Street ferry.
You and your faraway romantic places.
Very funny. I'll see you later, honey, and maybe about 11. Expense account, item 4. Nightclubs. $28. Harold Hatcher's hatchery was in a cellar under a hotel, but the prices were high enough to rate a penthouse. The club was draped in too much satin, its lady customers in too little. The decor was French provincial, the music was Brazilian, and the food was from Dixie. The drinks looked weak and the waiters looked strong. All in all, the joint was a sight for sore eyes, for making them sore. The only pretty thing in the place was a blonde. She came strolling up to my table, her hips unconsciously sending subtle little messages back to the rumba band. She opened her mouth, slid her tongue over her lower lip, and let a few warm, soft words slide out.
Looking for someone?
Well, you'll do until the real thing comes along. Sit down.
Thanks. I won't have a drink.
Well, I didn't ask you.
My name is Janelle.
Janelle? Wow, that's a nice name.
I understand you were asking about Mr. Hatcher.
Well, I asked if he was in. The waiter said he wasn't. Do you know him?
More than somewhat. What do you want to see him about?
A mutual friend, Milford Brooks.
Uh-huh. I know most of the quiet-closed boys around here, so you want a cop. You don't look like the type that would be a society friend of the Brooks family, so what are you?
I'll ignore that. Is Hatcher around?
He might be.
Well, then come on. Where's his office?
The top of those stairs.
Can I expect any trouble getting in?
You won't have any trouble.
How do you know?
Because Harold sent me down here to look you over.
Oh.
I think you're all right.
So, I've won myself the good housekeeping seal of approval, huh?
Keeping a house with you would meet with my approval.
I ran for my life at a slow walk up the stairs. When I located the door to Hatcher's office, I knocked once and went in.
Come on in.
Thanks. Oh, I'm Johnny Dollar. I was hired by East Coast underwriters to protect the interest of a kid named Milford Brooks III.
Now, what's that supposed to mean to me?
You know him, don't you?
Well, he isn't exactly one of my boozing buddies.
How much money does he owe you?
Well, we've got him on the books for a few bob. Why?
They picked up his top coat tonight on the 125th Street ferry. He wasn't in it. It might have been suicide, or it might have been a knockover made to look like a suicide. What's your choice?
What do you get off asking me about my choice?
Where were you between 11 and 11:30 tonight?
What's it to you?
I thought you might like to rehearse some answers. The law will be asking some questions real soon now.
I don't know why I should tell you, but I was driving around in my car getting some air.
Oh, now, you'll have to do better than that. They found one of your match folders under Brooks' coat.
You're out of your mind. Let me ask you. The kid owed me a couple of $100,000. You think I'm going around knocking off my own assets?
Hatcher, I don't know whether you're stupid or bright.
Don't worry about it. I know.
What about that insurance policy?
What insurance policy?
Now, look, Hatcher, we're big boys. We both know that changing a beneficiary in an insurance policy is a legal transaction. That means witnesses. That means it isn't secret.
What are you talking about?
That you and East Coast underwriters and I know all know that Brooks made you the beneficiary in his policy and that you stand to come into $2 million when they fish out his body.
I don't know anything about it.
Motives don't come much bigger.
I'm telling you, this is all news to me, and you and nobody else is going to make me move off that story.
I feel the same about mine. It doesn't take a genius to know that Brooks didn't love you $2 million worth. There's only one logical reason for his making you the beneficiary. You forced him into it. Who'd believe anything else?
Who cares? They'd have to prove it. And, brother, that can't be done. Now, how would you... Yeah. Okay, Rocky, thanks for the news. Take the inspector into the bar and buy him a drink. I'll be right down. Dollar, did you turn me in?
They're here, huh?
Yeah.
No, I didn't turn you in. I'm not a cop. Here, have a cigarette.
Thanks. Here's a light. Well, come on. Maybe they just want to sell me some tickets to the policeman's ball.
For a guy in a hot spot, Hatcher was certainly a cool customer. I followed him out of the office, down the stairs, and back into the club. Janelle was sitting there right where I'd left her. And I thought to myself, now there's a gal who should never sit down. She looks so pretty standing up.
Janelle, buy Mr. Dollar a drink. I have to go play 20 questions with some fellas in the bar.
Sure, baby. Anything you say. Anything.
I'll see you, Dollar.
Yeah.
How'd you make out?
Well, you can never tell about a guy like that. He's a smart boy, strong, silent type.
Wouldn't talk, huh? A real close-mouth act. About what?
Oh, just a little doodad. $2 million life insurance policy.
Wait a minute. That young Brooks kid?
That's right.
I knew it. Tried to tell him he'd get into trouble, but he wouldn't listen to me.
Oh, you knew about it, huh? I suppose you also know what was behind it.
Sure. Milford owed him some money. A lot of money. It's in writing.
What kind of writing?
The personal note that Brooks was going to get back if he made Harold beneficiary.
Well, where is this note?
Do I look like the kind of girl who'd put the finger on her boyfriend?
You look like the kind of girl who'd do anything if she wanted to.
Thanks. I'll give you a slight hint. It's in his office. You'll find it in the inside pocket of one of his suits in the wardrobe. What are you waiting for? I'll watch the bar.
Nothing, sweetheart. Nothing at all. Whatever her reasons, Mr. Harold Hatcher's little female playmate was trying awful hard to send him up on a murder rap. And I was going to try awful hard not to let her down. Back in Hatcher's office, I found myself alone in a room with a telephone. And being a guy who can never resist a free call, I unleashed the magic wonders of the AT&T.
This better be you, Johnny Dollar.
Quiet, Butter. I've only got a few seconds.
It seems that's all you ever have for me. Now, if you
Now, look,
think that
Angel, just another hour. I'll get you a nice present.
I don't care if you're another century. And as for presents, the last one you brought me was a drunk, and you even let him get away from me. Good night.
Life presents a gloomy picture, ever downward toward the tomb. Having wasted those few precious moments of an already misspent youth, I decided I'd better get on my pony before Mr. Hatcher showed up. I found Milford Brooks' personal note in one of Hatcher's suits, all right. As a matter of fact, I found something in all his suits. A great big glimmer of light. Expense account, item 5. Taxi fare, $10. I left the office in a hurry, Janelle at her table and Hatcher at his bar. I got out of the club and into a taxi parked a half block down the street. There, I waited until my favorite suspect left the hatchery and piled into another cab, and off we went. On a chase that would have made Ben-Hur look like a plowing bee. We skittered over to Lexington and headed uptown. At 72nd, the cab turned right and pulled to a stop. My driver was on his toes, and his toes were on his brake. We stopped, too, half a block behind.
You want us to wait, huh?
No, here you are. Keep the change.
Hey, thanks.
It was a garage that belonged to a residence on the parallel street a block away. The living quarters upstairs were dark enough to look interesting. I indulged in a bit of genteel breaking and entering. Entering that old barn didn't take much breaking. I crept up the stairs. It sounded like they were left over from an old ghost story. And so did the first voice I heard when I stopped halfway up.
We've got to be careful, especially about that Johnny Dollar. Are you sure he didn't follow you?
That voice sounded awfully dry to be coming from a guy who supposedly had spent most of the night snoozing in the bottom of the Hudson River. It was Milford Brooks III. Get up on your feet, Brooks.
Well, now, wait a minute.
I started this thing slugging you, and I might as well finish it the same way.
Leave him alone.
Now, pull in the claws, Angel. And sit on his lap.
You hard-footed. I'll kill you.
Get off of me. Huh? I should have known better than to get mixed up with a low-class female like you.
Why, you punk.
Now, hold it. We pushed the lady around enough, Brooks.
Tell me to be careful, will you? Why didn't you think of that before you led him here?
Wipe your nose, little boy.
Now, don't you go getting fat-headed, gorgeous. Neither one of you are exactly what I'd call masterminds. When you planted that match folder on a little boy Blue Blood's topcoat on the ferry boat, you both should have been more careful.
You think so?
You bet I think so. If I were planning a piece of evidence to incriminate Mr. Harold Hatcher, I would have left a cigarette lighter. I found one in the pocket of every suit he owns back there in his closet in the club. It wasn't hard to figure out that guy never carries a book of matches.
What do you want?
I'm only interested in one thing. Saving the insurance company $2 million. And, Buster, I think you've done it for me.
Dollar,
This is insurance fraud. It has been ever since you put on that fake suicide attempt. Trying to extort $500,000 out of the company.
Dollar, wait a minute.
Ah, come on. We're leaving.
You heard him, Dollar.
Harold.
Hatcher.
He said, wait a minute. He wants to talk.
Yeah, everybody wants to get in on the act. How did you get here?
When the police in this town think maybe a guy's jumped off a ferry boat and nobody's seen him do it, they check the counters on the turnstiles at each end. In the case of Brooks, as many people got off that boat as got on.
Well, it makes sense. They'd hardly hold the guy because somebody lost a topcoat.
How did you know we were here?
You know me, baby. You never go any place I don't know about. Okay, Brooks, you felt like talking. Now I feel like listening. Get it up.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
I know what you mean, Hatcher. One, he gave you a big, fat $2 million motive for murder. And two, he did his best to make it look like you did murder him with that broken-down match cover plant on the ferry boat. It's just that simple.
And you, baby?
Harold, please.
You put him up to it, didn't you, you cheap little muscler? Trying to get rid of me, will you?
No, Harry.
Now, calm down, Hatcher. You don't need any gun around here. They're tame.
Well, maybe I'm not. Since so many people have gone to so much trouble to hand me a nice, easy way to make $2 million, maybe I'll just go ahead and make it. I'll show these amateurs how these things are really done. Come on, Brooks. How'd you like to go for a nice, cool, half-a-ferryboat ride?
No, Hatcher. No. Look, it's her fault. I'll give you anything you want.
You're wrong, sonny boy. You're going to give me everything.
No, you can't. Let me out of here!
Brooks bolted for the door. Hatcher snapped a shot at him. And I hit Hatcher with a do-or-die tackle from behind. The gun flew out of his hand.
No, you don't.
I beat him to it and swung it straight into his skull. Half the people in the room were lying there bleeding. Brooks from gunshot, Hatcher from gun butt. Janelle and I stood there panting. But believe me, not for each other. We stood that way until the police arrived.
Dollar, it's beyond me. I sent you out to protect the life of a very important policyholder, and now where are we? Standing in a hospital corridor, worrying about whether he's going to live or die.
As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Farnsworth, you're only half right. I'm just standing in a hospital corridor.
Oh, Dollar, you're heartless.
Well, if you'd been bitten where he bit me, you wouldn't care if he lived or died either. I'm getting out of here.
Where are you going?
It'll be explained in my expense account under miscellaneous expense. Oh, don't fall over when you come to an item for $318.
$318? For what?
Not for what, Farnsworth? For whom? Expense account total. And it all adds up to a little matter of $1,182.23. Which you may say, Mr. Farnsworth, is a lot of money for one man to spend in 2 days. But you must bear in mind that the amount at stake was $2 million. And you know the price of steak these days. It might comfort you to know that I just returned from the hospital. Brooks was strong enough to make a full statement, which you will find enclosed. This in itself should prove sufficient to establish evidence of attempted fraud against your company, allowing you to immediately avoid his policy. It boils down to one sentence, to wit. Brooks and Janelle wanted to get rid of Hatcher so that they could live happily ever after. Knowing those two, they never had a chance. And oh, yes, that that miscellaneous item, the one for $318, it was a bracelet for a certain party who made this special investigation for me very special. Oh, if you want a receipt for this item, I'll send you a lock of her hair. Yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
So, with the final signature on his expense account, Dick Powell as Johnny Dollar has just closed the books on his first adventure in this new CBS series. The script for tonight's broadcast was written by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd, and the music was created and conducted by Dick Arant. The entire production was under the direction of Tony Leader. Be sure to tune in again next week when the expense account covers Special Investigation Singapore, another unusual adventure starring Dick Powell in...
Yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Alicia. I'm glad you phoned. No, I'll have to pass, Angel. I'm all tied up on business. Some boy I know has a sure thing going, and he feels that together we ought to make a killing. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the nervous shakedown. And now, the case of the nervous shakedown. It's Wednesday evening in New York, and a seedy-looking character named Ozzie Miller walks into Blake's, a small bar and grill off 3rd Avenue. Then, spying a familiar face at the bar, he strolls over with an assurance he hardly feels.
Hiya, Mr. Quinn.
Huh?
Cold out tonight, ain't it? But it must be...
What do you want, Miller?
What's the matter? Can I buy you a drink?
You buy me a drink?
Yeah.
That's a switch. What do you intend to use for money?
Don't worry about that, Steve.
Steve?
Hey,
huh?
Blake, how about a little service down here? What you drinking, Steve?
Look, you crumb. Who do you think you're kidding?
But you think I ain't got no money. Take a look at this.
That's quite a roll.
There's a lot more where that came from.
Where'd you get it, Miller?
That happens to be a little Ozzie's business. Hey, Blake, we're going to get some service here, but me and my friend have to go elsewhere.
For my part, you can go
Lay off
him, Blake. Yeah, sure, Steve.
Hurry it up, hurry it up. You know what I was thinking, Steve?
Nope.
You ain't seen that blonde anymore, are you?
Oh, you mean Francine Walker?
Yeah. I was wondering if you'd be sore if I,
Tried to date her?
If you mind, Steve, just say the word.
Of course not, Ozzie.
You think she'd go out with me?
I should be crazy not to. How'd you like me to fix it up for you?
Would you?
For a pal? Anytime. I tell you what. Let's go in the back and I'll phone her right now. Blake. Mr. Miller and I are going in the back, and we don't want to be disturbed for anything.
Yeah, well, what if...
I said for anything. Sit down, Ozzie.
You want a dime?
What?
For the phone.
Oh, yeah. You want me to call Francine?
What are you going to tell her?
Well, that all depends, Ozzie, on how much you tell me first. How much was in that roll you just flashed?
What do you want to know for?
Just curious. I bet you had $500 there.
Look, Quinn, if you don't want to call Francine for me, just say so
Where'd
and
you
I'll...
get that money?
That's for me to know and for you... Hey! Keep your hands to yourself.
Where'd you get that dough?
I found it.
Don't lie to me, you punk.
Hey, let me go!
I'm gonna get the truth if I have to break every bone in your body. Personally, that's the way I'd rather do it.
Yes?
Say, this is going to be more fun than I thought.
I beg your pardon.
Are you Laura Sherman?
That's right.
Well, I'm very glad to know you, Miss Sherman. My name is Steve Quinn.
Steve Quinn?
Oh, don't look so puzzled, honey. There's no reason why you should know me. I don't move in your circle like Ozzie Miller.
What?
Well, you know Ozzie, of course. He's a swell guy. Hey, why don't I come in?
I can think of 100 reasons, Mr. Quinn.
Oh, you don't really mean that.
Now, look, if you're not out of here in 2 seconds...
What'll you do, call the police? Oh, I take it then you don't mind if I stay.
What do you want?
Just a chance to get acquainted. Hey, that's an original Picasso up over the fireplace, isn't it?
How would you know?
Oh, you'd be surprised at the things I know, Laura. Now, I'd say you were strictly the 20-carat type. That's what I just finished telling Ozzie.
Now, look, if you think you're going to get any money out of me...
That's what I had in mind.
Did you ever consider working for it?
Well, it's too obvious. Anybody can do that.
Well, you're wasting your time, Quinn.
You know, I had a feeling you were going to say that.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. So it's lucky that I'm prepared with an answer. Now, Ozzie said if you got difficult, to mention Brooklyn and the date December 31st.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're in the best position to know.
How much do you want?
A check for $1,000.
I can't afford it. Not if I have
Take
to...
care of Miller? Oh, don't you worry your pretty little head about him. He won't bother you anymore. Hey, you want a pen? Now, be honest. Isn't it nicer to deal with me than Ozzie?
I think I'd rather be blackmailed by him.
You'll get used to me, Laura. If you don't, it'll be my own fault, because I'll certainly give you every opportunity. Oh, make that payable to cash, if you don't mind.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, Mr. Gaynor?
Have you seen Miss Sherman around?
No, sir.
Well, if she should come in, would you tell...
Bill!
Oh, there you are, Laura. I was beginning to get worried.
Well, I was tied up on a little business matter.
You sure it was business?
Just what do you mean by that, Crack?
Suppose we sit down.
I want to know what you meant.
You were due here at 2:30.
So?
So when you didn't show at 3, I went over to your place. And just as I got out of the elevator, I saw a stocky boy going in.
You don't mean Steve Quinn.
Who?
Oh, never mind. You thought he was my new romantic interest?
What else was I to think? You know how I feel about you, Laura.
No, I don't.
I'm crazy about you.
But you don't trust me.
No, it isn't that, dear.
Then what is it?
I was just curious. Of course, it's none of my business.
You're so right. But you couldn't resist trying to make it yours, and I happen to object. If I were you, Bill, I'd get myself a girl who won't mind.
S L 3 1 1 5 2.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mike Waring, please.
This is Waring.
Oh, well, my name is Bill Gaynor.
Who?
Bill Gaynor. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Waring. They tell me the Falcon is the finest private detective in these parts.
Who told you that?
Well, what difference does it make?
None, except that I've been running into that line so often, I'd like to reward the boy who's spreading the propaganda.
I wonder if you could handle an assignment for me. I don't know your fee.
I can tell you. $50 a day plus expenses.
Well, fair enough. I'm interested in a man named Steve Quinn. I'd like to find out everything I can about him.
Why?
But what do you mean, why?
Well, I assume your interest in Mr. Quinn is more than academic.
Well, it is. He's been bothering my fiancée.
Well, then she should complain to the police. Quinn's got a record as long as your arm. He's tried everything in his day, from arson to robbery.
Has he ever attempted blackmail?
Wouldn't be surprised.
Well, thanks a lot, Waring. You confirmed a hunch. If you'll send me a bill at the Kempton, I'll be more than glad to take care of it.
That you, Randy? All right, you don't have to break down the door. Next time you might let him... Who the devil are you?
I'm looking for a Mr. Quinn.
Well, I don't know if I can accommodate you. There are a couple of us. Which one do you want?
Steve Quinn.
Then I'm your party. What's on your mind, mister?
You'd be surprised. My name is Bill Gaynor.
That's interesting.
A couple of hours ago, you were up to see a Laura Sherman.
Was I?
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Gaynor, but you're no cop, are you?
Nope.
That's what I figured. Somehow you didn't look official to me.
I'm engaged to Miss Sherman.
Wow, bully for you. It's a wonderful girl you got there.
And I intend to keep her.
Well, you think that I... Hey, that's very funny.
No, I don't think anything of the sort, Quinn. I know why you went to see Laura. You're blackmailing her.
Look, if you don't mind, friend, try to keep your voice down, will you? This is a public hallway. These neighbors of mine are awfully nosy.
You are going to tear up that check that she gave you.
Am I?
Yep, and you're never going to bother her again.
Well, under the circumstances, I guess there's only one thing for me to do. I'm sorry we don't have an elevator in this house.
Huh?
You'd be surprised how easy it is going down these stairs. Happy landings, kid.
Can I get your towel, Mr. Gaynor?
What?
I asked if I could get your towel. Hey, what happened to you? Hey, you ought to have a doctor.
How'd you get in here?
The door was open.
Well, you got your nerve.
Yeah, that's the civil service, William.
Civil service?
Oh, didn't I mention it? I'm a cop.
A cop?
Uh-huh, Sergeant Corbin. Heard you had a little trouble at 5 o'clock tonight with a boy named Steve Quinn. Did he do all that to you?
No.
You sure?
Look, it doesn't matter, Sergeant. I don't wish to prosecute.
Well, now, that's very tolerant of you, but unfortunately, the state of New York isn't that broad-minded.
What are you talking about?
Steve Quinn was murdered 20 minutes ago.
He what?
Uh-huh. I hope you got either a good alibi or a good private eye handy. 'Cause confidentially, Mr. Gaynor, I think you can use both.
I live and breathe if it isn't the one and only Falcon. I've been looking for you.
On business?
Yeah. Ever hear of a boy named Bill Gaynor? Why? I'm asking the questions now.
Well, he was up to see me yesterday. He wanted some information about Steve Quinn.
What'd you tell him?
Only what I knew.
Obviously, it was more than enough.
Well, what are you talking about?
Quinn was bumped 2 hours ago.
I don't believe it.
Well, if you'd like to step down to the morgue, I'll be glad to show you the body.
You think Gaynor did it?
I know he did.
You're out of your mind. He couldn't have killed Quinn.
Why couldn't he?
Well, he's not the type. If you knew human nature...
But you do.
Yes. Now, listen, Sergeant, how's chances of me talking to Gaynor?
You think you can get him out?
I know I can.
Well, that's the kind of a challenge I can't resist. Okay, Mike. But you might as well finish your sandwich first. You'll be eating crow later. Gaynor.
What do you want?
Mike Waring's here.
Mike Waring?
Hello, Gaynor.
Gee, it's good to see you again, Mike.
Well, I don't think there's any reason to detain you any longer, Sergeant.
Does that mean you'd rather I go?
You mind?
Why should I? Anything you want, just yell.
Thank you. All right, Gaynor, sit down.
I didn't kill Steve Quinn.
Then who did? According to the police, you had a fight with him this afternoon.
Yeah, but I didn't kill him.
What was the hassle about?
Absolutely nothing.
You mean he pitched you down a flight of stairs just out of sheer caprice? Look, Gaynor, if I'm going to help you, I'll have to know the whole story.
Well, Quinn and I had trouble over some girl.
What's her name?
What, does it matter?
Yes, very much so. Who is she?
Ethel. Ethel Barry.
Where does she live?
Well, as a matter of fact, she's no longer in town.
No?
No, I think she had a Continental Trailways ticket for, I believe it was El Paso.
When was this?
Oh, quite a while back.
Uh-huh. Tell me something, Gaynor. Do I really look that stupid?
What do you mean?
That story's got more holes in it than my head.
Listen, Waring.
Only if you're going to make sense. Now, how long have you been engaged to Laura Sherman?
What do you know about Laura?
Just what I read in the papers. Is she the woman in the case?
No.
Now, look, friend, you're in no position to be noble.
I'm not trying to be, but she had absolutely nothing to do with this. If you knew Laura...
Yeah, well, I don't, Gaynor. And with you in here, this looks like the best time to get acquainted. All right, Sergeant, open them up.
Of Bill Gaynor to give you my name, Mr. Waring. I can't tell you how I appreciate it.
Well, in all fairness to him, he tried to keep you out of this, Laura.
Laura?
Well, I feel as though I know you so well. After all, I've read so much about you in the papers.
You can't believe everything you read.
You mean it's not true about those 3 divorces and 2 annulments?
It was only 1 annulment.
Well, you know how these tabloids exaggerate.
I do. That's why I intend to keep my name out of them now.
I don't see how you're going to manage that.
I bet you could do it for me.
Well, sure. But where's my incentive?
Would money tempt you?
You might try.
$5,000.
No, I guess it wouldn't. But they say money isn't everything.
Oh. Would you like a drink?
Yes, now that I'd love.
I don't want you to get the wrong idea, Mr. Waring.
Oh, good gracious, no.
Actually, there's no reason for me to be involved in this mess. I never even knew this man, Finn.
Quinn. Steve Quinn.
Well, whatever his name was. And if I didn't know him...
It follows you certainly wouldn't have killed him.
Naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Soda?
Just a squirt. Whoop, that's fine.
Now, honestly, Mike, do you see any reason why I should be involved? Don't misunderstand. If I thought I could possibly help Bill, I'd be tickled to... Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Is that you, Miss Sherman?
Who is this?
Don't tell me you've forgotten so soon. This is Ozzie Miller.
I think you have the wrong number.
I said this is Ozzie Miller.
Well, there's no one here named Parker.
What's the matter? Can't you talk?
That's right.
Oh. Okay, call me back later. I'm at the New Bedford.
I don't know what's the matter with the phone company these days.
Yeah, Congress ought to look into it. Well, much as I hate to do this, Laura, I'm afraid I'll have to tear myself away.
Oh, but you didn't even finish your drink.
Well, suppose you keep it warm for me, Angel. I may be back sooner than you expect. Hello, Ozzie.
Who are you?
Cut it out, Ozzy. You mean to tell me Laura Sherman didn't call you back?
I don't know what you're talking about.
She must have known I was on my way over. Next time you use a phone...
Look, mister.
Waring is the name.
You better get out of here.
Well, that's a pretty fancy girl you got yourself mixed up with, Miller. And if you don't watch out, she'll be toasting your pants on the Sing Sing grill.
You're crazy.
Are you and Steve Quinn working together?
Who's Steve Quinn?
How much did you take Laura for?
How much did we take her for?
Well, obviously you must have been blackmailing her.
Why, because I called her? Maybe we're in love.
Well, I'd forget it, Ozzy. I don't think you're her type. So I can't understand where you picked up whatever it was you were holding over her. Is that where Quinn came in?
Told you to get out of here.
I assume you have a permit for that gun.
No, but it can blow just as big a hole in you. You want to say?
No, that won't be necessary, Ozzy. I know when I'm not wanted.
Four, one, three.
Hello?
That you, Randy?
Who wants to know?
Ozzy Muller.
Oh, listen, you
I just
pest.
called you to do you a little favor. You know who's working for Bill Gaynor?
I don't care
It's
who.
Mike Waring.
Who?
Waring. I bet Bill Gaynor don't go to the chair for knocking off Steve.
You think so?
Well, you know the rep that Waring's got. He's not wrong very often. I thought you might want to do something about boosting his average.
Say, Jack.
Oh, me?
Yeah, I wonder if you could give us some help. Where's the Hayden Planetarium?
Go down 3 blocks, then turn right. Then right again at the next light.
Look, Jack, I hate to put you to any trouble, but do you suppose you could take us over there?
What?
Come on, Waring. Get in.
Well, if you insist.
I do indeed. All right, Harold.
You know, nobody's going to believe this.
Won't they?
This kind of stuff went out with Little Caesar.
Well, maybe this is the right time for a revival. It all depends on how you feel about that client of yours.
You mean Bill Gaynor?
Yeah. He's got a fry for that Steve Quinn killing.
I don't know, friends. Beginning to look better for him all the time.
I hate to hear that, Waring. Maybe you better just drop the case.
Well, I don't want to seem stubborn, but I'll have to have some pretty good reasons.
Well, wait till Harold finds a nice, quiet spot, and I'll give you some. I bet they'll all hit you in the right place.
Mike, come on, Mike, wake up.
Huh?
Quit faking. You're in the hospital now.
What happened, Sergeant?
What happened? You're the luckiest guy in the world, that's all. You were hit over the head at least a dozen times.
Oh.
Sure, if they picked any other spot, you would have been a dead pigeon.
Why, you know...
Now, do you want to tell me about it?
Why should I? Where's my client?
He's still sitting.
You mean you didn't let Gaynor go after this?
What's one thing got to do with the other?
Oh, you idiot. Why do you think I was beaten up? They were afraid I'd get Gaynor off.
I see.
You don't see a thing.
Well, then maybe you better explain it to me.
Gaynor was engaged to Laura Sherman.
That I told you.
Well, Steve Quinn was shaking her down.
Oh, really?
Yes, and there were several others in the deal.
Who, for instance?
For instance, a punk named Ozzy Miller. The party you want is the man behind Miller, and I know who he is. Now, if you wanted a script...
No, let me do it this time, huh? He's 5'11", black hair, weighs about 190.
How did you know that?
My mother was frightened by Mr. D.A.
Oh.
Shall I go on impressing you?
You can try.
Your assailant's first name's Randy. When last seen, he was driving a green Nash. License number 438712.
Then you got him, huh?
No, but we will have in about 20 minutes.
Well, I tell you, this Randy is the boy who killed Quinn.
I don't see how you get that.
He practically admitted it to me. He was afraid I'd get Gaynor off.
Well, you can hardly blame him. You see, Randy's last name is Quinn.
What?
Yeah, he's Steve's brother. He's afraid you'd help his brother's killer get off.
Well, I figured...
Yeah, you figured. You know, that's some head you got on your shoulders, Mike. I can't blame Randy for trying to knock it off.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring fell flat on his face.
As we find him now, he's huddling with his client, trying to discover where he tripped.
I'm sorry, Mike, but I can't think of a thing.
You've got to, Gaynor. You only had an alibi.
I haven't. I was home all alone when Quinn was killed.
Well, that's not good enough.
What, can the police prove I wasn't?
No, they can't. That's the big item in your favor. But we can get you out of here if you'll just admit one thing.
Fine.
Your fight with Quinn concerned Laura Sherman. Now, come on, Gaynor. You might as well tell me the truth. I know most of it already. Quinn was blackmailing her.
That's right.
Well, what did he have on her?
Laura wouldn't tell me.
Where did Ozzie Miller fit in?
Who?
Ozzie Miller.
Laura didn't mention him.
Well, is it possible that Miller was working on his own?
I wouldn't know.
Well, suppose he was. Yeah, and suppose Quinn muscled in.
Well, then you think that...
I think it's high time we assembled our complete cast. We've got enough now to make it curtains for someone.
Friends, we are gathered here on this solemn occasion.
No. That's the wrong speech, Sergeant.
Well, what difference does it make, Mike? Mr. Miller wasn't paying attention anyway.
What's the matter, Ozzie? You bored?
You guys think you're smart.
Well...
I don't want to heckle, but when you two Rover boys are through playing games, I'd like to go.
Oh, what's your hurry, Laura? Don't you want to help us solve our little problem?
Yeah, who do you think killed Quinn?
I thought Mr. Gaynor was responsible.
I decline the nomination, Laura.
I still think you should be drafted, darling.
Well, that's not very charitable of you, Angel. Bill went to see Quinn because of you.
I didn't ask him to. It wasn't my fault if he wanted to play Sir Galahad.
Wasn't it?
No. We had a dinner date, and when I phoned him at 6 o'clock to call it off, he asked me to forgive him.
Hmm?
We'd had a quarrel earlier that day.
About Quinn?
Yes. Somehow he guessed that Quinn was blackmailing me.
Well, I guess that does it, Sergeant.
You mean she...
I mean she'll make a first-class witness against Gaynor.
What are you babbling about?
Well, don't breathe it to a soul, Gaynor. But I was wrong about you all along. Now, ain't that enough to kill you?
You know, Mike, there's only one thing that bothers me.
Is there?
Yeah. When I think of the way you fouled up this case.
Well, now that's gratitude for you. I give the man a killer.
You what?
But just because you had Gaynor in the brig doesn't mean a thing. You never would have gotten a conviction. You didn't have a shred of proof.
You got your nerve. I said all along that Gaynor killed Quinn because he was crazy about that girl.
Yeah, well, that just proves how flimsy your case was. That wasn't his motive at all.
No?
No, he killed Quinn because Steve muscled in on his personal gravy train.
Come again?
Look, if anybody was going to blackmail Laura, it was going to be Gaynor. Who do you think was working with Ozzie Miller?
Gaynor?
Certainly. And who else was in a position to know what Laura would pay off on? Oh, incidentally, what was that business anyway?
Well, according to Miller, New Year's Eve, while Laura was under the influence, she killed a pedestrian in Brooklyn.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, she's a grand girl. But we'll get her for it. And I still insist Gaynor could have gone over to see Quinn because she sent him.
No, never. What time did Gaynor have that tussle with Quinn?
5 o'clock in the afternoon.
And it wasn't until 6 o'clock that night that Laura told him of her troubles. Obviously, then, the information had to come from his partner, Ozzie Miller.
Well, it could have come from you.
No, never. All I told him was that Quinn had a record. So now, will you behave?
Oh, you have the nerve to sit there so smugly after lousing up this whole case.
Well, you're a great one to talk, and after all I've done for you...
Oh, you've done for me?
Well, sure. I've always been ready to share everything 50-50 with you. And when I make a mistake,
yes.
I'm perfectly willing for you to take the rap. Now, what could be fairer than that?
Everybody. On stage, everybody, please.
Hey, Blackie. So this is what it looks like backstage at Carousel, huh?
That's right, Shorty, only it's carousel.
Same thing. Only you pronounce it awful funny.
Say, Faraday would like it here. He's been on the merry-go-round for years.
And we're really going to see a big star in the show, huh?
She's a star in my book, Shorty. Actually, she's understudy, the leading lady.
Yeah? Is that good?
In the biggest musical hit on Broadway, nothing is bad. Here's the dough we want.
Gee, really going to see a real live Broadway star.
Want me to hold you up, Shorty?
No, I'm leaning on something.
Hello, Ivor. Mind a visitor or two?
Blackie, how are you? Come on in.
Thanks, Ivor.
Ivor, this is my friend Shorty. Shorty, Ivor Withers.
Oh, hello. Hi. Gee, a real Broadway star.
Not exactly, Shorty. Blackie, you remember my cousin Dick Ainsley, don't you?
Oh, yes. Hello, Dick. How are you?
Blackie, I think I'll have a look around. Huh?
All right, but don't go far away.
Okay.
Well, Ivor, you miss me?
What do you think?
That's what I like. A nice direct answer. How are things at that swank jewelry store of yours, Dick?
Oh, all right.
Well, when they have a really nice big stone in stock, Dick, just let me know, and for half the take, I'll steal it for you.
That's not very funny, Blackie. I was going, Ivor. See you later.
Dick, wait.
What's the matter, Dick? Say, what's the matter with him, Ivor?
That remark you made about stealing a diamond.
Why, Dick ought to know better than to...
Well, you don't understand, Blackie. There was a robbery at the store last week. Dick was under suspicion. Probably still is.
Oh, I see.
Everything's all right now, though. But Dick feels funny about it. He's always thought a lot about you, Blackie. Maybe you could find out something about the robbery.
Oh, no, Ivor, not that. I've given up all interest in stolen diamonds. Unless, of course, I'm the one who stole them.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I'm sorry I had to refuse your check this morning, Mr. Bernard, but Mr. Marsh...
It's all right, young man. $25,000 in cash wasn't easy to get, but it wasn't hard.
Well, here's your bracelet, sir.
Thank you. Want to look at it, Tom?
Yes, I'd like to.
Now, be careful now. It cost me $25,000.
Oh, it's worth it, sir. Believe me, it's worth it.
Beautiful. Just beautiful, Harry. Mind if I take it over to the window?
Go right ahead. I'll wait for my receipt.
I've really never seen such luster in diamonds in my life. It is beautiful, Mr. Bernard.
Well, you had what I wanted, young man. What I want, I get.
It certainly is lovely, Harry. I don't blame you for wanting it. Here. Oh, do you want me to wrap it, sir?
No, I'll just put the box in my pocket. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
All set, Tom?
Any time you are, Harry. I'll open the door for you. $25,000 bracelets deserve some consideration.
Thank you. On behalf of me and the bracelet.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. After you, Tom.
All right.
Oh, by the way, young man, in case I want to buy something here again, whom shall I ask for?
Well, my name is Ainsley, sir. Richard Ainsley.
Fine. I'll come see you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Well, Harry, I hope you're happy. Where to now?
Across the street to Gallagher's to have the bracelet appraised. I think I made a good purchase, but I'd just like to make sure.
You bought this at March's, gentlemen?
I bought it. My friend here believes you can take it with you.
I'm going to try. It's a beautiful piece of work. Very beautiful.
Huh? Well, what would you people here at Gallagher's say it was worth?
For what it is, a great deal. It's a magnificent piece of craftsmanship. Of course, you know it's an imitation.
It's what?
But a lovely one. It's worth at least $400.
Coming.
Hello, Blackie.
Ivor, come in. How nice of you to return my visit so soon.
This isn't exactly a visit, Blackie.
What's the matter, Ivor? You seem upset.
It's my cousin Dick. He's in awful trouble.
Because of that robbery last week?
Well, not that, Blackie. Something even worse.
Well, tell me all about it. But here, sit down first.
Thanks.
Now, what's this all about?
Well, Dick sold a $25,000 bracelet to a man this morning. 10 minutes later, the man came back into the store and claimed the bracelet was an imitation, worth no more than $400.
Uh-oh. The old switcheroo, huh?
What do you mean?
That's an old game, Ivor. Your cousin sold a legitimate bracelet to his customer. But somewhere during the transaction, the good bracelet was switched for an imitation. Where's your cousin now?
I don't know. The store's sworn out a warrant for his arrest. He called me on the phone just a few minutes ago. He's hiding.
Who was the customer?
A man by the name of Harry Bernard.
Where did Bernard take the bracelet to find out it was an imitation?
Just across the street from March's, to Gallagher's.
He was back in 10 minutes. Well, that proves the imitation was made to order long before the bracelet was bought.
That doesn't prove Dick isn't guilty.
No, it doesn't. But I won't be able to prove anything until I find out who made that imitation.
Who are you calling?
My friend Shorty. He knows just about every off-the-record person in town. He might be able to tell me what I want to know.
Blackie, you're going to help Dick?
If I can.
Hello?
Shorty?
Yeah.
Shorty, this is Blackie.
Oh, hiya, boss.
Shorty, who is the best maker of paste jewels in town?
On the level or off it, boss?
Off. I'd like to know who could make an imitation of a $25,000 bracelet so good it could get by anybody but an expert.
Oh, that's easy. Only one guy in town could do a thing like that, boss. It's Sam Watkins. He's got a shop at 211 Front Street where he makes paste jewelry.
Okay, Shorty. I know him, and I'll find out who paid him to make a certain imitation, even if I have to paste him.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Blackie.
Hooray! So it's Blackie. Look, leave me alone, will you? I have enough trouble already.
You'll have a whole lot less if you listen to me.
A whole lot less what? Brains? Look, Blackie, I'm busy.
Doing what? Making more mistakes?
My only mistake was not slapping a charge on you years ago and making it stick. So whatever you're going to tell me, I don't want to hear.
Now listen to me, Faraday.
I said I didn't want to hear it.
It's important.
I don't care what it is. Now don't bother me.
All right, Inspector. Goodbye.
Blackie, wait.
For what?
What do you want to tell me?
Nothing.
Oh, come on, Blackie. Don't hold out on me. What do you know?
What do you know, Inspector?
I know you're driving me nuts. Now, look, I don't have all day.
All right, Faraday. It's about this Dick Ainsley case.
What do you know about that?
You're looking for Ainsley as the man who engineered the switch.
That's right.
As usual, Faraday, you're wrong.
Yeah, I suppose you know who switched that bracelet.
No, but I'm going to find out. And you're going to find out at the same time. See how good I am to you?
Not yet, I don't. What do I have to do? As if I didn't know I was going to be sorry about the whole thing.
You have to meet me at the corner of River Boulevard and Front Street in 30 minutes. And offhand, I'd say it was pretty important for you to be on hand.
Yeah, who is it?
Boston Blackie.
You got the wrong place. Beat it, bud.
I'm looking for Sam Watkins.
He ain't here. Door's locked and it's gonna stay that way.
Open up, Sam. I know it's you.
Don't fool Inspector Faraday, Blackie. I'm indisposed.
Hello, Sam.
Hey, that door was locked.
I know. Oh, isn't it awful how locks can get picked?
What do you want, Blackie?
A little information. I understand you made a pretty good imitation of a $25,000 bracelet.
Maybe you understand, but I don't.
An artist ought to be proud of his work, Sam. You don't have to be modest with me. I know you're good.
Sure, I'm good. But I don't know nothing about it.
It was a March bracelet, Sam. You know the one I mean. You made the imitation, didn't you?
No.
I guess you've got to be coaxed.
Take your hands off of me, Blackie, or I...
Did you make that imitation?
I said take your hands off of me.
Oh, you want to play house, huh? Rough house.
Okay, wise guy. I'm going to take you apart.
Better do it fast before you fall apart.
Oh.
Come on. Get up, Sam. Talk while you still have teeth. You made that imitation, didn't you?
Yeah. So what?
So who ordered it?
That's something you'll have to find out for yourself. I don't know nothing about why it was made or who wanted it.
It couldn't be a fellow by the name of Harry Bernard, could it?
Who's he?
He bought the bracelet from a clerk at March's.
Never heard of him. You walk out of here or I will.
Unless I get an answer from you, you won't be able to walk at all. Who paid you to make that copy?
Okay, as long as you're getting tough. It was the clerk at March's, a guy named Dick Ainsley.
Girls' chorus on stage, please. Girls' chorus on stage.
Come in.
Hello, Ida.
Oh, Blackie, what took you so long?
I called you just 10 minutes ago.
Oh, it seemed like 10 hours. I'm supposed to be rehearsing, but I've been trying to get Dick on the phone. I can't find him anywhere.
Have you tried jail?
Have they arrested him already?
I don't know. Wise guy that I am, I had Inspector Faraday listening outside Watkins' door.
And the inspector said he was going to arrest Dick?
He probably has done it already.
Oh, thank heaven you're here.
Dick, where have you been?
All over town. The police are looking for me everywhere. I've got to hide, and you've just got to hide me. I didn't steal that
We know you didn't, Dick. We know you didn't. But maybe you ought to give yourself up just till we prove it.
No, I won't. I'm in enough disgrace already. Before I go to jail, I'll kill myself. Do you understand? I'll kill myself.
And now back to Boston Blackie.
When Blackie went backstage to see his friend Ivor Withers' Broadway hit Carousel, he didn't expect trouble. But now he has plenty of it, trying to prove that Ivor's cousin, Richard Ainsley, is innocent of selling an imitation bracelet in place of a real one. With Faraday listening outside, Blackie forced the man who made the fake bracelet to tell who ordered it from him, and he named Richard Ainsley. Blackie returned to Carousel to see Ivor Withers when Richard rushed in and demanded to be hidden from the police. As we return to our story, we are still backstage, and Ivor Withers is
Yes?
With it. Boston Blackie wanted me to give you a message as soon as you're through rehearsing.
I'm through now.
He said he wants you to come back to your dressing room. It's important.
Thank you. I'll run through that again in a half hour, Tom.
Okay. I won't go to jail, Blackie. I'm innocent and I won't go to jail.
Shh, not so loud, Dick. Someone might hear you.
Glad you're back, Ivor. Tell me something, Dick. Was Bernard alone when he bought the bracelet?
No, he was with a fellow he called Tom Ward.
Did Ward handle the bracelet?
No, he didn't.
Then it's obvious Bernard made the switch himself. Pretty clever, switching his own bracelet.
Oh, wait, Blackie. Ward did handle the bracelet. He took it over to the window for a moment to look at it in the light.
Long enough to have made the switch?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, the thing for me to do first is to see this fellow Bernard and ask him a few things about Ward.
Well, what do I do in the meantime?
I don't know. You're going to be a problem. Oh, but ask who it is, Ivor.
All right. Who is it?
Inspector Faraday of the police.
Police?
Tell him to wait a minute.
Just a minute.
I say you were going to be a problem, Dick. You're a problem right now.
You've got to hide me.
Hey, what's going on in there?
Just a minute. Blackie, what'll we do?
It's a long shot, but maybe it'll work. Dick, grab one of those dressing gowns and put it on. Quick.
Yeah, all right.
Blackie, that won't...
Hey, I can't wait all day. Open up.
Oh, just a minute.
Okay, I have the robe on. Now what?
Sit at this dressing table here. Put that towel around your head and start putting grease paint on your face. That's it. I'll let Faraday in.
Hey, open up. This is the police. I said open up. This is the... Blackie, you.
You do everything backwards, don't you, Faraday? You want the carousel, so you come backstage.
What are you doing here?
For the moment, annoying you.
You thought you were smart when you had me listen to you and Sam Watkins, huh? I had the goods on Ainsley in the first place. You were just stalling so he could get away.
Faraday, don't tell me somebody got away from you.
Now, Blackie, it's a funny thing. When you interfere in a case of mine, everybody gets lost.
But not you, and that's what bothers me.
So it bothers you. Where's this girl, Ivor Withers?
I'm right here, Inspector.
Who's the other girl?
She's in the chorus. She dresses with me.
Have you had any word from your cousin, Miss...
Not even a sound from him, Faraday.
I was talking to Miss Withers. Oh, never mind. I know all I need to know, Blackie. And let me warn you, if you hide Ainsley, I'll slap both of you in jail for harboring a criminal. And don't forget that.
Oh, thank goodness he's gone.
Can I get out from under this now?
Better not, Dick. He may come back. You stay here as long as you can. I'll get in touch with you by phone.
Where are you going, Blackie?
To see Harry Bernard or Tom Ward. Or maybe both. One of them switched that bracelet, or, maybe both.
Yes?
Does a Tom Ward live here?
Mr. Thomas Boynton Ward, yes. Who's calling, please?
Boston Blackie.
Step inside. I'll see if he's in, sir.
Thank you.
This way, sir.
Say, what is this, a home or a museum?
It's Mr. Ward's townhouse, sir.
Townhouse is right. You hold a good-sized town.
We like it.
We like it?
We servants, sir.
Oh, brother.
Mr. Ward should be in the library here. Mr. Boston Blackie to see you, sir.
Tell him to come in.
You may go in, sir.
When you tell me that's official, huh? Thanks.
Mr. Boston Blackie, sir.
Thank you, Smith.
Yes, sir.
You wanted to see me?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I'm looking for a man named Tom Ward. There are 6 of them in the city. I'm trying all of them.
Trying all of them? For what?
I'm looking for the Tom Ward who was with Harry Bernard when he bought a $25,000 bracelet at March's yesterday afternoon.
Then you found him?
You?
Yes. I only met Bernard recently, but I was with him. I was with him when he bought it, when he had it to his, and he took it back to March's.
Say, I've seen you before, haven't I? You're the president of the Avenue City Banks, aren't you?
And worse luck, chairman of the board, which means I have to work for a living, too.
Well, I guess I owe you an apology, Mr. Ward.
For what?
Well, I came up here hoping to prove that you switched the bracelet Mr. Bernard bought. You know, I haven't been able to find Bernard at all. He isn't in the phone book.
His phone's unlisted.
I see. Whose idea was it to have the bracelet appraised?
His?
Could he possibly have switched the bracelet on the way to the appraisers?
I don't see how. All we did was go across the street.
Did he carry the bracelet in his hand or put it in his pocket?
Why, in his pocket.
He could have had that duplicate bracelet in the March's box already in that pocket, couldn't he?
Well, I really couldn't answer that.
But that is the answer to how the phony bracelet was substituted for the good one. Where does Bernard live, Mr. Ward?
He has apartment 9A at 1011 Riverview. But look here, I believe the clerk at March's is the thief.
That theory is NG. No good, Mr. Ward, because the clerk is NG, not guilty.
The sign says apartment 9A is down this way, Blackie.
Thanks, Shorty. Come on, Faraday.
I don't know why I let you waste my time, Blackie. Dick Ainsley is the man I want.
You want Harry Bernard, and you're going to get him, thanks to me.
Then explain why Sam Watkins said he made the phony for Ainsley.
That needs explaining only to someone as dumb as you. He was covering up for his partner.
What partner?
Bernard! That was a tough bracelet to copy. He wouldn't do the work for less than half the cut.
Yeah, that was a tough bracelet to copy. The phony one looked like it was worth $1 million.
Hey, here's apartment 9A, Blackie.
Shorty, you're brilliant.
I am?
Now, you let me handle this.
No. I want this done right.
Maybe nobody's home.
The girl at the desk downstairs said Bernard hadn't left all day. I think I can handle this door.
You picked the lock so quick, Blackie.
Amazing what I can do when I try, isn't it, Faraday? Besides, it wasn't locked. Come on, let's go in.
Gee. Boy, sure is a swell journey.
Hope Bernard enjoyed it. Because where he's going to spend the next 5 years, the day car is...
Blackie, look.
Uh-oh.
Gee, boss, he looks a little dead.
Shorty, there's no such thing as a little dead. Like there's no such thing as a little garlic.
It's Harry Bernard. Plenty of identification. All right, Blackie.
Now, wait a minute, Faraday. Wait a minute. This is one time you can't say I killed him. I brought you up here so you could arrest him.
Yeah, that's right. Arrest him? Arrest him? How can I arrest a dead man?
You can't. But you can grab the guy who fired the shot into Bernard.
Yeah, let's go then.
Hold everything. I'm going to see him first. Shorty, you stay here.
What, a dead guy?
I'll be here to keep you company.
The corpse will be more entertaining. Shorty, listen. In about half an hour, the phone will ring. Here's what I want you to do.
Yeah, who is it?
Boston Blackie.
What do you want?
In.
I don't want you in.
Then you'll have to throw me out.
I'm already in. All right. Now what?
Close the door. I think we ought to talk in private.
Okay. It's private.
You're a professional jeweler, Sam, but you're a very amateur liar.
Yeah?
You didn't make that phony bracelet for Dick Ainsley. You made it for Harry Bernard.
What makes you think so?
I always thought so. So I looked up Bernard just now and persuaded him to tell me the truth.
All right. So what if I did make it for Bernard? I didn't know what he wanted it for. I'm in the clear.
You'd be in the clear if I weren't in the know.
Yeah? What do you know?
Mind if I use your phone?
Help yourself.
Thanks.
Who you calling?
Your friend, Harry Bernard. Butterfield 87790. Is that the right number?
What? What are you calling him for?
Tell him a little bedtime story that should put both of you to sleep in jail tonight.
You can't bluff.
I'm not bluffing, Sam.
Hello?
Hello, Harry Bernard?
Ah, this is Shorty. Oh, sure. I'm Harry Bernard.
Harry, this is Boston Blackie.
Yeah.
I'm down here talking to that friend of yours, Sam Watkins. He made that phony bracelet for you, remember?
Oh, sure.
You had told him you wanted a copy of the diamond bracelet in the window of March's.
Yeah?
But he wanted more than the usual fee for phony jewelry, so you told him your whole scheme. You said you were very friendly with Thomas Boynton Ward, and you were taking Ward with you when you bought the bracelet and went to the appraisers so that you'd have a reputable citizen as a witness from start to finish. And all the time, you had a phony bracelet in your pocket.
Put that telephone down.
Just a minute, Harry.
Yeah.
Guess I'll have to hang up now. Your friend Sam has a gun on me.
Hey,
Put
boss,
that
wait a minute.
telephone down, Blackie.
Why so belligerent all of a sudden,
You
Sam?
weren't talking to Harry Bernard.
How do you know?
Oh, I know.
You're right, Sam. I wasn't talking to Harry because Harry's dead, and you killed him.
Yeah?
And I know why, too. He refused to give you a big enough cut in the deal, so you killed him, took the real bracelet from him, and probably have to have it right here in the shop.
Put that telephone down.
All right, Sam, I'll put it down. On top of that gun you're holding.
Ow! Okay, I'll get you with my hands.
Shoot me first, pal.
Oh.
Well, Sam, you were so good at making rocks, let me assure you that from now on you'll be breaking them.
Oh, Blackie, thanks for everything you did for Dick.
Wait, Ivor. I want to thank Blackie myself.
I don't want any thanks from either one of you. Just do me a favor, will you, Dick?
Anything you say, Blackie.
Don't get yourself into a spot where you have to look like a girl again. You look terrible.
You know, if I'd used my head, I'd never have gotten into trouble. I noticed that fella, Sam Watkins, hanging around outside the store for a week, looking at the bracelet in the window. I thought he was doing a sketch, too.
Doing a sketch, huh? Well, beginning pretty soon, he's going to be doing a stretch.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I know my life is in danger. I think you can help me. I'm desperate and don't dare go to the police. Please, if you want to help, call at the Tivoli Theater box office for the ticket left there. Our handbill will tell you more.
Our handbill will tell you more. Yeah, that's the way it started. The note from the girl, Maria, the theater ticket, and then murder.
And now, back to Box 13.
It was Thursday when I received the letter from Maria through Box 13. Some of the letters I get are from cranks. Some from people who are just curious about a reporter-turned-fiction writer who advertises adventure wanted, will go any place, do anything. But with this one, it was just like Susie said.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, it doesn't look like one of those crank letters or somebody that's just curious, thinks you're crazy or something.
How can you tell, Susie?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's just female ignition.
There's a dictionary over there, Susie. Look up ignition.
Don't you know what it means, Mr. Holliday? It's when a woman...
Skip it, Susie, skip it.
Oh, okay.
I'm supposed to pick up a ticket for tonight's show at the Tivoli. Take a look at this handbill. Torino. The great Torino. Like his look, Susie?
Well, I don't know.
That's what I thought. Okay, Susie, close up shop for the day.
You're going to follow it up, huh?
That's the general idea, yes. I want to see what Maria has on her mind and why she's afraid. This was it. I picked up the ticket at the Tivoli. A big poster told me this was a charity affair with the acts doing a 2-night stand. Tickets, $10 a throw. I circled around the lobby, looked at the acts advertised, singers, dancers, a dog act, and then there it was. A big life-size cutout of the great Torino, complete with mustache and goatee. Nice-looking guy, maybe too smooth-looking, but it was what he was doing that made me take a better look. He held a rifle to his shoulder and was aiming it across the lobby at another cutout. And this one? This one was a girl. Pretty? Mm-hmm. Big eyes, maybe a little scared-looking, and looking straight across at the great Torino, and right into the barrel of that rifle pointed at her head. Well, if this was Maria, she had a right to have something on her mind. Anybody who stands up and lets a rifle be fired at her is earning a living the hard way. I was thinking about it when the call buzzer zizzed in my ear. I drifted in with the crowd during the overture and took my seat. First row, right on the aisle, easy to get at. An usherette shoved a program in my hands. The great Torino was scheduled next to closing. Okay, that meant I'd have to sit through the rest of the acts. I did. It was skipping. But the great Torino was something different. He had 2 assistants, a girl and a good-looking young guy. It was a magic act with class, and Torino was clever with his hands. He did a trunk effect that was really great, and the girl who helped was the same girl whose cutout was in the lobby. Torino tied her with a rope, slipped a big canvas bag over her, and locked her in a trunk. He fired a shot, and bang, the girl came running down the aisle. And the trunk she was put in, well, empty. All done in a split second, too. The great Torino took his bow, but I noticed something. When he reached out to take the girl's hand and bow with her, she managed to be busy at something else. Okay. She didn't like him. He gave her a funny look, then walked to a rack and picked up a nice nickel-plated rifle. I sat up in my seat because the girl threw a quick look at me and a tiny nod. No one would have noticed it but me. I looked back at Torino, who was speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to call your attention to my final effect. A most dangerous one. So dangerous that few illusionists will attempt it. The history of the magician's art has recorded several deaths during the feat. My assistant will go into the audience now and select a committee of volunteers who will please come upon the stage. Maria, if you please.
So the girl was Maria. I guess my cue was to be selected as one of the committee. I raised my hand. She picked me. I went on the stage with 4 others from the audience. Stood there while Torino went to the footlights and spoke again.
Please, the music. No music. Please, no music. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I shall give the gentlemen of the committee this rifle. It may be examined thoroughly. Also, 3 bullets, which they may mark later for identification. Gentlemen, the rifle. And here, the bullets. Please mark the lead in any way you choose, unmistakably.
We took the rifle and the bullets. And the great Torino, well, he had the audience sitting on the edges of their seats. No one knew exactly what was going to happen, and Torino wasn't going to tell them until the right time came. And one of the other men on the committee spoke to me.
Bullets look okay to you?
As good as any bullets can look. 22s, huh?
Yeah. How do we mark them?
Initials?
Yeah, good idea. The 3 of us cut our initials in the lead. That all right with you, mister?
Good. How about the rest of you?
Suits me. I've got a knife here.
Yeah, let me see the rifle.
Yeah, sure, here.
Rifle look okay? No gimmicks?
Not that I can see.
All right, my initials are cut in the bullet. You want to cut yours?
Oh, yes. I cut my initials, D.H., in one of the bullets. So we had 3 bullets with initials cut in the lead. No chance for substitution. Then Torino took the rifle and the bullets.
Thank you, gentlemen. Grazie tanto. You are satisfied?
Sure, I am.
Yes. Good. Now, if you will all watch closely, I shall load the bullets in the rifle. So, and what is your name, sir?
Holiday.
Good. Then, Mr. Holiday, if you will please hold the loaded rifle until I am ready for it.
Oh, sure.
In this way, there can be no trickery. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw me load the marked bullets, yes? So, and you have the loaded rifle. Good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce once more Maria. Maria? The young lady is as courageous as she is lovely. Maria, you will take your place, please. Mr. Holliday, would you care to shoot at Maria?
Oh, no. No, thank you.
Then that leaves it up to me. No. The rifle, please.
Oh, here you are.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall ask for complete quiet. Thank you. Maria, you are ready?
Yes. I'm ready.
The great Torino walked to the other side of the stage. He raised the rifle to his shoulder, pointed it at Maria. She was pale as death. Her arms were tense, tight. Perspiration stood out on her forehead, and on mine, and on everyone in the audience. Then, so help me, this is what happened. A bullet appeared between Maria's teeth. She let it drop to a plate she held in her hands, then... And 2 more bullets popped between her teeth and fell to the plate. No one in the audience moved. No applause, just that tense feeling. Torino walked over, took the plate. His hands never touched the bullets. I'll swear to it. He walked to me and the other 3 men with me, and...
Gentlemen, you will please to identify the bullets, yes? This one. Initials T.G.
That's me. Yeah, that's mine, all right.
Thank you. And this one, K.R.
Mine.
Thank you. And the third, D.H.
That's mine. How did he do it? I don't know. All I know is that when I walked off the stage, Maria managed to get a note into my hands. When I read it later, it asked me to meet her at a little coffee shop about 3 blocks from the theater. All right, that's what I did. We sat in a booth, back out of the way, and Maria talked.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Holliday.
That's all right, Maria. I saw a great act, but what am I doing in it?
You can help me. Please help me.
How? Doing what?
You can keep Torino from killing me.
More coffee?
Didn't you hear me?
Oh, sure. Sure, but I don't get it.
You saw the act. The rifle trick.
Yeah, it was great.
Then you must see how easy it would be for Torino to kill me while doing it.
Slow up a little, Maria. Let's start from the beginning.
All right. You saw the other assistant.
You mean the good-looking kid?
That's Billy. I love him, and he loves me.
Then what's your problem?
Torino. He hates Billy, and he hates me for loving Billy.
Jealous?
Insanely.
Well, quit then.
I will, after tomorrow night's performance.
But why wait if you're afraid?
I won't be afraid if you're there.
What could I do?
Be on the committee again. If I think anything's wrong, I'll signal you.
And then?
Do anything. Drop the rifle, but don't give it back to Torino.
Now, wait a minute. How could he kill you?
He'd claim it was an accident. 3 magicians or their assistants have been killed accidentally doing the trick. The mechanism of the gun goes wrong.
Giving away secrets, Maria?
I have to. There's a mechanism in the breech of the gun. It drops the real bullets down into Torino's hand when he closes the breech.
Oh, then I get an unloaded gun.
There are blanks in it. The mechanism substitutes them for the real bullets.
That's good. And he slips the real bullets to you.
Yes, when he takes my hand to introduce me.
And you slip them into your mouth.
While the audience is watching Torino and the rifle.
I see. Maria.
Yes?
Why don't you go to the police?
Torino would know. He'd know.
How?
He watches me.
Then aren't you afraid he's watching now?
No, not tonight. I slipped away. I don't think I could manage it again. Don't you see, Mr. Holliday, you're my only chance. I saw your ad in the paper, box 13.
You mean the police would ask him questions, and he'd lay low until he got the chance to...
Yes. Will you be there tomorrow night, Mr. Holliday? Look, I have a ticket for you here. The same seat. Please. Please.
All right, Maria. I'll be there.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we'll try to keep the trick from being trumped by the great Torino.
And now, back to Box 13 with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, it sounded like a great assignment. From the way the setup looked from where I sat, it gave the great Torino a perfect chance to kill Maria. I checked on Maria's story about the accidental deaths during the trick, and Jonesy at the Star-Times verified it. A smart cookie like Torino could fake an accident, and who's going to pin the black ribbon on him? Nobody. Okay, it's up to you, Holliday, to figure it out. The next night, I sat in the same seat and watched Torino go through his act. The trunk thing, still great, knocked the audience off their seats. Me, too. Couldn't figure it. But the big stuff was still to come, the rifle trick. I went on the stage, kept my eyes on Maria. I marked one of the bullets again. Oddly enough, Torino didn't seem to recognize me. That was all right with me.
And now, ladies and
Torino went through his same spiel, word for word. I kept my eyes on Maria. But it was as though she'd never seen me before in her life. She looked, well, it sounds silly, but she looked hypnotized. Then I heard Torino saying to me,
Mr. Holliday, would you care to shoot at Maria?
No, thank you. Torino looked at me hard. My name and my face together might have tipped him. There was a funny look in his eyes. I stared at Maria. Not a sign from her.
Maria, you are ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
I relaxed a little. She hadn't given me a sign. Everything was all right, and then...
Maria! Maria!
She dropped. Maria dropped. And right between her eyes, a little round hole.
Look, Holliday. Is that straight, that story?
Sure it is, Kling. She was afraid she'd be killed.
But you say she didn't give you a high sign.
No, she didn't even look at me.
But she told you if there was anything wrong, she'd tip you.
Yes, but she didn't tip me.
Okay. Sergeant.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant.
Get Torino over here.
Yes, sir. All right, Joe. Lieutenant Kling wants you.
Any ideas, Holliday?
I'm dry. Bone dry, Kling.
What about this guy, Billy, she told you about?
I told you.
Okay.
It was accident. accident. Something she was go wrong. Please.
Quiet. Now look.
Accident. She's wrong accident that happened. I am an artist. You tell me I do something wrong. No, it is wrong.
Holy mackerel. Sergeant.
A million times.
Sergeant.
Yes,
sir. Put this guy in his dressing room and keep him there until he blows off that head of steam. But watch his door. And the window from outside.
Yes, sir. Come on, Houdini. Come on.
It's funny, Clint.
I'm hysterical, I don't think. What's funny?
The girl, Maria, I don't think she knew me tonight. She looked right at me. Didn't give me a tumble.
Yeah? So?
She told me she'd signal me if anything was wrong. I don't get it. But it looks as though she...
She what?
She deliberately let Torino fire a gun she knew was set to kill her.
That makes great sense.
I know, no sense at all. And besides that, they're...
Get away with it. You're going to let him tell you it's all an accident. Well, don't believe it. He killed her.
That's Billy.
Kling.
What?
Let me ask him a couple of things.
Now, look, Holliday, I'm in charge of this case. You're in on a rain check.
Okay, but I'm in, huh?
Yeah, for the one reason that Maria told you about it, and
He killed her. It wasn't an accident.
Oh, I better go help the sergeant.
Any objections if I mosey along with you?
None. Just keep your mouth closed, that's all.
Sure.
All right.
So I listened while Kling asked questions. But there was something knocking at the back of my head, asking to be let in. Something I'd seen, heard, remembered. I didn't know. But what bothered me was Maria not giving me a signal. When she said she'd know if Torino was up to something. Billy answered Kling's questions.
No. All I know is that Torino bluffed Maria. He said he'd kill her if he saw me hanging around her.
Who loads the rifle with blanks?
Maria.
Maria. She do it tonight?
She always does it.
Well, I don't believe it.
Maria loaded the rifle herself. She did. Before the performance. So I got an idea. I left the stage where the investigation was going on, and I walked backstage toward the dressing rooms. I wanted to talk to Torino, but there was a large blue cop sitting at the door. He looked at me and...
Well, Holliday.
Oh, hi, Murph.
I feel lousy.
No, that's too bad. Say, think I could talk to Torino?
No.
Oh, now, look, you can watch and listen, tell Kling everything that goes on.
Playing detective, Holliday?
Nope, playing a hunch.
What about?
Why not listen and find out? And if you learn anything, tell Kling. And you might learn something good.
You mean something that might break the case?
Yeah, might.
Oh, well,
What's the matter, Murph? Can't you use a couple of stripes?
Aye, sure. Oh, okay. But I'm standing right here, understand?
Sure.
Right. Hey, you, get up and... Oh, brother. Look. Ain't nobody gonna ask him no questions.
No, I don't think he's in any shape to answer.
A promotion, you say? A promotion? I'll be lucky if I ain't fouled up for good. This guy's been knifed right under my nose.
That's right. Somebody stabbed Torino. He was as dead as Maria. And nobody saw anybody go in or out of the dressing room. There was one window. It was open. But the officer outside swore he had his eye on it. Nobody in or out. And nobody in the room but Torino. Well, the knife was in his back, so suicide was out. Kling and his boys turned the room upside down. Torino's apparatus and trunks were shoved around. Still nobody. And it turned out nobody had a motive for killing Torino except Billy.
Me? Me? Are you crazy? I never left the stage. I was talking to you. I was answering questions. I can't be in two places at once, can I?
He was so right. Kling was tearing his hair. Then more questions. The rest of the acts were strangers to Torino. Knew nothing about him. I was thinking about it when something hit me. Something Billy had said. While Kling was still firing questions, I got to a phone. Hello? Oh, hiya, Kenny. Still running that private eye? Swell. Do something for me, will you? Okay. Put a man on the Tivoli Theater right now. And get him to tail a guy named Billy. Huh? Here's what he looks like. About 5'9", stocky, light complexion, wearing gray suit.
Good morning, Mr. Holliday.
Hiya, Susie. Any messages?
Uh-huh. The detective agency called.
And what? What's the message?
Oh, I wrote it down in shorthand here. Trailed Billy in shoe. No, wait a minute. Ooh, terrible ink. I got it. To insurance company this morning. He placed claim for double indemnity policy for his wife, Maria Baker. Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Holliday. That's not all.
That's enough. I'll see you later, Susie.
Torino.
Step on it, Jonesy.
Oh, you want hard facts? It takes time to find them, even in the morgue of the Star-Times.
Okay, Jonesy, okay, but hurry up, will you?
Here we are. Torino, born Italy.
Skip that. How long has he been in the country?
6 months. Noted magician in Italy and Europe before the war.
Only 6 months. Now, Jonesy, if you were a magician, you wanted assistants. How would you get them?
Advertise in a billboard, magazine for show folks. What else?
Where can I see the last 6 months' copies of the billboard?
I got a local office in town. All the copies you want. Hey, where you going?
Thanks, Jonesy. Be seeing you. I've got a lot of reading to do. 6 months' copies of the billboard. I looked through every one of them, and when my eyes were falling out of my head, I saw it. An advertisement. The one I wanted. And the one that tied up with something Billy said. And something I saw during Torino's act. I tried to get Kling on the phone, but no dice. He was out. I left word for him to meet me at the Tivoli, and I went there myself. There was nobody there but the watchman. The $5 bill got me in. Oh, there's no place gloomier than backstage in an empty theater. I headed for Torino's dressing room because I had a good idea how someone got in and stabbed Torino, then disappeared. I opened the door, stepped inside. It was dark. The shade on the window must have been down. I was fumbling for the light switch when somebody pulled the shade on me. Oh!
Got any idea who slugged you, Holiday?
Yeah, Kling, I have.
All right. Who?
Billy, maybe.
No dice. He didn't come near this place. We had a tail on him.
You know about the insurance?
Sure. But he couldn't have killed his wife because she loaded the blanks into the gun.
Uh-huh. And the medical examiner's report on the bullet that killed her? What about that?
22.
No initials on it?
No, none. So it looks like this Maria deliberately planned her own death. It wasn't an accident. If it had been, the bullet in her head would have been marked.
Kling, put out a dragnet.
For who?
For the one who slugged me.
I'll cut it, Holiday. If you know anything, spill it before I lose my temper. Who do you want to pick up?
Here's the description. Young woman about 26.
26.
Brown hair.
Brown hair.
Lovely blue eyes.
Blue eyes.
About 5'2".
5'2".
Worked as a magician's assistant.
Hey, what are you giving me? That's Maria.
Uh-huh, Maria.
She's dead, you dope.
You mean her twin sister's dead, Kling?
Twin sister? What are you talking about?
The trunk effect Torino worked could have only been done with twins. Billy tipped me off on it.
Billy?
Sure, when he said nobody could be in two places at once. And Torino advertised in the billboard for twins.
You aren't dreaming this.
Put out a dragnet for Maria.
Who stabbed Torino?
Maria. She got her twin sister to take her place in the rifle trick last night. That's why I didn't get a signal from her. The sister didn't know me from Adam.
Now, look, Holiday, we searched this dressing room. There was nobody in it when Torino was stabbed.
Maria was here. Look. False back in this cabinet. Good old magician's gimmick. She was here all the while. Maria and Billy took out an insurance policy on her and planned to make me the patsy. Because I'd testify that she told me Torino hated her, that she was scared. Torino was knifed to keep him from spilling about the twins. Billy was in the clear on that, because he had an alibi when Torino was killed. Okay, Clint?
Okay. We'll put out a dragnet.
Yeah, Susie. They got her.
Gee, sounds just like a story.
Uh-huh.
Only nobody will believe it.
Look, I've got a knot on my forehead to prove it. Does that make you hysterical?
No, but I was just thinking.
Don't be reckless, Susie. What about?
I was just thinking, with that bump, you'll have to wear off-the-face hats for a while.
You're a great help. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville with original story by Russell Hughes and original music composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. This is a Mayfair production.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A vicious killer has taken the life of a 62-year-old woman. Suspicion points in only one direction. The murderer was heartless, cold-blooded. Your job, get him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. It's the long cigarette that contains an essential ingredient of all the very popular cigarettes, Turkish tobacco. That's why you see the Turkish symbols on the attractive golden yellow Fatima package. That's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima doubles and redoubles its smokers. Yes, if you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Saturday, November 5th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 3:35 p.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Long distance.
This is Friday in Homicide. I'd like to place a call to Mr. Frank Renard in Murphy, Idaho. The number's 761.
Frank Renard, Murphy, Idaho, 761.
Yeah, that's right. The call's been cleared with the business office.
All right. Do you want me to call you back, Sergeant?
No, I'll hang on.
Okay, I'll place it for you. Long distance? Long distance, Mr. Frank Renard, Murphy, Idaho. Murphy, 761. Thank you. New Haven, Connecticut. Your number, please? Track the call to Madison, 7961. Thank you. The time and charges when the call's completed, operator. Rate operator? You ready to put a man out? Yes, Murphy, Idaho, routing and person rate. N-A-M-P-A, Napa. Hi. Boise. Hi. 160 plus. 160, thank you. Welcome. Through Boise. I'm calling Napa. Murphy, 761. Thank you. Keep ringing, 761. They're ringing the number, Sergeant.
Okay, thanks.
Hello?
Mr. Frank Renard, please. Los Angeles calling.
Who do you want?
Mr. Frank Renard, please. Los Angeles calling.
I'm Frank Bernard.
Go ahead, please. All right, Sergeant, go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Frank Renard?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Sergeant Friday, Los Angeles Police Department. I've got an urgent message for you.
For me? Well, what's the matter?
Well, your wife, Dolores, asked me to call you. Something's happened to your mother.
What do you mean? What's happened?
I better let your wife tell you. She wants you back in Los Angeles right away.
Look, what's this all about? I can't leave my job now.
You better come. Your mother's been murdered.
Talk to the skipper, Joe. He's on his way in.
That's good.
Did you call my husband? Did you?
He's flying down from Idaho tonight. Be here in the morning.
You tell him about me? The trouble I'm in?
I told him his mother was murdered. That's all I told him, Mrs. Renard.
What am I going to say to Frank? He always sided in with his mother. He'll never believe me. What can I tell him?
Jory can give you more trouble than your husband can. What you going to tell them?
Are you stupid or something? How many times do I have to say it? I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her.
It's a small room, Ms. Renard. We can hear you. Sit down, please.
I won't sit down. You're not pinning this on me because I didn't do it. Anybody could have killed the old hag, but I didn't.
Will you sit down, please?
I don't have to take this. I'm no tramp. Keeping me in here, asking me questions. I told you all I know.
Look, you're in a bad spot. I hope you realize that.
I didn't kill her.
Ms. Renard, how long have you and your mother-in-law been living together in the house on Chavez Road?
Since Frank took the job up in Idaho. About 6 months. He said it'd be better for me while he was away living with her.
Your neighbors told us you didn't get along very well with your mother-in-law.
That's right, I didn't. She hated me, I hated her.
You used to fight with her, is that right? You hit her.
Only a couple of times. She called me dirty names. I hit her. She pulled me by the hair. I hated her like everything. I didn't kill her.
Once more, Ms. Renard, would you mind telling us how you spent your time since early this morning, where you went, what you did, everything?
I told you already everything.
Will you tell us again, please?
I got up about 9:15. I had a cup of coffee and then I got dressed. The old lady was on the back porch doing the washing.
What did your mother-in-law do for a living?
I told you. She took in washing. After I got dressed, I left the house. About 10 minutes after 9, I went downtown to the dentist. He filled a tooth for me. This one here, you can ask him.
What time did you leave the dentist's office?
About 10:15. Maybe 20 after. You can ask him.
What'd you do after that?
I walked around window shopping.
Did you buy anything? Talk to anybody?
I told you no.
What time did you get home?
12:30. I went in the bedroom. The old lady was on the floor. Blood all over. I felt her heart. It wasn't beating.
Is that when you got the blood on your dress?
Yeah. Now, that's all I'm going to say. 3 times I told you the same story already.
And you still can't account for your time between 10:20 this morning and the time you found the body and called the police at 12:30.
I told you. I left the dentist. I went window shopping. Then I walked home.
And during that time, you didn't talk to anyone and no one saw you?
Lots of people saw me. People on the street downtown. I'm no tramp. I don't talk to everybody.
None of your neighbors saw you come home, Ms. Renard?
Of course they didn't see me. I cut across the back lot up from San Jose Avenue. I came in the back way.
The lady who lives next door to you. She says she was in the backyard about noontime. She stayed there till after 1 o'clock. She didn't see you come in the back way.
And she's a liar. She's a dirty liar.
You and your husband took out an insurance policy on your mother-in-law last year. Is that right, Ms. Renard?
Sure it is. What of it?
$5,000?
Yeah, so what?
You know a man by the name of George Martino?
No.
You better tell the truth, Ms. Renard.
All right, so I do. He's a friend of mine.
You've been running around with him since your husband's been away.
None of your business. I do what I want.
Your mother-in-law found out about Martino. That's what you fought about most of the time.
Oh, she was crazy. He's a friend of mine, that's all.
Are you telling the truth, Ms. Renard?
Martino's a boyfriend of mine. I told you, that's all.
Your mother-in-law found out you were running around with him. She warned you if you didn't shake Martino, she'd write your husband. You said you'd kill her if she did.
That's a lie.
That's what your mother-in-law told one of the neighbor ladies.
And I said it just to scare her. One night I was drinking. We had a fight. She was yapping at me all night. I said it just to scare her.
But she wrote the letter anyway.
That's what she said. But I didn't kill her.
You had the time, the motive, and the opportunity.
It wasn't me. I didn't kill her.
Interrogation room, Friday.
This is Brennan, Joe.
Yeah, Bill. Where are you?
Santa Monica. Picked up George Martino.
Ben and I drove Mrs. Renard to Lincoln Heights Jail, 5th floor, and had her booked on suspicion of 187 PC. When we checked back in at the office, Brennan and Wiseman, the other 2 men on the case with Ben and I, were questioning George Martino in the interrogation room. Ben and I stood by. Martino admitted only 2 things. He had been running around with Mrs. Renard since her husband left town, and he had heard Mrs. Renard express a desire to do away with her mother-in-law. After the questioning of Martino, Sergeant Brennan, Ben and I met with Chief Ed Backstrand. It was 5:15 p.m.
You got everything but the murder weapon, huh? That and Mrs. Renard's confession. She ought to come through, huh, Joe?
I don't know. She's scared, but she's still got a smart mouth. What about Martino, Brennan? You think he had a hand in it?
I don't think so. We spent most of the afternoon talking to him. He hasn't got the guts. We took a statement.
And does he have an alibi?
Solid.
What was the cause of death?
Strangulation, multiple fractures of the skull.
All the motives are with Mrs. Renard, Chief. Pretty clear-cut job.
No evidence of robbery or burglary, I guess. A couple of the dresser drawers in the bedroom were emptied on the floor and clothes tossed all around. Pretty obvious plan to make it look like burglary. Maybe.
We found 3 $1 bills in plain sight. They were on the floor near the body. If a burglar went through the stuff, he wouldn't have missed that money.
And it shouldn't be too much trouble tying it up. Shouldn't be, Skipper. Friday and Romero, you follow the case through. Just a minute. Hello, Backstrand. Yeah? What? All right, I'll send him over. Lee Jones. Just finished checking the evidence at the crime lab.
Yeah?
He thinks Mrs. Renard's innocent.
There they are, fellas. Facts don't lie.
But she had every reason in the world to kill the old lady.
In my book, she couldn't have killed her.
All right, let's have it, Lee. How does the evidence add up?
That's just it, Joe. It doesn't. Take a look. The dress Mrs. Renard was wearing when she found the body.
That's it. Blood smears near the hem.
2 smears, that's all. Now, if she murdered her mother-in-law, there should be more blood on this dress. And it shouldn't be smeared.
How do you mean?
First of all, the manner in which the old lady was killed. Head was battered in. Must have bled profusely. No question about that.
All right, go ahead.
Whoever murdered the old lady must have stains all over their clothes. Here's the important part. Because of the nature of the wound, it would have stained in drops, not smears.
Well, how can you tell the difference? Maybe these are drop stains on her desk.
They're not. I checked them with a microscope. Only the higher ribs of the cloth are stained. The smears, nothing else. But a drop forms its own definite drop pattern and permeates the cloth, soaks in.
No signs of that on her dress.
Not a one. Now, here's the silk scarf the old lady was strangled with.
Yeah?
Here's what I found in the knot tied in the scarf. A blonde hair, wavy.
Old lady had dark hair. So does Miss Renard.
So does her boyfriend.
That's what I mean. This blonde hair is one of 2 things that didn't belong at that murder scene.
What else you got?
This here.
What is it, Lee?
Small piece of plastic from a gun butt, I'd say. See here? Crisscross surface, then a little smooth area here.
Yeah.
The killer could have hit the old lady with the butt of a gun.
And a piece of the stock could have chipped off like this, huh?
Miss Renard doesn't own a gun. Neither did her mother-in-law.
Well, where does that leave us?
I don't know, Joe. There's the stuff. You can't disregard it. Maybe you can explain it.
Yeah. How?
Well, first prove this dress isn't the one Mrs. Renard was wearing this morning. Then find the dress she did wear.
We know she wore this when the dentist identified it, and so did 2 of the neighbors.
That's what I mean. The dress is too clean, doesn't belong.
Yeah.
This blonde hair, this piece of gun butt, they don't belong either.
Well, then you think she's innocent?
You're looking at the evidence. What do you think?
6 p.m. Saturday, November 5th. Ben and I went back to the office and met with Brennan, Wiseman, and Ed Backstrand. The open and shut case against Mrs. Renard was up in the air, but we still weren't sure that she was innocent of the murder of her mother-in-law. Ben and I drove to the Lincoln Heights jail and interviewed the suspect again. She agreed to submit to a lie detector test. We drove back to the office, contacted Sergeant Berger, the department's polygraph man, and set up a special test for the following day. The next morning, we met with Berger and formulated a list of key questions, and then we picked up Mrs. Renard and brought her to the 3rd floor of the Old City Jail building, the polygraph room. At 10:33 a.m., the test got underway. As usual, Sergeant Berger conducted the interview alone. Backstrand, Ben, and I waited outside.
Well, how about Mrs. Renard's husband? Get in town yet? He's due in around noon, Skipper. Got a smoke?
Yeah. Here you are, Ed.
Yeah, thanks. What time is it now?
11:25.
Here's Berger now.
That's it, Ed.
What'd you get? I can study the chart a little more. The results are pretty well defined, though.
How's it look?
No reaction to the key questions.
What's your opinion?
I don't think she did it.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. And in leading magazines this week, you'll see this authentic story.
Headline: Fatima's sensational growth sets a record for long cigarettes.
Then you'll read the actual reasons smokers give for changing to Fatima.
Fatima is different. It's mild and has a wonderful flavor. Fatima's best.
These are the words of Miss Pamela Bookman of New York, where Fatima has increased its smokers 132%.
Fatima tastes much better than any other long cigarette. It's the best.
Says Mr. James S. Winterhalter of Detroit, where Fatima smokers have increased 348%.
I like the flavor, and Fatima is mild. It's the best long cigarette.
That's the statement of Mrs. Mary C. Werdeman of Los Angeles, where Fatima has increased its smokers 545%. Yes, more and more long cigarette smokers every day agree. A change to Fatima is a change to the best. Enjoy Fatima yourself. Best of long cigarettes.
8 a.m., Monday, November 7th. Mrs. Renard was released from custody. We questioned her husband, Frank Renard, briefly. He could tell us nothing more than we already knew. Brennan and Wiseman were called back on the case, and together the four of us started over again from the beginning. We had a dead body, 2 pieces of physical evidence to work with, no idea how to fit them together, and no suspects. We went back to the Chavez Road neighborhood where the murdered woman lived and started pushing doorbells. We canvassed the neighborhood for 3 days, and we uncovered one slim lead.
He was selling magazines, officer. Went door to door, right up the street here. Young fellow.
Could you describe the man for us, please?
Nothing to talk about. Pasty face, pimply complexion, blonde hair.
5:30 p.m. Wednesday, November the 9th. Ben and I met with Brennan and Wiseman in Ed Backstrand's office to compare notes. Together, we had more than a dozen reports of the magazine salesman's presence in the neighborhood just prior to the murder of Mrs. Renard's mother-in-law. The various descriptions of the man which we obtained from the people in the neighborhood tallied closely.
About 6 feet, 170 pounds, pimply complexion, blonde hair, fast talker. About 25 years old.
As far as we know, Skipper, he was the only stranger in the neighborhood last Saturday morning. Only one that people remember, anyway.
How close did you trace him to the Renard house?
You got your list there, Brennan?
Yeah. There you are.
Thanks. Let's see. Well, he picked up his tracks down on Floresta Street, sold a couple of descriptions there, then he headed up Landers Avenue onto Chavez Road.
Yeah.
The Renards live at 2280 Chavez Road. That salesman talked to the woman at 2274 Chavez. That's 3 doors away from the Renards.
When was he seen there?
Let me see. Where is that, Brennan?
Oh, on the 15-7 sheet, Joe. Didn't have enough room on the report.
Oh, yeah. Here it is. Mrs. John Rico, 2274 Chavez. The guy was there about 11:45 Saturday morning.
Well, that puts him in the running. First time he ever showed in that neighborhood?
First time, Skipper. Fresh kid, not a very good salesman.
Here's the name of the company he's working for, the Harrison News Distributors.
You check with them?
No, they're closed for the night. We'll call them the first thing tomorrow.
Good. Here's something else for you. I had a call from Frank Renard this afternoon.
What'd he have to say?
Seems in the excitement just after the murder, Mrs. Renard overlooked a couple of things.
What's that?
Well, they're missing a yellow table model radio. It was in the bedroom where the old lady was killed.
Yeah, well, that ties in with a robbery motive, huh?
Yeah, they're missing a ring, too. Belonged to Mrs. Renard. Topaz ring. Supposed to be worth a little money.
But she didn't notice it was gone until today.
That's right.
You got the serial number on the radio?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, Brennan, here we are. It's an Emerson model 511, 180,000, 277609.
A lot of small radios in town.
There's only one with that serial number on it. Track it down.
A complete description of the topaz ring and the serial numbers and description of the yellow table model radio were sent to the pawn shop detail. The information was then placed on the stolen property list and relayed to every pawn shop operator in the city. The next morning, Ben and I interviewed the manager of the Harrison News Distributing Company. There, the suspect had given his name as Sam Bricker. We checked out his home address. Turned out to be a gas station in North Hollywood. We took the suspect's job application blank with a specimen of his handwriting, and then we drove back to the office. Sam Bricker. We were unable to get a make on the name from the Record Bureau. We checked the cards and every known criminal who was cataloged in the oddity file as having a pimply complexion. None of them matched. That night, we got out an APB and a radiogram. The suspect's trail led from one salesman's job to the next. On his last job, he gave his name as Albert Berry. His address is 1430 Palo Alto Drive. That was in the Echo Lake district. Ben and I drove out to check it.
1428, 1430. There it is, Joe.
Yeah. At least it's not a gas station, huh? Come on.
Tiresome, huh?
Yeah, I could stand a change.
Yes, what is it?
We're looking for an Albert Berry, ma'am. Does he live here?
Mr. Berry, I'm sorry. He and his wife moved 4 days ago.
We identified ourselves as police officers and had the landlady, a Mrs. Catherine Hoffman, show us the apartment which Berry and his wife had occupied. It was still vacant. In one of the closets in the apartment, we found a cheap overnight bag. The lock on it was broken and one of the seams had ripped.
I forgot about that old bag, and Mr. Berry told me I could throw it away.
Take a look. I'm in.
Yeah.
How long has Berry been married? Do you know, Mrs. Hoffman?
No, I don't. But the way they acted, lovey-dovey all the time, I don't think they've been together long.
Hey, Joe. Look, some kind of an identification tag.
Yeah, let me see. Get it up here. It's a tool disc, it looks like, doesn't it? Jameson Larrabee, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
You're not after Mr. Berry, are you, officer?
Yes, ma'am, we are. Did he leave a forwarding address?
I wish he did. I'm holding 3 letters for Mrs. Berry in my apartment right now.
May we see them, please?
Certainly. Would you step this way, please? My apartment's just across the hall.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like a bottle of beer or something?
No, ma'am, thanks.
Let's see. I thought I put... Yes, here they are. 3 of them, Sergeant. From her folks, I think. Mrs. Berry's from Fresno.
Oh, that's good. You want to copy down this return address, ma'am?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. That's C.K. Ulrich, U-L-R-I-C-K. 525 North Lamona, Fresno.
Yeah, I got it.
There you are, Miss Hoffman. By the way, did the Berry say they'd call for their mail?
Mrs. Berry did. That's why I'm holding on to it.
All right. Just one more question. Do you remember if Mr. and Mrs. Berry had a radio?
Yes, they did. A small one.
Do you remember what brand it was?
No, I don't. It had a yellow case. That's all I remember.
Before we left, we called Ed Backstrand, and he had an immediate stakeout placed at the apartment house in case the Berrys returned to pick up their mail. Ben and I went back to the office and placed a call to the Pittsburgh Police Department. We gave them the description and the number of the tool disc which we'd found in Berry's old suitcase. They said they'd check with the Jameson Larrabee Company in the morning, and then they'd call us back. That night, Ben and I drove to Fresno and checked in at the police station up there. 2 officers were assigned to stake out the Ulrich home. We interviewed Mr. Ulrich, who identified himself as Albert Berry's father-in-law. He told us his daughter had married the murder suspect 8 months before, and he gave us pictures of Berry taken at the wedding. Ulrich told us that he'd catch a Santa Fe train out of Fresno the next morning. He wanted to be in Los Angeles to take his daughter home when Berry was apprehended. It was almost 2 a.m. when Ben and I left Fresno and started back for Los Angeles. We checked in at the office at 10 minutes past 8 the next morning. At 8:35, the call came through from the Pittsburgh Police Department.
What did they say, Joe?
It was a tool disc, all right. Jameson Larrabee Company, issued 18 months ago to one of their workers.
They give a name?
Albert Berry. 11 a.m. Monday, December the 5th. 1 month to the day since the 62-year-old woman had been beaten to death. The pictures of Berry and his wife, which had been taken at their wedding, were printed up in wholesale lots and distributed to all points. Mr. Ulrich, Berry's father-in-law, arrived in town and got himself a hotel room. We waited. There was no report from the stakeout at the apartment house. We checked back in at the office at 5 minutes to 1. I'll get it. Homicide, Friday.
This is Mr. Ulrich, Sergeant. I just got a call from my wife in Fresno. I thought you'd want to know.
What's that?
The wife got a letter from Norma. They're living in South Pasadena, an apartment.
You got the address there?
Yes, sir. That's what the wife called about. It's 134 Norway Terrace.
When was the letter mailed, do you know?
Wife said it was postmarked December 3rd, day before yesterday.
Get your coat on, Ulrich. We'll be right over. Ben and I picked up Mr. Ulrich at his hotel and drove to the South Pasadena address. Berry and his wife had the apartment on the top floor. Neither of them were at home. The landlord let us in with a pass key. In the bedroom, we found a small yellow radio. We checked the serial numbers. They matched. It was the same radio stolen from the Renard house. In the bedroom closet, we found 2 suitcases. We checked through them.
Nothing in this one, Joe.
Here we are. Look at these.
What are they, Sergeant?
Pair of plastic gun butts.
Let's see, Joe.
One of them's been chipped, see?
Sergeant,
Somebody coming up the stairs.
All right, let's get in the living room. Be quiet.
Dad, what are you doing here? Who are these men?
Police, Norma. They want Albert. He killed a woman.
Dad.
It's all right, Norma. It'll be all right.
Did you know your husband killed a woman, Miss Berry?
He just told me last Saturday. We've been running away for a month now. Moving all the time. I wanted to know why. So he told me. He said I was in it as much as he was. And I'm tired of running.
Why did he kill her? Did he tell you that?
He said he broke in the house. He didn't know anyone was home. The old woman was in the bedroom. She started to cry out. He had a gun. He hit her with it.
Where's your husband now?
I don't know. He said he'd come home for dinner. About 5. I bought the groceries.
What time you got, Ben?
3:30. That ring you're wearing, Miss Berry. Did your husband give you that?
Yes, why?
What kind of a stone is that?
Topaz. Bert gave it to me. Why?
Nothing. We'll wait. 5 o'clock came and went. Berry failed to show. 5:30. Ulrich started to get nervous. 6 o'clock. 6:30. No sign of Berry. I went to the window and kept an eye on the street below. At 6:45, a light green Nash sedan pulled to a stop in front of the apartment house. A man got out and went into the main floor entrance.
It's Bert. I'll let him in.
All right. How long have you had the new car?
A couple of days. Bert got it credit. What do you want me to do now?
Does he have a key to the apartment here?
He lost it.
Okay, when he rings, let him in and just act natural. Ben?
Yeah.
You cover me. I'll get the cuffs on him.
Right.
Hi, Bert.
Look out, Joe! All right, drop it, Barry.
Okay, Ben.
Yeah. He's fast with a gun.
Nice looking, isn't he, Sergeant? You'd never think he'd kill anybody.
Come on, let's take him in.
I love him. I still love him. But you're a cop. You wouldn't understand.
That's right. I wouldn't understand. I'm a cop.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 16th, 1947, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 82, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Earlier tonight, you heard the reports of amazing increases in Fatima smokers from New York to Los Angeles. Yes, all over the country, Fatima is doubling and redoubling its sales. And here's reason one.
Fatima is the long cigarette that contains an essential ingredient of all the very popular cigarettes, Turkish tobacco.
Reason two.
Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Reason three.
To millions of smokers, the name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality. Smoke Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
Albert Ralph Berry was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. His wife, Norma Berry, was found innocent of the charge that she harbored a criminal. She was returned home with her father. Berry was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Acting Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Private Hubert W. Estes of the District of Columbia Metropolitan Police Department, who on the night of May 16th, 1947, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portion transcribed from Los Angeles.
Be sure to hear songs by Morton Downey tonight on NBC.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Journey into Hate, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're in a jam, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, some dreadful shadow has come over my sister's life. From thousands of miles away, she cries for help. If you knew me, you'd understand how little help I can be, alone. I'm turning to you because I can't think of anyone else. The trip will take a great deal of your time.
Great deal of your time and may even prove fruitless. But I can assure you I'll make it worth your while. And it's signed, Janice Gibson.
I wonder what kind of letters we'd get, Angel, if our ad didn't say write full details.
I'd hate to think probably communiques in Morse code. But Janice here doesn't sound like she's in a mental state for details.
Here, let me see that letter.
Here.
Maybe I can get something out of her over the phone.
Thousands of miles away. Wonder in what direction. Do I wear an Eskimo parka or just a thin coat of suntan lotion?
Hello, Janice Gibson, please. Miss Gibson, this is George Valentine. Well, say now, wait a minute. Don't get so excited. Uh-huh. Leave on the Eudora. Now, have a heart. I have a business here. I can't just throw things in a knapsack and be off to Honolulu.
Honolulu? George, I know where we can get a very big knapsack.
Hold on, will you, Brooksy? Miss Gibson, I'm afraid it's out of the question. You see, Yeah, well, all right now. Well, okay, there's no need to cry. Yes, I believe everything you say about your sister, but... All right, you win, Miss Gibson. I'll be there.
Darling, don't you think you ought to warn the lady?
Oh, yeah. One last thing, Miss Gibson. Better reserve 2 cabins. My assistant will be along. No, I won't disappoint you. Yes, I got it, Pier 17. Goodbye. Hey, Brooksy, where you going?
Well, don't be masculine, darling. If we're going to be leaving in a few days, I've got to get some shopping done.
Oh, no, I'm afraid this is really going to be a knapsack deal.
Huh?
Yeah. The Eudora leaves at 11 o'clock tonight. Oh, Stewart.
Yes, sir.
Which way is stateroom 209?
Straight down that corridor, sir.
He's going to take an ocean voyage to rest up after this mad rush.
Just 1 minute, sir.
Huh? Yeah?
I'm the ship's doctor, sir. I just heard you ask about 209. Friends of Miss Gibson's?
Well, yeah, that's right.
Why, is anything wrong?
Thank heavens she has friends aboard. Here, this way. Miss Gibson isn't very well.
Well, I know. She sounded a little hysterical on the phone today, but
Emotional strain may have something to do with it, but I suppose you know she has heart trouble.
No, we didn't.
I gave her something to quiet her down. When I came back later, she was in there sobbing. She wouldn't open the door. I had to go and get the key.
Oh, that's dreadful.
Oh, now, Miss Gibson, try to pull yourself together. Your friends are here to see you.
Friends? Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Sure. We made a deal, didn't we?
Oh, it was getting late. I was so frightened. I thought you'd changed your mind.
Well, we're here now, and there's nothing to worry about. I'm Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'll be all right now, Doctor.
I'm sure you will. I'll arrange with a doctor in Honolulu to keep track of you. See that you're sure to get digitalis whenever you need it.
Thank you.
And mind you, young lady, I don't want any more emotional shenanigans from you.
I've made arrangements for both of you, Mr. Valentine. You just have to see the purser.
Well, never mind that now. You feel up to talking?
Oh, I must explain.
Okay. Suppose we begin with your sister.
Yes, Eileen's cablegram, it's somewhere here. Yes, in my purse.
Oh, don't get up. It's right here on the table.
Eileen is my twin sister. We haven't seen each other in 4 years.
I see.
She went on a holiday to Hawaii and married an artist named Marcel Millet. They bought a tiny island not far from Honolulu, and they've lived there ever since.
I think this is the cable.
Well, let's see, Brooksy. This must be our secret, Janice, because I'm not sure this horrible thing is happening to me. And if it is, I couldn't bear anyone else knowing it. Please get here quickly. You're my only salvation. Love, Eileen.
I haven't told anyone else but you, and I had to do that if I'm going to help her.
Yes, we understand.
Well, I'm not going to pretend I understand this message. Now, suppose we skip on to your sister's husband.
Well, I've never even seen a picture of Marcel. I've often wondered why she never sent me one, but as long as Eileen sounded happy in her letters, that was all that mattered. And then this cable, it's so strange, and it's not like Eileen. She was always the strong one, never hysterical.
Well, now, Janice, I think maybe you ought to rest.
People always wondered about that difference in us, since we are identical twins. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Okay. We'll have days to talk about all this. Good night, Janice.
I can't understand why Eileen isn't here, Mr. Valentine. I cabled her that I'd arrive on the Eudora. Eileen's usually so punctual.
How it would take a magician to spot us in this crowd. Come on, let's get down to the end of the dock.
Here, hold on to me, Janice.
Johnny! Oh, of course. There you are.
What? I beg your pardon.
Well, you might at least kiss me.
Please, don't.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Buster.
Well, you needn't look so shocked, Janice. I know I'm not the handsome specimen you probably expected, but you might try to bring yourself to kiss your brother-in-law.
Marcel?
What's that?
Don't be so taken aback, my dear. After a while, people get used to ugliness, especially when they realize that very often it has compensating qualities, huh?
Oh, I didn't mean...
I know what you meant, but it doesn't matter. I must say it was the easiest thing for me to spot you. You look exactly like Eileen. It's uncanny. Oh, come along. I'll have someone take care of your baggage. Huh?
I hope you don't mind, Marcel, but I brought 2 friends along.
You, Oh, these people, your friends.
Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks, I want you to meet Marcel Millet, Eileen's husband.
Hello.
How do you do?
I understand you and your wife have a whole island to yourselves. Hope there's room enough to fit us on.
Well, we weren't expecting visitors, but we'll make out somehow. Besides, as an artist, I'm grateful to have beauty around me. Welcome to Hawaii, Miss Brooks.
Why, thank you.
Oh, wait, there's a Filipino chap over there who takes pictures of tourists. I'm sure Eileen would love to have one of you and me, Janice, huh? A memento of this happy occasion. Oh, Juan! Over here, quickly.
Where is Eileen? How is she?
Oh, she's waiting for you on the island. Wants everything to be just right for her sister.
Very nice picture. Yes, sir. How many, please, Mr. Millet?
Oh, half a dozen. Juan, just you and I, my dear, huh? Excuse us, Valentine, Miss Brooks.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Very good. All right, now, you smile nice for one. He make beautiful picture.
And with my arm around a beautiful lady, that makes us even, Juan.
All right, you hold still now. There, oh, that's fine. Very nice there.
Couldn't we hurry, Marcel?
Oh, immediately.
Hold on, very soon. You no wait for picture?
No, Juan. My wife and I will be in from the island in a couple of days to show these people the sights. All right, everybody. My car is just over there by the warehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Millet. You must be a happy man today.
Please, you've got to tell me. I can't wait any longer. What's wrong with Eileen?
In time, Janice. Then you can see for yourself.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Why put it off, Marcel? Is it something you can't talk about?
No, but
Janice has a right to know. She's been so worried.
Apparently you do know your wife cabled her. You wouldn't be here.
Yes. I ought to know about the cable. I sent it.
You had no right to do that. You made me think all kinds of things.
I had to find some way to bring you here.
Well, couldn't you have used a few more words in your cable to be more specific? You didn't have to indulge your flair for the melodramatic and scare Janice half to death.
Unfortunately, what I said is the truth.
For heaven's sake, what's wrong with her?
Well, at the risk of being melodramatic, my wife imagines things, fanciful, grotesque things.
Oh, no.
Yes, she thinks everyone is plotting against her, just waiting to kill her. Yes, she wants to see a doctor, and, well, you are my only hope, Janice.
I see.
Yes, now, really, we must be going. As it is, we won't reach the island till after dark. Easy now. You can't see a thing when the landing light's off.
Okay, you better go first, Janice.
All right. Where's that tropical moon people write songs about?
Hiding tonight, Miss Brooks. I think we've got a storm coming up. Now, you just wait till I get on the dock.
Hey.
Oh, it's just an overgrown mongrel Eileen insisted on bringing to the island. Lord knows we don't need any protection. There's just the two of us.
I should say you'd welcome the company.
So I must admit he's devoted to my wife. But I'd prefer if he kept tied up. He's a vicious beast. Oh, the house is right up here.
Oh, George.
Oh, now what's wrong with her?
You can't mean that's Eileen.
I think I saw her run around that side of the house.
Well, Marcel, don't just stand there.
Well, if she intends to hide, as she usually does, we'll never find her till morning.
But we've got to do something.
Valentine, there's a flashlight on the porch in the back. You and Miss Brooks can look for her out there near the cliffs.
Okay.
You come with me, Janice, huh? But first I want to tie this animal up.
Brooksy, no matter what Millet says, the first thing we're going to do is get a light on in that house. Now, you do that, and I'll go around and get the flash.
Oh, couldn't we kind of do those things together?
No time, Angel. I'll make it snappy.
Oh, golly. Oh. Jeepers.
You'd better let me light that lamp. You might burn the place down. This house is nothing more than an oversized thatch hut anyway. There. You're pretty, aren't you?
Well, who are you?
That's my question to you. Why did Marcel bring you here? Are you one of those simpering ladies he trips off to see now and then?
Get away from me.
You know, he does have a strange fascination, that ugly Casanova. And if I thought you and he
I'd
were...
hate to haul off and hit a stranger, but I could force myself.
Better listen to her, sister.
What?
The young lady's quite capable of taking care of herself.
Yeah. Looks as though Marcel's decided to turn this place into a resort.
Now, look, I've been fumbling around in the dark long enough. Since you're not Eileen Millet, who are you? How did you get here?
Miriam Denton's the name. House guest, model. Lately, I've turned into a nurse for Marcel's mad wife. If you want to know anything else about me, ask him.
Well, George, what are we going to do?
Well, right now, Angel, we're going down to the boat landing and get my gun out of the luggage.
George, boat's gone.
I wouldn't mind that so much, Brooksy. But that means there's something else missing, too.
Huh?
My gun.
Oh, fine.
Yeah. This weird little drama calls for us being permanent guests in this tropical paradise.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. You know, in every town, when 5 p.m. rolls around, there's a big parade, a traffic parade of folks who are homeward bound. If you're part of this daily parade, and if your car has so little pep that you have to stay in the creep-along lane, better switch to Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's a high-octane fuel blended to put command performance in your car. You'll find Chevron Supreme commands speedy pickup at every green light, smooth acceleration on the open highway, and all the extra power to make your car great on hills. A premium quality gasoline, it also commands fast starts every time you use the starter. For Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored, tailored to the different altitude and temperature zones between Canada and Mexico. So wherever you drive in the West, Rely on Chevron Supreme to give your car command performance. Try a tankful tomorrow at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. In answer to her twin sister's plea, Janice Gibson comes to you with a strange assignment, namely, to travel thousands of miles to a tiny island just off Honolulu. If you have George Valentine's keen instinct, something about the whole journey bothers you. You see how right you were when you arrive at the island and hear a piercing scream in the night. Janice Gibson's sister disappearing into the jungle.
Can't anyone hear the storm out there? Doesn't anyone care if my sister's out in it?
We all care. Very deeply, Janice. But we'll never find Eileen if she doesn't want to be found, huh?
I'd like to disagree with Millay, Janice, but I'm afraid he's right. You've seen what it's like out there.
Incidentally, Mr. Millay, what happened to the boat? And why did you leave Janice alone?
Yes, you asked me to wait and never came back.
I thought it might be a good idea to circle the island. But don't worry, the boat is quite safe where it is.
Yeah, I'm sure it's well hidden.
What's that?
Skip it, Buster.
I'm going to look for her.
Hey, Janice, stop. Listen to me.
No, now let go of me.
Brooksy, take her upstairs and stay with her.
Any one of the guest rooms makes no difference.
Come on, honey. You've got to think of yourself, too.
Think of myself. Oh, Janice.
I've got to get rid of that blasted dog.
What's the matter, Marcel? You seem nervous. You shouldn't be. You've got a gun. My gun, to be exact.
What do you mean?
It's missing from my luggage.
Valentine, I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't like your insinuation.
I'm not insinuating anymore. I'm going to find out the reason for everything that's happened.
There's only one reason. I was at my rope's end. The only person I could think of with Eileen was her sister.
Huh?
What's happened tonight may have upset you and Miss Brooks, but I did not ask you to share in it.
Now, listen to me, my friend, and listen carefully.
I have no choice. Why don't you hit me?
Don't tempt me. It happens I don't want to bring things to a head because I have my own plans for tomorrow.
Really?
If I made a cup of tea, could I persuade you gentlemen to be civilized?
Use your persuasion on Marcel here, Miss Denton. And while you're at it, you might persuade him not to let those fancy maneuvers with the gun and the boat go to his head.
Marcel, what are you waiting for?
I didn't expect her to bring those people. It changes our plans.
But he suspects
Do you think I'm a fool? I know that. But I've got to have a chance to think.
You wouldn't stop to think if you really loved me. You do, don't you?
What a woman. Love and murder in the same breath. I told you, Miriam, give me a chance to think.
George, did you see Janice this morning?
No, Brooksy, I thought she was still upstairs with you.
Well, I left her for a few minutes, but when I came back, she wasn't there.
Oh, I thought you knew, Mr. Valentine.
You what?
Miss Gibson went out with Marcel. Naturally, she's anxious to find her sister.
Well, isn't that something we were all going to do together?
I didn't know what your plans were.
Not much you didn't. You know darn
Save
well...
it, Brooksy, come on.
Oh. Hey, George.
Well, now, easy, easy. What's the matter, fella? What's bothering you? Easy, boy. Well, we're going to go for a little walk.
What are you talking about, George?
Just what I said, Angel. Wait a minute. Hey, now, fella, take a whiff of this.
What have you got there, George?
One of Eileen's handkerchiefs. Yeah, and I think our canine friend here knows what I mean. Come on, boy. Now we can go for that walk.
George, he keeps coming back to this spot.
Yeah, I know.
But there's nothing here but the beach.
Wait a minute, hold it. There seems to be some kind of a cave in the side of this tomb.
Yeah, that's where he wants to go. Look at him.
Here, hold him, Angel.
Okay.
While I see if I can tear away some of these vines.
George, I don't know if I can hold it.
It'll just be a minute. I want to see if...
What is it?
Oh, good Lord. No, Brooksy, stay where you are.
Yeah, if this dog will only let me...
Give me, I'll take him. But don't go in there.
George, is it...
Eileen. A bullet in her head.
Oh, no. But, George, last night she was alive, all somewhere by herself. Nobody could even find her.
That's where we were all wrong. Last night, Eileen was already dead.
But we heard her scream.
That was Miriam who put on that little act. She was also the shadow we saw disappear around the side of the house.
Oh. Well, what does Marcel expect to gain by all this?
He's probably turning that over in his mind right now. And that's why we have to find him and Janice before he has a chance to make another move.
Seems so useless, George. There are so many places on this island he could have taken Janice.
Well, there's only one thing in our favor, Brooksy. Marcel has to make this piece of mayhem look like an accident. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, I know. You keep saying it.
Easy now, quiet, fella. Don't you see, Brooksy, he intends to pass Janice off as Eileen. He did it very successfully yesterday. That photographer took it for granted Janice was his wife.
Uh-huh. Well, I can see how he could have given everybody that impression.
Yeah, the loving couple returned to the island. Wife has an unfortunate accident. He can report it as such to the police and collect the insurance because there's no sign of violence. Something he couldn't do with Eileen, who sports a prominent bullet hole. Hey, wait a minute. Wonder what's eating him.
George! Hey, up there on that cliff.
Yeah, Brooksy, come on.
Oh, golly, George.
Okay, Malay. See if you got an answer for this. All right, fella, go get him.
Yes, I've got an answer. I've been waiting a long time to do this.
Don't stand there, Janice. Come down here.
You kill us all. Oh, Mr. Rose.
Here, Brooksy, you take care of it.
Okay.
I want to see what he intends to do next.
Claire, he told me about Eileen.
Yes, I know, honey.
He was going to push me into the ocean. Make it look like an accident.
Stay where you are. Three of you.
You're riding for a fall, Buster.
You make another move toward me, and I'll let the women have it first. You know I have no compunction about it either.
Yeah, I know. You're a brave boy when it comes to shooting dogs and women.
Keep him away from me. Oh, please.
Don't,
please.
Janice, don't.
Once more, your intrusion interferes with my plans, Valentine.
It breaks my heart.
I suppose the best way to do it, after all, is to get rid of the three of you at once. I think we're going to have another little storm tonight. It's the time of year, you know.
We can do without the weather report.
Oh, yes. The story will go something like this. Despite my urgent pleas, the three of you insisted on taking the boat out into the storm.
Aren't you satisfied you killed my sister? What else do you want?
Of course, I shall be interested in recovering the body of only one of the foolhardy trio. The one the police will accept as my late, beloved wife.
Doesn't Miriam Denton understand that she may be next on your list someday? What does she see in you anyway?
She sees in me a man who won't let anything stand between him and his dream. Now, let's go back to the house and make the best of this waiting.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Marcel, get this over with.
In a few minutes, I think we can be ready. Of course, Valentine. I shall have to shoot you and Miss Brooks. I couldn't expect you to jump into the water at my command, eh?
Why don't you stop posturing?
No, let him go on, Miriam. He just wants to show you how much power he has. All because he didn't turn out to be a Clark Gable.
Shut up, Valentine. I'm as good as any man. Better.
You're not a man. You're something that crawls.
I'm something that uses his brain, Miss Brooks. Since no one knows Janice is here, the insurance company will ever question a routine police report on my wife's death. We'll be able to do a lot of things with $50,000. Won't we, Miriam?
Yes, if you'll only stop talking.
I'm not afraid anymore. I'm just sorry I got you and Claire into this thing.
I'm so glad to see you take this philosophically, Janice.
I doubt if I would have had many more years to live anyway. He kept telling me it could be.
Don't say any more, Janice.
Why do you stop her? What was she going to say?
She was just going to crack a very grim joke, Marcel. And it happens to be on you.
What do you mean? And don't get up. Stay where you are.
No, I feel like walking around.
You know what I'll do if I try?
You're not going to do anything. What's more, you're not going to live to spend that $50,000.
Be careful, Marcel.
Something's happened in the last 4 years that you don't know anything about. Something that's going to hang a crepe on that rosy future of yours.
You don't say.
Yeah. Janice has been ill, very ill, under constant care of a doctor.
What's that to do with me? Now, let's get started. Come on.
Andre Boyard, M.D.
What?
Uh-huh. I thought you'd recognize the name. Dr. Boyard. The best heart specialist in Honolulu.
Of course, the one the ship's doctor mentioned.
What is this?
He more than mentioned him, Marcel. He gave the doctor specific instructions to locate Janice. Very soon now, he'll do just that.
You're lying.
And the picture you were so anxious to have taken, it'll only prove that it was Eileen's twin sister who arrived.
Miriam, you heard what he said. Look at Janice. There's nothing wrong with her, is there? Is there?
Marcel!
You're as good as cook, brother, and you did it yourself.
No.
Watch out for him!
Let go. Don't let me break your arm. Let go of the gun.
I've got it, George.
Yeah. Well, Marcel, what is it now that stands between the man and his dream? Hey, look, Brooksy, why the purser's office?
Oh, I told you. A friend of mine wanted me to inquire about a honeymoon cruise on the Eudora.
Honeymoon cruise, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Friend, huh? What friend?
Oh, you wouldn't know him. But he has nice, broad shoulders, just about your height.
Uh-huh.
And he calls his girlfriend Angel.
One of those gooey characters, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yes? What can I do for you folks?
Well, we want to find out about a honeymoon cruise. Something in the near future.
Oh, I think we can accommodate you. Now, just what would you like?
Well, darling, I just described the potential groom to you. What do you think he'd like?
Yeah. Look, friend, you have a nice long cruise scheduled for, let's say 1952 or 3.
Now, really, if this is some kind of a joke.
Well, please, mister, don't play so fast and loose with my life.
I beg your pardon.
This is the nearest to first base I've gotten yet.
I think everyone will agree that cutting down the cost of car operation is an economy step in the right direction. And if there's anyone who hears more about budgeting and economizing than a grocer, who is he? Mr. J.W. Hogan of 301 H Street, Bakersfield, California, is a grocer, and here's his statement about RPM motor oil. Quote, I must confess I don't know much about a car, but there's one thing I'm sure of. I haven't had to spend 1 cent for repairs since I started using RPM motor oil in 1945. And thousands of other users of RPM, folks in all walks of life, have had the same success with this premium motor oil. For RPM is specially compounded to keep your car's engine clean, to fight off internal rust and corrosion, to keep cylinder walls cool when engine temperatures get hottest. So for protection you trust and the finest wear-saving lubrication, give your car a break by giving it RPM motor oil. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when the telephone wakes George Valentine out of a sound sleep, you'll hear him saying, Yeah?
George, wake up.
Huh?
We got a letter this morning you're going to love. Harger is right in the middle of it.
Harger?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope it's something big. I'd like to nail him good.
Well, if you can, it will be good. Meet me at Molly's Cafe, 12 sharp.
Yeah, got it. Hey, you know, Angel, I was just thinking, how nice it'd be to have your dulcet voice wake me up every morning.
Oh, well, I got news for you, Mr. Valentine. That could be arranged.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Janice, Gerald Moore as Marcel Millet, Louise Arthur as Miriam, Jack Crucian as Juan, and Earl Keane as the purser. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Since America began, from all of the world have come men and women of every race, every religion, every cultural background. And into this land they brought a stirring concept, brotherhood. Let's remember that, especially now, during Brotherhood Week. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Case of the Burmese Goddess.
Yes, Watson. This little jade goddess is an ancient relic of Burma, and its legend is as evil as its appearance.
Indeed? What is its legend, Holmes?
It's said that he who possesses this tiny goddess dies. But first he's forewarned by a strange death song, somewhat like the reedy melody used by snake charmers to...
Good Lord, Holmes! Listen!
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. I presume you have one of your memoirs ready for us tonight?
Indeed I have. And this one, Mr. Harris, although taking place in our familiar haunts of London, had sinister and mysterious overtones from the Far East, which to a lesser man than Holmes might have defied analysis.
Well, what do you call this memoir, Dr. Watson?
Holmes and I always refer to it as the case of the Burmese goddess. And Mr. Harris, after our audience is properly informed about the merits of Clipper Craft clothes, I shall proceed with the facts of this very unusual story.
One of the best investments you can make is a really fine suit of clothes. That's an investment that will help you socially, in business, and give you all-around lift. And you don't have to spend a fortune, because a Clipper Craft suit of finest material, designed and beautifully finished by master tailors, now costs you only $45. That's right, only $45. But don't let that moderate price fool you. Every Clipper Craft suit looks like it costs many, many dollars more. Here's the reason you get so much more in style, workmanship, and value in Clipper Craft clothes. More than 1,200 independent local merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to give you the amazing Clipper Craft values. But remember this, aside from the money you save, a new Clipper Craft suit will really do things for you. Put one on and see how it really hugs your neck, how it broadens your shoulders, slims your hips, gives you that keen, well-built look. So buy a nationally famous Clipper Craft suit. See what really fine tailoring can do for you. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the case of the Burmese goddess?
If my memory does not fail me, Mr. Harris, it took place in the summer of 1911. This was a time when England had consolidated her empire, and many of Britain roamed the far eastern domains in search of its ancient treasure. Among these was Sir John Brandywine, recently returned from Burma with a collection of priceless relics. He hadn't been in London an hour, however, when he received a strange visitor.
Sir John, my name is Daku. I have come a long way, indeed from my native land of Burma, for this interview.
Yes, and what is it you want, sir?
Some months ago, a sacred Burmese temple near Sitang was desecrated by vandals, robbed of its sacred relics. Among these was the jade goddess of Ema, the serpent goddess. Originally, there were two goddesses, the sisters of Ema, but one of them vanished centuries ago.
Yes, quite. And I have the only remaining goddess in my collection now.
Yes, Sir John. And I have come to purchase it from you and restore it to the temple.
I'm sorry, Daku, but the goddess of Ema is not for sale.
I am prepared to offer you a handsome sum Enough to keep you in luxury for the rest of your life.
I have no need of money, sir. And I repeat, the goddess of Amar is not for sale at any price.
I see. Sir John, no doubt you are aware of the old Burmese legend that he who possesses the goddess dies, that he is first warned by the song of the serpent, and then...
Yes, I know the story. Pure nonsense and poppycock, of course. Doesn't frighten me.
In that case, there is nothing more I can say or do at the moment. Good night, Sir John.
Sir John Brandywine.
Yes?
My name is Bailey, Reginald Bailey. I am an art collector specializing in Oriental objects of art.
Well, Mr. Bailey?
A client of mine saw the goddess of Amar when you exhibited it briefly in Paris on your way to England here. He has commissioned me to purchase it for him.
My dear sir, you're the second prospective purchaser I've seen this evening. And I'll repeat to you what I said to the first. The goddess is not for sale.
My client is willing to pay £10,000, a generous offer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey.
Sir John, I'm afraid you're being stubborn. I've been a collector long enough to know that there is no such thing as a priceless item. Everything has its price, and if it is a question of money...
For the last time, sir, I shall try to make myself clear. I will not sell the idol at any price. And now, Mr. Bailey, good night. What's that devilish noise outside my window? No, it can't be. That confounded Burmese legend. It's absurd. I'll soon find out what this is all about. Who's down there in my garden? Good for you, speak up, or I'll... No. No!
Oh, so you think Sir John Brandywine was murdered because he possessed the serpent goddess of Amar, Holmes?
Obviously, Watson, his demise followed the legend to the letter. After he was lured to the window, he was struck by a blowgun missile soaked in deadly reptile venom, and he died almost instantly.
Oh, Joe. Now, all this makes it hard for a chap to believe he's living in the 20th century.
Yes, true, Watson, but Sir John's room was rifled in highly modern fashion. Fortunately, however, he had the foresight to lock the goddess and the remainder of his collection in a vault immediately after he arrived in London.
I wonder what became of the other goddess, Holmes, the one that vanished centuries ago.
I believe I can give you the answer to that, Watson.
Eh, you can? Who has it, Holmes?
I have.
What?
Yes, Watson. Oh, forgive me if it's one of the very few secrets I've kept from you these many years. Up to now, I saw no reason to mention it to anyone. You remember the adventure of the Rangoon Ruby?
Yes, indeed I do. That was some 10 years ago.
Yes. At the culmination of that affair, the Burmese potentate involved was very grateful for some slight service I'd rendered him, and he gave me the goddess. It seems that it had secretly been kept by his family for many generations.
But, Holmes, where is the goddess now?
Safely under lock and key in my tin box at Barclay's Bank. But the only other goddess of Amar in existence, that possessed by Sir John Brandywine, will soon see the light of day.
Eh? What do you mean?
Oh, I take it you haven't read the Morning Telegraph, Watson. It seems that Sir John's widow is auctioning off her deceased husband's entire Burmese collection tomorrow morning at Brandywine House on Berkeley Square.
Jove. Then, in view of Sir John's strange death, it might be interesting to see who bids for the goddess of Amar.
Quite, Watson. And that is precisely why we shall attend the auction tomorrow morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The next relic from the late Sir John Brandywine's famous Burmese collection is this tiny jade goddess, the famous serpent goddess of Amar, a rare collector's item indeed. I see a hand raised. Your name, sir?
Monsieur Pierre Laville.
And your bid, sir?
50 pounds.
Holmes, that thin-faced Frenchman is doing the bidding.
Quite. He's the only one. The others are obviously afraid of the legend. Watson, note the condition of the fellow's hair and hands.
What about them?
Interesting.
Is there
Very.
another bid? Very well, I have 50 pounds. 50 pounds once.
100 pounds.
100 pounds. I am bid 100 pounds.
200 pounds.
300.
4.
5.
Holmes, what are you trying to do?
By the goddess, Watson, outbid this fellow Laville for reasons of my own.
Coming into her own. 500 pounds. Will someone offer 6?
6.
7.
700 pounds. Will the gentleman in the rear row give me 8?
800 pounds.
1,000 pounds.
1,000 pounds. 1,000 I have bid.
Holmes, the other chap stopped bidding. He's leaving the auction.
Yes, he is indeed, Watson. But we have a new and late arrival. Note the high-born Burmese gentleman hurrying through the door.
I have the 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. Sold for 1,000 pounds.
Mr. Auctioneer, wait. My name is Daku, and I wish to bid.
I'm sorry, sir, but the goddess of Amar has already been sold to the tall gentleman in the front row.
Someone's at the door, Watson.
Oh, yes, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes?
I am Sherlock Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
My name is Reginald Bailey. I'm an art collector, Mr. Holmes, and a client of mine is interested in the goddess of Amar you purchased at the auction this morning.
Well?
My representative, Monsieur Laville, foolishly allowed you to outbid him, thinking the price was too high. Well, I am interested in buying it now and am prepared to offer you a generous price.
How generous?
10,000 pounds.
10,000? Holmes, that's 10 times what you paid.
Yes, quite, Watson. But the goddess of Amar is not for sale.
Mr. Holmes, you don't realize what you're saying.
On the contrary, I know perfectly well what I'm saying. I repeat, the goddess is not for sale at any price. Now, Mr. Bailey, I bid you good night.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. I can only say you'll regret your action. Good night.
Well, dash it, Holmes, you must be mad, turning down an offer like that.
Not at all, Watson. You recall the French gentleman who bid against me at the auction? You remember I referred to the condition of his hair and hands?
Yes.
The skin on the fellow's hands was desiccated and he'd lost his fingernails. Moreover, on certain areas of his head, he'd suffered a complete loss of hair.
Dash it, Holmes, what's all this got to do with the Burmese goddess?
It means, my dear fellow, that the jade figure I purchased is worth a fortune. It means that not one, but two mysterious parties want the goddess and will stop at nothing to get it. If I'm not mistaken, there may be a desperate attempt to kidnap the goddess tonight.
You choose your family doctor, lawyer, and banker because you have confidence in them. It's just as smart to choose the place where you buy your clothes for the same reason. Right now in your own city, a friendly, respected, independent merchant sells Clippercraft clothes. He believes and acts on the belief that you will appreciate the genuine savings he passes on to you. He doesn't sell dubious merchandise. His business is built four square on a firm foundation. Fine tailoring, outstanding style, value, and quality. Exceptional quality is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and topcoat. That respected trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes and the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the case of the Burmese goddess.
So I was, Mr. Harris. Holmes did not explain his observations any further, and I did not press him. That night at Baker Street, I fell into a troubled and uneasy slumber, and my last recollection was of Holmes sitting in his easy chair, smoking his pipe, and facing the window. He seemed to be waiting for something, expecting something. And then...
Watson. Watson, wake up.
Holmes, what the deuce is the...
Listen.
Good Lord, Holmes, the warning song. The warning of death. That infernal legend, Holmes.
Wait. We have a visitor in the yard.
Well, confound it, let's go to the window.
No, stay away from the window, Watson.
Eh?
To approach and open it means certain death. We shall wait here in the dark and elude the trap they've set.
Who are they?
Obvious, Watson. They...
2 shots from outside our window.
Yes, something's happened which I did not foresee. Watson, take your revolver and follow me down to the yard, quickly.
Holmes, there's a body of a man here in the yard. He's been shot.
Yes. And look, there's a man. He's just run out of the shrubbery.
Hello there! Stop! Stop or I'll shoot! Confound it, I missed him. He's right on the fence, Holmes. He's running down Baker Street.
Quick,
there.
after him.
The beggar was too fast for us, Holmes. He got away.
Yes, quite. But he's left us a souvenir in this corpse here. Right, let us examine the body. Aha!
What is it?
Identification papers, Watson. And note, they prove that this dead man is Inspector Paul Dubois of the French Sûreté.
Eh? What's a French police inspector got to do with a Burmese goddess, Holmes?
Everything, my dear fellow, everything. Remember, my competitive bidder at the auction was also French. Yes, the pieces of this remarkable puzzle are beginning to assemble themselves into a clear and precise pattern. And... one moment, Watson.
Yes?
Observe this slip of paper on the dead man's body. Seems to be a torn piece of rather expensive stationery.
What of it?
On it are written the words Room 322 in red ink.
Well, Holmes, what does it mean?
It means that very soon, Watson, I shall have the answer to this whole riddle. Suppose you find the nearest constable and inform him this affair. For the moment, I shall return to our flat upstairs.
Presently. Good Lord, the place is a shambles.
Yes, Watson, our flat was quickly rifled by someone lurking on the premise.
And the idol, it's gone, it's stolen.
Quite. From now on, we must move with all possible speed.
What do we do first, Holmes?
First, we must make a telephone call to the prefect of police in Paris.
And after that?
Find room 322. And there we may discover the goddess.
Yes, but how are we going to do that, Holmes?
Obvious. The room number Inspector Dubois wrote down means that this is a hotel rendezvous. And from the expensive quality of the stationery, we may deduce that Dubois wrote down this number in some first-class hotel.
But Holmes, London is full of first-class hotels.
Yes, true, Watson, true. But here is the salient fact. The room number was scrawled in red ink, a highly unusual procedure. It can only mean that this particular hotel ran out of blue ink.
In other words, if we can find a first-class hotel using red ink...
Yes, quite, Watson, quite. But come, we are wasting too much time in talk. We must resolve this affair quickly before the night's over, or it'll be too late.
Hello? Laville, this is Bailey. I'm down in the hotel lobby.
Ah, oui.
Did you get that goddess out of the Holmes flat?
Oui, well, he ran after you, Monsieur Bailey. I took it from his apartment. It is here on the table now. I have already broken the goddess from the lead base.
Be careful what you do, Laville.
Have no fear in these matters, monsieur. Am I not an expert?
Yes, but these Burmese devils are after that goddess too, Laville. They were outside Holmes' flat when I got rid of Inspector Dubois. I'll be right up and then we'll get out.
Oui, Monsieur Bailey. As for these Burmese natives, they do not know where we are. Monsieur Bailey.
What is it? What's the matter?
They are here. They've come for the goddess.
What?
The song, the death song. It is outside my window.
Laville, hide the lead base, you hear? Let them have the goddess. That's all they want.
Monsieur Bailey, there's someone at the window. On the fire escaping. No!
Laville! Laville! So, they got it. The Burmese devils, they got it. They took the goddess, but the base... Yes, it's still here on the table. Oh, the Oriental fools didn't know. They left me a fortune. Now to get out. Canada, perhaps, Australia.
Or Newgate Prison, Mr. Bailey.
Holmes! Dr. Watson!
No, Bailey. Don't reach for that gun. As you see, I have my service revolver aimed straight at your head. I should not hesitate to use it at the slightest provocation.
Note, Watson, the dead man on the floor is Monsieur Laville, my competitor at the auction. And he suffered the same fate as Sir John Brandywine, the Burmese revenge.
Oh, yes. They've taken the goddess head.
Yes, and good riddance. Let them take it back to the sacred temple whence it was stolen. Our concern is with Mr. Bailey here.
How did you find me here?
A matter of routine investigation, my dear fellow. I shan't bore you with the details. And I wouldn't clutch that lead base so tightly if I were you. I believe you'll find it worthless.
What do you mean?
I mean that it's merely a solid block of lead. You see, my dear fellow, you purloined the wrong goddess.
What? Holmes, you mean you switched the figures? You took the goddess that you owned from the tin box at Barclays Bank and placed it in our flat?
Precisely, Watson. And the goddess I purchased at the auction now rests quite safely in the custody of Inspector Lestrade at Scotland Yard.
Then you cheated me. You cheated me out of a fortune.
Quite.
What's all this about? What fort?
Fortune in radium, Watson.
Radium?
Exactly. A grain of radium stolen from the Curie laboratories in Paris, hidden in the base of the goddess of Aymar, and thus smuggled into England.
Well, Holmes, now that we've delivered the smuggler Bailey to the authorities, would you mind telling me the course of your deduction? I must confess I'm confused.
Are you, Watson? Well, the whole affair is really quite obvious. The Burmese motive to recover the goddess was simple enough, a sacred and religious quest. But it was at the auction, after observing Laville, that a new element entered.
But how? How did you know?
The condition of the man's hands and hair. Loss of fingernails, desiccated appearance of skin, loss of patches of hair, symptomatic of work with radium. The fact that he was a Frenchman further heightened my suspicions.
Yes, but Holmes, I still don't see how...
Laville, as I learned from the Paris prefect of police, was a worker in the Curie laboratory. He entered a conspiracy with this international thief Bailey to steal a grain of radium. The next problem was to smuggle it out of the country.
And so they concealed it in the goddess of Aymar, while Sir John Brandywine displayed his collection in Paris, eh?
Exactly. The lead base, of course, was a perfect carrier in which to hide the loot and get it past the customs and out of the country. They had planned to purchase the goddess from Sir John and then recover the radium. Their plans, however, went awry. Meanwhile, Inspector Dubois was hot on their trail, and they got rid of him.
And that, Holmes, closes this adventure.
Not quite, Watson. We are living in a new and dynamic age. I am a criminologist, not a seer, and yet I know that these radioactive substances hold the key to the future. And I cannot help but wonder if men will use them for good or evil.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was quite an adventure, sir.
Yes, indeed it was, Mr. Harris. It is, in fact, one of my favorite memoirs, and significant in the light of what is being done with radioactive substances today.
And now, Dr. Watson, what adventure will you have for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the golden pince-nez. It concerns an untidy rug, a box of Egyptian cigarettes, and a stab in the dark.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, Write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes, Mutual Broadcasting System.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light.
It's light as leather.
Smart.
It's smart as leather.
And wear.
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
This is WOR, New York, serving the largest single-station audience in America.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, 2 great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
You just took a $10,000 fee from a client and then accused him of murder.
That's right, Patsy.
But I don't understand. How could he have committed the murder?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
But he was with us when it happened.
Yes, I know. You and I, Patsy, are his alibi. And yet I'm positive he killed William Lasher.
And now, the case of the perfect alibi. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. It is almost 8 o'clock in the evening, and Nick Carter and his assistant Patsy Bowen are bound for the theater. It's one of those rare evenings when Nick is not working and Patsy is happy enough to sing.
Oh, Nick. First the theater, then supper and dancing. Oh, we won't get home until morning.
Well, Patsy, it's worth taking an evening off to see you so happy.
Oh, I am happy, Nick. There'll just be us tonight. No policemen, no crooks, no anybody.
Hey, look at that fool.
He's driving right at us.
Hey, Patsy, brace yourself. Why,
Oh, that driver must be drunk.
Crazy fool. If he's not injured, I'll tell him a thing or two. Are you in there? You hurt?
No, I'm okay.
Well, get out and let's have a look at you.
It was my fault entirely. I'll be glad to pay all the damages.
What's wrong with you? Plenty of light on this street.
You must have seen us coming.
I know. I said it was my fault. Here's my license and my registration. I'll call my attorney in the morning, and he'll get in touch with you.
You're Paul Sanders?
Yes.
Now, you must have just started out. The radiator of your car isn't even warm.
Well, I was traveling slowly. I was just driving.
With your eyes shut. Well, my name is Nick Carter. You'll need that in your accident report.
You're Nick Carter? Really?
He certainly is, really.
Mr. Carter, I need your help, desperately.
For what?
Mr. Carter, a man is going to be murdered tonight, and I'm the man with the strongest motive in the world for killing him.
You have the strongest motive?
Yes, I have. Mr. Carter, you may be the means of saving my life and the life of William Lasher as well.
William Lasher?
Yes.
Not the man who used to be district attorney.
That's right. He represents certain clients who are after my scalp. Naturally, that makes him my enemy, too.
So what?
I phoned him just a little while ago. I argued and pleaded with him, but it was no use. He can ruin me, and he's going to do it, if he lives.
You don't make sense yet. Go on.
While I was talking to him on the phone, he received a letter by messenger. He read it to me and accused me of sending it. It said that Lasher was going to be killed tonight.
Nick, isn't Lasher that DA who was so tough they refused to let his name go up for re-election?
Yes, Patsy. Stepped on too many toes.
Oh.
I must have a reliable person who will swear that I couldn't have killed Lasher. Will you take the job, Mr. Carter?
You know, Mr. Sanders, I think maybe I will.
I'll pay you any fee you ask, anything.
The fee will be $10,000, Mr. Sanders.
$10,000?
Well, that's pretty steep, but okay, I'll pay it.
All right. First thing to do is to establish the fact that Lasher's alive right this minute. Suppose we use my car, Mr. Sanders. Mine will run. Yours doesn't look as if it would.
Very well.
I don't like this, Nick.
Neither do I. Why do you think I accepted this case? Well, come on, Mr. Sanders. Let's look into this murder you say is going to happen. For your sake, Mr. Sanders, I hope Mr. Lasher is alive.
I hope so, too, even though I detest the man.
I think someone's coming, Nick.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Lasher. I'm Nick Carter.
You're Nick Carter, the detective?
Yes, may I see him, please?
Well, gee, I'm sorry, but he left strict orders that he wasn't to be disturbed under any circumstances.
In spite of his orders, I want to see him whether he's all right. We have reason to believe he might be murdered tonight.
Murdered? Why, well, all right, I'll knock on the study door. He gets awful sore when I disobey him, but, well, I'll try it.
Who's he, Mr. Sanders?
Name's Joey Wilson. Nice boy. Lasher's his guardian.
Oh.
Mr. Lasher? Mr. Lasher?
Go away. I told you I don't want to be disturbed.
You see?
Here, let me try. Mr. Lasher, this is Nick Carter. I want to talk to you.
I said go away. I'll see no one tonight.
Well, I'm afraid you're going to see me because I want to see you.
Confound you! Get out of here!
Oh, what happened, Nick?
He threw a book at me. Fortunately, his aim was bad.
Then he's still alive.
Yes, Sanders. Luckily for you, he's very much alive. Oh, Joey, do you know Mr. Sanders here?
Why, yes, sir. He comes to see Mr. Lasher sometimes.
When was the last time he came to this house?
Let me see. He hasn't been here in a long time. At least for 2 months.
Yes, at least that.
I see. Well, it's now 8:32. Remember that, all of you. Lasher is alive now. What's more, Sanders?
Yes, Mr. Carter?
We're going to take further precautions to see that he stays alive, at least as far as you're concerned. Come on.
Carter, what's the idea of bringing me here to police headquarters?
Because I want to look in on my friend, Sergeant Matheson, before we go back to Lasher's place.
Well, at least the last 2 hours have passed quickly. Seeing your offices and laboratory was quite an experience, Carter.
Well, at least it was one way of killing time while we were establishing your alibi.
Here's the sergeant's office, Nick.
Hi, Matty.
Oh, hi, Nick. Patsy.
Hello.
This is Mr. Sanders, Sergeant Matheson.
Hi, Sanders.
How do you do?
Any further word from Lasher, Nick?
No, Matty. I called Joey half hour ago. He reported Lasher was still very much alive.
Good. I sent 4 men up there, as you suggested, just to cover the house and sort of keep a watch over Lasher.
Thanks, Matty.
I also did some checking down here. You know, Nick, Lasher was about the toughest DA we've ever had.
Yeah, so I recall.
One of the boys he put away, and one who hated Lasher like poison, got out of prison yesterday.
Well, that's interesting. Who is he?
Pete Arnold. Lasher got him sent up for 15 years for armed robbery. And the day he was sentenced, Arnold swore he'd get Lasher for sending him up.
I think I remember him. Wasn't he a big, powerful fellow?
Yeah, mean. And dangerous, too. You know, Nick, I think we ought to go see Lasher again, whether he likes it or not.
I think you got something there, Matty. Let's go. Come on, Sanders.
All right. Where you go, I go. For tonight, at least.
You've got your men well hidden, Matty. Didn't see one anywhere.
They're here all right, Nick. Don't worry about that.
Hello. Oh, it's you again, Mr. Carter.
Yes, Joey, and this time we're going to talk to Mr. Lasher, orders or no orders.
Well, it's at your own risk, Mr. Carter.
I know, Joey. Mr. Lasher, I'm coming in. I want to
Hey.
Nick, he's dead.
Oh, no, he can't be.
He's dead, all right.
Dead, is he? Well, everyone stay right where you are. Don't touch a thing.
Hey, let me see.
There's no blood, Nick.
No. No sign of a struggle either.
Just that terrible expression on his face.
To me, that means just one thing, Patsy. Lasher was poisoned.
Nick, someone was here with him. Look at that bottle of liquor, and there's 2 glasses here on the desk.
And the glass beside Lasher's hand is empty.
But the other one's full.
I'll call the medical examiner and the homicide boys. Now, you 4 go back in the living room. I don't want anything disturbed in here, intentionally or otherwise. Hey, Nick. A little while ago, 2 of the men I got outside saw someone peering through the window of the study where we found Lasher's body.
Did they catch him?
No, they lost him in the darkness.
Oh.
They said he resembled Pete Arnold in size. So the window's being dusted for prints, and so are the bottle and glasses.
Oh, those glasses are hobnailed, Matty. They're too rough to take an impression.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right. Well, I'm going back in the study, Nick. You carry on, huh?
Okay, Matty. Joey, why did Mr. Lasher insist upon being alone tonight?
I don't know. All I know is that every once in a while he'd clear everybody out of the house except me, and my job was to see that nobody disturbed him.
Mm-hmm. When was the last time that happened?
Well, I'm not sure. About a year ago, I guess.
Hey, Nick.
Oh, yes, Matty.
Yep, there were prints on the window. They match Pete Arnold's.
That's so.
And the medical examiner says he thinks it's poison.
Just in the glass that Lasher drank from?
No, in both glasses. The murderer must have slipped the poison into the bottle before it was poured.
I see.
Well, one thing is sure. Sanders didn't kill him. He was with us all the time.
Thank you, Miss Bowen, for those kind words. Well, I'll get back to headquarters in case something breaks down there.
Okay, Matty. You'll phone me just as soon as the poison's identified?
You bet I will, Nick.
Good.
Minute I find out.
Well, two lucky things happened to me tonight.
That's so.
Lasher is dead, and I'm saved from bankruptcy. Also, I ran into Nick Carter, who furnished me with a perfect alibi. I'm not even suspected of the murder.
Well, you're a lucky man, Mr. Sanders. Now, there was something said about a fee.
The fee? Oh, yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I've got the cash right with me. Here, in $500 bills.
Oh, looky.
Yes, there you are, Mr. Carter. $10,000 for 3 hours' work.
Sanders, how does it happen you're carrying all that money around?
Well, I always carry a lot of cash.
Wouldn't be that you purposely had that much on you so you could wave it under my nose if I didn't want to take the case.
Why, I didn't even know I'd meet you.
No? When you collided with me, the radiator of your car was almost cold, yet you said you'd been driving around.
Well, I had been.
I doubt that. I believe you were parked at the curb until you saw Patsy and me start away from my house. I believe you were waiting for us.
Are you trying to say that I framed that smash-up?
I am. You deliberately planned to have me furnish you with an alibi.
I suppose next you'll say that I actually murdered Lasher.
Yeah, I think you did.
Well, oh, Nick, how could he?
Carter, that's crazy. How could I have been with you and be at this house at the same time?
I don't know the answers yet, but I'm going to find them. I'm sure you killed him.
I don't have to stand here and listen to slander.
You're not free to leave yet, Sanders, so stick around.
Don't worry. I'll be around if you need me.
Nick, what's going on here? You just took a $10,000 fee from a client and then accused him of murder.
That's right, Patsy.
Well, I don't understand. He was with us when it happened. You and I are his alibi.
Yes, I know. But in spite of that, I'm positive Sanders killed William Lasher.
As the case moves swiftly to a climax, Nick and Patsy serve as the alibi for the man Nick accuses of murder. In just a moment, we'll learn whether Nick can make this accusation stand. Now, back to the case of the perfect alibi. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. It is a short time later. The police are gone. Nick and Patsy are upstairs investigating Lasher's bedroom.
Well, nothing here that gives us any clue.
You really think he murdered Lasher?
I do.
Well, what about Pete Arnold? He swore he'd kill Lasher someday.
Pete Arnold didn't do this job.
Well, how can you be so sure about that?
Look, Patsy, Lasher knew Arnold was dangerous. Would he have invited him in for a drink?
No, I don't suppose so.
Besides, men like Arnold don't use poison when they kill. Yes?
It's me, Joey.
Oh, come on in. Yes, Joey?
Well, I thought I'd see if there was anything I could do.
Oh, yes, perhaps there is, Joey. Lasher was obviously a hot-tempered man. Was he always that way?
Oh, no, sir. That was just on the surface. Underneath, he was a swell guy.
Oh, that's so.
Why, he built a new wing on the hospital, and it cost him $250,000. That's the Blythestone wing.
Why'd he use that name?
Because he didn't want his own name on it. He didn't even want anybody to know he'd paid for it.
Well, who was Blythestone? Anyone special?
Oh, yes. Mr. Blythestone saved Mr. Lasher's life in the First World War, and he was nearly killed doing it.
Oh.
He used to come here every year to talk about the war and old times and stuff. It was sort of an anniversary.
You know where Blythestone is now?
Oh, he died 5 years ago.
Must be Matty calling about the poison, Patsy.
Oh, I'll get it.
Okay, thanks. About this Blythestone...
I'm coming. Oh, drat dark stairways like...
Are you all right, Patsy?
Oh, Nick. Nick, I tripped.
Oh, never mind. Are you all right?
Are you hurt, Miss Bowen?
No, I don't think so. There was something stretched across the stairway. I felt it hit my ankle, and then I lost my balance.
Gee, that's too bad.
Sanders did that.
Huh?
Getting scared. He knew I expected a phone call and wanted me to break my neck, but he tripped you instead.
But what was it that tripped me?
This is an open stairway with a railing on both sides. You could have passed a wire or a cord across the step, pulled it up as you came down, then pulled the cord free and got away.
Oh, gosh, what a dirty trick.
I'll say. Help me up, Nick.
Okay.
I'm all right.
All right, let me help you to the studio, Patsy.
Mm-hmm.
Sit down there and rest for a bit.
Thanks, Nick.
How'd you feel? Okay?
Much better.
All right, there you are. Take it easy now until you feel okay.
I will. Oh, Nick, that Sergeant Matheson probably wondering what on earth's wrong.
Shall I answer it?
No, I'll get it. Nick Carter speaking.
Look, why don't you answer the phone? I was getting all set to come out there and see if you were still alive.
I'm sorry, Matty. Patsy tried to answer your first call, but she fell down the stairs.
She fell. She didn't hurt herself.
No, I don't think so. Nothing serious.
Oh, good. Well, your hunch was right, Nick. The autopsy shows the liquor was poison. That was potassium cyanide in the bottle and both glasses.
So that's why it worked so fast.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you better watch out for Pete Arnold. My boys never did see him leave the place.
Thanks, Matty. I'll do that.
What'd the sergeant say, Nick?
Says it was poison. Cyanide.
Oh.
Hey, Joey, were there any more glasses to this set Mr. Lasher used?
Not that I know of. I never saw more than 2 of them.
I see. Hey, this brandy. It's imported from France. More than 40 years old.
Golly, it must be priceless.
It is if you go in for that sort of thing. Now, to whom would Lasher serve 40-year-old brandy? Have to be somebody very special.
Mr. Carter, I remember now.
Yeah, what?
Mr. Blystone, every time he came here, that bottle of brandy would turn up.
Well, now.
And about a year, once about a year since Mr. Blystone died, I'd found the bottle here on the desk again with the 2 glasses.
Did Lasher drink much?
He never drank, Mr. Carter, except, well, maybe the times I found the bottle left on the desk.
Nick, come here quickly, by the window.
Yes, what is it, Betsy?
The second floor of the garage. Watch that window right in the middle.
Yes. Someone's looking out. Someone with a cigarette in his mouth.
Could that be Pete Arnold?
I don't know, but it won't take me long to find out. Watch it now, Patsy. You may... Get down.
Nicky.
Look, you stay right here. Don't move.
But what are you going to do?
I'm going around the other side. He's out of the garage now and around the west corner. I saw the gun flash.
Oh, Nick, please be careful.
I'll be careful. Now, if I can just make it to the... Still shooting over the other way. Now, if I jump in fast... Drop that gun! Why, you... That'll hold you.
Nick, did you get him?
I did. He'll be with us as soon as he wakes up.
Having trouble, Mr. Carter?
Mr. Sanders.
Yeah, Sanders, where have you been while all the fireworks were going on?
I was just walking around, thinking.
Okay, suppose you take all of Pete's legs. We'll carry him into the house. Then we'll all do some thinking. Together. Okay, one handcuff around this wrist, the chain behind the steam pipe, and the second cuff on his other wrist.
Which takes care of Pete Arnold for the time being.
Carter, why did you bring Arnold upstairs? Why not just turn him over to the police?
Because there are no police here at the moment, Sanders. Matty took his men away. Figured that whoever had been prowling around had gone by now.
Pete's waking up, Nick.
Where am I?
All right, cut it, Pete. You're not fooling anyone. I'm Nick Carter. You try to kill Patsy and me.
Oh, what a sap I've been. What a sap.
Pete, did you kill Lasher?
No. I was going to, but when I looked in the window, he was sitting there, dead.
Then what happened?
I heard the cops moving around, so I hid in the garage.
Why?
Because I had to. If the cops seen me here, they'd have framed me for the job.
Nobody's framing you, Pete. But the police are going to ask you a lot of questions.
Well, I guess I'll be here when they come. Is this all you're going to do, Carter? Sit here in the study and wait? Aren't you going to send for the police?
I'll be glad to, Sanders. You decided to confess?
You're crazy, Carter. Here you have a man who swore he'd murder Lasher, who even tried to shoot you. Don't you know when you've caught a killer?
Sanders, there's an old photograph hanging on the wall here behind Lasher's desk.
Huh?
Looks like some of the men from Lasher's old infantry company.
Yes, that's what it is, Mr. Carter.
Oh, I know that picture. I've got a copy of it.
Uh-huh. You're the third one from the left, aren't you?
Yes.
Who are the others? Can you name them?
Yes, most of them. Brown, Morrison, Kelly, Blystone.
Then you knew Blystone.
Of course I did. He's my sergeant. But if you're trying to tie him into this, you're wrong. He's been dead for 5 years.
Yeah, so Joey told me. Oh, Patsy.
Huh?
Come into the living room a minute, will you?
Of course, Nick.
You too, Joey.
Sure, Mr. Carter.
Now listen, both of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
I'm going to accuse Sanders of murder again, point blank. And I'm going to show him how I can prove it.
Gee, can you do that?
I'm going to try.
I get it. You want to make him so desperate he'll do something that will give himself away.
That's it.
Oh, but what about Pete Arnold?
I've told you, Patsy, nothing as far as Lasher's murder's concerned.
But if Pete didn't do it, and Sanders was with us, who was with Lasher when he was killed? Somebody had to be.
Patsy, when Lasher died, there was no one with him except possibly a ghost.
Well, a ghost? Nick, are you trying to tell me this is a supernatural case?
No, simply the work of a murderer who planned every move well in advance.
Oh.
Now, let's get back to the study while I tell Sanders how he murdered Lasher without even being present.
Well, be careful, Nick. Sanders may have a gun.
I shouldn't be surprised. That's where Joey comes in.
Me? Oh, gosh, I'll do anything I can.
Okay, Joey, take one of those heavy bookends off that table. Go out of the house and around to the back. You have 3 minutes to reach the windows looking into the study.
But then what do I do?
Joey, when the time comes for you to act, you'll know it without me telling you.
Oh.
Well, you back again, Carter?
Yes, Sanders. Want to establish some facts.
Oh?
You knew Lasher and his dead friend Blystone from World War I.
Suppose I did.
You knew that Blystone saved Lasher's life, and that Lasher and Blystone made a pledge after the war was over to meet once a year and celebrate the rescue.
Does that make me a murderer?
Now, Lasher never used liquor except once a year, when he and Blystone each drank a small glass of this fine old brandy, and that celebration always took place on the same day, the date of Lasher's rescue, a date you knew because you were there when it happened.
So, 2 men celebrate an anniversary, and that makes me a murderer.
It does because you knew about it. Joey tells me the bottle and the 2 glasses were kept in plain sight in the cabinet over the desk. You must have seen them many times. It's been very easy for you to come here to see Lasher, and then, while you were waiting here in the study for him...
So that's it.
Get it, Patsy?
Of course. Sanders poisoned the bottle of brandy when he was here over 2 months ago. He knew it wouldn't be used until tonight, and he planned to set up an alibi for the exact time when Lasher would be killed.
All right, both of you, put your hands up fast.
Oh, I told you he had a gun, Nick.
Get him up. Thank you. So you found out about me.
I did. You were too anxious to have Patsy and me be your alibi, and you were too eager to pay too much money for such a small job.
I'm admitting nothing, Carter. But don't move, either of you. I have plans for you.
Sanders backs away, his finger tightening against the trigger. We'll see what Nick does about this in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the perfect alibi. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Sanders slowly levels his gun at Nick and Patsy as he says,
Here's where you and Miss Bowen get it. I hope you're ready.
Let down, Patsy!
Oh, nice going, Nick. That was some haymaker you landed on his jaw.
Well, he won't do any more shooting for a while.
Was it okay, Mr. Carter?
Ah, you were marvelous.
You were wonderful, Joey.
Oh, gee, thanks, Miss Bowen. Boy, is he out cold.
Well, Nick, your plan seems to have worked.
Yeah. When Joey smashed the window, Sanders reacted just as I hoped he would.
And that gave you a chance to go for him.
Yeah. Well, Matty will have 2 prisoners now. Pete Arnold and Sanders.
Gosh, it's hard to believe. Sanders killed Lasher and wasn't even here when it happened.
That's right.
Then Blystone was the ghost who was with Lasher when he was killed.
Right.
Oh, gosh, Nick, That was a clever scheme.
Yes, and safe, too. The brandy was never used for anything else.
He simply set a murder trap and waited for the reunion to set it off.
Right, which is murder in the first degree, as he'll find out very shortly.
Pay to the order of the community chest. $10,000. Nick, this is the first time in a long time a murderer's money has helped a worthy cause.
A murderer's money? Well, I like that. That's my money, Patsy. I earned it by giving Sanders the alibi he wanted.
Oh, that's right, you did. Now, if you'll just sign the check, I'll get it into the mails right away.
All right, then you can go home. It's too bad you had to miss the play, Patsy.
Yes, it's a shame. It was a mystery, Nick. Honestly, I love mystery plays more than any other kind.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer plays Matty. Today's script was written by Norman A. Daniels. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance therein to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez.
Watson, keep your revolver at the ready.
But, Holmes, why?
The killer, my dear fellow, is here in this room with us.
What? Dash it, Holmes, what are you talking about?
Observe, Watson. The panel in this wall is loose. Suppose we open it to find what is revealed beyond.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Watson. I hope you have another one of your memoirs available for us tonight.
Indeed I have, Mr. Harris. Indeed I have. And it's a very singular adventure indeed. I might add here that it's one of my favorite memoirs, Mr. Harris, where the genius of my friend Holmes never shone more brilliantly.
And the name of this adventure, Doctor?
I shall always remember it as The Adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez. And after you've taken a moment to remind our audience of the merits of Clipper Craft Clothes, I shall proceed with the facts of this amazing story.
Thank you, Doctor. Maybe you've heard someone say, well, if I had his money, I could be well-dressed, too. But that's not necessarily so, because the amount of money you spend doesn't make you well-dressed. It's what you buy, where you buy it, and how well it suits you. You can prove it to yourself. It's as easy as this. Just try on a Clipper Craft suit and see how well it looks on you. And you don't have to pay a fortune for Clipper Craft. A fine new Clipper Craft spring all-worsted suit costs you only $45. And at that moderate price of $45, you get the greatest dollar-for-dollar value in America because you benefit from the unique Clipper Craft plan by which more than 1,200 independent local merchants pool their tremendous buying power to give you the amazing Clipper Craft value, the finest materials, and the very latest in style and color, made by master tailors. Yes, sir, a Clipper Craft suit at $45 is a great, great investment. So treat yourself to a Clipper Craft suit and see what really fine tailoring can do for you. And now, Dr. Watson, what about this adventure of the Golden Pass Nay?
Well, Mr. Harris, it took place in the year 1894. And this time, Inspector Hopkins, Holmes's young protege at Scotland Yard, was involved. It began in Kent, at a great, gloomy house called Yoxley Old Place. Here lived a rheumatism-ridden scholar and professor named Coram, a strange and mysterious man. One night, the professor, hobbling about the house on his stick, surprised his secretary, Sergius, in his study.
Sergius.
Professor Coram.
What are you doing at that cabinet?
Why,
Trying to rob me, tampering with the lock when I came in, weren't you? I was a fool to trust you, sneak thief.
Professor Coram, I'm sorry.
Get away from that cabinet before I bash your head in with this stick.
Yes,
Now
sir.
leave this house. You're no longer my secretary. I'm giving you the sack, you hear, and if you ever come back to Yoxley Old Place, I'll kill you.
So he threatened to kill you, Sergius.
Yes, Anna. He gave me the sack and took on a new secretary, a Mr. Willoughby Smith.
Sergius, I must get into that locked cabinet in the study. I must. I will stop at nothing. Do you understand? And you must help me.
No, Anna, not I. I've taken an impression of the cabinet lock, and here's a floor plan of the house. This is as far as I shall go.
I see. So you are afraid.
Yes, Anna. I am afraid. I will have nothing more to do with this affair. This Professor Coram is mad, dangerous. To get in his way means death.
Very well, Smith. That is all the dictation I shall give you this evening. You may go.
Yes, Professor Coram. But before I go, I've something to tell you.
What is it?
I was in Chatham this afternoon. The greengrocer told me a woman, a stranger, was inquiring the way to the house here.
A woman? What woman? Did he describe her?
Why, yes. The greengrocer said she was a foreign-looking woman, sir. Black hair, tall, glasses, a tiny scar on her chin.
Then it's she. She's found me at last. One moment, Smith.
Yes, sir?
How do you know so much about this woman? How were you able to describe her so well?
Well, I told you the greengrocer...
That's a lie. She sent you here.
What?
You want what I have in that cabinet, my study. You're spying on me.
Professor Coram, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, Smith. I'm afraid I misjudged you. Lost my temper for a moment. Forgive me?
Of course. Good night, sir.
Good night, Smith.
Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith.
Yes, Susan?
Where are you going, sir, so late at night?
Into Professor Coram's study.
Well, Mr. Smith, I wouldn't do that. Indeed, I wouldn't. I've been the professor's housemaid for more than a year, and I can tell you, he doesn't like anyone in his study after dark.
I'm just going in to get a book, and the professor's in bed.
Maybe he is, and maybe he isn't. But mark my words, Mr. Smith. Don't go into the study.
Look here, Susan. Suppose you go back to your room and stop giving me advice. I'm perfectly capable of managing my own affairs.
But, Mr.
Good
Smith...
night, Susan. Let's see. Where is that lamp? If I remember... Who's that? Who's there by the cabinet? Professor Coram, is it you? No, don't...
Well, Mr. Holmes, that's the entire story. This Professor Coram's secretary, Willoughby Smith, was found dead in the study. A sealing wax knife in his neck.
Interesting, my dear Inspector Hopkins. Very. And as you say, the presence of a knife a considerable distance from the body would indicate murder, not suicide. This sealing wax knife was part of the equipment in the study?
Yes, sir. It always lay on the desk.
I see.
And other than that, Inspector Hopkins, you found nothing?
Nothing to put a finger on, Dr. Watson. That's why I returned from Kent in this beastly weather to consult you both here at Baker Street. Mr. Holmes, I need your help.
Yes, quite people who come to the end of their wits usually do. Now then, Hopkins, a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You examined the grounds?
I did.
What did you find?
A few faint impressions on the garden path. It must have been the killer. It was the only way to enter the house, since the front door was locked and bolted.
These footprints, Hopkins, were they coming or going?
I couldn't say for sure, sir. They were so faint.
Were they large or small?
I couldn't distinguish, Mr. Holmes. As I said, they were...
Oh, rubbish.
Holmes, what the deuce?
Oh, Hopkins, I'm disappointed in you. The faintest impressions in the earth, when viewed with open eyes, are enormously revealing. Now, in this pouring rain, they've no doubt been obliterated entirely. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Get your waterproof and your hat.
You mean we're going to...
Yes, quite. We're going to Yoxley Old Place in Kent. I believe there's a train for Chatham leaving Charing Cross in an hour.
Holmes, look here, along the garden path. There's a narrow border of grass along it, some 6 inches in width.
There is indeed, Watson. What of it?
Well, the killer could have trod this strip of grass in order to conceal his footprints. Perhaps that is why Hopkins saw nothing.
Oh, nonsense.
Eh?
Whoever entered the garden gate, Watson, and came along this path to enter the house had no intention of committing murder.
Well, how'd you know that?
It's elementary, my dear fellow. A killer would have come armed with a weapon. But this assassin used a sealing wax knife snatched from the study desk. Hence, the murder was on the spur of the moment.
Yes, Joe Holmes. You're right.
Yes, quite. But now, Watson, let us join Hopkins in the study. My dear Hopkins, surely you're aware that the dead man, Willoughby Smith, has a pair of glasses clutched in his hands?
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. They're his. He must have just taken them off when he was attacked.
Well, that makes sense, Holmes. They're just the type a secretary would wear. Pince-nez, black thread.
Oh, poppycock.
Eh?
Give me the glasses, Watson. Let me examine them by the light of the window.
Very well. Here you are, Holmes. Holmes, why the deuce are you trying them on? What can you find by...
What is it, Mr. Holmes?
These glasses tell a story indeed.
What story?
They belong to a woman. She's of good circumstance, a person well-dressed and refined. She has a thick nose, eyes set close together, a puckered forehead, peering expression, and probably rounded shoulders.
Good Lord.
How the deuce do you know all that, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, it's obvious, Hopkins, obvious. The glasses are dainty and delicately constructed, hence a woman's. They're handsomely mounted in solid gold. Hence, the owner is a woman of means and probably fastidious in the rest of her apparel. The width of the bridge is wide, hence a broad nose. And yet the eyes are close together, since I have a narrow face and yet cannot focus my eyes through the lenses.
Yes, but Holmes, how do you know this mysterious woman has a peering expression, a puckered forehead, and rounded shoulders,
The lenses, Watson, the lenses, they're extremely strong, and since the woman is myopic or nearsighted, it's reasonable to suppose she possesses these characteristics. But come, let's leave this room.
Where to now, Holmes?
The corridor, Watson. The corridor leading to this room and the professor's bedroom. You may find it extremely revealing.
Well, seems to be an ordinary corridor to me.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I'm of a mind with Dr. Watson. Nothing seems amiss here.
Indeed? Use your eyes, Hopkins, use your eyes. Observe. This corridor between the garden door and the study is covered with a kind of coconut matting. So, too, is the hall leading to Professor Corum's bedroom. They're exactly similar in nature.
Is that significant, Holmes?
Very. It means that the killer never left this house.
What, Holmes? You mean the killer's here at this moment? Hiding somewhere, perhaps?
Precisely, Watson. And now, suppose we have a few words with this mysterious Professor Corum.
Here's some good common sense about men's suits. When you buy your new spring suit, don't deal in unknowns. Be sure to buy that new suit from a merchant you know and respect. And also be sure that it carries a label that merits your complete confidence. And that's exactly the sensible practice of thousands and thousands of well-dressed American men. They buy Clippercraft worsted suits at $45 from friendly, respected, independent merchants who give you real value not once in a while, but always. The exceptional quality of Clippercraft clothes is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and topcoat. The trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. You can always rely on Clippercraft clothes and the store that proudly sells them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham & Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now, Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez.
Yes, Mr. Harris, so I was. Holmes asked Inspector Hopkins to go to the kitchen and wait there with Susan, the housemaid, whom he proposed to interview later. Then Holmes and I entered Professor Coram's bedroom. Professor was lying in bed in a stifling fog of cigarette smoke. We introduced ourselves, and Coram greeted us cordially. Then he held out a cigarette box to us.
Cigarette, Dr. Watson?
No, thank you, Professor. Never touched...
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, by all means. I'm an avid cigarette smoker, my dear Professor.
Holmes, what the devil...
Watson, a light, if you please.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
These seem to be an unusual brand.
Oh, yes. They are a rare blend, sir. Do you like them, Mr. Holmes?
I do indeed. They're very mild, Professor. Now, about the murder of your secretary, Willoughby Smith.
Oh, yes, Smith, a great catastrophe. A fine young man, able and intelligent. The loss is paralyzing to my household. I shall miss him indeed.
And you have no idea who killed him or why?
No, Dr. Watson, I do not. Unfortunately, I knew very little of the young man.
He had no enemies that you were aware of?
Mr. Holmes, I do not pry into the personal affairs of my employer.
Yes, Watson?
Do you mind if I wait for you in the corridor? This room's so heavy with smoke.
Oh, not at all, my dear fellow. I have but one or two more questions to ask Professor Coram here, and I shall be out presently.
There you are, Holmes.
Yes, Watson.
What the deuce has happened to you, Holmes? Why did you tell Professor Coram you were a heavy cigarette smoker? I happen to know you never smoked one of those things in your life. Yet you were in there, puffing away for all you were worth.
I was indeed, my dear fellow. I had not one cigarette, but two. I found them both very helpful.
In what way?
I have high hopes that my new tobacco habit will help me catch a killer.
What? Holmes, perhaps I'm obtuse, but dash it, what the deuce has smoking cigarettes got to do with finding a killer?
All in good time, my dear fellow, all in good time. Suppose we have a talk now with the housemaid, Susan. Now then, Susan, what happened after you heard the scream?
Why, sir, I ran to the study, and there he was, poor Mr. Smith, lying on the floor. When I got to him, he opened his eyes for a moment before he died, poor lad. And he said something very peculiar.
Indeed? What did he say?
Well, it sounded funny like, sir. He said, "The professor, it was she."
The professor? It was she?
Susan, why didn't you tell me this when I first questioned you?
Because I was afraid you'd think me balmy, Inspector Hopkins.
The professor, it was she. I must say it makes no sense, the professor being a man and all.
On the contrary, my dear Hopkins, it's both a logical phrase and a legitimate observation. It is now clear...
Oh.
What's that bell, Susan?
Why, that's Professor Coram, sir, asking for his dinner. I'd better take it to him at once.
I see. By the cutlets you're bringing him on that tray, my dear Susan, I'd say the professor is a man of healthy appetite.
You're right there, Holmes. There's enough there for a longshoreman.
Susan, one more question. Is the professor a man of variable appetite?
Why, yes, sir. So it seems lately, sir. I must say his appetite has increased sharply.
Very good, Susan. You may take your tray in now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, Mr. Holmes, what do you make of it?
It's 1 o'clock now, Inspector Hopkins. We have only to wait an hour until 2.
Yes, Holmes? What will happen at 2?
Then, Watson, we shall talk to the professor again, and I shall produce the killer. Professor Coram, I hope that you don't resent this second intrusion, but there are 1 or 2 more questions I must ask.
Of course. cigarette, Mr. Holmes?
No, thank you, not this time.
Now then, sir, what is it you wish to know? How can I help you solve this deplorable crime?
Oh, I've already solved it, sir. Indeed, I've already found the killer.
A remarkable statement, Mr. Holmes. A most remarkable statement. Just where is this killer?
Right here in this room.
Holmes, you mean the professor here?
I mean, Watson, that last night the professor here received a strange and unexpected visitor.
Oh, no, you don't, Mr. Holmes.
Holmes, he has a gun under his pillow there.
You'll never know the truth. Do you hear?
Give me that gun, Professor.
Give it to me.
Holmes, thank heaven you managed to wrest the gun away and the shots went wild into the wall.
On the contrary, Watson, they almost reached their mark. You see, my dear fellow, the killer is in a recess behind that empty bookcase on the opposite wall.
What? That's a lie, you hear, a lie.
Is it? Then suppose we see for ourselves. Note, Watson, this bookcase swings outward from the wall.
Good Lord.
So, you have found me.
Holmes, it's a woman. Just as you described her.
Exactly. The woman who killed Willoughby Smith.
I didn't mean to do it. I wanted the papers in the cabinet. I came to get them, and he walked into the room. It was dark, and he heard me, and then I seized the knife and...
Allow me to complete your story, madam. You struck Smith in the neck, dropped the knife, and ran. In the struggle, your victim snatched off your glasses, these golden pince-nez here.
Oh, you don't know what it is like to be half blind, have searched and searched.
In your myopic condition, and because the corridors appeared similar, you made a mistake. You ran into the professor's room here, instead of through the garden door.
Yes, I came for the papers. I had to have them. I had to.
What papers?
Anna, you fool, be quiet.
No, I shall not be quiet. It is you who are responsible, Anatole. Mr. Holmes, you must know the truth, the whole truth. This man is my husband.
Your husband?
Proceed, madam.
He is a Russian, not an Englishman. We were married in Kiev many years ago, and we were nihilists.
Revolutionists?
Yes, then trouble came, the Tsarist police. My husband here betrayed me to save his own skin. I was sent to Siberia, and he...
Silence, Anna!
No, I will go on. I met a man in Siberia. I fell in love with him. He's still there. I needed papers to procure his release. But my husband had them in the cabinet in his study. And he would not give them to me out of malice and hatred.
Then why did he hide you when you came into the room here?
Because if I were found at large and arrested, he knew I would expose him. And I have friends who would cut his throat if they knew. That is why he hid me behind that bookcase, and for no other reason. But now what difference does it make? I have killed a man. And
Watson, she has a vial in her hand. Stop her.
Give it to me, madam.
No,
give it to me. There. That's it.
Why didn't you let me die? Why didn't you let me die? Why didn't you let me take the poison?
Madam, it is more to your advantage, believe me, to stand before an English court and be judged. Here in our country, unlike yours, we do not subscribe to tyranny or verdict by decree. We have certain rights, and one of them is trial by jury. And in view of the nature of your deed and the motive behind it, there are certain extenuating circumstances. I'm afraid I cannot say the same for Professor Coram here.
I have done nothing, and I am not subject to arrest.
On the contrary, my dear Professor, you've shielded a murderer, and a moment ago attempted murder yourself. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Suppose you admit Inspector Hopkins. He's waiting outside. Well, Watson, we shall be in London presently.
Holmes, how did you know this woman, Anna, hadn't escaped by the garden path?
Well, in order to do that, Watson, she would have had to run along the narrow border of grass to avoid leaving definite footprints. An impossible task, certainly, for a nearsighted person in the dead of night. Remember, Anna had lost her glasses.
Therefore, since Hopkins had reported no definite tracks, she had never left the house at all.
Exactly. And Professor Coram's voracious appetite indicated that two people were eating those cutlets, and not one. Therefore, I suspected that she was hidden somewhere in his room. Then I noted that there was one section of bookcase built on hinges to swing loose.
But Holmes, what did the cigarettes you smoked have to do with it? You said they helped to find the woman.
They did indeed, Watson. I sprinkled the ashes on the carpet in front of the suspected bookcase. When we returned later, I noted that the pattern of the ashes on the carpet had been disturbed. That meant that our quarry had come out from her hiding place. You see, Watson, I may be a bachelor, but I know that any vain woman who has lost her glasses will go to almost any lengths to find them.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very interesting adventure indeed.
Yes, Mr. Harris. As I said, it is my opinion that Holmes rose to sheer heights of brilliance on this occasion. And of course he gave the credit to young Hopkins of Scotland Yard. Holmes was the soul of generosity in these matters, you know.
Yes, Dr. Watson, I do know. And now, Doctor, what about next week's adventure?
Well, next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the blood-soaked wagon. It concerns a grotesque bonfire, a breathtaking chase across the countryside, and one of the strangest crises ever faced by the Royal Mint.
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Blood-Soaked Wagon. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hear Bill Henry on the news, which follows in a moment.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light.
It's light as leather.
Smart.
It's smart as leather.
And wear.
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
This is WOR New York, serving the largest single-station audience in America.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The motif is murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're running a poor last and your whole life depends on you finishing in the money, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, enclosed are 3 $100 bills to arouse your interest and claim your attention. Now, consider my problem. I've committed 3 murders. The police have seen no connection between the victims. Dr. Douglas Chapin, Stella Tafania, and Otto Pfeiffer. But there is a connection, a theme to these deaths, as definite and perfect as a motif in a work of Wagner. I want you, Mr. Valentine, to provide me with the appreciation
of an intelligent man and exhilarating knowledge that from now on you'll be an obstacle in my path. I shall phone you at 2 this afternoon. No signature.
How thoughtless.
Well, what do you make of it, George?
I'd say somebody was funning me, Angel, if it weren't for these 3 century notes.
Well, he sounds like a well-educated man. Or a woman, for all we know, but well, the handwriting's like a child.
These names here, they don't ring any bells for me, but they may for Lieutenant Riley. And, Brooksy, if we find the 3 people in this letter in the file for unsolved crimes, there's going to be a refreshing and deadly calm about the good lieutenant.
Dr. Douglas Chapin, well-known surgeon. Stella Tefania read the bumps on your head, the lines in your palm, and your future in a crystal ball. And Otto Pfeiffer, honest, hard-working diamond cutter. Now, find me a motif in that combination, Valentine, and I'll eat it.
Well, let's skip that for a minute, Lieutenant. The fact remains that whoever wrote this letter knew about these crimes. And they weren't exactly front-page stuff.
You yourself said that Otto Pfeiffer's name never even got into the newspaper.
Missing Persons is working on that, Miss Brooks. The man simply disappeared.
Yeah, but our correspondent assures us it was murder, wherever the body might be.
Dr. Chapin's death was tagged as a suicide or an accident. Take your choice. He was taking a smoke up on the roof of St. Mary's Hospital after an operation. The next thing, they were picking him up off the street.
Which leaves us with only one murder as such.
Yeah. Stella Tefania. Well, that crazy gypsy probably told one of her ignorant, superstitious customers something he didn't want to hear, and he beat her brains out in the back of the store.
But you still don't know who it was?
Unfortunately, no.
Well, then it's possible that the three were murdered by the same person for reasons we don't know yet.
Uh-huh. And he's paying good money to you to try and catch him. Well, maybe we're dealing with the loony here, but I can't take any chances.
Now, I don't want to sound like an old killjoy, Riley, but this character isn't stupid. I doubt if he's going to let his telephone call be traced.
Well, just the same, I'm going to set things up with the telephone company. I'm going to have another phone put in your office and trust to luck.
Okay. 2:00 then, Lieutenant.
Now, have you got everything straight, Miss Brooks?
Uh-huh. All I do is get the special operator on this phone as soon as the call comes through to George. Then if he can hold the call long enough to be traced, I flash the information to headquarters on this emergency.
Yes. And a whole fleet of squad cars will be at the address wherever it is in a matter of minutes.
Well, it's almost 2 now, Lieutenant.
Now, look, Valentine, when you get on the phone, wind up and talk as long as you can. Say anything, even if you have to stutter, but keep the conversation rolling, see? And
Right on the button.
All right, Miss Brooks.
I've got it, Lieutenant.
Hello?
Valentine.
Operator, you can start working on the call.
Huh? What can I do for you? Suppose you tell me what this is all about.
You sound as though you know who this is.
Yeah, you're very punctual. Now about that letter.
Never mind that. Let me do the talking. I know you're trying to trace the number I'm calling from.
Would that be located at the State Hospital for the Insane?
I also know the shortest time it takes the operator to track down any number. You can be sure I'll hang up before then.
What else do you know that's interesting, Rollo? Have you read any good books lately?
Yes, there is something else I know. You've also got a police lieutenant in your office.
You're all right, Buster. It's going to be fun playing with you.
Yes, it is a game, isn't it? And I welcome the odds against me. It'll make the triumph completely satisfying, like the final flourish of a great symphony.
Assuming you did kill those 3 people, friend, you mean you're going to continue on your merry way?
Let's leave idle conversation for another time. Now listen, tomorrow I'm going to kill again, and neither you nor the police shall be able to stop me.
Would you mind repeating that?
You heard me. I'm even going to give you the name of the victim. She's Honey Evans, a model, living at the Marlborough Apartments on Weldon Boulevard.
Now, wait a minute. Tell me something. How do you pick out your people? What have you got against this girl? What did you have against the others when... Hung up.
All right, Miss Brooks, you can forget it. Well, Valentine, what do you say?
The gentleman on the other end of the line wants us to be sure and keep tomorrow open. He'd like the pleasure of our company at a murder.
It's all right if I take in my morning milk, isn't it, Mr. Valentine?
Sure, Miss Evans. Here, I'll get it for you.
Thanks. Isn't it rather silly, you and the police patrolling this building all on account of a letter from some crackpot?
Well, now, wait a minute. You forget I spoke to that crackpot. He mentioned your name with more than morbid delight.
Oh. Come in, won't you?
Okay.
I'm going to be barricaded in my own apartment. I may as well have someone to talk to. Someone interesting.
Here's your milk.
Oh, thanks. Special skim milk. I really hate the stuff, but I have to think of my figure, which is the height of irony. Honey Evans, the girl with the most beautiful hands in the world. My public never gets to see the rest of me in the ad.
Poor public.
My next-door neighbor. Practices like that for hours.
Well, it's one thing you can't blame on Lieutenant Riley.
Now, seriously, Mr. Valentine, who'd want to kill me? Well, I haven't an enemy in the world.
Haven't you ever heard of people having a compulsion to kill just for the thrill of it?
No reason at all.
Well, that's what's got us stumped, Miss Evans. This man says he has a reason, which applies to you as well as the other three.
You know, I think I'm really beginning to feel a little buttery around the knees about this whole thing.
You have a marvelous knack for understatement, Miss Evans. Now go ahead, have your breakfast. Hey, Lieutenant, I think I'd better check with Miss Evans again.
Why, what's the idea? Nobody can get into that apartment without passing us here in the hall.
She is beautiful, isn't she, Lieutenant?
If you keep on being so subtle, Angel, no one will ever know what you're talking about.
I merely said that...
Wait a minute. And where do you think you're going, Miss Evans?
I'm sorry to spoil your fun, Lieutenant Riley, but I've got to go out. My agency just called. Duchess Jewels wants me to model some bracelets for them.
That can wait till tomorrow.
Oh, no, it can't, Mr. Valentine. I've been waiting ages for this account. It means a great deal to me. Full-page ads in all the national magazines.
Miss Evans, we can't use force, but I'm telling you
And I'm
that
telling you, Lieutenant, that... Oh,
George!
I've got her. Miss Evans, what's wrong with her?
Hey, you better get an ambulance, Riley. This girl is dying.
Coroner's report, Ray Cecilia Honey Evans, 14.36 grains of tetric myoside in stomach of deceased. Remaining milk in bottle found to contain nearly 8 grains of same. Cause of death beyond doubt, poison.
Hey, quick, Brooksy, the other phone. Get the operator.
We can go crazy doing this with every phone call that comes from the office.
Yes?
Everything went off very nicely, didn't it, Valentine?
So well, Rollo, that you almost made me an accessory. I brought that bottle of milk into the girl's apartment.
What an exquisite fillip. I hardly anticipated anything so dramatically appropriate.
Now, listen to me, friend. I'm going to get you if I have to crawl into this phone and over every mile of copper wire to where you are.
I can appreciate your sense of failure, Valentine. I know what it can do to a person.
Keep stalling and darling, keep
Tell me more.
More? So you can trace the call? Hardly. Now let's get on with our game.
Hey, I got a surprise for you, Rollo. The next time you're going to be just another also-ran with a murder rap staring you in the face.
You and the police will have to do much better than you did yesterday. Consider how simple it was. Having discovered that Miss Evans was the only one in the building who ordered that special brand of skim milk, I found the time and the place to substitute another bottle right outside the Marlborough apartments when the milkman was making another delivery.
I still say you're not going to get away with it, Rollo.
Very well. If you're so sure of yourself, maybe I ought to make it more difficult next time.
Tomorrow? Hey, now look, what did these people do to you? Why are you doing this? You can't be so crazy that human life means
Be quiet,
nothing.
Valentine. I don't have much time. Tomorrow, someone in the 1200 block on Corona Del Mar Avenue is going to be found dead. That's all I'm going to tell you. Now, let's see how really clever you can be.
But, operator, are you sure? Well, they're still on the phone.
Oh, no, we're not, Brooksy. You can hang up now.
Well, I guess you're right, operator. Thanks. George, he must be timing himself with a stopwatch. He knows just how far he can go. That time they almost traced the exchange he was calling from.
I know.
Well, what gives with Rollo now?
Murder. What else? Hello, Lieutenant Riley, please. This is Valentine.
Then he's going right on.
Yeah, but he's making it a little tougher for us. He's trying to... Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Uh-huh. Just got another call from him. No such luck. Well, he's got another shindig scheduled for tomorrow. Will you take it easy, Riley? I've got a hunch that's so crazy it might just work. All I want you to do is let me play it my way.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Anyone who has ever run a vacuum cleaner knows it has to be emptied at regular intervals or it's no go. Same thing holds true for your car's engine. That's why a crankcase drain and a refill with compounded RPM motor oil at regular intervals is so all-important. You see, RPM has a special detergent compound that cleans as it lubricates. It controls the harmful wear-causing carbon particles that collect in any engine, prevents them from depositing on and scratching finely polished interior engine parts, and gets rid of them when you have the oil changed. And RPM not only keeps your car's engine cleaner, it fights off corrosion, rust-proofs internal engine parts, and clings to the hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. Next time you ask for motor oil, ask for RPM motor oil. Regular use of RPM means added life for your car's engine. No wonder RPM is first choice in the West. Get it tomorrow at any independent Chevron gas station or Standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A well-bred, even pleasant voice on the telephone hires you to keep its owner from committing another murder if you can. He actually names his intended victim, and still neither you nor the police can prevent him from striking. Then another call. This time you only get the street block where you can expect mayhem to break out. All of which, if you're anything like George Valentine, suggests something as wild as the whole setup itself.
All right, Valentine, you've practically memorized that list, and it better pay off. I had half the men in the department canvassing that neighborhood.
And the 1200 block on Corona Del Mar is king size.
Yes, and we've got the name of every man, woman, and child, address, occupation, comments.
Thanks, Riley.
Whew, this is really some job we've got handed to us. Okay, so we blanket the whole street with plainclothesmen, but we can't keep people from going to work. We can't check on every delivery man or salesman who wants in or out. We can't... Look, Valentine, will you stop staring at that list? What do you expect to find?
The name of the person who's next on Rollo's schedule.
I don't see how this can tell you.
Riley, while you and the boys cover the block, I'm going to concentrate on one Walter Cluckholm, piano teacher. 1236 Corona Del Mar.
I don't want to be an old nosy, but why?
And I don't want to raise your hopes too high, Lieutenant. So suppose we just call it a wild stab and see if it works.
Murder? Please, young man, I have no time to talk about unimportant things.
Your murder, Mr. Cluckhorn. Would you classify that under the heading of trivia?
Please, look at what time it is. My pupils will start coming soon. Ah, listen to that. My new piano. Never before have I had such an instrument.
Yeah, well, that's just swell. But you gotta believe me, mister. I didn't come here just to pass the time of day. This man I told you about means business.
Young man, I learned to be a fatalist, a philosopher. 3 years I was in a concentration camp. And still, here I am.
Yeah.
A new life in a new country, a new piano, plenty of pupils. And anyway, who'd bother killing an old man like me? So, you see...
Hey, wait a minute. You said this piano was new? How new?
This morning they just delivered it. That's why I'm so happy.
Take your hands off that thing. Get away.
Let go. What's the matter with you?
Stay where you are, Cluckhorn. Keep your hands off that keyboard.
What are you doing, young man?
Just having a look inside this piano. Oh, brother. You don't know how lucky you are, Pop.
What do you mean?
These little wires, this detonator cap. Somehow our unknown playmate found out this was being delivered today and managed to wire it for sound. And I mean sound with a capital boom.
I do not understand.
Sooner or later you would have hit a certain combination of notes and this whole place would have blown up. You with it.
I better sit down. The philosopher is not feeling so well.
Yeah, very lucky. Both of us. Phew. Move over, Pop. I think I'll sit down, too.
Valentine, what is this business about a motif, a theme in a work of Wagner?
Well, my hunch about Cluckhorn wasn't so wild after all. Think back now. A surgeon, a diamond cutter, a gypsy palmist. Now, what's the common denominator for all of them?
Well, none that I can see.
Hands, Angel, hands. All their lives revolved around hands.
Huh?
The sensitive fingers of a surgeon. Thousands of dollars depend on the way a diamond cutter handles his mallet on a precious stone. And Stella Tafania made a living reading the palms of people's hands.
Sure. And Honey Evans, the model with the most beautiful hands in the world.
And Mr. Cluckhorn, the piano teacher. The same thing applies to him.
Okay, Valentine. Maybe you've got an answer as to why this guy went out.
Maybe that's Rollo. I'll get over to the other phone.
Don't bother, Brooks. He's too smart for that. Yeah, hello?
I underestimated you, Valentine. Let me congratulate you on saving Cluckhorn.
Well, thanks, Rollo.
However, it introduces a very unpleasant necessity.
Meaning?
I'll have to figure out details and call you later. But my next move must, unfortunately, shatter the beautiful pattern I had all worked out.
Yeah?
To keep anything from happening to my long-range plan, I'm afraid you must be next, Valentine.
Hey, Riley, just what kind of metal pygmies are we?
Don't make me answer that now. I don't exactly feel like Einstein.
And I feel as confused as a mating moth.
Now, look, it takes just so long to trace a telephone call, and Rollo knows that. But we're going to make two parts out of the operation.
Huh?
The first time he calls, we trace the prefix, the name of the exchange, where the phone is located. And that's all.
But an exchange covers a lot of territory, George.
And he'll never stay on the wire long enough for us to find out the exact number.
Yeah, but I'm going to make Rollo call me back a few minutes later, so we can be sure he's using the same phone, or at least the phone in that district. Then all we have to worry about is getting the number.
Say, that's an idea. It might work. But wait. How do you know for sure he's going to call back?
Lieutenant, if I know my customer, I think I have a way.
Oh, well, darling, I'm worried. You're going about this as though it were just another case with somebody else. He means to kill you.
You know, the same disconcerting thought keeps occurring to me, too, Brooksy?
All right, Valentine. You hit on something. But here's what we're going to do. You don't have to bother with that other phone this time, Miss Brooks.
But why?
I'll rig it up so that any call that comes into this office will flash a red light on the switchboard down at headquarters. We'll work the whole deal out from there.
Will that save any time, Lieutenant?
No, but that way we'll be in constant touch with every squad car in the city, and as soon as we find out the exchange, they'll be ordered to converge on that district. Then they can't be more than minutes away from wherever he's phoning.
Hey, you know, Riley, you and I make a pretty good team. Maybe one of these days I'll join the force and you and I...
You do, and I'll... well, I gotta get going. I think I smell my fudge burning.
All right, Brooksy, if that's Raleigh, you got the pitch. Operation Runaround.
Yes, George.
But don't play it too big.
No.
He may get suspicious and hang up. Now, go ahead.
Okay. George Valentine's office.
Mr. Valentine, please.
Well, now, isn't that a shame? Mr. Valentine just stepped out. Oh, well, just a minute. Maybe I can get him before he reaches the elevator.
This ought to give us a few seconds.
Well, better not make it too long, George.
I won't. Hey, I know a way to waste a couple of seconds. Come here.
No.
Oh, I wouldn't call that a waste, darling.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. Hello, Valentine.
I thought you'd like to know that I've made up my mind how I'm going to dispose of you.
Oh, I'm vaguely interested, Rollo. But this time I'm going to do the talking, and you can hang up whenever you feel like it. But I think you'll stick with me.
What's that?
I told you once you weren't going to get away with it. Now I'm sure. I know enough about you so I can really grease the skids under you. It's just a matter of time.
Come. Why don't you stop whistling in the dark?
Let me tell you about yourself, Rollo. I know you're a pianist. Probably a very well-known artist once. Then something happened to your hands. That's right. Go ahead. Take a look at them. Suddenly you couldn't give any more concerts. Your whole life came to an end for you. You had to have your revenge against the world.
Stop it.
Where hands played an important part in anybody's life, you set out to destroy him. You were the one playing the piano in the apartment next door to Honey Evans. Thinking about it now, that was a pathetic performance. And your handwriting, the miserable scrawl.
I'm going to hang up.
No, this time I'll hang up. In a few minutes, I expect more information that'll make it easy to put the arm on you.
Well, how did you pull all that out of your hat?
A little elementary deduction and a generous helping of guesswork. Musical references, motif, Wagner. And he knew enough about Cluckhorn's piano to turn it into an atom bomb. All that, Brooksy, and he's as mad as a coot.
Yes, but will he call you back? If he doesn't, we're right where we started.
He's sweating blood, Angel. He's all mixed up. That cookie won't rest till he finds out just how much I do know about him.
Attention, all cars. Proceed to district covered by the Wadsworth Exchange. I repeat, Wadsworth, bounded by Elmira, Jensen, and Morton Streets, on the south side of McCarry Boulevard. And step on it. That's all. Riley. Okay, Sergeant, let's get going.
What was next in the big hunt of the city, Lieutenant?
I was thinking of something else. Valentine happens to be in the Wadsworth Exchange.
You've done a lot of talking, Valentine, but you really haven't told me any more than you told me before.
Still, you couldn't resist calling back, could you, Rollo?
Merely curious. Now I know it was just rather skillful deduction on your part. You don't actually know too much, and it doesn't alter my decision one bit.
Oh, that's nice. Let's hear about it.
Oh, no. Time is running short again. You know the 3 minutes it takes to trace a call. But I'm coming to get you, Valentine.
Oh, George, I can only take so much suspense.
Yeah. Well, we know Riley's got the exchange.
But were they able to get the number? A second, one way or the other, makes all the difference.
Rollo said he's coming to get me.
Oh, darling.
Oh, figure of speech, Angel. He likes the elaborate touch, that's all. He wouldn't just walk in here and blow my brains out.
Oh.
Hey, where's that coming from?
The next office. It's...
Yeah. The same thing that was being played the morning Honey Evans was killed. But it wasn't played that way. This isn't just a coincidence. I'm going to see what this is all about.
Get back inside, Valentine.
What the...
But you're the man who has the office next door.
Don't try reaching for your gun. You'll have a bullet through you before you can raise a finger. My hands are still good for something. Too bad the young lady has to be here. Now, she'll have to go, too.
Wait a minute. Look, you can't...
If one must die, music like that should make it somewhat more acceptable. Valse Triste, played by Gerald Mydens. One of my most famous recordings.
Next door all the time. So that's how you know almost every move I made.
Think of all the times you saw my name on the door.
Gerald Mydens, concert manager.
15 years ago, it was Gerald Mydens, promising young pianist. Why should I have had a stupid, reasonless accident? Why couldn't it have happened to someone like the four you know about? That's what's been driving me out of my mind.
How do you expect wholesale homicide to change any of that?
These hands, these fingers, long, you'd imagine sensitive. But they're dead things. Only the faintest trace of feeling left in them.
Oh, don't do this, Mr. Mydens. The police will understand that you're sick. You don't know what you're doing.
My name on the door may not have suggested anything to you, Valentine, but yours did to me. It inspired this little game. But it's all over now. All over for you. Now, over there, both of you.
You must be needing that. Riley. See that he behaves, Sergeant.
Oh, Lieutenant, do you mind if you kiss a gray-haired old lady?
Oh, brother, you must have made it here and nothing flat.
I was only over on 10th Street when we found out it was the office next to yours.
Would someone mind turning off that record? Valse Triste, the melancholy waltz. It's over now.
George? Did you notice our new neighbor in the next office?
Yes, I did. Pamela Stodgeworth.
Society secretary.
Oh.
All social functions correctly managed.
Mm-hmm.
Weddings, a specialty. Well, I had Coke with her down in the drugstore, and, well, Miss Stodgeworth wants to meet you.
So did the last tenant.
Yeah, but in fact, Pamela gets absolutely agog at the very mention of your name.
Oh? And why would that be?
Well, she thinks if you really got to know her, well, you might start thinking of romance, orange blossoms, old shoes, and a shower of rice.
Oh, Angel, I realize you always have my best interests at heart, but do you really think it would work out?
Huh?
Why, Pamela is at least 60.
No comment.
If you're a mother, maybe you drive the kids to school every day. Or if you're the breadwinner of the family, maybe you use the car to drive back and forth to work. In either case, you probably run into traffic lights and lots of stop-and-go driving twice a day. And what can be a better feeling than knowing your car will give you steady, dependable performance at all times? Fast starts, steady pickup for speedy getaways, and extra power for hill climbing. That's the kind of performance you can be sure of when you have a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this high-octane gasoline is specially blended and climate-tailored to get command performance out of your car in every driving condition. Its light fractions command fast starts every time you use the starter, and it's perfectly blended to command steady, powerful acceleration whenever you give it the gun. That's why you hear so many motorists saying, Chevron Supreme gasoline keeps my car going steady. Ask for this premium quality gasoline tomorrow. Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find a very distraught Brooksy waiting by a roadside as...
Hey, Brooksy, over here.
Oh, George, are you...
Have you got that prescription, Brooksy? Let me have it.
Here, but what...
Now get inside and take the wheel. I can't.
Oh, George, you know you're scaring me to death, don't you?
Well, that makes a couple of scared people. Let's just hope this stuff works, or you'll be looking for a new boss. Now step on it.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ed Begley as the murderer, Mary Shipp as Honey, and Herbert Butterfield as Pluckhone. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
You sure you're calling the right girl, Jameson?
We'll soon find out, Harlow. She ought to answer in a minute.
Hello?
Are you Marlene Adrian, the actress?
Well, I'd like people to think I'm an actress.
Fine. I'm going to send you $500.
What?
That's what I'm going to send you right now. And I'll send you another $500 when you finish a little job for me.
A job?
It's nothing very difficult. Just find Boston Blackie and tell him you want him to meet you tonight at 111 Cedar Street. You don't meet him there, of course, but you tell him that that's where you're going to be killed.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Yeah? Inspector Faraday. This little weasel says he wants to talk to you.
Yeah, Rollins?
What about?
I'll tell you myself, Inspector, only I gotta get paid. I got information.
Yeah, and I got a headache. Come on, stool pigeon, talk.
The door, Inspector. It's drafty in here.
Okay, Rollins, close the door. From the outside. Sure. Okay, you. What do you want to tell me?
Well, what's it worth if I put the finger in the hold-up gang you're looking for, huh?
You know where they're hiding out?
No, but I know where you can find a blonde girl who's been driving the getaway car.
Where?
My memory gets all of a sudden bad. Do I get paid, Faraday?
Come on. Where is she?
You won't tell where you got the dope, will you, Inspector?
Look,
I like to forget guys like you as fast as I can. Now tell me where that blonde is.
Sure.
Come on. Get out of here.
Sure, Inspector. She's at 111 Cedar Street.
We got the house surrounded, Inspector Faraday.
Okay, Rollins. Let's have that microphone. Maybe we can talk that blonde out of there instead of blast her out.
I hope so. Give it to him, good Inspector, and the boys will keep their eyes open plenty. Here's the mic.
All right, in there. You in 111 Cedar Street. Come on out, or we'll blow you out. We know you're in there. You get 10 seconds to come out with your hands up or be carried out, feet first. You got 10 seconds, that's all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Inspector, somebody just stepped out the front door.
Yeah?
But it's a man. Keep your guns ready, boys. This may be a trick. What do we do now, Inspector?
Come on, let's go get him.
He doesn't have his hands up, and I don't think he's got a gun. Inspector, look who it is.
Hi, Faraday.
Blackie, you.
Faraday, me.
Hey, what are you doing in that?
Don't you get any wrong ideas, Rollins. Leave all that to Faraday. He's better at it.
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Doing here? Nothing much, Faraday. Just looking around in this house to see if I can find out who killed the girl in there.
Killed a girl?
Blonde, Faraday. Lovely, too.
Come on, Rollins. You go in the house and have a look around.
Okay.
Blackie, you're coming with me.
Where, to headquarters? Look, I'll give you all my answers right here. A lovely blonde met me in a drugstore early this evening and told me to meet her here because she was going to be killed.
So you met her here? And
I
you...
didn't kill that girl in there, Faraday. She was dead when I got here. Excuse me a minute.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Just to this mailbox, Inspector.
Hey, what are you doing?
What do you usually do when you go to a mailbox? Mail a letter. Any law against it?
There ought to be a law against everything you do. Well, Rollins?
Inspector Faraday, Blackie wasn't joking. There is a body in there. It's a girl. She's been shot.
All right, Blackie. You're coming with me.
Yes, I know, Faraday. To headquarters.
To headquarters, nothing. To jail.
I don't know what Faraday wants to see you about, Blackie. All he said was to take you out of your cell and bring you to his office.
So early in the morning? Oh, they don't even let me sleep late in jail. Does Faraday get in here this early every day, Rollins?
Yeah. I don't know when he finds time to sleep.
When he's working on a case, that's all he does do. I'll go in myself, Rollins. Thanks for the escort.
So long, Blackie.
Good morning, Inspector Faraday.
Come in, sit down, and shut up, Blackie.
Okay, I will. And, how's this, Inspector?
Oh, great. Blackie, I kept you in jail last night because I didn't believe your story about the girl who was supposed to have called you up to meet her at the Cedar Street house. Do you know who that dead girl was?
No, only that she wasn't the girl who met me and invited me there.
I know that, too. I'll tell you how in a minute. Now, look, Blackie. The dead girl was a dame named Marion Williams. She was one of a hold-up mob that's been pestering us for weeks. She's been described a dozen times by victims.
That's probably the reason she was bumped. Reasonable?
Well, sure. Now that I believe your story, it is.
Why the sudden change of mind, Inspector? Next thing you know, you'll be believing in elves and fairies.
Yeah, I know. Now, wait a minute. Miss Adrian.
I'm here, Inspector.
Well, the little lady who invited me to a murder and then forgot to be present. Nice to see you again.
I explained everything to Inspector Faraday, Blackie. I didn't know what this was all about until I heard about the murder on the radio.
Well, now that you know what it's all about, tell me.
I don't really know anything. I was paid to meet you and arrange for you to go to Cedar Street. They told me it was a joke they were playing on you.
Some joke. It almost laughed me into a murder rap. Look, lady, who paid you to develop this great sense of humor?
I don't know. I never saw the man. He sent me the money and talked with me on the telephone. That's all I know.
It isn't much, believe me. But Faraday, you still have an ace in the hole in this case, you know. Me.
You've been in jail since the murder.
Don't remind me. Only a mere jail can't stop me from working for you, pal. We don't need this young lady here, do we?
You can go, miss.
Oh, thank you very much. Blackie, please believe I meant no harm.
Okay, if it'll make you feel better, I believe. Goodbye.
Bye.
Now, what's this all about, Blackie? What kind of a lead could you get on the William girl's murder while you were still in jail?
Well, remember that letter I mailed just before you brought me in here last night?
Yeah?
Well, it wasn't only a letter. It was an envelope with a note and a locket in it. I sent it to Mary Wesley.
Why?
Because inside that locket was a man's picture. And he might be the killer.
Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins?
Miss Wesley's here to see Blackie. Okay to let her in?
Yeah, let her come in.
Okay.
Well, Faraday, here's where I solve your case, sitting right here.
Good morning, Blackie. How are you?
I'm going to be fine, Mary, as soon as you tell me what you know.
Yeah, Miss Wesley. Tell us all Blackie knows, too. I've got a minute to spare.
Blackie, I couldn't find out a thing.
What? Didn't you get that locket with a picture on it in the mail?
Yes, darling, I did, and the note telling me to try to find out who the man was.
Well?
I couldn't. I didn't know where to start.
So you were going to solve this case for me, huh, Blackie?
Oh, I'm sorry, darling.
Well, that's all right, Mary. Do you have the locket with you?
Yeah. Oh, here it is.
Thanks. I wonder whose picture this is. If I could find out, I could probably deliver a murderer, or at least a suspect to you, Faraday.
Give me that thing. Thanks. Now get out of here, both of you.
All right, come on, Mary.
I'm coming.
So long, Inspector, and thanks for the hospitality.
Don't mention it.
You're ashamed of me, aren't you, Blackie?
Not at all, Mary.
But that locket was your only clue. Now the inspector has it.
So what? I'm sorry you couldn't locate our man, but even you can't do the impossible. Come on. Let's go solve this case.
How can we? We can't possibly find that man in this city if we don't know anything about him. And now we don't even have the picture that was in the locket.
Oh, but we do, Mary. I gave Faraday the locket, but I kept the picture.
Here's the bank, Jameson.
We'll wait here in the car before we go in, Harlow.
Okay. Say, where'd you lift this car?
What do you think?
From the boyfriend?
Of course. After what we had to do to our young lady last night, it was the natural car to steal.
Everything's great, huh?
Perfect.
Well, this is it. Let's go.
Right. Leave the motor running. Come on.
Got the tear gas?
I never forget anything. Close the car door and come on.
Sure.
Now, stay a little to one side of me as we go into the bank.
Don't worry, I know what to do.
Good. Well, here goes.
Yeah.
Here's the cashier we'll talk to. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
By the way, cashier, what's your name?
It's on the window plate in front of you. Thompson, Joe Thompson.
All right, Joe. Don't do anything we'll be sorry for.
Huh?
This is a stick-up.
Huh?
Now, don't touch the floor button. Don't move.
But...
All right, everybody, stand where you are. This is a hold-up. Don't move and you won't get hurt. Quiet, everybody. Quiet. Now, Joe, press the button that opens the gate and let my friend through the vault.
You said not to
Press
move.
the button that opens the gate or I'll press this trigger.
All right.
Okay, the gate's open now. Go get the money.
Sure thing.
And hurry up. Joe looks nervous.
Don't worry. It'll take only a couple of seconds.
Keep your eyes forward, Joe. It won't do you any good to watch him take the money. He'll take it anyway.
I know.
Hurry it up in there.
Just about finished.
Joe, I said not to move.
I didn't move, not a finger.
All right. I have the money. Release the tear gas. Let's get out of here.
Okay. Get out from behind that gate first.
All set.
Head for the door as soon as I release the gas. Goodbye, Joe. Thanks for being such a nice boy. Joe, okay.
Hey, that's the alarm.
I know, and this is the guy that turned it on. Now you made me do something I'm sorry for.
Come on. Hurry up. Let's get faster.
Come on, let's go. Hurry. All right, let's get going.
Come on, make it happy.
Okay, you in?
Yeah.
You get a lot of money, Harlow?
Yeah, Jameson, about 50,000.
Good. Well, we're sitting pretty. Last night we eliminated the one identifiable member of our organization, our lady friend. We've just stolen $50,000. We're in the clear, and the only one with any trouble is Boston Blackie.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Blackie is told by a girl to meet her at 111 Cedar Street, for she fears she is going to be killed. So Blackie goes to that address and finds a girl there, dead. But it is not the same girl. At the same time, Faraday gets a tip to go to 111 Cedar Street and finds Blackie with the body. Blackie is jailed, but not until after he has mailed Mary Wesley a locket and picture found on the dead girl. But Mary can do nothing with the clue. Next morning, Faraday releases Blackie, and later that afternoon, two unknown hold-up men rob a bank of $50,000 and kill the bank cashier. It is now several hours later, and Blackie and Mary return to 111 Cedar Street in a search for the girl's killer.
Oh, Blackie, it'll be just our luck that the landlady isn't here.
Then we'll just have to wait for her, Mary. They said at her house that she was down here to clean up the place.
You know, if somebody's been killed in my house, I'd want to close it up, not clean it up.
She is here. Let's hope she can identify the picture.
Yo.
Well? Oh, what you want?
You own this house?
Yep.
We're investigating the death of the girl who was killed here last night.
I don't know anything about it.
May we come in?
I guess so. Yeah.
Thank you.
You know anything at all about the dead girl?
No, nothing.
Look at the picture I have here. Ever see this fellow coming in to see her?
I never saw anybody coming to see her. I don't live here. She did.
She also died here. That's what we're investigating.
Go ahead. Who's stopping you?
Well, just a minute. When this girl took the room, she gave you references, didn't she?
That's a good question, Mary.
I'm a good girl.
Yeah, She gave references.
Do you remember what they were?
No. But I can look them up.
When?
Now. Got my rent book with me. This is collection day. Well, let's see.
Let's hear.
She gave 3 references. The bank, her father, Jim Williams, and a fellow named Art Harper, a writer.
Never mind the bank. Do you have the addresses of the other 2 references?
Yeah, her old man lives on a farm out on Route 6. Guy Harper lives at 29 Oak Lane.
Thanks very much.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go to see the father, Mary, and see what we can find out if we find him in. Nice farm you have here, Mr. Williams.
Yes, it's lovely.
Yes, it is, Miss Wesley. I wish my daughter had thought so.
Yes, I know what you mean. Say, those are nice-looking cows grazing over there. What kind are they, Jersey?
Yes, but you don't have to spare my feelings, Blackie. I know you want to ask me if there was any reason my daughter was killed.
Yes, I do. Do you know anyone who might have killed her?
One of her friends, I suppose. Oh, they were a bad lot. She was a good girl till she got mixed up with them, and then she was just as bad as they were.
Did you know any of them, Mr. Williams?
No, I didn't.
I see. Well, I found this picture in a locket belonging to your daughter. Do you know whose picture it is?
Let me see. No, I never saw him. I'm sorry I can't help you out.
I am, too. Well, goodbye. Come on, Mary.
Goodbye, sir, and goodbye, Miss Wesley.
Goodbye, Mr. Williams. Blackie, do you think...
Let's go out to the car, Mary. That poor man's pretty broken up about his daughter's death. I don't think we ought to talk here.
Oh, of course not. Anyway, what's there to talk about?
Not much. We're running down a dead-end street.
Yeah.
Wait, I'll open the door for you.
Thanks.
I'll tell you what let's do.
What?
I'll go see Art Harper, that writer who gave the dead girl a reference. You can call my pal Shorty and ask him to contact some of the boys he used to play with before he went straight.
Okay, what did you find out?
Well, we know this much. The dead girl was a member of a hold-up gang. Maybe the same gang that held up the bank this afternoon.
What makes you think so?
Well, the technique was the same, according to the papers. The job they just pulled was a big one, and the girl had already been identified from being seen on other jobs.
Yeah.
They may have wanted to get rid of her before they pulled the big one.
Oh, and Shorty can tell us who they are, maybe.
Maybe, or something about their hideout, say. And that's all we need to break this case. You call Shorty, will you?
Oh, sure.
Good. And meanwhile, I'll visit Art Harper and see if I can make a writer talk.
Yeah?
Inspector Faraday, this is Rollins.
Yeah?
The Motor Vehicle Bureau just called.
They checked the license number on that getaway car in the bank holdup?
Yeah, it belongs to Art Harper, a writer. Address 29 Oak Lane.
Good. I'm going to see him right now. You send out an alarm to pick up Boston Blackie.
What for this time, Inspector?
He gave me a locket and a picture as evidence, only he accidentally didn't give me the picture. I want that big galoot for a little larceny.
Yes?
Art Harper?
Yes?
I'm Boston Blackie. May I come in?
Sure.
Thanks. You're a writer, Mr. Harper?
Yes. Something I can do for you?
Yes, if you will. I'm looking for the fellow in this picture. I think he might be... Hey! You're the fellow in this picture.
Yes, I am. Where did you get that?
Off a dead body.
Dead body? You mean Marion's?
Yes, Marion Williams. You knew she was dead?
Yes, I read about it. She ran around in bad company. That's why we broke up.
Before you broke up, did you see anyone with her at 111 Cedar Street?
No. When I was going with her, she was living with her father out in the country. Wonderful old fellow. It was all broken up when she left the farm.
Oh, I see. Then you...
Excuse me.
You expecting company?
No. Are you?
No, but I'll tell you the one person it isn't. Inspector Faraday. I kept your picture so I'd get to you, and he couldn't.
Oh, I see. Come in.
I'd like to see... Blackie!
Faraday. Well, I never thought I'd see you here.
Blackie, I don't know how you got here ahead of me, and I don't care. All I want you to do is keep quiet.
Faraday, you're either smarter than I think or luckier. I had this fellow Harper's picture. I practically broke my neck to find him, and you walk in.
This is the guy whose picture was in Marion Williams' locket? Well, then, Harper, I'm arresting you for the murder of a bank cashier in that holdup this afternoon.
That's preposterous.
Sure, I know. I also know it was your car that was used in the getaway.
All right. Certainly my picture was in Marion's locket. Why shouldn't it be? I used to go with her, and my car might have been used in a bank holdup. I reported it stolen yesterday.
Oh, you did? How nice and convenient. That's an old gag, Harper. I've got this whole thing figured. You knocked off the blonde who used to drive for you on stick-ups. You forgot your picture was in her locket and reported your car stolen as an alibi.
But I tell you,
Faraday, even you ought to see that Harper's being framed.
Framed? How?
That gang stole Harper's car, knowing he would also be blamed for killing the girl when we found out the two of them used to go together. First, they framed me by having some blonde give me a wacky story, and just in case that didn't work, they fixed one against Harper, too.
Well, maybe so. But I'm holding him just the same. Come on, Harper.
Sure. I have nothing to lose.
No, you don't, Harper, but I do. I've got to lose you, Faraday.
Blackie, put away that gun.
Oh, no. I heard your police alarm for me on my car radio. I've got to get away to make sure a couple of killers don't. Don't bother about making coffee, Mary. Just sit down here and tell me about your talk with Shorty.
It was no good. Blackie, he tried, but he couldn't find out anything.
Oh, fine. That means it's impossible to locate them.
What did you find out?
That Art Harper is the man in the picture, but he wasn't any help either.
Golly, we aren't doing so well, are we?
No, not very. What's making it so tough is that nobody has ever seen any of the dead girl's friends. Even Mr. Williams never saw his daughter's best friend.
You mean Art Harper?
Yeah. And Harper hadn't seen any of Marion's other friends either. The only person he ever saw was Mr. Hey, wait a minute. Mr. Williams said he never saw Harper, but Harper claims he's seen Mr. Williams.
Oh, Blackie, how can that be?
But can't, unless either Williams or Harper is lying. Mary, I think if we find out some simple thing, we'll know where to look for Marion's murderers.
You mean just one simple thing?
Yes. First of all, that farmhouse would make a swell hideout, right?
Of course. But what is the simple thing?
Second, it's possible that whoever killed Marion also killed her dad and that we talked to one of the gang and not to her father.
Certainly that's possible, but I still...
You still don't know what the simple thing is, huh?
No. Except that I'm beginning to feel like one.
Well, look, Mary. When I asked the man we thought was Marion's dad if his cows were Jerseys, he said yes, remember?
Mm-hmm.
I was just making conversation, and I don't know one cow from another.
Is there a difference?
There always has been. Now, listen. Supposing those cows weren't Jerseys at all, but Guernseys or Holsteins or something. Then we'd know the man we talked to wasn't a farmer, right?
Right. And Marion's dad was a farmer.
Come on over to this bookcase with me. I've got an encyclopedia over here somewhere.
Oh, of course, I remember. The one you won in the radio contest. Here on the bottom shelf. Good use for it. I'll get it. Here you are.
Now, we'll look at cows. Let's see, ABC. Here we are, C's. Colleges, Coles commissaries. Here we are. Cows.
What does it say about them?
Well, it lists about 10 types. The Jersey's the one I'm interested in. Here we are.
Let's see.
Jersey cows. Always brown, never any other color. Although it is possible that white markings ought to be found.
Blackie Farmer Williams cows were black with white spots.
Well, look up here, Mary. Under Holsteins. Holsteins are always white with black patches. Well, the man we spoke to said his cows were Jerseys when they were Holsteins.
Blackie, you know what? We never saw Farmer Williams. We were talking to an imposter.
We were talking to a murderer, Mary. I never knew it. Only I'm going to be talking to him again very soon and show him how a cow convinced me he was a dumb ox. Now, Mr. Williams, do you mind if I don't call you Mr. Williams?
Why, Blackie, I don't understand.
You understand about guns, don't you? Enough to know that this is one?
Oh. So that's how it is, hmm?
I don't know your name, but I know who you are. You killed Marion Williams and probably her father, too. You robbed that bank and killed the cashier. But I don't think you did it alone.
No?
No. I know you didn't rob the bank alone. Witnesses say you had a partner. Now, where is he?
Right behind you, Blackie.
Yeah, and with a gun in your back. Drop yours, Blackie.
Thanks, Harlow.
It's okay.
Sorry, Blackie, but we'll have to kill you like we did old man Williams. You don't leave us any alternative.
Give me time, and I could think of a dozen, only I don't think you're going to kill me. Not with the house surrounded by police.
I won't fall for that old one, Blackie.
You don't think I was crazy enough to come out here alone, do you?
You're Boston Blackie. It wouldn't surprise me.
Now, look, you.
Stay where you are, Blackie.
Don't worry.
And Harlow, stay behind Blackie with that gun.
Sure. I'm right behind him, Jameson.
Good, Harlow. Because I'm right behind you.
What?
Have your gun.
Faraday, did you have to wait so long?
I wanted to make sure you had the right guys before I came in. But I heard enough.
What's this?
Take them away, boys.
Okay. Wait a minute now. Take your hands off of me.
Well, Blackie, you sure needed me this time. I really played Santa Claus for you.
Santa Claus, huh? Well, Faraday, I will say you got here in the nick of time.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Iris. Oh, you'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. I'm leaving for Vienna. That's right, Vienna. City of wine, women, and song. Now, there's a combination that's bound to be murder.
Once again, the transcribed Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the vanishing visa.
They say people are the same the world over. It's only the places that are different. Well, I guess whoever it is that does all this saying has a point there. You take the bar of the Hotel Imperial in Vienna. And the boy behind the mahogany is a citizen named Al Romano. And to prove my original thesis, Al could hold down the same job in New York. Come to think of it, he once did. But you'd never guess it from his approach.
All right, honey. What'll it be?
I would like a brandy, please.
One brandy coming up.
How much is it?
15 shillings.
4 cents. Here you are.
Tough when a doll like you has to buy her own. Maybe you'd like me to introduce you to a couple of rich tourists.
Oh, I would very much.
What's in it for me?
100 shillings.
I'd rather work on a percentage basis. How about a 50-50 split?
Agreed.
Yeah, I think we ought to do okay. What do they call you, honey?
Trudy. Trudy Brownheim.
I don't know you, Trudy. I'm Al Romano. What made you try the Imperial?
A friend of mine recommended it. Mr. Stephen Lorimer.
You a friend of that bum?
You know Stephen?
Why, he's practically a fixture around here. He's in the back room now.
I must say hello.
Oh, you're wasting your time. You'll get nothing out of that lush. Now, wait a minute.
I'll be right out.
That you, Al?
No.
Oh, Trudy.
Hello, Stephen. I've been looking all over the Ringstrasse for you.
How'd you know I'd be here?
Aren't you always?
Come to think of it, I am. I wonder what there is about this place that fascinates me.
I couldn't possibly guess.
You got something for me?
Yes.
Well, wait till I lock the door. Okay, let's have it.
Here you are.
Hey, this looks good, Trudy. Real good. Who are your contacts in Romania?
You should know better than to ask me that.
Sorry, I lost my head. Yeah, I bet the boys in the Kremlin will give plenty to get their hands on this information. Okay, I'll see it gets to the right people. Oh, drink?
No, thank you. Tell me something, Stephen. Why are you doing this?
Why are you?
Austria is my country, but...
A man without a country, huh?
I didn't mean that.
It's all right. You didn't hurt my feelings. It's true.
But then why are you doing it?
Maybe I'm trying to justify my existence. Maybe this way I can kid myself into believing I'm not a drunken bum.
You mustn't say that.
Why? Does it frighten you?
Why should it?
I might give you away.
Never.
I'm weak, Trudy. Real weak. If the comrades got their hands on me, I'd crack in a minute.
I'm not worried.
Well, I am. I hear Mr. Vaughan's in town.
Robert Vaughan?
Yeah, Kozlov's right-hand man.
I thought he was in Budapest.
Not according to my dope. He's here, all right. Monocle and all. Like to meet him? Maybe I can arrange an introduction.
Should not joke about such things.
Makes you kind of nervous, doesn't it? Putting your life in the hands of a lush.
Stop tormenting yourself. You're one of the finest men I have ever known.
Let's not kid each other, sweetheart. It's much too late in the day.
Are you expecting someone?
No. Who's there?
Mr. Lorimer?
Who wants him?
I doubt whether my name would mean anything to you, but it's Robert Vaughan.
Stephen.
Give me a match. I gotta burn this stuff.
Please open up. I should hate to cause a disturbance.
Take it easy, fella. You'll last longer. Listen, Trudy, there's a door behind the screen that leads to the kitchen.
But what about you?
I can take care of myself. Now, hop to it.
Oh, really, Mr. Lorimer?
I said just a second. Well, what are you waiting for, Trudy? You afraid I'll give you away?
No. Auf Wiedersehen, Steve.
Auf Wiedersehen.
I said, old man, if you don't open this door within 5 seconds, I shall be compelled. Let him out. Let him out. Who's got a key for this room?
I have.
I won't argue. Just use it.
Oh, no.
Well, don't stand there like a bloody fool. Get a doctor.
Sure.
He's wasting his time.
There was a girl in here. Who was she? Come on, man, speak.
You're missing the point, Vaughn. That's why I did this. So I couldn't speak. Imagine. She trusted me.
I guess she knew what she was doing. Oh, well, never mind the doctor. He's dead.
Hello?
Is that you, Trudy?
Who is this?
What is the matter, Liebchen? Don't you recognize the voice?
Oh, Eric. I'm so glad you called.
Are you going to be home this afternoon?
No. As a matter of fact, I was just leaving. I've got to go to Leibniz. My Aunt Bertha's very ill.
You needn't spare me, Trudy. I know that you are planning to run away with that American.
What are you talking about?
You must take me for a fool, huh?
Don't you think I've seen you with that Stephen Lorimer?
You followed us?
Many times.
How dare you?
I love you, Trudy. No one's ever going to take you away.
I wouldn't be too sure.
I would. Your friend, Mr. Lorimer, committed suicide.
What?
Obviously, you haven't seen the paper.
I don't believe you.
I will read it to you. Shamed by his country's warmongering tactics, Stephen Lorimer, expatriate American, committed suicide this afternoon in the Imperial Hotel.
It's a lie. They're using him for propaganda.
Then why did he kill himself?
I can't tell you. You've got to trust me, Eric. You know that I love you.
If you do, you will prove it by waiting.
I'm sorry I can't.
Hello, Trudy. Trudy.
Yes?
You Mike Waring?
That's right.
My name is Leon Brill. I wonder if you could spare me a couple of minutes. I got a proposition for you.
Business?
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Brill. I've quit the racket.
Come again?
I'm no longer handling private investigations.
Well, that's swell.
What?
I'd hate to feel I took you away from anything. Say, why don't I sit down, huh?
Well, I can think of one good reason. You're not staying long.
Oh, I might surprise you. You were one of Donovan's Cloak and Dagger boys during the war, weren't you?
Well?
Your serial number was 9823476. On your first mission, you parachuted into Yugoslavia, second mission, Austria.
How the devil did you find that out?
Oh, I'm one of the kids myself. Like to see my credentials?
Oh, what do you know?
I know you're going back on active status.
Now, wait a minute. You can't do this to me.
Can't we?
Yeah, I guess you can.
All right, now here's the pitch. You're going to Vienna.
What?
We've arranged passage for you. You leave from LaGuardia tomorrow morning at 6:45. You'll be in Paris on Thursday, Vienna on Friday.
Now, listen, Brill.
You're to register at the Imperial Hotel. We've made a reservation for you.
Oh, thanks a heap.
My pleasure. You're to contact a girl named Trudy Braunheim. You got that?
I got it.
She'll be waiting in the bar at the Imperial on Friday at 1 o'clock. She's a blonde, about 5'3", blue eyes, a little birthmark on her right cheek. I just pretend it's a casual pickup.
How do I sell myself?
I just tell her you're from New York. She'll reply she's got a cousin in Milwaukee. You answer that's practically a suburb. You got that?
I got it, yes.
All you got to do is get her out of Austria.
Get her out? Are you crazy?
My psychiatrist doesn't think so.
How am I supposed to manage that?
If I knew the answer, I'd do it myself.
Maybe she could fit in that hole in my head.
Well, that's an idea. But we're not fussy. Any way you want to work it is okay with us. Just get her to the embassy in Paris.
Mm-hmm. Any other practical hints you care to offer?
Yeah, look out for Robert Vaughn.
Who's Robert Vaughn?
He's the boy the Reds use as a troubleshooter.
Sounds English.
Now, don't bother to find out. Just keep out of his way. If you get caught, you're on your own. We'll have to disclaim you.
I understand.
Yeah. We'll have to throw you to the wolves.
Thanks a million, Brill.
But don't mention it. Have a nice trip, kiddo. We all got to go sometime.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
I don't know why people are so good to me. Take Leon Brill. 2 minutes after we met, he was sending me to Vienna. 72 hours later, I was dodging cars and bicycles on the Ringstrasse. Then I glanced at the clock on the corner of Stephansplatz and realized it was time to keep my appointment with Trudy Braunheim, so I hustled over to the Imperial. I parked myself on a stool, made a deal with the bartender. While I bent my elbow, he could bend my ear.
I'm telling you, buddy, give me this town any time. You can have New York.
Well, right now, I just want to have a Smirnoff martini. Do you know how to make it? You take 4 parts vodka to
Look, fella, you're talking to Al Romano, the greatest bartender this side of 42nd Street.
Oh, my mistake.
You're not around here.
Just got off the plane this morning.
Then maybe you can tell me something. How are the bums doing?
They're out in front.
Oh, I knew the Giants would fold. Just don't have it, that's all.
How long you been here, Al?
Since the war.
Ever think of going home?
What for? The shilling goes a long way here. Back home, I was just a punk. Here, I'm a big man.
You must know Vienna pretty well.
Yeah. Interested in meeting a chick?
Oh, I don't know.
There's a blonde that drops by every once in a while. I could set it up for you. Real doll. Her name?
Hello, Al.
Well, speak of the devil. Hiya, Trudy. I was just telling this gentleman about you.
Well, how nice.
You two ought to hit it off real swell.
I'm sorry, but I'm expecting a friend.
Won't I do?
Perhaps some other time.
Oh, I always say there's no time like the present. Why don't we try that table?
No, thank you, really.
Come on, Angel.
Please, you're hurting.
Now, don't be like that, Trudy. I want to tell you all about New York.
You are from New York?
Yes. Would you like to go there?
I would like it very much. I have a cousin in Milwaukee.
That's practically a suburb.
So you're the one.
I'm the one. My name is Mike Waring.
Sorry, Mr. Waring. I did not know.
How could you? Hey, Al, how about serving us here?
Sure thing.
Well, you got any ideas?
About what?
How we can get out of the country?
I think it would be better if I remained.
Look, Angel, that's not for you to decide. The powers that be think it's too dangerous. I suppose I rent a car and we try to bluff it through the border.
But I don't have a passport.
I got a couple, complete with visas. You're going to be Mrs. Michael Waring. You got a small snapshot?
It's no use. They would recognize it as a forgery immediately.
You got a better idea?
No.
Then we're stuck with this. Now, here's what I want you to...
What's the matter?
Don't look now, but we're being watched.
By whom?
A boy at the bar. He's wearing a trench coat. Okay, you can take a peek. He's moving off.
Oh, Eric.
You know him?
Yes, it's Eric Hoffman.
Who is he?
A very dear friend of mine.
You think he followed you here?
I'm afraid so. Could I tell you?
No, absolutely not. Those are orders. Where do you live?
Leopoldstadt. Number 6 Vorgartenstrasse.
That's across the Danube Canal?
Yes, it's right near the left bank.
All right, worst comes to worst, I'll swim over. Okay, Angel, get yourself packed. I'll pick you up in an hour.
Now, where did I put that? Who is it?
It's Eric, Trudy. Open up.
Just a moment, Eric.
Hello, Liebchen.
What are you doing here?
I just dropped by to wish you a pleasant journey.
A pleasant journey?
Well, aren't you leaving Vienna?
Well, what gave you such an idea?
Those bags, for one thing.
Oh, I'm loaning them to Gretchen.
They are very heavy, hmm? You're loaning her your clothes, too?
Look, Eric.
You seem to have developed a fetish for Americans, huh? First Stephen Lorimer, now this new one.
What are you talking about?
I saw you at the Imperial. Who is he?
He's just a tourist.
You are lying. I will kill you if you don't tell me the truth.
I swear.
You are going away with him, huh? Aren't you? Aren't you?
Please.
Hmm?
I can't breathe. Eric. Eric.
Come in. All right, boy, you can take those bags.
You mean you'd actually trust me, Mr. Waring?
Who the devil are you?
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Robert Vaughn.
Well?
It means nothing to you?
Should it?
I'd hope so. I'm in charge of security for the Soviet sector.
Now, look, Vaughn, I'm very busy.
I can appreciate it, Mr. Waring, but I'm afraid I must take up your time, perhaps a great deal of it. You know a girl named Trudy Brownheim?
No.
Well, that's odd. I have it on excellent authority that you met her at the bar of the Imperial today.
And your excellent authority is wrong.
Well, then, of course, it would be of no interest to you that she was murdered.
She what?
A pity, isn't it?
Is that on the level?
I can assure you I never jest about murder. I find it in horrible taste.
How did it happen?
Apparently she was first choked, but that wasn't the cause of death.
What was?
This. She was shot twice with it at close range.
That's a cold automatic, isn't it?
Yes. What do you make of the inscription? For the Falcon, a real straight shooter. Now, if I only knew who or what the Falcon was...
Where did you find that gun?
Right next to a body. You've doubtless heard something about the Soviet penal system.
That's a great deal.
Well, let me congratulate you. You're in a position now to check on it firsthand. I do hope you appreciate the honor. Oh, Willie, please slow down. I'd like the gentleman to see our city.
Jawohl.
Now on the right, Mr. Waring, is St. Stephen. Lovely, isn't it? The spire is 450 feet high. It's considered one of the finest examples of Gothic.
All right, never mind the cook's tour, Vaughn.
I thought you might be interested. It's probably the last time you'll see Vienna.
Look, I tell you, you're making a mistake. I didn't kill Trudy Brownheim.
But you did meet her this afternoon.
You've been talking to Al Romano.
Who?
The bartender at the Imperial. Isn't that where you got your information?
And if it is?
And he must have told you it was just a pickup.
Well, really, Mr. Waring, you're insulting my intelligence. Trudy Brownheim was working for the American government, as you are.
Well, then where's my motive?
You were afraid she'd fall into our hands and divulge the names of her associates.
Well, that's pretty cute. Talk about killing two birds with one stone.
Pardon?
You murdered Trudy and framed me for it.
Oh, you're not suggesting...
Well, why not? I can build as convincing a case against you as you can against me.
Aren't you forgetting this gun?
No, it's not mine.
It's inscribed with the Falcon.
Any local engraver could have done that. Let's see it.
Now, just a moment. Stop that.
All right, Vaughn. Behave yourself. You won't get hurt.
Now, you're being childish, Mr. Waring. You wouldn't dare shoot.
Well, what have I got to lose? They can only hang me once.
Yes, I suppose that's true now.
I'll tell your boy to stop the car.
Willie, will you please stop right here?
Tell him to get out and walk to the corner.
You heard the gentleman, Willie.
But Herr Vaughn...
Don't argue.
Now you.
You're making a serious mistake.
Go on, get out.
Are you coming with me?
Just to get in the front. I figure it's about time I was in the driver's seat.
It's very amusing.
All right, hold it. That's fine. Well, thanks a lot, fellas. I'll be seeing you.
I'm sure you will. In the meantime, please take care of that car. It's my pride and joy. Well, Willie, what do you think?
I'm constantly amazed at your knowledge of psychology. For a moment there, I was afraid he would not seize the gun.
Yes, I was too. Aren't we lucky Americans are so impulsive? How many cars are following him?
3.
It's a pity one of them couldn't have stopped and picked us up. Well, looks like we'll just have to take steps.
Who is it? Who is it?
I'm looking for Eric Hoffman.
Yes?
Shut the door.
You cannot come in here like this.
I got a gun that says I can.
What's the meaning of this?
I'm what they call hot, Eric, real hot. By this time, half the Soviet garrison must be looking for me.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Oh.
Obviously it rings a bell.
Yes. You was the one Trudy was going away with.
How did you know that?
She told me so.
You're lying. I gave her strict orders to keep her mouth shut.
I made her talk.
How?
I choked her.
You what?
I don't know what came over me. It's a mere thought that she was deceiving me drove me out of my mind.
So you killed her?
Oh, no. She finally told me the whole story.
I don't believe you.
Well, how else would I know that an American known as the Falcon was taking her away, huh?
Then what happened?
Nothing. I apologized and left.
And she was all right then?
Yes.
Well, who do you think killed her?
I have no idea.
Ever hear of a man named Robert Vaughn?
No.
He's a big shot among the Ruskies here. He knew about her work with us.
I can't believe it. Trudy was very careful. No one suspected her activities, not even I.
Well, she must have slipped somewhere. Where did she hang out?
Sometimes at Schnitzler's, but mostly at Imperial.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
You know the bartender there?
No.
Well, you must have seen him. Tall, thin boy with black hair. His name is Al Romano. I got a hunch he's working for the Reds. See if you can find out where he lives.
You expect me?
Yes, I do. All you got to do is follow him home. When you find out, give me a jingle. I'll wait here.
Hey, Buddy. Buddy.
Yes?
Got a match?
I think so.
Thanks, Eric.
How do you know my name?
What are you beefing about? You know mine?
No.
Come off it, chum. You've been tailing me ever since I left the Imperial.
What?
And a pretty lousy job you did, too. You know, if you're shadowing a guy, it don't mean you have to breathe down his neck.
I don't know what you are talking about.
Okay, but just in case you're interested, my name is Al Romano. And I live in Brigitten now, 23 Wallensteinstrasse. But give me a call before you drop by. I'm very seldom home.
8:15. Where the devil can he be keeping himself? Is that enough time? Yeah?
Mr. Waring?
What's a good word, Eric?
I'm afraid I didn't do so well.
Didn't you latch on to Romano?
Yes, but I was very clumsy. He knew he was being followed. He even knew my name.
And that proves he's working for the Reds. Did you find out where he lives?
Yes. In Brigitten now, Wallensteinstrasse, number 23.
Where exactly is that?
On the left bank.
Well, I don't suppose the 8th Avenue subway runs out that far.
I beg your pardon?
Come on, skip it. I'll manage somehow. Thanks for your hospitality, Eric. I'll see you real soon. Come on in, Al. The water's fine.
But you might be in over your head.
Oh, well, if it isn't Comrade Vaughn.
Yes. Fancy meeting me here, eh?
Just keep your hands where they are.
Oh, not really, old man. I think you've milked this bit for all it's worth.
I'm not clowning.
Neither am I. This building is surrounded by my, shall we say, henchmen. If you just glance out the window. You see what I mean?
Yes, but you're in here and I've got the gun.
I hate to disillusion you, Mr. Waring, but it's loaded with blanks.
What?
Well, after all, I couldn't trust you with live ammunition. You might have hurt yourself.
Oh, then you let me escape.
Of course. I was hoping you'd do exactly as you did. Leaders to all your Confederates in Vienna.
Well, that's where you're wrong. I'm not working with anyone.
No? What about Eric Hoffman?
He was just a guy I bumped into.
You seem to bump into a lot of people. Eric Hoffman, Trudy Braunheim, and now Al Romano.
Well, I can explain that. I wanted to get a recipe from him. He makes the greatest martini...
So you dropped in unannounced, eh?
Well, I didn't think Al'd mind. He's from New York, too.
I think I'd better tell you something about Mr. Romano.
What, that he killed Trudy?
What makes you say that?
It figured. I got a hunch he's working for you people.
And following my orders, he murdered Miss Braunheim?
Yes.
It's a very interesting theory, Mr. Waring. A pity you'll never be able to prove it. You see, Mr. Romano has disappeared.
Sure, you took care of that.
I wish I had. I just learned he was an agent for your government.
He what?
It's very clever of your Mr. Brill to plant him at the Imperial.
But he got away.
Yes. But you didn't. I guess we should be grateful for small favors. However, suppose we discuss it on the drive over to my office. I think you like this car even better than the last.
My mother once told me there'd be times when it didn't pay to get out of bed. Unfortunately, my bed was some 4,000 miles away, and even on a clear day, you couldn't see it from Vaughan's office in the Hofburg. All I saw was trouble ahead. I guess Vaughan had the same view. He looked real pleased about it.
You might be interested in knowing, Mr. Waring, that I've informed your legation we're holding you.
What did you do that for?
Well, I wouldn't want you, Mr. Brill, to think we'd molest an innocent American citizen.
I am innocent.
Oh, now come, Michael. I may call you Michael.
Look, I tell you, I didn't kill Trudy Braunheim.
Too bad you can't prove it.
Or maybe I can't. Yeah, sure. Why didn't I think of that before? I've got an alibi.
I'd love to hear it.
How long will it take you to latch on to Trudy's boyfriend?
No time at all. Willie, will you bring in Eric Hoffman, please?
Well, you don't believe in wasting time.
Never. I hate loose ends. You expect Eric to give you an alibi, eh?
That's exactly what I expect.
Oh, come in, Herr Hoffman. Willie, get the gentleman a chair.
Yes, sir. What do you want of me?
Oh, do sit down, please. I think you know, Mr. Waring.
No.
Might as well tell the truth, Eric. They know everything.
Yes, we do.
They think I killed Trudy. I told them you were my alibi.
Me?
Well, you know I had no motive.
Oh, really, old man, this is getting us nowhere. You said that he could give you an alibi.
He can. After I met Trudy, Eric followed her home. He was jealous. He thought she was going away with me.
He was right?
Yes, but for the wrong reason. He thought it was romance, especially when Trudy wouldn't talk. So he tried to choke the truth out of her.
What?
That's how she got those marks on her throat.
And I suppose at this point the murderer entered and, finding her unconscious, killed her with your gun.
That's exactly how it happened.
And where was your alibi, Herr Hoffman, during all this time?
I was
standing right over her.
What?
Yes, you killed her, Eric.
You are insane.
You were jealous of me.
No. Trudy told me everything about you.
How did you know an American called the Falcon was going to take her out of Austria?
She told me so.
She couldn't have. Nobody over here knows that's my nom de guerre.
I knew it.
How did you find out?
From the engraving on the murder weapon.
Well, that's the same way Eric discovered it. Only he handled the gun first. He got it out of my room at the Imperial after he saw Trudy and me together.
No, that's not true.
All right, Willie. Take him away.
Come on.
I don't mean it. I didn't mean it. I swear. I could never go. I was afraid.
Willie. Please, no violence. What will our Mr. Waring think?
My apologies, sir.
That's quite all right.
I'm afraid I owe you an apology, too.
Skip it.
Cigarettes?
No, thanks. I've taken all I intend to from you people. Can I go?
Oh, but of course. After all, I did notify your legation I was holding you for murder.
And when they learn that an Eric Hoffman is guilty, they might send someone around to ask embarrassing questions.
I am afraid I was a little hasty.
I'm afraid you were.
I'll have Willie arrange for your immediate departure from Vienna. You can leave tonight on the Paris Express.
I'm in no hurry.
I am. I think we'll both be happier with you in France. I know I will. Give my regards to Mr. Brill.
Yeah, what is it?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Brill, but there's a long-distance call for you. Collect.
Collect? Who from?
Mike Waring in Paris.
Oh, put him on.
All right, operator. We'll accept those charges.
Hello, that you, Brill?
You got your nerve making a call like this?
I just thought you might like to know I got out of Austria all right.
Well, you could have dropped me a line.
Oh, that's so impersonal.
Well, I already got the scoop.
Well, I'm leaving for New York in the morning.
What do you want to do that for? As long as you're in Paris, you might as well make the most of it. I'm sure we can find something for you to do.
Now listen, Brill.
I wish I could afford to, but this call is costing the taxpayers money, so just stay close to your phone, huh? You'll hear from me in a week. Have fun, kiddo.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Pat McCracken, Johnny, Universal Adjustment Bureau.
Oh, hi, pal. What's on your mind?
At the moment, you.
Huh?
Johnny, you've been working too hard.
Oh, this I've been convinced of for years, Pat, but I've never been able to convince anybody else, especially you.
Okay, I'm convinced. What you need is a nice vacation, all expenses paid.
Whoa.
Southern California's very nice this time of
I
year.
just came back from there.
The beaches, the swimming, sun, golf,
Look,
nightlife.
Pat, thanks a lot, but no thanks.
Well, now, Johnny.
The last time you invited me to take one of your vacations, I got hit over the head, almost run down by a truck, and kicked around by a guy 7 feet tall.
Yeah, but this one's different, Johnny. It's a real simple job.
Oh, they all are, according to you.
All I want you to do is pick up something out on the coast and bring it back here. That's all.
Yeah, what?
$100,000.
Oh. I'll be right over.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Johnson payroll matter. Expense account item 1, $1.25 cab fare from my apartment to the office of Universal Adjustment Bureau and Pat McCracken.
Well, $100,000 made you prick up your ears, Johnny. Sit down.
Okay, Pat. What's the deal?
You hear about the Johnson payroll robbery last week down in New York?
I read about it, but there weren't too many details.
They got $100,000, and the payroll was insured by one of the companies we represent.
How many in on the robbery, do you know?
We're not sure. There were several. One of them was fatally wounded.
Was he able to talk before he died?
Yeah, just enough to tell us the plan was to split up after the robbery, meet in another city to divvy up the loot.
Uh-huh. And you think it's out in California now?
We also think one of the crooks may be trying to double-cross the others.
Hiding out from them, maybe?
That's the general idea. We got a call from Los Angeles this morning. Fellow wouldn't give his name, but he claimed he could give us a lead on the one who has the dough. For a price, of course.
Oh.
So you're to meet him in L.A. and find out what he knows, if anything.
What do you figure his angle is, Pat?
Oh, maybe several, Johnny, but I don't care. What I do care about is getting the money back.
All right. How do I contact this man in Los Angeles?
You don't. He'll contact you at your hotel, the Nestor.
The Nestor. Okay, Pat. I'm on my way.
Oh, just one thing, Johnny.
Yeah?
Maybe it's occurred to you, maybe it hasn't. There will be others looking for that money, too.
The other guys involved in the robbery?
Yeah. Of course, if you can get there first.
I'll try. Oh, and don't bother telling me to be sure to get back here in one piece. That I'll really try to do. Expense account item 2, $187 even, air transportation and incidentals to Los Angeles. I've been told to stay at the Hotel Nestor, so I took a cab. That's item 3, $5.50 from the airport. It was just getting dark as my cab pulled up in front of the place. Before I could get out, somebody got in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know this cab was occupied.
Well, that's okay. Welcome aboard.
Here, I'll get out and... Oh!
It's okay. I've got you.
Sorry, I lost my balance. Must have got my heel.
You may be sorry, but I'm not. I can't think of a better way to arrive in a strange city than with a beautiful girl in your arms.
If you'll let go of me.
Oh, yeah, well, if you insist.
Thanks. I'm sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. You can have this cab as soon as I get my stuff out.
Oh, that's all right. I'm in a hurry. I'll get another one. Goodbye.
Oh, wait a second. I mean, after all... Oh, well. Yeah, that's the story of my life. The best ones always seem to get away.
I went into the hotel lobby to register, but found a message waiting for me from the informant who'd phoned to Pat. I was to drive to the little town of Corrado Beach down the coast and meet a man there first thing in the morning. There was a map showing me the way to a small pier where the meeting was to take place. Looked like Los Angeles had suddenly got too hot for him. Expense account item 4, $50 to rent a car. I left word where I'd be, drove to Corrado Beach, and checked in at a motel. Then early next morning, I went out to the little pier. It was a ramshackle affair with a couple of beat-up boats tied to it and an old character fumbling with the door of a little bait shack. I went over to him. Hi.
Morning.
Having trouble?
Yeah, some kid's been monkeying with this lock. You want some bait?
No. This is one trip I didn't come to fish. How is it, by the way?
Fishing?
Yeah.
Fine.
Oh, just my luck. No, I'm supposed to meet somebody here.
Oh, it must be that fellow out there. He was already there when I got here.
Oh, where?
Oh, do you see that boat, the bottom side up on the pier near the end?
You mean the man sitting beside it?
Yeah. Got himself a fishing rod, looks like. Could be he wants some bait. I'll walk out with you and see if you don't mind.
No, not at all. So the fishing's been good, huh? What have they been catching?
Oh, quite a few bass last couple of days.
Off the pier?
Yeah. There's some kelp beds in close, brings them in around here. Funny. Your friend there, you don't seem... Hey, asleep, I guess.
Hey, watch out, he's slipping. Grab him. Got him. But...
Hey, mister. Mister, he isn't sleeping.
That's right. He's dead.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Our flag now numbers 50 stars, and behind each star there stands yet another flag, representing one of the 50 states. Georgia's state flag displays the state seal on a strip of blue. The seal symbolizes the fact that constitutional government rests equally on the three major branches of government, legislative, executive, and judicial, and that all three must be guarded equally if a sound government is to be maintained. The greater portion of Georgia's flag is crimson. On it is superimposed the blue cross of St. Andrew, bearing 13 white stars for the original 13 colonies. This cross, made in the form of saltire, or X, was adopted from the national flag of Scotland. Georgia's state flag, the flag of the fourth state to enter the Union, was adopted in 1956.
And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Johnson payroll matter.
I'd flown 3,000 miles to meet a man, only to find him dead at the end of a rickety little pier at Corrado Beach, a knife between his ribs. I searched him while the old fellow at the bait shack went to call the police, but I didn't find a thing on him to help me. No identification, even. Later, talking to the police, well, they didn't have any line on him either. My only lead on the payroll robbery was dead. I waited around the motel most of the day, hoping the police could turn up something on the dead man, but it was no soap. Item 5, $2 for drinks in the town's only bar while I tried to figure out my next move. And my next move was to the phone booth in the corner to call Pat McCracken back in Hartford. Collect.
Oh, tough luck, Johnny. But are you sure the dead man is our informant?
There was no identification on him, but he was right where he told me he'd be in the message he left for me in L.A.
Probably not much doubt about it, then. Oh, incidentally, I sent some mug shots out to you. Some men who
Yeah.
might have been involved in the Johnson payroll job. Sent them airmail special.
Yeah, I got him about an hour ago.
We're not sure if any of them are the ones or not, and we don't have any line at all on the leader of the gang. Well, what's your next move, Johnny?
Search me. Right now, I'm right in the middle of nowhere. I guess I... Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Maybe I'm not out of leads after all.
What do you mean?
Pat, I'll call you later. What pulled me off that phone in a hurry was a glimpse of somebody over near one end of the bar. I slid out of the booth and went over. Well, hi.
What?
Imagine meeting you here.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
You're the girl who got into my cab in Los Angeles.
I'm afraid you're confusing me with somebody else. I'm sorry. I have to go.
No, just a minute. I'm beginning to think it wasn't just coincidence you got into my cab. Maybe we'd better have a little talk.
Please, go of my arm. You've made a mistake, and there's nothing to talk about.
Is he annoying you, lady?
Now, look, bartender, I'm just trying to
Yes,
find...
he is annoying me.
Take your hands off her, buddy.
Now, look, Joe.
I mean it, and my name ain't Joe. I got you outweighed by about 40 pounds, buddy.
You don't understand.
Just let go of her and we'll talk it over.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, just what is it I don't understand, buddy?
Skip it, buddy. So she got away from me. I grabbed my top coat off a hook and stepped outside the bar. It was damp and foggy out there. I put on the coat and started looking around for her, but it was too late. She was just plain gone. Then, walking along with my hands in my coat pockets, I realized there was something in one. A key to a motel room, but not mine. Funny. Then I remembered I'd had the coat beside me in the taxi when the girl climbed in back in Los Angeles. Yeah, she could have slipped it in the coat pocket then. But why? Well, that's what I wanted to find out. I looked up the motel. It was about a mile down the highway from mine, room 7. Yeah, the key fit all right. Then as I opened the door, I realized I had company right behind me.
Freeze, Dollar.
Huh? Who are you?
Never mind. Inside. Move.
Okay.
Get that blind down. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Your face looks familiar. Yeah, those mug shots McCracken sent me. You must be Slattery.
Right boy.
One of the guys they suspect of pulling the Johnson payroll job.
Too bright for your own good, Dollar.
You must be the one who killed the man out on the pier. The man who was going to tell me where the payroll dough is.
That's a nice stall, Dollar, but it won't work.
What do you mean, Slattery?
Blake killed him, and you know it.
Yeah? Who is Blake?
You want to play it coy, huh, Dollar? Okay, we'll do it your way. Blake's got the payroll dough, and you're working with him.
Just how do you figure that?
Blake's girlfriend climbed in your taxi in Los Angeles. I figure she slipped you the key to this room.
Hey, look, you got a few things all twisted.
Shut up and stand still. This gun has a habit of going off sometimes.
No kidding.
So where's the dough?
Take it or leave it, Slattery. I don't know.
Well, it better be in this room.
Yeah? And if it isn't?
You guess.
I don't think I need more than one. If it isn't here, I'm not leaving. That the idea?
Oh, you leave, all right. It's just that you won't be walking out of here.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Over 150 years ago, the Swiss poet Henri Amiel wrote, "Heroism is the brilliant triumph of the soul over fear. Heroism is the dazzling and glorious concentration of courage." During the Korean campaign, Corporal Ronald Rosser was attached to the heavy mortar company of the 38th Infantry, 2nd Division, United States Army. Rosser, a veteran of World War II, rejoined the Army and shipped to Korea when he heard that his brother had fallen in the winter assault of the Chinese Communists. One day, Rosser's company moved into enemy territory. At the time, the corporal was a forward observer and carried a radio. Suddenly, in the midst of an enemy attack, Rosser handed his radio to a buddy, slipped the safety off his carbine, and filled his shirt with hand grenades. He charged at the enemy through fierce mortar and artillery fire, shooting from the hip. Straddling a bunker, he riddled its occupants. Still advancing, he accounted for 2 more of the enemy, shooting one through the head and clubbing another to death. Continuing his one-man charge, he jumped into a trench full of enemy soldiers, opened fire, and forced his way relentlessly down the length of the trench, killing right and left with grenades and carbine fire. Out of ammunition, he returned to his company, where he replenished his supply. Then he charged the enemy again and again. Finally, he returned to his own area, and taking the radio back from his friend, he moved out with his company. Corporal Ronald Rosser was awarded the Medal of Honor for his action. Action which had shown the enemy that his personal code of conduct wouldn't let them push around either his kid brother or his country.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Johnson payroll matter.
Now, look, Slattery, you've torn this motel room completely apart. Obviously, that payroll money isn't here.
That's right, Dollar. So now you're going to tell me where it is.
Oh, brother, you take a lot of convincing. I told you I don't know. So why don't you put that gun away and listen?
You're the one takes the convincing, Dollar, so I start convincing. Oh,
That's not going to do you any good.
No? Well, for sure it's not going to do you any good, so...
Now, wait a minute, look. Look, I'll give you the whole story.
And I'm supposed to believe it, huh?
Staring down that gun barrel, I'm not about to lie.
Let's have it.
All right. A guy called us from Los Angeles, said he could give us a lead on who had the dough from the Johnson payroll job.
It was Hollis. He was hoping you'd lead him to it.
Hollis?
Yeah, the guy you found out in the pier dead.
And you said a man named Blake killed him.
You know Blake killed him. You know Blake engineered the holdup and then ran out on Hollis and me.
Do I?
Sure, because you're in with him. I seen his girl get in your cab in Los Angeles.
Okay, so she got in my cab, but I didn't know her. I'd never seen her before.
She slipped you the key to this motel room, didn't she?
Yeah, now I think I know why. She was trying to sidetrack us. Lead us to think the dough was here so it would take the pressure off Blake and her.
That part of your story I don't buy, Dollar. I think you know where that dough is, and I want it.
Now, look. Talk! If you think I'm going to take any more of this.
This gun says that's exactly what you're going to do until you decide to talk.
I roll with this next one. Then let my eyes droop when my knees sag. He reached out to steady me, and I gave him a left boot in the stomach that flattened him. By the time he got to his feet, I was out the door. I dove behind some bushes down the road, and I waited. He pounded right on past me, gun in hand. I waited until he was out of sight, then doubled back to my car. Apparently, Slattery didn't know Blake's girl was around here somewhere. One thing was sure. I had to find her, but fast. There were only 3 motels in town. The one I was staying at, the one where Slattery had been playing patty cake on my jaw, and a third off the highway near the beach. I drove to that one and checked the register. It showed a Myrna Grant in number 8. Hello, Myrna.
No, please, get out.
Oh, no, sorry. But we're going to have that talk right now.
I tell you, you've made a mistake about me.
Oh, come on. Drop the act, Myrna. I know you're Blake's girlfriend, that you slipped that motel key in my coat pocket in L.A. to get me off the trail of the Johnson payroll money.
The what?
I also know that Blake masterminded the robbery and double-crossed his buddy, held out on him.
Oh, I guess I knew it must be something like that.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Dollar, I haven't known Fred Blake very long. A month, maybe. I didn't know what he did for a living, and I didn't ask him. 2 days ago, he said he was in trouble and needed my help. He wanted me to slip that key into your coat pocket in the taxi in Los Angeles.
To take Slattery off his trail.
Then he told me to meet him here at the beach. When I saw you in the bar a while ago, I got panicky. I didn't know what to do. But that's all I know about it. Mr. Dollar, I didn't know Blake was a criminal. Honestly, I didn't.
Yeah? Now, will you help me find him?
Yes. I will, Mr. Dollar. If I can. The trouble is, right now, I don't know where he is any more than you do.
What'll it be, folks? Hey, wait a minute, buddy. Ain't you the one that was molesting this young lady an hour ago?
Oh, Tarzan, buddy, my molesting days are over.
Oh, it's all right, bartender. I'm sorry I caused you the trouble.
No trouble, ma'am. Just glad it turned out all right. Things happen fast here at the beach, I guess.
I don't suppose you've ever heard of a guy named Fred Blake, have you?
Well, not that I remember. You looking for him?
Yeah.
What's he look like?
Medium height, dark hair and brown eyes. Regular features.
That description would fit half the guys that come in here.
Sure. Fishermen, salesmen, vacationers.
No, only that kind don't come in here anymore.
Salesmen?
No, fishermen.
I thought the fishing was good here.
Been no fishing around here for months.
Huh? A fella told me they were getting a lot of bass right off the pier.
He was pulling your leg, buddy. There's a chemical plant nearby. A lot of stuff got dumped into the water by accident a few months ago. The fish haven't been back since.
Wait a minute. Sure, right under my nose all the time.
What do you mean, Johnny?
Mine, I'll see you later. I got in my car and headed for the pier. As I turned off the highway, I could see a car a couple of 100 yards back following me with its lights off. But I couldn't stop now. I parked near the pier and headed for the bait shack. The windows were still boarded over, but I could see a crack of light between the boards. I eased over to the shack. I flattened against the wall as the door came open and Blake came out with a gun. I hacked it out of his hand.
What?
All right, hold it, Blake. Well, the fisherman's friend, huh?
Look.
You killed that guy on the end of the pier just before I showed up this morning. You didn't have time to leave, so you covered by making like you worked here. Then it occurred to you this was a pretty good hideout until Slattery got off your trail.
Look, maybe we can make a deal, Dollar.
Oh, we're going to. You turn the stolen money over to me, and I turn you over to the police.
Drop your gun, Dollar.
Huh?
Drop it.
Okay, Slattery.
Hello, Blake. Glad to see me.
Look, Slattery, I wasn't trying to cross you. I was going to get in touch with you when things quieted down.
Sure you were. Let's have the dough.
All right, it's in the shack.
Blake half turned, and I saw his hand slide into his coat, a second gun. He whipped it out, but Slattery had seen it, too. He got Blake, but his eyes were off me for a lucky second. I checked Blake. He was still alive. Yeah, they'd both keep. For a long time. Item 6, $174 even, air transportation and incidentals back home. Expense account total, $526.50. Remarks? The payroll money is back where it belongs, and Slattery and Blake are back where they belong, with Blake facing a murder rap to boot. Funny, I probably wouldn't have nailed him if he hadn't told me that phony story about the fish biting near the pier. Teaches me a lesson, Pat. I'm not going to tell any more fish stories. They can kill you. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
Our flag now numbers 50 stars, and behind each star there stands yet another flag representing one of the 50 states. Ohio's state flag is the only pennant-shaped flag, or burgee, as it is correctly called. The Buckeye banner is the creation of an engineer who created a blue triangle for the hills and valleys, red and white stripes for the roads and waterways of the state. There are 13 stars for the original 13 colonies, and 4 extra stars to indicate that Ohio was the 17th state admitted to the Union. A white circle with a red center represents the initial letter of Ohio and suggests its nickname, the Buckeye State. Ohio's state flag, the flag of the 17th state to enter the Union, was adopted on May 9th, 1902.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a pair of common, ordinary glasses solve a case for us. The gruesome spectacle matter. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Today's story was written by Robert Stanley. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Lawrence Dobkin, Forrest Lewis, Shepard Menken, and Frank Gerstle. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Mad Miners of Cardiff.
Hear that, Holmes? That crumbling noise?
Yes, Watson.
Well, this coal mine we're in may be collapsing. Hadn't we better hurry back to the lift?
Without discovering what awful thing has been driving the miners insane? Not a bit of it.
Yes, but listen. If we don't try to find the lift and return to the Earth's surface, there'll be just one consequence, Holmes. We'll be buried alive.
When you step out proudly in the Easter parade, dressed in your smart new Clippercraft suit, no one will believe that you paid only $45 for it. But that's right, because now $45 is all you have to pay for a nationally famous Clippercraft suit of carefully selected, tested worsted, of exceptionally fine tailoring, with a distinctive styling that sets Clippercraft suits apart from any suits ordinarily sold at anywhere near this price. Now, here's how this is accomplished. More than 1,200 independent merchants get together and pool their tremendous buying power. That makes these low prices possible for Clippercraft. So compare Clippercraft clothes with clothes selling for many dollars more, and you'll agree that never before has there been such value in fabrics, such value in styling, such value in workmanship. In short, you get America's greatest clothing value when you buy Clippercraft clothes. Dr. Watson, your memoir for this evening is entitled The Mad Miners of Cardiff. Cardiff is a city in Wales, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Mr. Harris. The very heart of one of the world's greatest coal mining centers. Our story begins one awful night at the mine owned by Mrs. Ann Powis. There were 2 lifts at the mine, huge iron cages operated by a chain winch that lowered the men down the shaft and into the winding, treacherous black tunnels below. One lift was rarely in use, since it dropped into a portion of the mine that was abandoned. It was there that the horror began to unfold. There stood Daniel Lowara, a veteran miner, covered with grime, his lamp still flickering in his hand, leaning on his pick and shovel. He had paused for a moment's rest on his way home this night, when he heard a sound. Strange, he thought. No one had used this lift in some time. This section of the mine had been picked clean and deserted as too dangerous, you see. Daniel walked slowly toward the mouth of the shaft.
Lad, it's you. What are you doing in this section of the mine?
It's God's justice, that's what. We're paying for it, we are. We've no right. We've no right.
Step off the cage, man. I've never seen you look like that. Can't you stand up? Here, I'll help you. Your eyes. I've never seen a man's eyes like that.
It's what I've seen. The saints preserve me is what I've seen.
Get hold of yourself, lad. A strong man like you, quivering. What did you see?
The thing. That's all you could call it. Down in the mine. I wish my eyes had been struck from my head before I saw it.
Try to make sense, lad. What's down the mine? What have you seen?
I've seen men's bodies crushed by the weight of coal. I've seen men dying of the lung sickness with the death rattle in their throats. But never this. Never this.
Tell me what happened.
If I told you what I saw, you'd be going out of your mind. It isn't right for human beings to know there is such a thing inside the earth. They'd kill themselves. I heard a noise at this end of the mine.
Go on.
I knew it was deserted.
Of course it is. Every beam is chalk-marked unsafe. How could you?
I heard a noise. It was not a noise of this world.
Eh?
My canary was all right, alive and well, singing in its cage. And I knew there was no danger of gas. And then I saw it. You can't imagine what it is. It's Mother Nature striking back, that's what. It's the Earth's revenge. She's spewing out the secrets we never knew she held. And I've seen it. I've seen it.
Lad, no sight can do that to a man. Help! Someone! Lord's having a strange fit. Hurry! Call the doctor! Call the doctor!
Ludd, the miner, in a half-crazed state, was removed to the hospital. Then Daniel volunteered to descend the lift at the far end of the mine to learn what the unspeakable horror was below. When Daniel came up the lift...
Ludd was right. Better I'd have been blind. A man's mind can't stand such a sight. In the name of mercy, make me unconscious. I mustn't think of it. But I couldn't think of anything else again. Ever. Not of life, nor of what we do in life. Just this. What is all I've ever known or know. Just what I've seen down in the mine.
Begging your pardon, Mrs. Powis.
Yes, Geoffrey.
I'm just one of your miners, Mrs. Powis. I've no right here in your house.
Oh, you're welcome, Geoffrey. I've told the men I keep the same rules my husband did before he died. My employees are always welcome. What can I do for you?
It's about this terrible thing in the mine. I know none of the men will work. I know you've tried everything. I know even the police won't go down to see what this devil of a thing is.
I won't accept any more volunteers, Geoffrey.
Oh, it isn't that, ma'am. It's... Well, I know you've troubles. The mine isn't worth a shilling now. I've some savings, ma'am.
Thank you. But I won't hear of it. I refuse to borrow, least of all from my own men. You've suffered, too, with the mine closed.
Oh, I knew a fine lady wouldn't borrow. I thought I'd buy the mine, ma'am.
But it isn't worth anything now.
I haven't much to offer. Precious little. But I might salvage the equipment, sell the land. I know you're desperate, ma'am. I wouldn't embarrass you. But you need a rest. You could at least go away. I was fond of your late husband. I want to help his widow. We men are fond of her, too.
I appreciate it, Geoffrey. But I shall try to keep the mine a bit longer. I must face it. This indescribable thing in the mine must be unmasked.
But how? You won't
Since
allow...
no one will descend the shaft and look at the site. I've one last hope, Geoffrey. He's an expert on the curious, the outlandish, on mysteries of this sort. He's in London. A Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mrs. Powis, you say 2 men became half-crazed looking at the spectacle in the mine?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Incredible. Can such things exist?
Ludd and Daniel have been miners all their lives, Mr. Holmes. They're normally vigorous, healthy, and cool-headed. But I wasn't satisfied with their reactions.
What did you do?
I asked the mine doctor to go down the shaft and look.
And did he?
Yes, he did. And he came back up in the cage in a waxy, immobile state, without human response, as though alive, yet dead.
I see. Has he revived since?
Yes. The moment he was alone, he attempted suicide. We stopped him, fortunately.
In what condition are Ludd and Daniel?
Well, Ludd has left. He's gone to Edinburgh, where he's resting at the Hotel Cosmopolitan. He refuses to tell a soul what he's seen. Daniel is at home, feverish, fitful.
Have you completed your story, Mrs. Powis?
Yes, I have.
Then we must lose no time in reaching Cardiff and the enigma that lies in the mine. This is the lift that descends to the abandoned portion of the mine, Mrs. Powis?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. At the bottom of this shaft lies the thing that has driven 3 men mad.
Mrs. Powis! Mrs. Powis!
Yes, Geoffrey?
Daniel, he rose from his bed. They couldn't stop him. He's vanished.
Suppose you tell me the details. I've assumed command on this problem. I'm Sherlock Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
Daniel's gone, Mr. Holmes. The town's in a state of alarm. Some folks say the evil at the bottom of the mine spirited him away. Some of the women are all for taking the children and fleeing to the hills.
What should we do, Mr. Holmes?
The answer is simple, Mrs. Powis.
Oh, Jove, Holmes, have you the solution?
The path to the solution, Watson.
Well, what is it?
Why, the path before us. To that lift.
You're going down to see the thing?
Exactly.
There must be some other way, Mr. Holmes. You know what's happened to everyone who's seen it. You'll come up out of that shaft like the others, and you're my last hope. You'll be carried off that lift as though you'd seen Judgment Day.
That remains to be seen.
Oh, you can't, sir. You mustn't risk your life, your sanity this way.
If you'll step aside, Geoffrey.
You'll not do this alone, Holmes. I shall see this through by your side.
This is not a calculated risk, Watson. This is an inconceivable horror beyond human calculation.
Whatever it is, Holmes, I shall go with you.
Mr. Holmes, please. I'd rather lose the mine.
The town itself is already alarmed, Mrs. Powers. We must face this.
I shall wait here, Mr. Holmes, and pray for you and Dr. Watson. Give them headlamps, Geoffrey, and a canary.
Certainly, ma'am. They're here by the shaft, the lamps. Just put these hats on, Mr. Holmes. So.
Thank you.
Dr. Watson.
Thank you.
The canary is in this cage. I'll take the cover off. As long as the canary seems well, you need not fear a gas leak. If the canary seems ill, if it dies, it'll warn you that poison gas is in the air.
Yes, quite. The gate, Watson. Close it.
Yes, right.
Now, we shall look upon this thing below, whatever it is. Even if it's from the realm of another world, some monstrosity beyond man's limited imagination. Release lever, Watson.
Release lever. We're going down. The mark, Holmes. 10 feet. The mark. 20 feet. The mark. 30 feet.
Here's the way to get the most for your money when you buy a new spring outfit. Look for the Clippercraft label. Be sure of the Clippercraft label. You'll find it on new spring Clippercraft worsted suits for only $45, on all-wool covert cloth topcoats for $40, and on the Clippercraft all-wool gabardine topcoats for only $42.50. Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yet they're as modern as the Clipper planes that fly around the world today. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes and the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats.
In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th, and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham & Straus. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, we left you and Mr. Holmes dropping deep into the abandoned mine on the outskirts of Cardiff.
Yes, so you did, Mr. Harris. Holmes and I stood in the cage, bracing ourselves as we dropped down the black, musty shaft, prepared for what promised to be an intolerably awful sight.
We've almost reached bottom, Watson. Ready?
Yes, ready, Holmes. Yeah, we're slowing down. Must be the bottom. Yes, here it comes.
Now, step off the lift. Keep an ear open for strange sounds. This is an abandoned area. A seam may crack and we'd be buried alive.
Where do we go, Holmes? Along this narrow tunnel?
Precisely. The light in our headlamps isn't very good, but it will suffice.
All right, go on, Holmes.
Hello?
What is it? What is it, Holmes?
Just ahead. A very strange object.
What does it look like?
It's against a beam. Turn your head, Watson, so the lamp in your hat lights the passage to the left. See?
Yes.
We'll have a closer look. Just move along. Foul air. The canary all right?
Shh. We'll see. Wait. This is all right. No poison gas in the air yet?
Good. Here we are. That object.
Why, it's a human body. A dead man.
From the description Mrs. Powers gave, I should say this is Daniel, the second miner to have witnessed the vision. The man Geoffrey said disappeared a while ago.
See his throat? Brutally strangled. But who could have done it, Holmes? How did this happen? You hear that? There's a crumbling noise.
Yes.
It might be a cave-in. Hadn't we better hurry back to the lift?
No, wait. Listen.
Well, come, Holmes. We must try to reach the lift and go to the surface. This mine may be collapsing here.
No, Watson, it isn't the mine.
Then what is it? The thing?
It was the other lift. Someone's approaching.
Someone's approaching?
Exactly, from the far end of this tunnel. I've been waiting for those footsteps.
Is this thing on human feet? Why have you been waiting for footsteps?
I've been waiting for the person you'll see standing before us in the passageway. It will be Jeffrey.
The miner?
Quite.
You found Daniel's body. I thought you would.
How did you get down here?
Via the other lift, Watson, at the working end of the mine, the one he's been using all along. Well, Jeffrey, I imagine you'll present the same offer to us that you made to Ludden, the doctor, and Daniel.
Offer, Holmes?
Well, you see, my dear Watson, there isn't anything in this abandoned mine. The ghastly sight, so-called, is a device, rather adroitly employed by Jeffrey.
My offer is very inviting, Mr. Holmes. You see, when I was down here just before this part of the mine was deserted, I located a new vein of coal, a rich vein, a vein that could make me, and all who helped me, millionaires.
Yes, so you decided to frighten everyone away, lest they discover it. At least to keep them away until you owned the mine.
I promised a share of the new vein to Ludd. He gave a fine performance, I thought. So did the doctor. I made an arrangement with him, too.
Not so splendid a performance, Jeffrey. He must have injected himself with drugs to appear waxy and immobile.
The story has worked well. It keeps the miners away. It makes the mine worthless.
Giving you the opportunity to purchase it from Mrs. Powys for a trivial sum.
She refused me, but she'll accept. Everyone comes round to my way of thinking.
Obviously, Daniel didn't. Evidently, he chose to return here for another secret rendezvous with you to demand a larger share. So you did away with him.
About my offer.
We'll make no agreements with murderers, sir.
My terms are that you will return to the surface. You will be as convincing a pair of actors as the others. You will rant and rave about what you've seen. You will, of course, say nothing of Daniel. You will collapse, seemingly hysterical. A few days in bed, then you recover.
That is one of the most desperate...
My terms are that you will swear like the others, never to describe what you have seen as long as you live. It is supposedly too hideous to repeat. In exchange for all this, 10% of the new vein.
And if we reject the offer?
Oh, I'm afraid there isn't much choice, Mr. Holmes. Listen.
But what is that hissing sound?
I tapped the spot where I knew a very small amount of coal gas would escape, Dr. Watson. It's filtering now into this tunnel.
I don't believe it. You're just trying to intimidate us.
Am I? Watch your canary, Doctor. Just watch. Watch.
The canary is dead.
Then extinguish your headlamp, Watson, instantly.
Yes, right.
I shall, too. And you, Jeffrey? Or will you risk creating an explosion?
I'll turn out my lamp. But as for an explosion, I suppose you believe me now. I've a box of matches, gentlemen. If I strike one, just one, it'll explode the gas. We will be blown to bits.
And we are to accept your offer, or you'll strike the match?
Oh, yes. If you return to the Earth's surface and reveal this, my life isn't worth living. I'd rather we all died here. And now, the gas will overcome us at any moment, with very little time. Here's the matchbox and the match. I'm ready to strike it. Do you accept my offer? Yes or no?
No.
You're sure you won't reconsider?
We will not reconsider.
I'll stand by that.
Just 1 second more and I strike the match.
Watson, I've got him. It's pitch black, but I've got his arms. Watson, the rope at his belt. Can you find it?
Yes, right you are. Hold him still now. It's so blasted dark here. Yes,
tie him up.
I've got him, Holmes.
Tie him up. I've got a simple jujitsu that'll keep him still now.
If I can just find his wrist. There. And now the knot.
I can't move. Don't leave me here. The gas.
No, we shan't leave you, Jeffrey. We shall take you to the surface and turn you over to the police. Come on, Watson, along the passageway where we came. You find it with your hands?
Yes, I have it, Holmes.
Then go back. Now, after you, Jeffrey.
There's a small beam of light ahead. It must be the shaft.
That's it. That's the cage to the surface.
Yes, so it is. See, there's the lift.
All right, jump on, Watson. You too, Jeffrey.
I'll get on.
There we are.
It's as I feared, I guess. She always wins.
She?
The Earth. She's cursed, that's what. Her blessings aren't blessings at all. They carry a curse. The gold, the oil, the coal, the diamonds, all the riches of the soil. When we defy the soil and cut too deep, when we slash into our forests and slice the heart out of our mountains, she demands vengeance. And she exacts her toll.
That is a lesson you should have learned earlier in the game, Jeffrey. The lever, Watson.
Yes, right, Holmes.
They called your friends the Mad Miners of Cardiff, Jeffrey. And in a sense, they were really mad. The cruel dream of power and wealth and glory, illicitly won. A dream not native to Cardiff, nor to these times.
By George, Holmes, I never thought we'd see the flat here at Baker Street again, eh?
Lack of confidence in my ability, Watson. Therefore, totally unjustified.
How did you know, Holmes, about there being no terrible sight at all in the mine?
Well, you see, the miner, Ludd, departed suddenly for Edinburgh and the Cosmopolitan Hotel, a very expensive hotel. Curious that a miner should do that, unless he'd suddenly received money. Mrs. Powers said Ludd was a miner all his life. Would he spend his little savings on a lavish excursion?
No, of course not. How did you know it would be Geoffrey in the mine?
Well, if you recall when Geoffrey ran up to us with Mrs. Powers at the lift.
Yes, I do.
Well, I observed a chalk mark on the back of his jacket. It was a portion of the symbols employed upon the beams in a mine. The chalk had come off a beam and soiled the jacket, though Geoffrey didn't notice. Although no one was supposed to be in the mine recently, Geoffrey had clearly returned from a visit paid just a few minutes before.
Oh, I see. Tell me, Holmes, about a sight that... Well, about some mysterious, unheard-of thing that would be so utterly awful it would drive the spectator instantly out of his mind. Are such things possible?
Is there any reason to believe they're not, Watson? Couldn't there be such a thing lurking around the next turn of the street? Or nearer, perhaps, at the corner of your hallway? Or in the room next to where you're sitting now?
Dr. Watson, the Mad Miners of Cardiff was one of the most spine-tingling adventures you've ever related to us. You must tell us what sort of criminals we're to pursue with you and Mr. Holmes next week, Doctor.
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the case of the Burmese goddess. It concerns a strange legend, a man who lost his fingernail, and a peculiar auction sale.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley. Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Here's an important fact you probably don't know. It's possible to save up to 50% of all cancer cases if everyone takes proper and prompt action. Support the American Cancer Society. Send a generous contribution to cancer, care of your local post office tonight. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Burmese Goddess. This is I, Harris, speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Yes?
Package for Mr. James Grant.
For me?
You Mr. James Grant?
Yes?
It's for you. Okay, sign here.
But I'm not expecting a package.
And I'm not expecting it to snow tomorrow. But it might. Somebody sent you a package, so you got to sign for it. Here.
All right.
Here's a package. Well, don't be scared of it. Can't be a bomb. It's too skinny.
Say, there's a note attached to it.
That'd come with the package. Read it later. Sign for it, will you, so I can scram?
Oh, sure. Here. There you are. And this is for you.
Say, thanks, Mr. Grant. You didn't look like you were going to be good for more than a dime. So long.
Goodbye. This package feels as if it has a phonograph record in it. It is a phonograph record. Note says play this at once. All right, I'll play it at once. Label says Tommy Way and the orchestra. Ought to be good. Well, now, let's hear what this sounds like. It
Sit
should
in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
What
the red leather one there in the center of the room. Hope you took my advice. Because, you see, I want you to be comfortable. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. This record lasts just 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Sometime within that 2 minutes and 15 seconds, you're going to die.
What?
Please don't get up from the chair. It won't do you any good.
Oh, I'm going to get out of here.
Don't run for the door.
I'll
It's
get out through the
locked.
window.
Not the windows, James. How terrible to fall 18 stories to your death when you can die so comfortably in that nice, big, soft, red leather chair. What's the matter, James? You unhappy about something? Why be unhappy?
Oh.
What's so terrible about the knowledge that you're going to die? Going to die. Going to die. Going to die. Going to die.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
719, Blackie. Here's Miss Helen Martin's house.
Well, Mary, I certainly didn't expect any help from you after we got past the 100 block.
Oh, I can read numbers, if they're big enough.
Want to come in with me?
After what I've heard about Miss Helen Martin, I think I better.
All right. But you don't really think she needs protection from me, do you?
I think you might need protection from her. And that's my job, self-appointed.
And who's going to protect you?
Don't you worry about me. I can't solve Inspector Faraday's murder cases, but I do know how to handle a beautiful girl.
You probably practiced on you.
Blackie, did that come from you?
It was just a bribe, so you'll behave yourself when we meet Miss Martin. Here we are.
Hey, you certainly found that doorbell in an awful hurry. You been here before?
No, but I've rung doorbells before. I'm an experienced man, you know.
Yes?
Miss Helen Martin?
Yes. And you must be Boston Blackie.
Well, it isn't exactly a must, but it's my name. This is Miss Wesley.
How do you do, Miss Wesley?
How do you do?
Won't you come in, both of you?
Thanks.
You'll have to excuse the looks of my place. It's practically a one-room affair.
Oh, for goodness sakes, it's all
I'm
right.
really sorry the place is in such a mess, but I've been dressing. This is my dressing room, bedroom, and living room. Sit down if you can find an empty chair.
Oh, thank you. We aren't late, are we?
Oh, good heavens, no. Dinner isn't until 8:30, and it's only 8 now. It's only 10 minutes to Jim's place. My fiancé has told me so much about both of you.
Not too much, I hope.
You might think so. Jim raves about you. I've been after him for months to have you over for dinner so I could meet you.
Well, he phoned me this morning, and here we are on our way to dinner. That is, as soon as you're ready.
Oh, I won't be long. You know, I never really believed he knew you two.
Well, I've met him only once or twice.
And I haven't seen him in months. Are you about ready, Miss Martin?
I should be. I've been dressing for 2 hours. I'll be right with you.
All right.
Hey, did it suddenly get a little darker in here, or am I seeing things?
You're not seeing things, Mary. And what you're not seeing is the lighted bulb in the dressing table lamp right there. Because it just went out.
Oh, I feel better.
There's an extra bulb on the bookshelf there, Blackie. Would you put it in the dressing table lamp, please?
Sure. Mary, get that bulb on the bookshelf there, will you, for me?
Sure.
You see it?
Couldn't miss it. It's the only thing on the bookshelf that doesn't have a publisher's name on it.
Funny girl.
I'm a smart girl. I just don't get a chance to prove it when you're around. Here you are. Catch.
Thank you. Now for the old. On with the new. Miss Martin, the new bulb is in.
And I'm ready to go.
Swell. Let's be off to dinner and a pleasant evening at the home of Mr. James Grant. Well, Jim, here we're... Faraday.
Blackie.
Inspector Faraday. Did Mr. Grant invite you to dinner, too?
Quiet, Miss Wesley. Blackie, can I ever go anywhere
on the
without...
floor. It's Jim.
It was James Grant. He's been shot to death.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
No, it
All right,
can't
now, the
be.
three of you. I want to know what you know about this. Who's this woman?
She's Helen Martin, Grant's fiancée.
Jim dead. I can't believe it.
Now, Miss Martin, come on over here on the sofa and sit down and don't worry.
All right, Blackie. What are you doing here?
I intended to eat here, Faraday, but I can tell you I'm not going to now.
What do you mean, eat here?
I mean, Mary, Miss Martin, and I were invited here for dinner tonight.
By who?
It isn't who, Faraday, it's whom.
All right, whom invited you?
In that case, it isn't whom, it's who.
Who? Who cares? Did Grant invite you to dinner here?
Yes, he phoned me this morning about 9 o'clock. And you know, I'm amazed. Grant has been dead less than 12 hours, and you're already working on the case.
A little more talk like that, and I'll be working on you.
Look, let's forget our differences for a minute. Grant was a friend of mine. Got any idea who killed him and when?
I have no idea who killed him, but I do know when. He was shot about 25 minutes ago. A tenant in the apartment across the hall heard the shot and called the police.
Just 25 minutes ago? And you're here already? Faraday, you're not only on the ball, but someone's rolling it. No suspects, though?
One. Grant's brother, Bill Grant. I understand he was seen coming into the building a few minutes before the shot.
Well, where's Jim's brother now?
I don't know. He's disappeared. But I got a police dragnet out for him. We're watching every train, bus, and plane. That's the best I can do. I'll find that brother.
Maybe. Anyhow, I'm going to look around the building. So you got yourself a suspect. Bill Grant, huh? Oh, brother.
He isn't in this car, Rollins. He's not even on this train.
Then he'd better be in this car, Smith. Uh-oh, look, Smith.
Huh?
That seat over there.
That's Bill Grant, all right.
All right, let's grab him. Come on, the train's starting to move.
Quick, he sees us.
Yeah, but he doesn't see us soon enough.
Hold it, Grant.
Huh?
Won't do you any good to run.
What do you fellas want with me, anyhow?
You know what we want. We're from police headquarters. And we want to talk to you about the murder of your brother. And why you decided to leave town all of a sudden.
I didn't kill him, honest, I didn't.
Nobody said you did. Get the conductor, Smith, and stop this train. We're taking this guy to headquarters.
Mr. Matthews, I'm Boston Blackie. You're the superintendent of this building?
Yes, I am, Blackie.
You have any idea who killed one of your tenants this evening? You know who I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes, I'd be a fool if I said I didn't. You mean Mr. James Grant in 6G?
Yes. Look, Matthews, I happen to know a little something about you the police would like to know. A friend of mine named Shorty told me that you have a strange habit of leaving apartment pass keys where they can be found by some friend of yours.
Huh?
Don't play dumb, Matthews. You know what I'm talking about. The apartments of this building of yours are being robbed. You're not robbing them, but you're giving the pass keys to a person who is.
What are you getting at?
I'm trying to make a deal with you. You tell me what you know about Jim Grant's death, and I won't tell the police what I know about your little racket.
Okay, Blackie. It's a deal. Only, I can't talk here. I'll get in touch with you if you'll take care of me.
You'd better, or I'll take care of you. All right.
Oh, hello, Jack.
May I come in, Helen?
I guess so.
I hope so. I just heard on the radio that your boyfriend, Grant, is dead.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Great thing, radio. Now, maybe you'll come back to me. Hmm?
Jack, please, I don't feel like...
Look, honey, with Grant out of the way, we ought to celebrate.
Jack.
Sure we should. You wanted to be Mrs. Jack Adams a few months ago before this guy Grant threw you off your trolley. Well, now we can go ahead with our plans.
Jack, please, I don't want to.
Look, baby, you don't have to put on the old act in front of me. We wanted Grant out of the way, and now...
Get out of here.
What's the matter with you?
I said get out of here.
Why? Because I'm glad Grant's dead? Well, so are you. You didn't want to marry him. You wanted to marry me.
Get out of here and leave me alone. You've got to believe I love Jim Grant.
Do I? I'm sorry, Helen. I don't love you enough to believe that.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Where are you?
In my apartment.
Oh, good. You all right?
Am I all right? Sure, I'm fine.
Yes, but something's the matter. What is it?
Nothing much. It's just a dead body lying across my bed.
What?
You heard what I said.
Oh, my gosh. Who is it?
This will surprise you, Mary. It's the Uh-oh. There's someone at the door.
Who?
Well, it won't be the killer, I'll guarantee that. I'll call you later, Mary.
Yes, but Blackie, just a minute. Be careful, will you?
Sure. Don't worry. I'll call you back in just a little while.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Yes, what are you...
All right, Blackie, come along.
Rollins, I'm glad to see you.
Maybe you won't be, Blackie, when you know why I'm here. Faraday wants you at headquarters.
All right, but first I'd like
first, you nothing, Blackie. Look, I've got 6 men here with me. 6 men, count 'em, 6. And Faraday said not to let you say anything, do anything, or get anything before we brought you in.
But, Rollins, there's
a nothing, Blackie. Come along nice and quiet now, or you'll be sorry.
All right, Rollins, you win. I'll come along nicely and quietly. But you're the one who's going to be sorry.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Jim Grant invites Blackie, Mary Wesley, and his own fiancée, Helen Martin, to dinner. When the trio arrives, they find Grant has been shot and killed. Grant's brother is later picked up by the police while trying to get out of town. Matthews, the crooked apartment superintendent in Grant's building, tells Blackie he might name the killer, but later Blackie returns to his apartment and finds a dead body across the bed. Before he can tell anyone about it, he is hauled off to headquarters. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Faraday's office.
All right, Blackie, read this. And Rollins, get ready with that recording machine.
All set, Inspector Faraday.
What's this all about, Faraday? Say, I've got something to tell you.
Later. That stuff I want you to read is a copy of what we found on a phonograph record in Grant's apartment. It's a voice telling him he's going to die.
Smart voice.
Yeah, and it's got to be the killer's voice. So I'm looking for a voice to match it. Because when I found a voice to match it, I found my killer. Maybe it's you. You ready to read?
Ever since the 3rd grade, Faraday.
All right, Rollins, turn on the machine. Let's make a regular Blackie's voice.
All set. Start reading, Blackie.
All right, here goes. Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair. Formal fellow calls him James.
Just read what's on the paper, Blackie.
Oh, but I want to give a performance. Sit in that chair. The red leather one in the center of the room.
That's enough. That's enough, Rollins.
Okay.
We'll play it back later.
Am I the first to make one of these auditions for you, Faraday?
No, you're the last. I haven't played them back yet. But I had Grant's brother, Bill, and Matthews, the superintendent, and Jack Adams, Miss Martin's former boyfriend, all make records.
My, your list of suspects has grown. Too bad your brain hasn't. Listen, I've got some more news for you. Now...
Quiet, Blackie. Rollins, let's hear the record we found in Grant's apartment first.
Yes, sir. All right, here it is.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair. The red leather one there in the center.
That's enough, Rollins.
Yes, sir.
Now let's hear Blackie.
All right, here's Blackie, Inspector.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
That's enough, Rollins.
Yes, sir.
Kill it. Blackie's not the one we want.
I'm not, Faraday? Well, in that case, let me try one of my other voices. Sit in that
That's enough,
chair.
Blackie. Rollins, let's hear the brothers' record now.
All right, here you are.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
No, that's
red
not
leather
the right
one in the
voice.
center of the room.
Turn it off, Rollins.
All right, it's off.
And so are you, Faraday.
Quiet. Rollins, let's have Harry Matthews' voice.
All right, here he is.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
That's it.
The red
That's
leather
it. Rollins,
one
turn it
in the
off.
center
Yes,
of
sir.
the room.
That's the voice, all right. Exactly the same as the voice on the original record. I let all 3 of the suspects go. But, Rollins, you go out and pick up Matthews. If you can find him.
Never mind, Rawlins. I can tell you where you can find Matthews. And I don't think you'll have any trouble picking him up, either.
Why?
Because I've been trying to tell you for 10 minutes that Matthews is lying across a bed in my apartment. And he's dead.
Something I can do for you, sir?
This is Jack Adams' office?
Yes.
I'd like to see Mr. Adams, please.
Who's calling?
Bill Grant, James Grant's brother.
Well, just a minute. I'll see if he's in.
Yes?
Mr. Bill Grant here to see Mr. Adams.
Bill Grant. Tell him I'm not in, Madge.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Grant, but Mr. Adams isn't in.
But I know he is.
But
And this gun in my hand says I'm going in to see him. You too, sister. You're coming in with me, so you won't have a chance to call the police.
But
Come on, get going.
Of course. This way.
That's better.
This door here.
You open it, and walk in ahead of me.
All right. Mr. Adams, this man...
Madge, I told you...
Keep me out, I know, Adams, but this gun told her differently.
All right, you're in. What do you want?
You, for killing my brother.
I didn't kill him.
You had reason to, didn't you? He took Helen Martin away from you.
Sure he did. But if I killed everybody who took a girl away from me, I'd have a string of murders to my credit long enough to...
Say, there's nobody outside, so... All right, you put down that gun. Put it down, I said.
Hey, what are you... Thanks for knocking that gun out of his hand, mister, whoever you are.
I'm Boston Blackie. Are you Jack Adams?
That's right.
There's no one outside, so I thought I'd just step in here when I heard voices. Who's the fellow who had the gun on you?
Bill Grant.
Oh, you're Bill Grant.
Yes, and this fellow Adams killed my brother Jim.
You think Adams killed him, huh? Well, the police thought for a while that maybe you'd killed him.
Well, I didn't.
You were in his apartment just before the shot was fired.
Yes, I was in the library when I heard the shot. I ran in and found Jim dead, and then I got out of there.
Odd you didn't call the police.
Oh, I didn't dare. I knew the police would find out that Jim and I weren't too friendly. I thought it best to just disappear.
Tell me, Grant, did you know Harry Matthews was involved in the robbery of the apartments in your building?
Yes.
Did you know it too, Adams?
Who's Harry Matthews?
Never mind. That answers my question. Grant, how long have you known Matthews was involved in those robberies?
Not long. About 2 weeks, I guess. Helen Martin, Jim, and I were talking about it the other night. Helen said we ought to turn him in. Jim said no. I said we should stay out of it, too. Not get involved.
Your brother's apartment was never robbed, was it?
No.
I didn't think it had been.
What do you mean?
Nothing, Grant. Nothing at all. Miss Martin, I stopped in to tell you I think I know who killed Jim Grant.
You do, Blackie? Who?
His brother, Bill.
Oh, no.
Yes, since the death of Matthews, the superintendent, I think Bill Grant is the only one who could be guilty.
Why do you say that?
Well, Jim and Matthews were killed by the same person, I'm sure of it. Matthews was involved in the robbery of the apartments in his building. Someone who knew that killed Jim and forced Matthews to make the murder recording.
Oh, it was Matthews who made the record.
Yes, the police proved that with auditions.
Well, why couldn't Jack have killed them?
Because Jack didn't know about Matthews' little racket, so he'd have nothing to threaten Matthews with.
Oh, yes, of course.
You were suspected, you know.
What?
But you couldn't have killed Jim. You were here getting dressed at the time Jim was killed.
Why, you know where I was, Blackie. I imagine I'd been here dressing for, well, I think it was almost 2 hours.
Yes, so you said. And Jim had been dead only 25 minutes when we got to his place.
Yes. And we were here for some time together, remember? You had to change a light bulb for me.
Yes, I remember. Oh, say, I just thought of something.
What?
When I went into my apartment, Matthew's hat and coat were in my living room, and his body was in my bedroom.
So?
So, I don't know why I never thought of this before. There's a home recording machine in my bedroom. Matthews was probably in my bedroom making a record, confessing everything, and naming Jim's killer when the killer came in. Or he might have made the record already, and his killer didn't know it.
Then the record would still be there, wouldn't it?
Yes. And I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm going downtown, pick up Faraday, get up to my apartment, and get the record that's going to get Bill Grant.
Look, Blackie, how much longer do we have to sit here? Your apartment's bad enough with the lights on, but in the dark it's a perfect trap for Helen Martin, Faraday. I think you're crazy, Blackie. If she came up here and killed Matthews, she'd know you didn't have a home recorder in your bedroom or anywhere else.
She came up here looking for Matthews, not for furniture, Faraday.
Well, maybe so. But I still say I shouldn't have come up here when you telephoned. She's not the one.
I say she is. She said she'd been dressing for 2 hours when Mary and I arrived. I don't think she'd been there for 5 minutes.
Why not?
I told you why not. When I changed the light bulb that went out, it wasn't even slightly warm. I didn't think of it at the time, but a bulb that's been burning for 2 hours is going to be red hot.
All right, Blackie, but...
But nothing, Faraday. It's only 10 minutes from Miss Martin's house to Grant's apartment. She could have killed him, been at her house when we arrived, and then gone back to Jim's with us, all inside of the 25 minutes time between the shot and when we arrived.
Well, maybe so, but that's cutting the...
Shh. Here she comes. Quiet.
All right. That's not a woman.
Shh.
Who is it?
I don't know yet. But whoever it is heading for my bedroom.
Let's grab him. Snap on the lights.
All right.
All right, you stop where you are.
Who's there?
It's Jack Adams.
So, Jack Adams couldn't have been the killer. But Helen Martin had to be, huh, Blackie?
What are you talking about?
You know what he's talking about, Adams. Wish I did. I had you figured innocent. I don't know why. But it looks as if you killed Jim Grant and Harry Matthews.
You're crazy. I didn't kill anybody.
Then why are you here?
I can't tell you.
Well, I can tell you. You're here to get a record off the recorder in my bedroom. A record that will convict you of murder.
No, I was here to get a record, but I didn't know it had anything like that on it. I didn't kill anyone, I tell you. I just came up here to get that record for Helen.
Helen Martin?
Yeah, she told me what to do, but she didn't tell me why.
I'll tell you why later. I'll tell you now, though, that when Helen Martin made an errand boy of you, she almost made a chump of me. Yes?
Package for Mr. Boston Blackie.
For me?
You Mr. Boston Blackie?
Yes.
Okay, sign here.
But I'm not expecting a package.
And I'm not expecting it to snow tomorrow, but it might. Somebody sent you a package, so you got to sign for it. Here.
All right. Oh, say there's a note attached to it.
That come with the package. Read it later. Sign for it, will you, so I can scram?
Oh, sure. Yes. There you are. And this is for you.
Say, thanks. One more tip like this, and I can retire. So long.
Goodbye. This package feels as if it's a phonograph record. Strangers should feel like that because that's what it is. Huh. And the note says, play this at once. All right, I'll play it at once. Wonder what this is, anyhow. It might be,
Sit in that chair, Boston Blackie. Sit in that chair.
It's Mary.
Yes, sit in that chair and be comfortable. Because you are about to die. You are about to die of shock. Because I don't have to ask you any questions about this case, because I know all the answers. Helen Martin killed Jim Grant because he found out who she really was. She was really Mrs. Harry Matthews, and she was the person who was actually robbing the apartments in Jim Grant's building.
Uh-huh.
And Helen killed her husband because he made the record thinking it was just to scare Jim Grant. Actually, the record was to make the police think that a man killed Grant. When Matthews found out Jim had actually been killed, he came to your apartment to tell you about his wife. She killed him to keep him from telling and raced back to her apartment so we could be her alibi. Don't you think I'm smart, Blackie?
Brilliant.
And don't you think so, too, Inspector Faraday?
No. You just got all that information from reading Helen Martin's confession.
Oh, Inspector, you promised you wouldn't say that. Now you spoiled everything.
Why?
I wanted Blackie to think I was so smart that no matter how hard a problem was to solve, I could never get stuck. Never get stuck. Never get stuck. Never get stuck.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Four-Sided Triangle, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's tossed you into a barrel of trouble, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm here briefly on a visit from Canada just to make certain of one thing. Was Dr. Kenneth Sterrett, my best friend, murdered, or was it really an automobile accident? As a novelist, I admit the situation is trite. The older, successful man, the restless, beautiful wife. And if my suspicions are right, even the inevitable other man. If you care to interest yourself in something you may dismiss as an obsession on my part, I'll be at my hotel all day. Sincerely, Owen Marby.
I checked every angle, Marby, and there's no reason to suspect that Dr. Sterrett's death wasn't an accident.
But, Mr. Valentine, my stubbornness about Ken being murdered isn't exactly groundless.
Yeah, well, maybe. But there are a lot of dangerous hairpin turns coming down Eagle Canyon Drive. The Sterrett house is practically on the mountaintop, and there's always a fog rolling in there at night.
I knew Ken very well. He was my roommate when he was going to medical school at the University of Toronto. He was the most exasperatingly careful, methodical man I've ever known. He drove a car the way old ladies used to drive electric buggies.
But that night he received an emergency call from a hospital. He may have been in a hurry.
And there's something else.
Yeah?
Last year, on my way to a lecture engagement, my plane had to stop over for a few hours. I had a drink with Ken, and he showed me a picture of Juliet, his wife.
Go on.
He implied, and very definitely, that they weren't happy. He suspected there was another man, though he didn't know who it was. Later, at the airport, by the merest coincidence, I saw Julia and that other man. They were in the cocktail bar.
But how can you be sure that was the man, Mr. Marby?
Well, they're seen almost constantly together now. His name is Charles Dallison. But this is the important point. They're very careful to give the impression they didn't meet until after the so-called accident. Why?
Well, that's an interesting question. Now, tell me, Julia Sterrett doesn't know you, does she?
No. Ken may have mentioned me casually, but that's about all.
Uh-huh. Then I could be Owen Marby.
Well, you sound as though that imagination of yours is going into action.
Well, just like you, Marby, I'm flying blind at the moment. But I'll see what I can do to put your mind at rest. Okay, now, Brooksy, you're on your own. Don't let the head waiter steer you anywhere but the booth next to Julia and Dallison. It's all reserved for you.
But how do you know they're going to show up for dinner tonight?
Well, I checked that, too. Just try to overhear as much as you can. I gotta get going. Julia Sterrett, isn't it?
I beg your pardon.
Well, I recognized you at once from the picture Ken sent me, and the head waiter assured me I was right. I'm Owen Marby.
Oh, yes, I remember. Ken used to speak about you. Charles, this is one of Ken's friends from Canada.
Dallason's the name.
How do you do?
Would you join us, Mr. Marby?
Oh, well, thank you, but worse luck, I have to meet a book critic in a few minutes.
Oh, that's right. You are a novelist, aren't you?
Yes, Mrs. Sterrett. But I still manage to find life infinitely stranger than fiction. For instance, running into you at Henri's like this tonight. But I was going to look you up anyway, Julia.
I should hope so.
I thought it no more than right to apologize for making it more difficult for you after Ken's death.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, I must confess that when I first heard what happened, I was convinced there was foul play.
You don't write mystery novels by any chance, Mr. Marby?
No, I don't. It sounds like it, doesn't it? No, I should have known that if there were any suspicion in that direction, the county autopsy surgeon would have cleared it all up.
Autopsy? But why...
Well, you see, in a rash moment, I even wrote your district attorney what seems now to have been a melodramatic and slightly hysterical note.
I think you can be forgiven, Marby. You know, a tribute to your friendship with Dr. Sterrett rather than your zeal as a busybody.
Oh, but I won't consider myself really forgiven, Julia, unless you have dinner with me tomorrow. Of course, the invitation includes you too, Dallison.
Sounds delightful. But why so formal? I think you two can find your way to my mountaintop. Suppose both of you just drop in tomorrow evening.
Oh, fine, thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be running along. Nice to have met you, Dallison.
Thank you.
And I know we'll have a lot to talk about, Julia. Good night.
Good night.
I don't like it, Charles. I don't like it at all.
Oh, now, please, Julia.
The man is lying. I'm sure Ken never sent him any picture of me. This was no coincidence tonight. I tell you, he staged it. He's up to something.
Shut up, Julia. Do you want the whole place to hear you?
He's the only one who never believed it was an accident. I could tell by the tone of his letter of condolence. He still doesn't believe it.
Julia, we'll have to do something about your nerves. If you let a little thing like this upset you...
Let's get out of here, Charles.
Brooksy, for the love of heaven, where you been? What happened to you? Do you know what time it is?
Well, if you'll stop laughing at me with questions, Johnny, I'll give you all the horrendous details.
Okay, come on.
Oh, my feet. Let me sit down.
Oh, here, sit down.
Well, how did I know those two were going to park halfway up Eagle Canyon Drive and get into a gab fest?
What? How the dickens did you get way up there on Eagle Canyon Drive with them?
Well, in that booth, I could hardly hear anything they were saying, except that they were going to leave in a few minutes.
Yeah?
Well, so I beat it out and wrapped myself in the blanket in the back of their car.
Oh, great. All they had to do was spot you, and then you'd have been...
not a chance. It was too dark, and the back of that custom job is a half a block from the front seat. I had all I could do to hear what they were talking about.
Well, for the moment, I won't inquire how Claire Brooks, girl Gumshoe, got away undetected. But just what did you overhear?
Well, nothing and everything. See what you can make out of this conversation.
I can't help it, Charles. There was something about Marby. I can't explain it. It was as though he were laughing at us all the time.
You're going to make life very difficult for yourself, Julia. If you go to pieces every time you bump into a visiting fireman who once knew your husband.
Oh, darling, let's not wait any longer. It's been 8 months now since Ken. There's no reason why we can't be married.
It's simply not the way I planned it. You were to wait 1 year. That morally approved period for widow's weeds to blossom forth again into passion flowers.
You and your plan. I want to be able to laugh again.
And I want you to, Julia. We'll laugh together. And wherever we go, we'll have the orchestra play something fitting. Say the Merry Widow Waltz?
Isn't there anything you can't joke about? Didn't you feel any qualms at all when Marby went babbling on about writing in district attorney? That nonsense about an autopsy? Didn't you...
Wait a minute, Julia. Yes, autopsy. The term so blithely used by policemen when they suspect poison in the case.
Charles.
Come to think of it, Julia, maybe you're right. We ought to know more about our guest from Canada. It'll help us decide the best way to entertain him tomorrow night.
Well, what do you say, George?
Well, give me a minute, will you, Angel? Say, incidentally, how did you get back without being seen? It's 4 miles from that Eagle's Nest to the boulevard, and not a house or a gas station in between.
Oh, when I took off my high heels, it was a snap. Got an extra pair of arch supports on you, mister?
Oh, brother. A mere man salutes you, Brooksy.
At ease, Buster. I still say, what do you make of it?
Oh, not a thing you could stick a pen in. All which they couldn't deny having said. But it wouldn't be going out on a limb to assume that the suspicions of Owen Marby are far more fact than fiction. Okay, Lieutenant, don't blow your top. I'm not asking you to exhume Dr. Sterrett's body.
Well, thanks, Valentine. That's real white of you.
Just the same, I bet the medical examiner would find traces of something to show the doctor was poisoned, and it was no accident that he lost control of the car,
Miss
and I'll bet
Brooks, the ME might even find a lost cord, but I can't go asking for an autopsy order on just a lot of hearsay evidence and vague suspicion.
Well, I was only trying to help you
It's a pretty generally accepted thing that once people are dead, you ought to leave them alone.
Oh, really?
Unless there's a darn good reason to dig them up.
Look, please, both of you, what's all the shooting about? I didn't even suggest anything like that.
Well, you might have.
After all this time, even if we found anything, it wouldn't clinch the case against either Mrs. Sterrett or Dallison. It'd be too circumstantial.
Oh, now, look, don't get me wrong, Valentine. If you came up with something tangible, I'd be glad to play ball. As it is, what do you want from me?
Okay. Tomorrow, I'd like you to put a man on Charles Dallison's tail and report on everything he does.
All right. I guess I can do that.
Brooksy can keep an eye on Mrs. Sterrett.
Within reason. I'm not at my best climbing up and down mountains.
Just as they want to be prepared to receive me, I'd like to hold a few top cards myself.
Darling, you're not only going in the wrong direction from the Starrett house, but you're going there a little too fast. I don't recall any 60-mile-an-hour zones within the city limits.
Would you mind going over your day with Mrs. Sterrett again, Angel? There's one part of it that intrigues me.
Oh, I don't know why. Beauty parlor at 11. Lunch at Miranda's tea room alone. Visit to a Dr. Rayford on Barton Street. A stop over to Rexall Drugstore, and so to home.
Huh? I think I'll have a few words with Dr. Rayford on the way out.
Well, why, George?
Old operations always make stimulating conversation. But right now, I'd better take care of this little matter.
George.
Sorry, Brooksy.
Well, of all the dopey things, what are you trying to do?
You'll see, Angel. All right, Buster, get out of that car.
What's the idea of stopping that way? You want to kill somebody?
Come on. Step out, friend, outside. Don't get bug-eyed. You've seen a gun before.
What is it, George?
Just a minute, Brooksy. All right, now, Bud, you've been on my tail all day.
Well, you're nuts.
You ought to know better than to try to shadow somebody with that beach umbrella jacket you're wearing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'll break it down into one-syllable words. Dallison hired you, didn't he? Have you reported to him yet? Okay, I don't have time to play games with you. But you present a very vexing problem, fella.
Yeah, I see what you mean. What are you going to do with him, George?
I think we'll drop him off at headquarters and let Lieutenant Riley keep him company.
Yeah, but if he doesn't call Dallison, they're bound to wonder why.
And it may even cramp their style tonight. I hope. Because it looks like those two will be playing for keeps. Okay, Buster, start moving. I got a very important date.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Whether you're driving a brand new car or one of the older models, there's one way, and a sure way, of getting the very best performance out of it. And that's to depend on Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this carefully blended high-octane gasoline puts command performance in your car. It commands fast starts, smooth, steady acceleration, all the extra power your car needs on steep hills. No matter where you motor in the West, you can be sure of command performance from your car when you have Chevron Supreme in the tank. That's because this premium quality fuel is climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. Makes no difference if you're driving in the Northwest, in the desert, the Rocky Mountain country, or in the coastal cities. Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored to your region. And that's why you can count on it. So to get the best out of your car, get Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean We take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Every 45 minutes, a murder takes place. Every 2 hours, said murder is a perfect crime. So, if you're in George Valentine's business, you can just take it in stride when you have to impersonate a Canadian novelist to prove an 8-month-old accident was a homicide. But then you find yourself being shadowed, so that as you set out to meet the suspected couple, you're really quite grim. Meantime, a minor crisis is taking place between Brooksy and Lieutenant Riley in the latter's office.
A fine thing, Miss Brooks. I agreed to cooperate with you and Valentine, and what happens? What happens?
Well, you did manage to keep this Eddie Thorpe under wraps for the night.
Well, sure, on a vagrancy charge. But one of these days, I'm going to get caught up the creek without a paddle messing around with you two.
Well, I wish I knew what George expected to find stopping off at Dr. Rayford's office. Mrs. Starrett only dropped in there for a few minutes today.
Don't you know by now that when he gets a brainstorm, it's like an act of nature? You don't know what he'll do next or why. I tell you, one of these days I'll... Hello, Riley. Oh, Valentine, where the devil are you? I thought you'd be with them by now.
Oh.
What? Shh, quiet. Okay, I'm listening. Go on.
Where is...
Huh? Now, look, you. I'm not going to be a party to anything like that. Now, don't be a fool.
What's he going to do?
Quiet, will you? No, not you. You know what it'll mean if it doesn't work? Now, wait a minute. Sure, I can get the ME's office to make up that prescription, but listen to reason. You can't... Yes, I understand, but... Okay.
What does he want you to do? You can at least tell me that.
He wants you to park on Eagle Canyon Drive, just around the first turn, coming down from the Starrett home. You're going to have a little package to give him.
Package?
Yeah. I'll be waiting down on the boulevard for the both of you.
But George never keeps me in the dark like this. Why now? Why?
Hello. Let me have the medical examiner's office. Well, find him wherever he is. It's an emergency.
How about another drink, Marby?
Soda, wasn't it?
Yes, thanks. You know, I'll be glad to get back to Canada so I can tackle my new novel again.
Four-sided triangle. What an odd title.
Yeah, the story's been giving me quite a bit of trouble.
Oh, really? What's the plot? Maybe we can help.
Well, frankly, nothing very original. The usual triangle. But the lovers are completely successful in doing away with the husband in the case.
I'm sorry.
You've already begun to intrigue Julia, but go on, Marby.
Well, they do it so neatly, in fact, there's no suspicion of crime. Not a shred.
Then what seems to be the trouble?
I can't decide whether to let my hero and heroine, if you can call them that, live happily forever after, or let them face retribution.
Here you are, Owen.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I was playing around with the notion of introducing a character who won't believe the husband's death was an accident.
The fourth side of the triangle, I presume.
Yes, that's it exactly. He's one of those virtuous, pig-headed men. He doesn't rest until he ferrets out the truth. And, well, so on and so forth. How does it sound to you, Julia?
He sounds like such an exemplary character. Would you say he was quite true to life?
Oh, well, just take me, for example. My first impulse when I heard about Ken. I kept seeing in the accident more than there was. And I imagine I'm fairly typical.
Was that your only problem with the book, Marby?
No, but I was thinking of introducing something more subtle. You know, try to find some little, almost meaningless thing my two scoundrels might have overlooked in their planning. Say a matter of coincidence.
I thought novelists always tried to avoid coincidence.
Well, now, why should they? It happens all the time. Now, you and Dallison here, Julia.
What about us?
Well, I doubt if anyone's aware that you knew each other before Ken's accident.
Well, as a matter of fact, we didn't.
Let him go on, Julia. This is very interesting.
But you see, by the merest of chance I was talking about, I happened to see you together in the cocktail bar at the airport.
What?
Yes, it was last year, and I only stopped over in town for a few hours.
Goodness, we're out of ice. I better go in the kitchen and get some.
Excuse me, Marby. There's always a running feud between Julia and the ice trays.
Oh, I understand. I have the same trouble.
Julia, you realize what you have to do.
Charles, Another?
He knows. The three of us know now. The business of us being together at the airport can lead to a lot of other things.
Why is he toying?
Because, fortunately for us, he's a ham. At the right moment, see that stuff gets in his drink.
Couldn't we wait till that man you hired calls?
Whatever he found out following Marby isn't important now. Now listen carefully, Julia. He has to have enough liquor in him so that when he's found, it'll be obvious why he went over the side into the canyon. There'll be no questions.
I can't. Oh, Charles, I can't.
The timing has to be just right. We'll have to get him out of here so it'll happen when he's halfway down the mountain, where the curves are the worst. So you wait till I give the signal.
I wish I could be the one to give the signal. Just for once.
When I think he's had enough, I'll raise my finger like this. I'll say, "This has been great fun, Marby. Let's do this more often."
All right, Charles.
And for heaven's sake, try to control yourself. The rest of our lives depends on how we act in the next hour.
Well, it's about time, Ferris.
I did everything but fly, Lieutenant.
Okay, I'll take that. Here you are, Miss Brooks.
I'll ask you again, Lieutenant. What is this? What have I got here?
I told you before Valentine made up the rules for this little game. I didn't want any part of it. You heard me on the phone. Now there's no choice but to play it his way. Just give him that package.
For 2 cents, I'd call a cab, just so I could tell somebody where to go.
Go on, get in that car and get started. And remember, park just this side of the last big turn before you get to the top.
And you know why none of my novels made any of the book clubs?
Why, no, Marby, why?
They've never been long enough. They gotta be at least 900 pages before they're even considered. They don't bother reading them. They just weigh them.
You sound bitter,
Oh,
Owen.
thank you very much. Gin and bitters. Don't mind if I do. It's a very fine drink.
Oh, say, look at the time. You know, this has been great fun, Marby. Let's do this more often.
That's right. We must do this more often. Let's make it soon.
Oh, hey there, Julia. What are you doing all the way over there?
Just getting a little nightcap. We can all do with one, I think.
Oh, good.
Here's yours, Charles. And yours, Owen.
All right, thank you. What do we drink, Joe?
Why not to your new book?
Oh, yes, that's very good. The Four-Sided Triangle. What? It tastes funny, doesn't it? I'll tell you a secret. I can't even taste it at all.
Well, old man, I'll see you at your car, eh? I'll put on the floodlights. It's beginning to fog up in the canyon.
All right. Good night, and sweetest dreams be thine through all thy shining way. Poetry.
Yes. And watch yourself driving, Marby. We wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
George.
Have you got it, Brooks?
Yeah.
Let me have it.
Oh, darling, I saw your headlights
Quick,
weaving down
Hazel,
the...
quick.
Well, here, but...
Now, get inside and take the wheel.
Okay, George.
Here's to you, Brooksy. Happy days.
Oh,
Oh,
darling, you know you're scaring me to death, don't you?
that makes a couple of scared people. Step on it, Angel.
Okay, Miss Brooks, we'll take care of him
He
now.
fainted. I didn't dare stop.
Yeah, I know. Come on, boys. Come on. Get him into the ambulance.
Got a hold of him, don't we?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
I'm going with him,
You'd
Lieutenant.
only be in the way, believe me.
In the way? Well, you don't expect me to
Now,
stand...
boys, don't wait for the hospital. Start pumping him out now.
Oh, pumping him out. You knew this was going to happen, and you let it. And now you're going to tell me.
There was no stopping him.
What did he do?
He found out Dr. Rayford gave Mrs. Starrett a prescription for some poison today.
Poison?
Presumably to make a solution to use on her flower beds. Being a colleague of her late husband, he didn't even think twice about it.
And George walked into this and purposely
The
let himself
stuff in
be...
the bottle you gave him is supposed to be the antidote for the poison. If he got it in time.
Oh, that big, crazy, stubborn...
Well,
loon.
that's what your boyfriend calls getting evidence that'll stand up in court. He just naturally likes to do things the hard way.
You must forgive me, Lieutenant Riley. This has been a great shock. Mr. Marby was my husband's best friend.
Yes. Just when did he leave? What time was it?
Oh, hours ago. About 10:30. You see, he was feeling rather, gay. We felt that if he was going to drive, he oughtn't overdo it.
Even so, I suggested that he stay over. Oh, this is terrible.
Yeah. Well, like they say, liquor and gasoline don't mix. I guess it'll be the same routine report. Do you mind if I sit down?
No. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Sometimes I wish we could make some of these fool drivers take a look at what we saw when we found Marby down in the canyon. Oh, believe me, it would make them think he wasn't a pretty sight.
Lieutenant, please stop it.
Now, Julia, we know you're upset, but this isn't going to help any.
Nothing's going to help now.
Marby!
Hello.
No!
Julia.
No! Don't come near me! We killed you, didn't we, Charles? We killed him. Shut up. Just like we did Ken. We're only imagining this. Everything's going to turn out all right. Tomorrow we're going to laugh and be happy. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way.
That's it, Lieutenant.
Hey, say, Valentine, were you serious about the way you wanted me to dedicate my next book?
I certainly was serious about the way you dedicate your next book. Sure was, Mr. Marby. To Mr. and Mrs. George Valentine.
Mr. Darling!
So you just let us know, Marby, and we'll make a special trip down to City Hall the very day your book comes off the press.
Oh, golly, I just don't believe it.
I like your other suggestion, too. I should be more commercial. Aim for the book clubs. Write something 800-900 pages. Of course, it'll take years before I get it to my publisher, but it may be worth it.
Oh, years, huh? Oh, why doesn't one of these build-ups have a payoff for me? Oh, maybe I just don't live right.
The return of spring means, for most folks, the time for another house cleaning. And speaking of things attended to at regular intervals, how long has it been since your car's oil has been changed? You know, for the life of your car's engine, nothing is more important than a crankcase drain and a refill with RPM motor oil at regular intervals. Like any other piece of equipment used daily, your car's engine is bound to accumulate a certain amount of harmful, contaminating material. RPM motor oil was compounded to take care of these troublemakers, to keep them from building upon interior engine parts during the oil service period. When the oil is changed, this harmful material is drained out. That's how compounded RPM keeps your engine clean mile after mile. And that's not all. For RPM also protects hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. It stops corrosion and rust-proofs as it lubricates. Why not see about that oil drain and refill tomorrow? And for protection you trust, be sure you refill with RPM motor oil, first choice in the West. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, we'll pick up George Valentine in Mexico, in a house as mysterious and sinister as its name, Casa Diablo.
George, if Bixby had somebody in this house to see that none of us left here alive, whoever it is must have turned on him. You know, like Frankenstein turning on his... George, you're not even listening to me.
Angel, if there's a grammar school around here, I think I'm going to enroll in the kindergarten.
Huh?
We're right down to the oldest outdoor sport in the world, Brooksy. The hunter and the hunted.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Barton Yarborough as Marby, Doreen Tuttle as Julia, William Woodson as Charles, and Mark Lawrence as Ferris. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Kathy. I'm glad you called. No, I'll have to have a rain check, Angel. I'm leaving tonight for Italy. Yeah, I just heard when it comes to murder, there's no place like Rome.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the running waters.
If you ever wondered why Rome wasn't built in a day, maybe I can explain. They didn't use American labor. Take a craftsman like Steve Waters. Mr. Waters is the rugged-looking citizen sauntering down the 8th-floor corridor of the Hotel Nacional. He just arrived in Rome an hour ago without baggage and without friends, and already he's got a gun and a girl. Now, that's what I call a fast worker.
Yes,
You Marie Antonescu?
that is right.
Well, I must say, this is a pleasure. I'm Steve Waters.
I beg your pardon.
You never heard of me?
No?
Well, that's funny. I'm an old friend of your family. Matter of fact, I just saw your father yesterday.
You saw my father.
Yeah, and he sends his love.
Oh, but that is impossible. My father is in Bucharest. I do not understand. Romania is behind the Iron Curtain.
Yeah, yet apparently I can get in or out any time I want. I guess I must be a magician, huh?
You are a Comintern agent.
That's a possibility.
What have you done to my father?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He looks real fine. You'd think prison agreed with him.
He is in prison.
Oh, didn't you know? I'm sorry. But you don't have to worry. He won't be there long. Either way. Cigarette?
No.
You sure?
I want nothing from you.
Not even your father's life?
What do you want, Mr. Waters?
All right, I'll make it short and sweet. Now, you're kind of friendly with a boy named Kirby Patterson.
How did you learn that?
Well, I probably know more about Kirby than you do. For instance, did you know he's with American intelligence?
No.
Yeah, he's a spy, just like I am, only he's working the other side of the street. And his current assignment is to meet a man in Rome named Mike Waring. Only, he's not going to make it.
He isn't.
No, you're going to see to that.
Get out.
Okay. Oh, anything you want me to tell your father?
Wait.
Ma?
What is it you wish?
When do you expect to see Kirby again?
Tonight at 7.
Uh-huh. Well, now, suppose the two of you have a drink up here before you go out. Only,
When you pour Kirby's, add the contents of this bottle.
You expect me to poison him?
Oh, now, let's not jump to conclusions. Now, this won't kill him. It'll only put him out long enough for me to keep his appointment
You
with
mean-
Mike Waring.
You are going to pretend to be Kirby.
Uh-huh.
I will not do it.
Look, Marie, let's not argue.
we both know you will. Just take care of that bottle.
Where are you going?
Isn't this your bedroom?
Oh, you cannot sleep in there?
Oh, I don't intend to. No, you see, I figure you and Kirby need a chaperone,
What with this drinking and such. So, I'll just keep an eye open to see that you don't get into trouble.
Marie, I don't like
like the way you look. You sure you feel all right?
I feel fine, Kirby. What makes you say such a thing?
Well, your hands are like ice. I'm going to get your coat. Where is it, in the bedroom?
Don't go in there.
What's the matter?
I hate to be treated like an infant, that's all. Someone would think I was helpless.
Yes, but you've got a chill.
I tell you I'm all right. I just need a drink.
All right. Where do you keep the...
Never mind. I'll fix it myself.
You're not going to let me do anything tonight.
What will you have?
Scotch on the rocks.
Kirby, you know I love you.
Well, I certainly hope you do.
I would die if anything happened to you.
Now, what brought that on?
I just hope you understand. Sometimes we cannot help ourselves.
Okay, Marie, let's have it. What are you trying to tell me?
Nothing, darling. Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Well, salute.
Salute. Get this stuff.
Is something wrong?
It's got a peculiar taste.
Oh, it's your imagination.
How do you know? You haven't even tasted yours.
Oh, no, it is fine.
I still say it's got an off taste. Here, you try mine.
Oh, you're trying to be ridiculous. They were both poured from the same bottle.
What are you getting so steamed up about? All I said was... Marie.
What is it?
I don't know. I can't catch my breath.
Maybe if you sit down.
Get me some water.
Yes, darling.
Hurry, honey. I feel like I'm gonna...
Kirby! Kirby!
You wake the baby.
What have you done to him, Walter?
What did I do? I'm just an innocent bystander.
He's dead.
No. He's gonna be fine. Now, why don't you just sit down and relax till Mike Waring's train pulls into Rome, huh? Oh, I sure hope it's on time. We'll have to give Kirby another treatment if it's late.
All right, pal. What do you think you're doing?
Oh, scusa, signora. I looking for my friend. They tell me he's in this compartment.
And did you think he was hiding in my luggage?
No capisco.
In case you hadn't noticed, that's my bag you're handling.
Oh, I want to see if this is his suitcase.
What does that tag say?
Michael Waring.
Well, now that we've got me identified, who are you?
Roberto Stefani.
Roberto Stefani?
Si.
What were you doing with my grip?
Oh, you make a mistake.
No, you did. You should have closed the straps.
All right. I tell you the truth. I have to make sure you really are Michael Waring.
Why?
You work for American intelligence, no?
How did you find that out?
Did they not tell you in London a man would meet you on the Rome Express to give you your next assignment?
No.
Maybe they, how you say, double check. You are to go to the Hotel Nacional and meet Kirby Patterson there. Am I right?
Keep talking.
You are supposed to deliver some information to him which can be used by our friends in Romania.
How come you know so much?
I work for American intelligence, too.
That's pretty good.
You do not believe me?
Oh, what a question.
Senor Waring, please.
Now, stand still. Oh, so you pack a gun, huh?
Naturally. In our work.
Yeah, tell me more about your work, Roberto. I see your dues are paid up through August.
Huh?
Well, isn't this a membership card in the Italian Communist Party?
Oh. Well, I can explain this, senor.
Yes, I'll bet you can. Tell the comrades I enjoyed my entrance to Rome, only next time let me choose my own welcoming committee.
Let me get this straight, Waring. You mean this Roberto Stefani actually had the nerve to pose as one of our boys?
Yeah, he even knew I was supposed to meet a Kirby Patterson in Rome.
You sure gotta hand it to the bums. They don't miss a trick.
No. Lucky I'm suspicious by nature. I used to say I wouldn't trust my own mother, so naturally...
You want to see my credentials?
Uh-huh.
I was wondering when you'd get around to that. Here.
Kirby Patterson, 5'9", 172 pounds. Brown hair, brown eyes, birthmark on left temple.
Well, you certainly fit the description.
I ought to. I wrote it myself. When are you leaving for the States?
Just as soon as I finish this assignment.
Well, there's no time like the present. Where's the dope?
Right here in this notebook.
Well, it's in code.
Well, what did you expect? How soon do you think you can get it to your contact in Romania?
Well, I'll have it by Thursday, maybe Wednesday. Expecting someone?
No, put the notebook away.
Right.
All right, come in.
Signor Waring.
That's right.
My card.
Giulio Farinacci, Hotel Nacional.
I'm going to run along, Mike.
Yeah, okay, Kirby. Lots of luck.
Yeah, same to you. Oh, lift one for me when you get back to Times Square.
I'll do that. Oh, what can I do for you, Giulio?
I am what you call the house detective here.
Oh, well, I'm glad to meet you.
The honor is all mine, Signor. It is a great pleasure to greet my opposite number from the great democracy across the Atlantic.
How's that again?
Well, are you not the private detective they call the Falcon?
Oh, only when they can't think of anything worse.
You are here on business?
No, I've retired, Giulio.
Oh, what a pity. I had hoped to be allowed to cooperate. No one knows the criminal mind like Giulio Farinacci. I trust you will forgive me for mentioning it, but as one in the profession, you will understand.
What?
The senor who was just here. You call him Kirby.
What about it?
It is an unusual American name.
No, not too. Why?
In the lobby yesterday, I heard a foreign lady call a gentleman Kirby. He did not look like your friend.
You sure?
Yes. He was a tall, blonde man.
Well, was Kirby his first or last name?
I would have no way of knowing.
Look, Giulio, this is very important. Now, if you run across this other Kirby again, let me know. I'd certainly like to meet him.
Senor Waters.
What's the matter with you, Roberto? Can't you see I'm busy?
But the Senor Patterson here. He is opening his eyes.
Oh, it's about time, too. Give him some water.
Here, Senor.
Huh?
Drink.
Hiya, Kirby.
Who are you?
Well, generally, I go under the name of Steve Waters.
Steve Waters?
Yeah, although lately I've been using yours.
I don't understand. Oh,
your headache?
Where's Marie?
Marie?
Marie Antonescu. Isn't this her room?
Yeah, now that you mention it, I believe it is.
Where is she?
Oh, one of my associates took her for a ride. I didn't think this was any place for a woman, especially if we wanted to have a little man talk. You recognize this?
No.
It's a notebook I got from Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
Yeah, only it's in code. Would you happen to have the key?
Let's see now.
Mustn't touch.
I got a Mickey.
Hey, did you hear that, Roberto? He thinks he was drugged.
But who would do such a thing?
Well, I wonder.
Well, if I'm not the world's prize chump. Senor Waters.
Well, I put down that phone, Kirby.
Operator.
Look, boy, don't make me do something you'll be sorry for.
Operator. Senor Waters.
Hang up the phone.
But he is dead.
Well, and he certainly won't want to use it. Hang up, Roberto. We got work to do.
You and your children can expect to live long thanks largely to better medicine and surgery. But you could expect to live even longer were it not for the danger of automobile accidents. If driver education could be taught in all of our high schools instead of only a third of them, it might someday help to save the life of your own son or daughter. If your schools don't have these courses, demand driver education for your children. And if your own automobile is not in the good repair it should be sure to have it fixed. Remember to drive as though your life depends on it. It does.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, that's life for you. One minute you got it, the next you haven't. Miss Kirby Patterson learned the hard way. But I had no idea what was going on. The first I knew of it was some 8 hours later. I just finished tangling with a mess of bracioli at Angelo's on the Via Cavour when I looked up and saw a gentleman dressed in blue standing over me. If his uniform wasn't a giveaway, his feet were. They were flat. He was a cop, all right. His name was Emilio Balbo, and he was a captain in the Carabinieri. It seemed the Capitano had heard of me and wanted to show me the local sights. It was a deluxe 50-cent tour. He started with the morgue, and that was my finish.
You will be good enough to observe, Senor Waring.
I'm observing.
I would be most interested in your deductions.
Well, offhand, I'd say he was either English or American.
Uh-huh.
Probably American, judging by his clothes.
Si.
And he must have been pretty handy with his fist.
On what do you base this?
The broken knuckles on the right hand. How come his clothes are so wet?
Perhaps you can guess.
You fished him out of the Tiber?
Exactly.
Well, he wasn't in there long. Maybe 4 or 5 hours.
Formidabile. Would you care to venture a guess as to his identity?
No, I'm afraid not.
The desk clerk at the Hotel Nacional said he visited you this afternoon.
He's out of his mind.
Perhaps I can refresh your recollection. His name is Kirby Patterson.
What? That's impossible. Or is it? If he's Kirby Patterson, who's the other one?
What other one?
The boy who called on me yesterday, and I gave him the... Listen, Capitano, you're positive this is the right Kirby Patterson?
Absolutely. He was identified by a member of the American Embassy.
Poor devil.
You have no idea who killed it?
Yes, I've got a big idea.
Who?
The fellow who called himself Kirby Patterson.
What?
Yeah, if you're confused, think of me. But maybe I know the man who can clear up this mess.
Who?
The house stick at the Hotel Nacional. I'll let you know how I make out.
Some more Chianti, Signor Waring?
No, thanks, Giulio. Right now I have more pressing problems.
My ears are at your command.
Well, you told me you saw a woman with a man named Kirby in the lobby of the Nacional.
See, I did.
Are you sure about that?
The memory of Giulio Farinacci is not to be doubted, Signor. It has been said.
Yeah, okay. Who was the gal?
Let me think.
Oh. She might have been a guest of the hotel.
How do you arrive at that conclusion?
Well, you said she wasn't Italian. So it's a good bet if she met Kirby at the Nacional, she must have been living there, because he wasn't.
Beautifully reasoned.
Well, you know who she is?
It escapes me at the moment.
Okay, we'll start with the hotel register. That ought to give us a lead.
Wait. I believe I know the very woman. Yes. Suite 813, Marie Antonescu.
Marie Antonescu?
She's from Romania, I believe.
Well, thanks a lot, Giulio.
Perhaps I can assist.
No, you've done your share. From here on, it's up to me. Let's hope I do as well. Hello, Marie.
I beg your pardon.
Well, aren't you Marie Antonescu?
Yes?
Kirby Patterson sent me around.
Kirby sent you here.
In a manner of speaking.
Oh, please come in.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Thanks.
I imagine Kirby's feeling very angry with me.
No, as a matter of fact, he isn't feeling a thing.
Oh, I am surprised.
And he's dead.
No.
Yes.
I do not believe you. You are lying.
Where's my percentage?
But they promised me that...
now we're getting to it. What did they promise you?
Nothing.
Look, Angel, you're in a jam. Start talking.
I know nothing, Mr. Waring.
You know my name is Waring.
You said so?
No, I didn't. Kirby must have told you about his appointment with me. Well, the Kirby Patterson showed, all right, but he wasn't the right boy.
How do you know?
Because I saw the genuine article down at the morgue. They just dragged him out of the Tiber. He wasn't pretty, Marie. The fish...
Stop it!
What's the matter? Getting sensitive all of a sudden? What did you do, take a walk while they killed him?
He wasn't killed here.
No? What's that rust-colored spot on the rug near the phone?
Blood.
It ain't borscht.
But he told me it would only put him to sleep.
Who told you?
That's Steve Waters.
Stocky lad? Brown hair, a little birthmark over his left temple?
Yes.
How much did he pay you?
Oh, you do not understand. This Mr. Waters came here yesterday. He told me they had arrested my father in Bucharest, and if I
didn't cooperate, you'd never see him again.
Yes.
Oh, come on, Angel. You can dream up a better story than that.
I swear it is the truth. You must believe me.
That was the first time you saw this Steve Waters?
Yes. He had just flown in from Romania.
Then he might be out of Italy, but... No, he wouldn't. That material is worthless unless it's decoded.
What?
Nothing. I was just talking out loud. He's got to stay in Rome till he solves it. We're all behind the 8 ball if Mr. Waters is gone.
2 equals A. 17 is I, then 23 would have to be O. No, that doesn't work. There ought to be some...
That you, Roberto?
Si, Signor Waters.
Wait a second.
I bring you something to eat.
Well, put it down on the table. What do you got there?
Pasta, lasagna, vino.
Ah, looks good.
My wife make.
Well, my compliments to the little woman.
Senor Steve.
Good.
You know they are looking for you.
Do tell.
They ask questions everywhere. My wife, she's very nervous. We have a little one on the way.
Well, what's your excuse?
Huh?
You're nervous, too. And maybe you should be. Because when the chief hears about Mike Waring nabbing you on the Rome Express with a party card in your pocket...
You would not tell him. It would kill me. Senor, I beg of you for the sake of my wife and my children.
Yeah, we've got to consider them.
Yes. Well, my youngest is only 2 years old.
Yeah, and you've got another bambino on the way.
Si.
Well, that does raise a problem. I got it, Roberto. Why don't you quit the party?
You think the chief would let me?
Well, of course. What didn't you know? The party's like a social club. You can resign whenever you please. Sure. Hey, just let me talk to the chief. I can guarantee your troubles are over.
Yeah?
Signor Waring,
That's right.
Giulio Farinacci at your service.
What did you find out, Giulio?
Your friend Stephen Waters came to Rome by way of Berlin.
Berlin.
There is no airplane service direct to Bucharest. He had a return ticket.
What's the next flight out?
Tomorrow morning at 11.
Well, then there's a good chance that Waters might still be in Rome.
Yes, he is. According to my information, he's living with a despicable type named Roberto Stefani.
Roberto Stefani. That's the comrade I ran into on the Rome Express. What's the address?
Corso Vittorio, number 23.
Got it. Thanks a lot, Giulio. You're the greatest house dick this side of 42nd Street. Anytime you want a job at the Waldorf, let me know.
Apparently, there is no one here.
Apparently, Giulio.
Could it be my informant misled me?
Well, let's find out.
Wait, Signor Waring, what do you call that?
Well, in English, they could call skeleton keys. Anyone coming up the landing?
I do not like this. It is against the law.
So is murder. You think they take an oath not to use soap and water when they join the Communist Party?
Those things they consider unimportant.
What's behind that curtain?
Oh, that is where they sleep. Senor.
Yeah?
That is Stephen Waters?
That was Stephen Waters.
He's dead.
Yeah, well, I didn't think that extra hole in his head was for ventilation.
We should not be here.
All right, take it easy, Giulio. I want to look around. He had some papers that belonged to me. Help me turn them over.
If the senor will excuse me.
Oh, what do you know? Here's a little item that did the trick.
It is a German Luger.
Yeah, that's what it is. Got a handkerchief?
I do not think the Carabinieri will approve of this.
No, I do not think they will. Signor Waring, we meet again, huh?
Yeah, I know this sounds antisocial, Capitano, but you're the last man I wanted to see.
My entrance was a trifle premature.
A trifle?
What a pity. I could have timed it to give you an opportunity to wipe your fingerprints off the weapon.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You don't think I'd do that?
Oh, I know appearances can be deceiving. Would you like to convince me here? Or wait till we get to my office?
Every day last year on the highways, an average of 103 Americans like yourself or those in your family were killed in automobile accidents. But a lot of highway deaths don't seem to bother us much unless someone in our own family is killed. You can do your part in helping to fight disaster on the highways by being a safer driver and by working in your community and state for strict law enforcement that means safer traveling for all of us. At all times, you must remember to drive as though your life depends on it. It does. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
If you know anything worse than being discovered standing over a cold corpse with a hot gun in your hand, I'd like to hear it. Just drop me a line and care of the Italian police in Rome. They'll know where to reach me. They don't have far to travel.
Let me congratulate you, Senor Waring. You relate a very interesting story.
So help me, it's the truth. Ask Julio here.
Si, Capitano. I take an oath he does not lie. I was with him every minute of the time, from the moment...
Excuse me, please. Barbo qua. Sì? Sì. Capisco. Hai fatto benissimo. Sono molto gradito, grazie. Signor Waring, my apologies.
Huh?
You too, Julio.
I do not understand.
Oh, that makes two of us.
You will be pleased to learn we have solved the case.
You have?
You are interested?
Vitally.
Beh, the murder of your colleague, Kirby Patterson, is no mystery. He was killed by the communist agent, Steve Waters. Agreed?
Agreed. But who killed Waters?
You care to venture a guess?
Yeah, Roberto Stefani.
Wrong.
It was his apartment.
But Roberto had no reason. The death of Waters was motivated by revenge.
I don't see it.
You are forgetting the woman in the case, Maria Antonescu.
Maria Antonescu?
She was in love with Kirby.
And you think she killed Steve Waters?
Yes.
Never.
Then how do you account for the fact that the murder gun belongs to her?
What?
And her fingerprints were found on the bed near the body?
Well, there must be some mistake.
I hope not, for your sake, senor. If there is, we shall have to return to you. But let us see what the lady has to say for us.
I tell you, you are wrong, Capitan. I did not kill Steve Waters. I was in my hotel all evening.
And the gun you say was stolen from your room?
Yes. Ask Julio. I reported it to him this morning.
She tells the truth, Capitano.
Did her door show signs of forced entry?
No.
Then she was merely preparing an alibi.
No, it is not true.
How do you explain your fingerprints being found near Steve Waters' body?
I cannot.
Maybe I can.
It would be most interesting, Senor Waring.
Well, it's simple. She was there.
No.
Look, Marie, you've got to stop lying. You're panicky and you're not thinking clearly. We can buy that stolen gun routine, but not the fingerprints. You had to be in that room.
I tell you...
Well, don't bother unless it's the truth. Now, you went to Roberto's flat, didn't you?
Yes. But when I got there, Waters was dead. But I did not kill him, I swear it.
How did you learn where he was?
Through a telephone call.
Whose?
He would not give his name.
This is most amusing.
All right, give her a chance, Capitano.
Surely you don't believe her.
Well, why not? What's so hard to believe about an anonymous phone call? You got one.
Me?
Or you just didn't blunder into Roberto's place. Someone must have tipped you off.
True.
Well, there you are.
But if she did not kill Waters, who did?
Aren't you forgetting someone?
Roberto Stefani.
Well, he's a possibility, Julio. Let's see if he meets the acid test. Now, this whole case is tied up with politics. Steve Waters was brought to Rome to do a job, but in accomplishing it, he killed Kirby. That made him a liability to the comrades. They had to get rid of him.
Then the order to liquidate him must have come from a higher functionary here in Rome.
That's right.
But who could his superior be?
Well, that's a good question, Capitano. Just ask yourself, who knew I was looking for Steve Waters? Who was in a position to remove Kirby's body from Marie's room? Who alone had the opportunity to steal her gun?
Obviously, someone employed by the Hotel Nazionale.
Well, obviously.
You are referring to me.
Who else? Yeah, she did a nice piece of work, Julio. I'm sure the party appreciates your efforts. Maybe when you join Steve Waters, you can start a new communist cell. You'll find a lot of hot prospects down there.
Attenzione. Volo numero 91 da Roma a Berlino. Cancello numero 5. Your attention, please. Flight 91. Rome.
Well, I guess that means me.
Before you go, Senor Waring, on behalf of my colleagues, let me thank you again for your valuable assistance.
Oh, my pleasure, Capitano.
I know it is undiplomatic of me to inquire, but that notebook of yours...
Yeah?
Did you ever find it in Julio's belongings?
You know I couldn't answer that. But don't bother looking for it.
I understand. But I'm just sorry you could not visit with us longer.
Oh, I'll be back, if only for one reason. They say when in Rome, do as the Romans, but I never got a chance to find out just what it is the Romans do. This I got to learn. Arrivederci, Capitano.
The Case of the King of Clubs.
The Case of the King of Clubs. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when trumps are led, the game can be murder. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced and transcribed by Bernard L. Schubert, written by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Susan Douglas as Marie. This program came from New York. Fred Collins speaking.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Ed Barrett at Tri-State Life and Casualty in New York.
Oh, hi, Ed. How are you?
A little sick at the moment.
Oh, what's the matter?
I was planning to go up to the fishing lodge of a friend of mine over the weekend, Tommy Hargrave.
Oh, but now you've had to call it off, and, brother, I know exactly how you feel.
No, Johnny, I don't think you do.
Look, Ed, I'm a fisherman myself, and when something interferes with going... What was that?
I just received word that Tommy had a car accident up there. Car rolled over on him. He was killed instantly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ed.
Yeah. And company policy being what it is, since he carried $70,000 in insurance, double indemnity, since there was an accident involved, well, I got to order the usual investigation.
Yeah, sure, I see. Who's the beneficiary?
His wife, Mary.
They get along all right?
No, as a matter of fact, Now, look, Johnny, don't get any crazy ideas. Just go on up there and help her all you can.
Oh, sure. Where, Ed?
Place is called Shadow Hill, near the little town of Bethel.
New York?
Yeah, up in Sullivan County. The police department is a man named Skinner.
Police? If everything's okay?
It was Skinner who called me, that's all.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Ed, I'm on my way. And if I dig up anything...
Johnny, I assure you that everything's all right about this one.
Oh, sure.
You say that as though you don't believe it.
Well, just my suspicious mind showing, I guess. Forget it.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-State Life and Casualty Insurance Company, New York, New York. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the gruesome spectacle matter. Expense account item 1, $620, fare and incidentals, Hartford to New York. Item 2, $50 deposit on a rental car. I swung north, crossed the George Washington Bridge, then picked up Highway 17 through Goshen, with its famous racetrack, through the summer resort town of Monticello, then past White Lake, a good fishing spot, to the little town of Bethel. It really isn't much more than a crossroads, a couple of filling stations, a general store and post office, and Emmer's Hotel, where I park my bags. Shadow Hill, however, turned out to be a beautiful summer lodge, sitting high above the edge of a nearby private lake. From the highway, I could see the narrow, winding road that led from the lodge down to the lake shore. I could also see the spot where a car had apparently taken a corner too quickly, skidded, and rolled over to where it lay on its side. Then, shortly after pulling off the highway, I could see something else. Another car, just short of where the accident had occurred. It was half hidden in a clump of trees that bordered the road. And as I slowly pulled up to it, a man suddenly jumped out and leveled an old .30-30 rifle at me.
Stop right there. Don't come any closer.
Oh, well, now, just a minute, mister.
Who are you? What are you doing around here? Stranger, huh?
Yeah, I guess you'd call me a stranger, but look,
Then maybe you're the stranger I'm looking for. Get out of that car with your hands up over your head. And don't try no funny business.
Hey, what is this, a holdup?
Do like I tell you to. And be quick about it.
Okay, whatever you say.
Come on.
This door doesn't seem to want to...
You trying to pull some trick?
No,
Open that door.
Well, it's stuck, I guess.
Here, I'll do it. Now then.
Thanks. Now I'll take that gun.
Oh, no, you won't.
All right.
Now,
All right, up on your feet.
now, just a minute, son.
Turn around. Go on, turn around.
You just look here, son.
You just take it easy, old man, and remember I have the gun now.
I'll lock you up for this. That's what I'll do.
You'll what?
Yes, sir. Interfering with the law this way.
The law? You?
That's right. See? Here's my badge. See?
Oh, okay then. Look, Mr. Skinner.
You look, you... Hey, how'd you know my name?
You are Mr. Skinner, aren't you?
Well, sure I am. Amos Skinner. Only it's Chief Skinner to you. Police Chief Skinner. And if you think you're going to get away with this, you... What's your idea?
Oh, Chief, it looks like you're just the man I came to see.
Huh?
Only, maybe you'd better have your gun back. Here.
Well, all right. All right, now, you just put your hands up and... Say, now, just a doggone minute. Who are you?
Johnny Dollar?
Johnny Dollar? That what you said?
That's right.
The Johnny Dollar?
I'm an insurance investigator.
Well, praise be to Betsy. Well, I might have known it was someone like you, the way you outsmarted me. Banging the car door against me that way.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Chief.
Well, Johnny, I'm real proud to meet you. And believe me, son, I'm just mighty glad you're here.
Oh? Why do you say that?
Just you look here, Johnny, over the edge of this road. Look. You see it down there? That car?
Is that the car in which Mr. Thomas Hargrave was killed?
Oh, you know about that?
That's what I came here to investigate.
Well, all right then. Now, you listen here to me, Johnny.
Well?
I'm the one that telephoned down to Mr. Hargrave's insurance company down to New York.
So I understood.
I did it as a favor to Mary. That's his wife. On account of she was so broke up and all. Never did like her, but she was pretty upset.
Very considerate of you, Chief.
And I told the insurance company just what I told everybody else. That Tommy Hargrave took this turn in the road too fast. Now, you see the turn right above here?
Yeah, that's a sharp one.
Well, he took this turn too fast and skidded off the side, and the car went over and pinned him underneath it, and that was that. Killed him.
Well?
Well, all right. Now, Johnny, I just come over here from old Doc Walton's. It was down to Doc that I took Tommy's body yesterday just after it happened. And you know why I come back here?
Well, I can think of one good reason.
Yeah.
From something you just told me.
Yeah.
And from what I can see of the car down there.
Yeah, well, it was because I suddenly started thinking, how could a man who knows this road so well ever make the mistake of... Hey, what were you going to say?
Well, Chief, that car was coming down the road, down from the lodge, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
That means he made a left-hand turn right here.
Correct. The car went off the road, fell on its side, and leaned right where you landed, right where you see it, right on top of Tommy Hargrave.
That car is a sedan.
Yeah, that's right.
And even from here, I can see that the windows are all closed, except for the one next to the driver's seat.
Correct. But now...
Then it's obvious it didn't roll completely over.
No, sir. It just flipped over on its side and slid down there.
And yet you say that Tommy Hargrave's body was under it.
That's right. Under the right side of the car where we practically had to dig it up. Hey?
Uh-huh. Can you tell me how he could have fallen under that side of the car, windows closed?
Johnny.
Yeah.
Tommy was murdered. That's what. And the car pushed over on him to make it look like an accident. And Johnny, you proved it.
A couple of other things we've got to prove, Chief.
Hey? Like what?
Who murdered him? And why?
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Our flag now numbers 50 stars, and behind each star there stands yet another flag, representing one of the 50 states. Rhode Island state flag is white with an anchor, first used as a colony symbol in 1647. The motto Hope was added in 1664, when the government was organized under a charter from King Charles II. A circle of 13 gold stars were added for the original 13 colonies. This is the flag of a unique colony and state, which carried out a most noble experiment in freedom. The Royal Charter of 1663 reads, "To hold forth a lively experiment, that a most flourishing state may stand and best be maintained with full liberty and religious concernments." Rhode Island state flag, flag of the 13th state to enter the Union, was adopted on May 19th, 1897.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the gruesome spectacle matter.
All right, Chief, tell me this. When and how did you learn of this so-called accident that killed Tommy Hargrave?
Well, from Mary, his wife.
Oh?
It was like this, Johnny. I was sitting down at Bob and Ernie's and...
Who are Bob and Ernie?
Well, they run that mobile gas station down the highway you pass on the way.
Oh, go on.
Well, we were just sitting there talking about the Hambletonian and all the money...
What do you mean, the Hamiltonian?
Well, you know, the big harness race they run down to Goshen every year.
Oh, yeah.
Why, it's world famous. Bigger than the Kentucky Derby.
Yes, I know. Go on.
Well, we was talking about how much money Barney Marson has made taking bets on those races, and we would...
Oh, Chief. You mean you have a bookie here in Bethel?
Well, now, Johnny...
And that you, as chief of police, condone such goings-on?
Well, now, we...
Oh, I'm surprised at you, Chief.
Oh, well, it's just a little sort of harmless betting is all.
Oh, sure.
Every man's entitled to a little... Well, you know how it is.
Yeah, I sure do. Now, let's get back to the subject.
Yeah, sure. Well, like I say, we was sitting there talking... And we seen Mary Hargrave driving by on her way back from New York, where she'd gone to do some shopping that day.
She wasn't here when it happened?
Well, no, sir. She couldn't have been.
You're sure?
Well, like I told you, she was in New York. Anyhow, she drove on up here, saw what had happened, and drove right back to tell us at the gas station. We came up here, dug Tommy's body out from under, took it down to Doc Walton's office, and that was it.
How carefully have you inspected that car down there?
Well, that's what I was about to do when you come.
All right, come on. Let's take a look at it.
Well, sure.
Have you any way of proving Mary Hargrave was actually in New York?
Well, no, I guess not.
Hey, look here, Chief.
Huh?
Keys are still in the ignition, but the ignition's turned off.
You're right, Johnny. You're right. This car wasn't rid over the side of the road. It was pushed.
Here, let's see if we can get this door open.
Yeah, I'll give you...
Now, let's see if some of this... Yeah, very good.
Well, what are you doing with that handful of dust?
Well, it's not very professional, but some of this fine dust ought to bring out any fingerprints on the steering wheel, and we'll be...
No prints there that I can see.
No, you're right. Chief, this wheel has been carefully wiped off. So whoever did it...
Huh? What'd you find?
Did Tommy Hargrave wear glasses, spectacles?
Tommy? No, sir. What?
Come on, Chief. First thing I want is a look at his body. Doc Walton just say...
That's right.
Then let's go.
Well, as a matter of fact, it was I who suggested to Amos, to Chief Skinner, I should say, that he go back and have another look at that car, Mr. Dollar.
Just why, Dr. Walton?
Because a couple of things about this body made me wonder. Look here, the way the clothes are torn, as though he'd had some kind of a struggle. Scratches and contusions on his hands. But more important, here.
Yeah?
Here at the base of the skull, this mark. Up where that car is, there are no rocks, no stones, no anything that could make a mark like this. And there's another on the face below the eye.
You know what that looks like to me, Doctor?
Oh, what's that?
The mark from the butt of a .38 automatic. And I've seen plenty of them.
My Betsy, Johnny, you're right.
Then that would indicate Hargrave was murdered. And the car pushed over on him to make it look like
Yes, sir. And Johnny and me found a few other things around that car that would indicate the same thing.
Doctor, I understand Tommy Hargrave did not wear glasses.
No, not that I know of. Of course, Mary, his wife...
She wears them?
Yes, she does. Can't do without them.
What kind?
Well, just regular tortoiseshell, you know.
Something like these, maybe?
Well, no.
Granted, one lens is smashed and part of the frame is broken, but is this the kind she wore?
Yes, Mr. Dollar, I'd say so. Of course, a great many
Johnny, surely you don't think his own wife...
They didn't get along too well, did they?
Well, no, but after all, when any couple's been married 10, 11 years...
Also, she just happens to be the beneficiary of his sizable insurance policy.
Good heavens, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, I think we'd better pay a little visit to Mrs. Mary Hargrave.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Many times in the history of mankind, nations have pooled their forces to exert a greater strength against a common aggressor. This happens not only in the face of a world war, but between such giant holocausts, as during the Boxer Uprising in China in 1900. 6 nations combined their forces to come to the aid of their citizens. In the thick of the fight, undaunted by devastating enemy fire, Chief Bosun John McCloy of the United States Naval Contingent distinguished himself by meritorious conduct above and beyond the call of duty. For his valorous action, he was awarded his first Medal of Honor. But a man of action doesn't get the job done because of possible awards. It is the spirit of his code of conduct that guides him. John McCloy was guided by that code again and again. In June 1914, during the Mexican campaign, when the government of the United States was put upon once more to aid its persecuted citizens, Chief Bosun John McCloy was constantly risking his life. Our landed troops were in danger of being annihilated on the beach at Veracruz, when McCloy voluntarily filled 3 picket launches with riflemen and led them along the seafront to draw the enemy fire. Though badly wounded, he remained at his post and gallantly directed his part of the campaign. For this action, Chief Bosun John McCloy was awarded a second Medal of Honor. But he hadn't been concerned with medals. His only concern was conducting himself as a man should, and that is according to the code of the American fighting man.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the gruesome spectacle matter.
The 3 of us, Dr. Walton, Police Chief Amos Skinner, and I, drove up to the lodge outside the little town of Bethel, New York, to see why Mrs. Mary Hargrave had killed her husband, made it look like a car accident. That is, if she did it. And what little evidence we had pointed right straight at her. The obvious fact the car had been pushed over on him after he was killed. The marks showing he'd struggled for his life, had been struck with the butt of a pistol. The fact he and his wife hadn't got along too well, that she was his beneficiary. And finally, there were the glasses I'd found in the car.
My Betsy, I wonder if she found out you were here, Johnny, and has flew the coop.
Isn't that her car in the yard?
Yes, Mr. Dollar, it is.
All right, then. If she is here, well, sir, I'll arrest her right on the spot.
No, let me handle this.
But, Johnny...
I said please, let me handle it.
Yes? Oh, Dr. Walton and Chief Skinner.
That's right. And this here is Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes, Mr. Dollar. Mr. Barrett at the insurance company phoned that you'd be here. Won't you come in?
Well,
surely. Thank you.
I'm sorry to have been so slow in answering the door, but I seem to have mislaid a pair of my glasses.
Yeah, that, Johnny?
I'm blind as a bat without them. Won't you all sit down?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mary.
I've been using an old pair of steel rims with an old prescription, but they look so terrible.
When did you lose your glasses?
Oh, I must have mislaid them a couple of days ago.
Ha!
Now, what do you mean by that, Amos?
You know very well what I mean.
You don't seem terribly upset about your husband's death, Mrs. Hargrave?
Why should I, Mr. Dollar? We haven't been exactly getting along for years. All he seemed to care about was his fishing and betting on the horses day after day.
Oh?
And I never did care about spending every summer up in this stodgy little town with all its stodgy people and... Oh, I didn't mean you, Dr. Walton.
Oh, yes, thank you.
The first thing I'll do when I collect the insurance is sell this place and go back to the city where my friends are, where there's some excitement and... Mr. Dollar, are those my glasses you have there?
Are they?
Well, they look like mine. Only what happened to them?
Sure, they are hers, Johnny.
What?
No, Dollar. No, I don't think they are. Let me have them, please.
Sure. Here.
What's going on here?
Johnny, we're just wasting time.
No, wait. These can't be hers. I should have realized.
Sure they are.
Gentlemen, please.
I've seen your glasses, Mary, many times. Very thick at the edges, very thin in the center of the lens.
Well, isn't this pair?
This lens, the one that's still intact, bears no resemblance to yours at all.
Oh?
No.
Wait a minute, wait. Listen, Mrs. Hargrave.
Will somebody please tell me what's...
Listen, will you? You say your husband was always playing the horses.
Yes, of course he was. But do you mind telling me what
Even while he was up here?
Yes, all the time.
Mr. Dollar, I don't see what you're driving at.
I sure don't.
Oh, brother, this is probably the wildest hunch I've ever had.
What?
Mrs. Hargrave, did your husband owe a lot of money on his betting?
Oh, a lot? I should say not. Just the opposite. He's been going around for nearly 2 weeks boasting about the big killing he made. If he ever collected...
Doctor, let me have those glasses.
Oh, yes.
Look,
Yes.
here, this little mark inside the temple.
Oh, that's the mark of the optometrist over in Monticello. Here, you see? The same mark as in mine.
Yeah, okay. Now, just sit tight, the three of you.
Oh?
Now, Mr. Dollar.
Now, you look here now, Johnny.
And Amos, don't try arresting anybody while I'm gone.
But
it
Johnny-
might make you look a little foolish when I get back.
Back from where, Dollar?
I'll see you all later. Well, that's really just about all there is to this case. Oh, except, of course, for the fact the optometrist in Monticello had no difficulty at all in matching the glasses I'd found with the prescription of... Yeah, you guessed it. They had belonged to the bookie Chief Skinner had told me about, Barney Marston. Of course, Barney wanted to put up a fight when we faced him with the facts. But then he couldn't seem to explain the various and sundry bruises he was carrying around. Until we reminded him of the fight he'd had with Tommy Hargrave. Yeah, he'd killed him and pushed the car over on top of him. The reason for it all? Simple. Tommy had won a cool $25,000 from him. Had threatened to put him out of business if he didn't pay, which he couldn't. So, Barney killed him and tried to fake the accident. And you know something? I have a sneaking suspicion Chief Amos Skinner isn't going to stand for any bookies operating in Bethel, New York from here on out. Oh, and Mary Hargrave found the glasses she'd mislaid. Expense account total, including mileage on the rental car and the trip back to Hartford, $148 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment. Our flag now numbers 50 stars, and behind each star there stands yet another flag representing one of the 50 states. Kansas' state flag is dark blue, and in the center is the state's seal, surmounted by a large sunflower, the official state flower. The seal reflects the history of Kansas, the train of ox wagons going west, for most of the great roads passed through Kansas. An Indian is depicted chasing a herd of buffalo, recalling the words of the official state song, "Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam." For this truly was the home of the buffalo and Indian. The East is represented by a rising sun, and the promise of future prosperity is indicated by the steamboat on the river and the farmer plowing the field. Above a mountain range are 34 stars, for Kansas was the 34th state admitted to the Union. Over all is the state motto, Ad astra per aspera, to the stars through difficulties. Kansas state flag, the flag of the 34th state to enter the Union, was adopted on March 23rd, 1927. Now here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, well, listen. I promise you the most unusual case and some of the most unexpected people you ever... Well, join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Harry Bartell, Junius Matthews, and Joe Kearns. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Coverly speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Elusive Agent.
Holmes, the quarry we followed from the docks went into that room off this corridor here.
Right, Watson.
What are we waiting here for? Why don't we just go in?
Patience, Watson, patience. We cannot precipitate ourselves into a trap on sheer impulse.
Great Scott!
Quick, Watson, into that room. The trap is sprung. We must get to the victim.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. You have a memoir for us tonight, I hope?
I have indeed, Mr. Harris. In fact, I had just finished editing it when you came in. I might say that this particular adventure is of first-rank importance, not only in the life of my friend Holmes, but on the course of history itself. The stakes were the highest, and on the outcome hinged the issue of empire itself. In no other adventure that I can recall were our protagonists more ruthless, more shrewd, and more cruel.
Sounds like you've got a treat for us tonight. What do you call it, Dr. Watson?
Well, Holmes and I always refer to it as the adventure of the elusive agent. And after you have enlightened our audience to the merits of Clippercraft clothes, Mr. Harris, I shall proceed with this highly unusual story.
Today, it's official. It's spring. Time for you, Mr. Man, to get a new spring suit and a new spring topcoat. Make sure you get Clippercraft. Clippercraft, the best clothes you can buy for the money. Beautiful new spring all-wool worsted Clippercraft suits, only $45. Clippercraft all-wool gabardine or covert topcoats, only $40 to $47.50. Clippercraft clothes make you look your best because they look like they cost much, much more. Get your Clippercraft spring outfit tomorrow. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the elusive agent?
Well, Mr. Harris, it began in 1913. This was a year when Holmes's brother, now Sir Mycroft Holmes, had publicly achieved the post of Minister at Large at Whitehall, but secretly conducted the affairs of British intelligence. 1913, I might add, was a year of international tension, notably between Britain and Germany, which a year later culminated in the First World War. It was behind the shadowy scenes of espionage that this adventure first began. And specifically, it began one dark night on the Berlin Express, plunging northward from Budapest toward the German capital. There was a knock on a compartment door.
Yeah, who is it? Who's there?
The Trade Inspector, Herr Malone.
What is it? What do you want?
I have a telegram for you, Herr Meine.
Oh, one moment. I don't... Donnerwetter! You're not...
Don't make a sound, Malone. Get back in that compartment of yours. Get back, I said, or I'll blow your head off. Now, that's better, my friend. Much better.
So, you're an Englishman. What do you want?
The plans, mein Herr.
Plans? Huh, I do not know what you're talking about.
Don't you, Herr Malone? Then listen. Last night in Budapest, you knifed an Englishman in the back. Took a waterproof packet of papers from him. You're on your way to deliver them to the Wilhelmstrasse in Berlin now. Hand them over. Be quick about it.
You'll never get those plans, you swine.
Sorry, Herr Miller, but I must have them now.
No.
Yes, I must have them. Yes, Herr Miller.
Congratulations, my dear Norton. You've done an excellent job in intercepting that German agent and returning these plans to our embassy here in Berlin.
Thank you, Sir Mycroft.
Unfortunately, our problem has only begun, my dear boy. These plans are of the highest importance, and we must get them out of Germany and back to Whitehall at once. Now, you understand, these are the originals, the only copies of the plans in existence. They were stolen by this German agent you intercepted from the inventor himself before he was able to get them to the War Office, and we could have copies made.
But I understand you're returning to London tonight, are you not, Sir Mycroft?
I am, but I cannot take the plans with me.
No? Why not, sir?
Ostensibly, I am Sir Mycroft Holmes, British Minister without portfolio, here on official business. Actually, I'm here to see that these plans get back to London, and the Wilhelmstrasse knows it.
I see.
I have been watched every step of the way. The Germans have revoked our former privilege and will examine all diplomats of the customs. And we can't risk relaying the data to Whitehall by code on the chance that the Germans may already have broken it. It will be a dangerous and delicate mission to smuggle them out of Germany and... One moment, my boy. By Jove, I believe I have it.
Yes, sir?
I recall reading in the newspapers that you are to marry a British subject here in Berlin by the name of Miss Pamela Rivers.
That's right, Sir Mycroft.
And, if I remember, you are to be married this Saturday and will return to England for your honeymoon.
Yes, sir, those are our intentions.
Yes, I'm sure it will work. Philip Norton, British attaché, takes bride, honeymoons in England. Excellent, excellent. Very romantic, innocuous in purpose, not calculated to arouse suspicion.
Sir, I don't understand.
Norton, my boy, marry your girl. Take your bride to England with you. And take something else in addition.
Yes, Sir Mycroft. What?
The plans, Norton. The plans.
Darling, darling Philip. Oh, it all seems like a wonderful dream.
Does it, Pam?
Yes, Philip, yes. I'm glad we didn't dance that last dance. I'm glad we came up on deck here together, just the two of us alone. I think I'll always remember this moment, Philip. This moment of our honeymoon. I'll always remember what the music was playing and how the moon shone up there on the sky and the lights of England of home shining over there on the shore.
So will I, Pam. So will I.
Philip.
Yes, darling.
Put your arms around me. Hold me close.
Pam.
Closer, darling, closer. That's it. Oh, darling, darling Philip, kiss me. Now, tell me that you love me.
I love you, Pam. I love you, I love you.
Do you really, darling?
Pam, what?
Surprise, darling?
Pam, you've got a knife. You just...
Yes, you English swine, and you're going to feel the bleed again. Now, my dear departed bridegroom, the plans. Ah, yes, here in your coat pocket, as I thought. Now, if I can roll you overboard through the opening in this rail. There, over you go. Goodbye, my romantic darling. And thanks for the wedding present. The pothole. Gustav should be below in a small boat. That was the arrangement. Gustav! Gustav, are you there?
Ja, Fräulein. You have the plans?
Yes.
Throw them down to me through the porthole.
You are?
Thank you, Fräulein. That swine Norton. So he thought he could smuggle the plans...
One moment, Gustav. Only half the plans are there. I have the other half.
What is the meaning of this?
It means that the half I have is for sale.
I see. But the Herr Director has paid you well.
Tell your master if he wants the rest of these plans, he will have to be more generous. You understand, Gustav?
Very well, I shall tell him. And when you come ashore, Fräulein, we shall be waiting for you at the rendezvous. Auf Wiedersehen.
So, young Norton disappeared while the Oceania lay at quarantine in Southampton, eh, Mycroft?
Yes, Sherlock. I'm sorry to rouse you and Dr. Watson here in the dead of night on a mission you never anticipated, but we have impounded the passengers and crew of the vessel at Southampton for questioning, and we need your talents desperately now. Indeed, if the plans are not recovered, the life of England and of the Empire itself are in jeopardy.
Sounds like a formidable affair, I must say.
Quite. But, my dear Mycroft, since we are to become involved with these plans, it might be helpful to know something of their nature.
These papers, 10 in all, were the designs of a new weapon, Sherlock. A kind of land monster built to revolutionize modern warfare. In short, an armor-plated mobile vehicle we call a tank.
A tank, eh? By Jove, Holmes, this sounds like something out of Jules Verne.
Yes, it does indeed, Watson.
Sherlock, I beg of you to bend every effort to the recovery of those plans, to use every facet of your genius to track them down.
Now, be of good cheer, Mycroft. It's my opinion that the plans have already been spirited from the Oceania, but it may not yet be too late. When I get aboard, I shall have some pertinent questions to ask.
Whom will you begin with, Holmes?
Since it's the bridegroom who's missing, my dear Watson, I shall obviously begin with the bride. Now, Mrs. Norton, exactly what happened after you and your husband had gone to the upper deck of the vessel here?
It was a little chilly. I asked Philip to wait for a moment. I left him alone, went down to my cabin to get a wrap. When I returned, he was gone.
And after you searched the boat and couldn't find him, you notified the captain, eh?
Yes, Dr. Watson, yes. Mr. Holmes, please, I can't answer any more questions, not now. Philip, my husband, he's gone. I loved him so, now he's gone.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Norton. I realize what a strain you've been under, and there's no need to detain you any longer. You are at liberty to retire to your cabin now.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you very much.
The deuce, Holmes. I must confess I found it a heartbreaking experience. Watch this poor girl.
Did you, Watson?
Eh? What do you mean?
I mean that the woman lied.
What?
Come, Watson, it's painfully obvious. She distinctly said that she went down to get her wrap, did she not?
Well, yes. Yes, she did. But what is...
Consider, my dear fellow, if you were a bridegroom on your honeymoon and in a chivalrous mood, would you allow your bride to go to the trouble of getting her own wrap?
Well, No. No, dashed if I would.
Precisely. You would not. No man would. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Notify the authorities to allow all passengers to disembark.
Yes, but Holmes, you haven't questioned any of the others.
I don't think it will be necessary, Watson. Time is too short and we must gamble at long odds. From now on, we shall concentrate all our energies on following the bereaved bride.
Now, with your permission, we're going to transport Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson from England to America for a few moments. They are in a typical American city.
Oh, I say, Holmes, that's a very successful-looking chap standing there, isn't it? A banker, would you say?
Not at all, my dear Watson. He is not a man of wealth or position, but a man of extremely good taste. He looks successful because he succeeded in finding an excellent tailor.
Well, then he's an athlete, wouldn't you say?
At first glance, yes. But I'm quite sure that his broad shoulders and tapering waist are really the results of excellent clothing design.
Well, then he must be wealthy to afford such a splendid tailor. To see what beautiful fabric is in his suit.
Oh, my dear Watson, you're obviously unfamiliar with the American way of life. That man to whom you refer is wearing a Clipper Craft suit, which, if I'm not mistaken, sells for only $45.
But how?
Well, you see, Watson, some 1,200 retail merchants all over America have pooled their tremendous buying power to make these really extraordinary Clipper Craft values possible.
Yes, but
Don't interrupt, Watson. As a symbol of the honest New England quality and value of Clipper Craft clothing, they have adopted the name Clipper Craft in emulation of the famous New England Clipper ships and the modern aircraft of the same name. These are synonymous with New England quality.
Oh, I see. But tell me, Holmes, how did you recognize that chap as the wearer of the Clipper Craft suit?
Elementary, my dear Watson. He's the best-dressed man in sight.
How right you are, Sherlock Holmes. The best-dressed man in sight, the successful-looking man, is the man who wears a Clippercraft suit. Yet Clippercraft new spring suits cost only $45, and Clippercraft gabardine and covert topcoats only $40 to $47.50. See the new Clippercraft spring styles tomorrow. Clippercraft clothes are sold by your local store, whose business it is to give you honest value. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the elusive agent.
So I was, Mr. Harris, so I was. Our task, as Holmes had explained, was to keep the bereaved bride, Mrs. Philip Norton, under our watchful surveillance. And this on the theory that she might lead us to the stolen plans for the new British armored monster named the Tank. We saw her take the train to London, and we followed. Then at London, she took the underground, and we followed, keeping out of sight in the next car. And finally, she emerged at the suburban station of Golders Green. Oh, she went into this house. I believe I saw someone admitted to that door there in the corridor.
Yes, quite. We shall wait here for her to emerge, Watson.
Yes, but why? Why don't we just go in?
Patience, my dear man, patience. Our belief is that Mrs. Norton did not see us shadowing her, but we cannot be sure. She's shrewd, my dear fellow, a consummate actress and no fool. For all we know, this may be a trap. You have your service revolver with you, Watson?
Yes, I've got it right here.
Good. Better have it ready, my dear fellow. In a very short time, you may have occasion to use it.
Ah, so you have already come to see us, Frau Norton.
I do not wish to be caught, Frau, any longer, Gustav. The mockery is over, and that fool Norton is dead.
As you wish, Fräulein.
Where's your master? As you know, we have a business appointment.
The Herr Director has delegated me to represent him in these negotiations.
Very well. I have half the plans. Your master has the other half. Without one portion, the other portion is useless. How much am I bid, Gustav?
The Herr Director is inclined to be generous. You have already been well paid, but he realizes there are certain expenses. He's willing to pay you 10,000 pounds on receipt of your half the plan.
10,000 pounds.
It is a handsome sum, my dear, to pay a blackmailer.
It's a pittance. The answer is no. The price is 50,000 pounds.
Oh, you must be mad with greed.
50,000 pounds, my dear Gustav. I know what those designs are worth. The price is low and of no consequence to the organization you represent. Consider what the British would pay for those papers. Well, Gustav?
I am empowered to go as high as 20,000 pounds. That is my final offer.
50,000, and that is my final offer.
You have the papers with you?
I have. Oh, but don't think you can take them from me by violence, Gustav, and remove me for good. It really wouldn't be worth it, you know. I have a trusted friend in London, and he has a sealed letter. In this letter is all the information I possess concerning the German espionage ring, not only on the continent, but in England, too. You understand?
Yeah, Fräulein, I understand.
And finally, the letter contains the identity of the ringleader himself, Gustav. Your master and mine. In the event of my disappearance, my friend is to mail this letter to the Chief of British Intelligence at Whitehall. The price is still 50,000 pounds, Gustav.
Perhaps you had better talk to the Herr Director personally, my dear Fräulein. He's in the next room, and I will summon him. The Director of the Fräulein is here. Will you talk to her?
Naturally. And I'm sure we shall come to some conclusion speedily. Good evening, Fräulein. It was so considerate of you to visit our little hideaway, far out here in Golders Green. I understand you've named a price for those plans.
50,000 pounds.
It's a little high, my dear. May I make a counter-offer?
What is it?
This. Simple. Hey, Gustav? The ideal way to make a bargain. Quick, efficient, ruthless. And so we bid farewell to the bride.
But, Herr Director, the letter she wrote to her
Don't
friend.
take me for a fool, Gustav. Both the friend and the letter were destroyed long before she arrived in England. I haven't my agents honeycombing this foul and miserable island for nothing. Quick now, search her for the plans.
Yeah.
Open up! Open the door! They've got it locked.
Herr Director, it's Sherlock Holmes. He's followed her here.
Yes, quick, Gustav, out the back way.
But the plans...
There's no time now. Above all, we cannot afford to be seen. Quick.
Hold the lock off with your pistol, Watson.
Yes, right.
Yes, no, Holmes, the beggar's got away over the garden wall. Well, Holmes, you got the plans, eh?
Yes, Watson. They were on Mrs. Norton's body here. Unfortunately, however, we have only half the packet.
Half?
Quite. Only 5 designs are here, and you'll recall Mycroft told us there were 10 in all.
Yes, but the other 5, where could they be?
No doubt in the hands of the ruthless agents who just shot Mrs. Norton here. Might very well have been that she came here with the idea of selling them, and... Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
You detect a faint odor of tobacco in this room?
Tobacco?
Yes.
Yes, Holmes. Come to think of it, I do.
Interesting scent, Watson. Very.
What do you mean? Yes, smells like ordinary tobacco to me.
On the contrary, this one's a rare and very unusual blend.
Yes? Well, what?
It's a cross mixture, Watson. The base is a strong and heavy perique, tempered with a bit of burley, and more than just a touch of Euphrates yellow leaf grown in the river valleys of eastern Turkey. Only one expert in London, or in all of England, will create a mixture like this. Grimsby.
Grimsby?
Grimsby, the tobacconist. He specializes in these rare and exotic blends. He owns a little hole in the wall in Soho.
Well, by Jove, Holmes, we can go there and ascertain who ordered this blend, eh?
Precisely. But one thing is sure, my dear fellow. One thing is certain. Now that we possess half the plans, our constant companion is danger. And we are marked men. So you did mix that blend I described, Grimsby.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I did. I most certainly did. A very unusual formula, very unique. I made it at the purchaser's own request, of course.
And who was this purchaser, Grimsby?
Why, now it was a foreign gentleman named Marco, Sir Emil Marco.
Marco, eh? Could you describe him to us?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. He had a most unusual face, one that you wouldn't soon forget. A tall man he was, sir, very fastidiously dressed with a thin face, somewhat like a hatchet. But it was his mouth you'd notice anywhere.
Yes? What about his mouth?
Now, Dr. Watson, it had a sort of unfortunate twitch at the corner every now and then, a very annoying habit, to be sure.
Yes, quite. Would you know where this Emil Marco lived, Grimsby?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I would. I had a messenger deliver a tin of his tobacco mixture to him. He's staying at the Berkeley Hotel.
I say there, room clerk.
Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
We're looking for a gentleman named Marco, Emil Marco. What room does he occupy?
Why, he did occupy a suite on the 3rd floor, sir.
Did? You mean he's left?
Yes, sir. He left only this morning.
Would you know his destination from here?
Well, let's see. Marco, Emil Marco.
Think, man, think. It's of the utmost importance that you remember.
Well, one moment, I do remember.
Yes, where did he go?
I recall his luggage was routed for the Hotel Metropole in Paris. I remember it from the label.
Hotel Metropole in Paris. Come, Watson, there's no time to lose.
Operator, give me City 923. Yes. Are you there? This is Bradley at the Berkeley. The gentlemen were here. They found out about Marco and they're trading him to Paris. Yes, sir. I told them where they could find him myself.
Well, Dr. Watson, you've got us sitting on the edges of our chairs. What happened next in Paris?
Patience, my dear Mr. Harris, patience. Next week I shall go on with the adventure of the elusive agent. I can only tell you that from here on, events move forward with breathtaking speed, that we walked in the midst of a strange espionage plot, met some ruthless and deadly persons, and almost lost our lives. And so until next week at the same time, Mr. Harris, I shall say good night.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Bourbon. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in Part 2 of The Adventure of the Elusive Agent. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast presents Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week, The Adventure of the Elusive Agent, Part 2.
There it is, Holmes. 27 Ludwigstrasse. Ugly building.
Yes, and there's the front door, Watson. Shall we mount the stairs and ring?
Suicidal, I'd say. But if it's our only chance of finding that enemy agent and the plans that he's stolen...
It is our only chance. And the security of the Empire depends on it. So come along. We enter this awful building alive and well, although undoubtedly we will not leave this way.
Come in, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. We've quite a reception prepared for you.
Who is that handsome-looking man? Who is that handsome-looking man?
That's you, Mr. Listener, you, in a new spring Clippercraft suit with a beautiful Clippercraft gabardine topcoat over your arm.
So athletic-looking. Broad shoulders, tapering waist.
That's Clippercraft designing. Clippercraft design does make you look your best every time.
So prosperous-looking. Such a rich-looking suit. Such beautiful tailoring.
Shh. Your new Clippercraft spring suit in 100% all-wool worsted costs only $45. That's right, only $45. And your new spring Clippercraft topcoat in genuine gabardine or all-wool covert is only $40 to $47.50.
What an impressive executive type.
Maybe an executive and certainly a man of excellent judgment who understands that when more than 1,200 independent merchants pool their tremendous buying power, as those Clippercraft merchants have done, they can offer you really fabulous values, as they do in Clippercraft clothes.
What a well-dressed man. What a handsome-looking man. What a successful-looking man. He's for me.
That's you. You in a new spring Clippercraft suit. Better choose yours tomorrow. Dr. Watson, last week in relating the adventure of the elusive agent, you left off as you and Mr. Holmes were pursuing an espionage agent named Emil Marco.
Yes, Mr. Harris. Shall I recall how we were led to his trail?
Yes.
It was 1913. An atmosphere of foreboding gripped the continent. War with Germany was imminent. British plans of priceless value had been stolen by the Germans by a young woman named Pamela Norton, a German agent. This Norton girl turned over half of the plans that she'd stolen to a chap named Kristoff, who represented the leader of a huge espionage ring. Following the disappearance of the plans, Sir Mycroft Holmes asked his brother Sherlock to step in. In short order, Holmes and I were close to capturing the girl. But you may remember, Mr. Harris, we arrived too late. She'd been killed by the master spy because she refused to turn the other half of the plans over to him without receiving a gigantic sum. The master spy then vanished without having had time to seize the missing half from the girl's dead body. Detecting the odor of a rare tobacco about the room where the girl's corpse was found, Holmes and I, we dashed to a shop in Soho, the shop of the chap named Grimsby. We'd half the plans. The Germans had the other half. Both sides were in a deadlock, for the plans were useless unless they were complete. Grimsby, the tobacconist, described his client who used that tobacco, a Mr. Emil Marco, he said. Tall, thin, with a weird habit of twitching his mouth. We learned that this Emil Marco, the master spy, was in Paris at the Hotel Metropole. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Harris, Holmes and I were aboard the boat train for Dover on our way to Paris. We sat together, very silent and tense, realizing that every moment was vital. Holmes, the compartment door is opening.
Yes, we have a visitor, Watson.
Look, there's a hand with a gun.
Extinguish the lights in your compartment, Holmes.
We'll do nothing of the sort.
I will not enter until you have extinguished the lights.
Do as he says, Watson. He couldn't possibly miss you from there.
Well, Very well. Well, complete darkness.
I'm sorry it is necessary for us to meet under these strange circumstances, Holmes, but it may in the future be necessary that you do not recognize me. Therefore, my request for darkness.
But, George...
Oh, I can see your silhouettes. If either of you attempts to move or calls for help, I will blow out your brains.
What is the purpose of this visit, sir?
You are journeying to Paris to find Mr. Emil Marco.
What of it?
I can save a great deal of time and trouble for you.
Can you?
Yes. I represent Mr. Marco. As you know, he already has half of a set of plans in his possession, but his portion is worthless because you have the other half, Holmes.
Indeed, and I do not intend to surrender it.
Mr. Marco is fully prepared to make an intriguing offer.
What is it?
Give me your half of the plans. We will pay you £20,000.
Rubbish.
Say 30,000?
The plans are not for sale.
50,000.
If you finish stating the nature of your offer, sir, you may leave.
I've never found myself in a situation where enough money would not provide a happy solution. You have a price, Holmes, I'm sure.
I most certainly have not. There may well be persons of differing political views who would betray the British Empire. I'm not one of them.
Come, Holmes, very touching. Now, would you name your price?
There isn't any.
Holmes, you are forcing us to take the plans from you.
If you can find my half.
And you are forcing us to kill you.
If that can be arranged.
Might I point out that in our organization we never kill our opponents in an ordinary manner, that we prefer to torture them to death? I'd accept the money if I were you.
My answer is a definite and final no. You might inform Emil Marco that I intend to secure his half of the plans and return them to Whitehall.
Very ambitious, but you underestimate the power of Marco's organization, which will now be devoted to securing your half of the plans and to conceiving new and exciting torture devices for you and Dr. Watson. Good night, gentlemen. I planned this as a short and pleasant visit. I trust that it was.
Well, let's after the rascal, Holmes.
Futile, Watson. He's armed, we're not. Even in these few seconds, doubtless he disappeared into another compartment. Besides, we've no idea what he looks like. We must wait, Watson, for Paris and the Hotel Metropole.
Maman, I will open the door. Ah, bonsoir.
Bonsoir, mademoiselle. I am Sherlock Holmes. My colleague, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do?
Enchanté.
The clerk downstairs told us this was Emil Marco's suite.
It is.
May we come in?
Yes, of course. I am Mademoiselle Mathilde Piaget. Emile is not here. Make yourselves comfortable, gentlemen.
Thank you.
May I help you?
When will Mr. Marco return, mademoiselle?
Emile said he would return tonight at 9.
You are a friend of his, I presume?
I met Emile at the bar of this hotel just a short time ago. But we are already very close friends.
You know much about him?
I never ask questions. What my gentlemen acquaintances do is their business.
I see. This Marco, is he tall, thin?
Yes, with green eyes. Fascinating. Exciting.
Does he have a curious habit of twitching his mouth?
He does.
Well, he's our man, Holmes.
What do you want with him?
I thought you were more interested in details about your gentlemen acquaintances.
Very well. Ça m'est égal. I do not care. Emile has an exquisite suite here. He has invited me to enjoy it until his return. Would you care to wait? Have a drink? Perhaps we may become friends, too.
Thank you, no. We've more urgent matters at hand. Come, Watson, to our room. Mademoiselle, we shall return at 9 sharp to meet Emil Marco.
These are lovely rooms they've given us here at the hotel, eh, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. But obviously an intruder has chosen to upset the decor.
Yes, by Jove, someone has been here to our rooms. Made a ghastly mess of them. Look, they've opened every drawer in the chest. And our luggage.
Yes, forced open and the contents strewn on the floor. I should say the alluring demoiselle was also a member of this fantastic ring of spies that's closing in on us.
Mathilde? Do you really think so?
Quite. Clearly, the objective was to lure us to Marco's suite, occupy us temporarily, while others went through our luggage here in our room.
But the plans, Holmes, they were here in your valise. They may have stolen your half of the plans.
Precisely why I'm rummaging through the luggage.
Well, are they gone?
Yes, Watson. The plans are gone.
Well, then you bungled it, Holmes. For the first time in your entire career, Holmes, you bungled it. And for such high stakes.
Have I?
Did you hear a strange sound, huh?
Yes, I do. Coming from that closet to your left. Open it, Watson. Careful.
That's right.
See anything in there?
One of my traveling bags, that's all.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Bring the bag here to me quickly.
All right. There you are. Yes, the ticking's coming from inside the bag.
Open it, man, instantly. It may be a time bomb placed there by Marco's ring.
Time bomb?
Yes.
Just 1 second. I'll just open this catch.
Hurry. The clothing. Take it out, Watson. We must see.
Yes. See the suits and shoes. Yes, I see it, Holmes. There's a small black object here.
Quick, give it to me. Watson, open the window.
Through it, man. Hurry, go on, Holmes. We'll be killed. It went off in the yard. We were a split second away from being blown to bits.
Yes, quite. The stairway, Watson. Follow me.
Where to?
Downstairs. I shall speak to the clerk at the main desk. I don't believe a word that French girl said. I do not believe Marco's gone until 9. I do believe that if we challenge this spy ring that has us trapped here in the hotel, it'll be death immediately, either for them or for us. And that is just the way I want it.
Mr. Harris, tell me again about that handsome-looking man. He's for me.
The best-dressed man in any crowd is the man who wears Clippercraft clothes. For spring, new all-wool worsted Clippercraft suits, only $45. Clippercraft topcoats in all-wool gabardine or covert, only $40 to $47.50. Handsomely styled, tailored to the finest standards of traditional New England craftsmanship, Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous New England Clipper ships and the speedy airliners of the same name. Sold by more than 1,200 independent local merchants from coast to coast, the leading hometown merchants everywhere. That's why the ladies say, when they see you in your new Clippercraft spring suit,
Who's that handsome, successful-looking man? He's for me.
and that's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, I can't recall you and Mr. Holmes being in a more baffling and dangerous situation than at the Hotel Metropole in Paris, a few steps behind Emile Marco, the elusive enemy agent.
It was extremely dangerous, Mr. Harris. Marco's German spy ring, which seemed to be everywhere we turned, had found Holmes's half of the infinitely valuable British war plans and had vanished with it. Holmes and I hurried to the front desk of the hotel to question the clerk.
I understand, Clark, that Mr. Emile Marco will return here at 9 this evening.
Monsieur Marco?
Yes.
Did you go to his suite earlier this evening, Monsieur Holmes?
Yes, I did. There was a young lady there.
I am sorry that you went directly to Monsieur Marco's suite. If you had stopped to inquire here, I might have saved time for you. You see, Monsieur Marco left this afternoon. Permanently.
Well,
And the young lady in his suite, Mathilde Piaget?
The mademoiselle left just a few moments ago.
Do you know where she's gone?
I believe she said something about the train to Berlin. She was in great hurry.
To meet Emile Marco, no doubt, eh, Holmes?
What time does the train depart for Berlin?
It departs in approximately 4 minutes.
Oh, actually not enough time for us to reach the station.
Perhaps not, Watson, but there's nothing to prevent our boarding the train after it and rushing to Berlin.
The train after it departs in 2 hours, Monsieur Holmes.
We should be aboard that train, Watson. Thank you, Clark.
I thought this would be...
Berlin, Holmes, are you mad? The very center of the German government? Well, if we've almost been murdered outside of Germany, what on earth might happen to us were we found in Berlin?
Our personal safety does not matter in this case, Watson. We are on a counter-espionage assignment for the British governor. By all the rules of international intelligence, you and I are expendable. My brother Mycroft made it clear that possession of these plans may mean triumph or defeat in a war with Germany. So, you and I, my dear Watson, are petty marionettes. We'll fetch our luggage and ride to Berlin.
It's awfully crowded, this Berlin station, Holmes.
Yes, Watson, and I dare say this crowd is neatly spiced with Marco's men awaiting an opportunity to strike.
Very foolhardy, Holmes, to have entered the trap this way. How the dickens will you ever find that French girl? Or Marco?
Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary.
Yes, but in all of Berlin, with their secret agents at every turn, scheming about our death.
I insist. As always, I have a method.
Latest newspapers. Buy your newspapers
Our
here.
first problem, Watson, will be to leave this station alive.
Yes, quite. Anyone in this crowd may be an agent with a knife or a gun.
Quite. Keep your eyes open.
Newspaper, gentlemen?
No, thank you.
All the news, gentlemen. Just to finish. All the news.
We told you we don't want a newspaper. Now be off with you.
This way, Watson. There's the exit.
Crude news vendor practically shoved the newspaper down our throats. I say it's very dark outside the station here, Holmes. Is it advisable for us to step out this way?
We cannot remain here at the railway terminal. We must find our coquette and Marco. Right, there's the exit.
One moment, Holmes.
What is it?
That news vendor. He seems to be following us.
Just your imagination.
No, I don't think so. He was at the center of the station when we stepped off the train. He's been right behind us ever since.
All right. Walk through the exit. That's it. Watch him.
He's still behind us.
Duck into this doorway. It's as black as pitch. We'll lose him.
Yes, right.
Now, wait. If he comes through the exit.
We'll be helpless, Holmes. I'm sure he has a gun.
Shh. Wait.
There he is. He's looking about.
I see you two gentlemen in the doorway. You will remain there, please. Do not move, do not speak. I have a gun. I am coming over to chat with you. Good evening, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
If you intend to kill us, go on and shoot. Be over with it.
I should like to introduce myself. My name is Collins, British Intelligence.
British Intelligence?
Aha, then you received my wire.
We did.
Wire? What wire?
The moment I knew the French girl had left for Berlin, Watson, while you were packing our luggage, I sent a wire here to British Intelligence in code. Mycroft had given me the information as to the technique, if required. My wire described Mathilde in detail. I told British Intelligence to pick her up here at the station and keep after her. Then to communicate with us at the moment we left the train.
We spotted her leaving the train. We followed her.
Excellent.
I'm sorry if I gave you a bit of a scare following you this way. I had no choice in the matter. I had to force you to stand here. Might have believed I was a German agent and fled.
Where is Mathilde?
She's gone to a building on the outskirts of Berlin. An old ramshackle building. Awful place. 27 Ludwigstrasse.
Thank you, Collins. You've done a superb job.
Are you going to 27 Ludwigstrasse now, Mr. Holmes?
This very minute.
Just you and Dr. Watson?
Just the two of us. A third party might alarm the Germans so much that they'd simply fire at us as we approach the building. There must be more beguiling. It must appear as though Watson and I are merely dupes falling into their hands.
Holmes, how can the two of us possibly hope to overcome whatever crew of blasted devils is at 27 Ludwigstrasse?
It does seem rash, Mr. Holmes.
Nevertheless, it must be done. Watson and I must enter that building if we're to find Marco and the plans. We must enter it alone, alive, and well. Although we may not leave that way.
There it is, Holmes. 27 Ludwigstrasse. It's an ugly building.
Front door, Watson. Shall we mount the stairs and ring?
Suicidal, I'd say. But if it's our only chance,
Come along, then.
Monsieur Holmes, Dr. Watson, I am so happy to see you again.
Mademoiselle, may we come in?
Certainly, I'm delighted. Won't you make yourselves comfortable?
Thank you. You've been expecting us, of course.
Of course. We were sorry that our time bomb did not kill you at the Hotel Metropole. We realized you would continue your efforts to find Emile Marco and the plans our men took from your luggage.
Where is Marco?
I am afraid you will not meet him, Dr. Watson.
And why won't we meet this Marco?
Oh, because we are going to kill you, Monsieur Holmes.
Oh?
Oh, I am being rude. I forgot. A cigarette? Drink?
If you think we're going to remain seated here doing nothing, just accepting this...
I'm afraid there isn't anything you can do about it, Dr. Watson.
Ah, I recognize the voice. Our visitor in the train compartment.
Yes, Holmes. I may introduce myself now. My name is Gustav. Like Matilda, I'm an employee of Emil Marco, his personal representative. And I still have that same gun, you see. You played a rather deplorable trick on us, Mr. Holmes.
Have I, Gustav?
We wanted your half of the plans. You left them in your luggage. We examined them carefully.
Yes.
They're false. They're not really your half of the plans at all, are they? An excellent counterfeit, but with its weakness.
That's wonderful, Holmes. Then they haven't the real half they wanted, eh?
I hardly been stupid enough to have gallivanted about the continent carrying the real half. I resent that, Gustav. You've underestimated me.
I beg your pardon. Now, as for the business at hand, I'd like you to meet a friend of ours. Peter.
Yeah, Gustav.
Peter, this is Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
I see. I will take care of them for you.
Peter was a wrestler. Unfortunately, he was drugged. His tactics were illegal. Too cruel. You may leave, Matilda.
Yes, Gustav. Good night, Monsieur Holmes. Doctor?
Peter has made quite a study of the human body, Holmes. He's a specialist in various methods of creating unbearable pain.
Yeah. I have my own way.
Holmes, we want to know exactly where the real half of the plans is. Your half.
I haven't the slightest intention of revealing that, Gustav.
Dr. Watson, could Holmes have told you where he has hidden those papers?
He did not. If he did, I would defy you to learn their whereabouts.
I was afraid this would be your answer. You're a reckless gentleman, Holmes. You force me to take all sorts of steps that I am most reluctant to take. I'm a mild-mannered soul. I believe the problems of man versus man can be settled on a cordial level. I dislike animal tactics. But, since you insist, Peter.
Yeah, Gustav. Ready. I will make them talk very quickly by taking hold of the arms.
You may recall, Holmes, in the train compartment, I said we never kill our opponents in an ordinary manner. We torture them to death. I want to know where the papers are, Holmes. But perhaps it will require just a bit of persuasion. Peter.
Yeah. So, I take these horns and...
That's it, Peter. That's it. Go on. Persuade them.
Dr. Watson, are you going to stop here at this crucial point?
Well, time will allow no more for this evening, Mr. Harris. However, next week I shall tell you the utterly astonishing end of our adventure of the elusive agent. The most surprising development in all of Holmes's adventures. The final chapter concerned a horrible illusion, a bloody battle in an abandoned castle, and a revelation about the missing plans that altered the entire course of the First World War.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the final chapter of The Adventure of the Elusive Agent. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Elusive Agent, Part 3, the concluding episode.
Well, Mr. Holmes, before long, Gustav will kill Dr. Watson if you do not talk.
Peter, I warn you if anything happens to Watson.
Ah, but it will. You do not know, Gustav, a man with the smoothness of silk, but hard as stone beneath. You only can save Dr. Watson.
I am quite aware of my dilemma. But what you and Gustav have failed to observe is that...
Get back, you British swine. I'll kill you here and now.
Now, I'd like my listeners to see if they can make a correct deduction like Sherlock Holmes. I'll set the scene for you. An alert, well-dressed young man is counting out some money. He says 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. That's right, 45. Now, what is this young man doing? Well, I'll tell you, because you'd hardly believe the evidence of your own eyes. He was paying only $45 for that excellent new Clipper Craft suit. That's right, only $45 for a nationally famous Clipper Craft suit of carefully selected, tested worsted, of exceptionally fine tailoring, with the distinctive styling that sets Clipper Craft suits apart from any suits ordinarily sold at anywhere near this price. How can they do it? And I'll tell you that. More than 1,200 independent merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to make those low prices possible for Clipper Craft. So compare Clipper Craft clothes with clothes costing many dollars more, and you'll agree that never before has there been such value in fabrics, such value in styling, such value in workmanship. In short, you get America's greatest clothing value when you buy Clipper Craft clothes. Dr. Watson, last week, in relating the adventure of the elusive agent, you arrived in Berlin and finally reached the house of Emil Marco, the phantom German secret agent you'd been pursuing over half a continent.
Yes, Mr. Harris, but unfortunately we found ourselves in enemy hands. Shall I recall the circumstances for our audience?
By all means, Dr. Watson.
As you know, it was the year 1913, a year when Germany and Britain were striving for mastery, a year when ominous war clouds were already gathering. Holmes's brother, Sir Mycroft, who was head of British intelligence, had called us in to recover some plans for the new and top-secret British tech, which German intelligence had stolen. Well, after a series of desperate circumstances, Holmes and I managed to obtain half of the plans, of which only one copy existed. Without the other half, the entire set was useless. You may recall, Mr. Harris, we pursued Marco to Paris, and there we almost lost our lives in a bomb explosion. Our luggage was rifled, and German agents managed to steal the half of the plans that we carried. But they were only clever imitations. Then we picked up Emil Marco's trail to Berlin.
And what finally happened in Berlin, Dr. Watson?
Well, a British secret agent, posing as a newsvendor, a man named Collins, directed us to Marco's home. There, we were trapped by Marco's henchman Gustav and a brute of a man named Peter. Peter had seized Holmes, as Gustav said.
Mr. Holmes, I once said we never kill our opponents in an ordinary manner. We torture them to death. I want to know the truth about the papers, Holmes. But perhaps it will require a bit of persuasion. Go on, Peter.
Yeah, Gustav, I will make Holmes answer.
That's it, Peter. Go on, persuade him.
Surely, Gustav, you must know I wouldn't be carrying our half of the genuine plans. They are, of course, somewhere in England, safely in the custody of the Admiralty, where you will never lay hands on them.
We thought of that, Holmes. It is possible you're telling the truth. But there is another possibility, too. Are you as patriotic as you seem, Mr. Holmes? You are not an official employee of the British government. I believe you may not be cooperating with England either, but playing this game alone, trying to collect both halves of the real plan yourself.
Fantastic nonsense.
It would be so profitable for you to have both halves and sell them to the highest bidder. Isn't that what you're attempting, Holmes?
I repeat, the idea is absurd.
Answer me. Help him to answer me, Peter.
Yeah.
If you have deceived the British, I will be glad to work with you, Holmes, but you must tell me the truth. Tell me exactly what you're doing.
I must say the weather here in Berlin is rather chilly for this time of year.
You won't keep this up for long, Holmes. Again, Peter.
Holmes, good Lord,
Come, Watson, don't look so agitated. I have no doubt I shall survive the efforts of this butcher. One has only to make the brain the master of the body, to concentrate, to divorce it from its physical functions. A trick I learned in the East, Watson.
Speak, you swine, speak. Donnerwetter, Gustav. This man Holmes is iron. He will not speak.
All right. Release him, Peter. So, you still won't disclose the truth, Holmes?
I was remarking to Watson here that your climate in Berlin is usually much warmer at this time.
I've had enough of your stupid English humor, Mr. Holmes. I have a better idea.
Really?
Dr. Watson and I are going on a little trip together to my private retreat. You, Peter, will stay here and guard Mr. Holmes.
Oh, sounds like some new deviltry, eh, Holmes?
Just what is this proposition, Gustav?
Very simple indeed. I shall be in touch with Peter here by telephone. If, Mr. Holmes, you do not disclose the truth about the plans in 24 hours, my hostage and your friend, Dr. Watson, will die.
Newspaper, Fräulein? Afternoon newspaper?
No, go away. I do not want any newspaper.
But you will find it interesting to read for your lunch hour. The Kaiser has told the British...
Go away. Stop following me. And if you persist, I shall call the police.
Step into this alley here, quick.
What do you want?
Collins, R-52 British Intelligence. The fleet rides high at Scupper Flow. Quick, identify and give me the counterpass.
Greta Brunner, telephone employee, Berlin Central Exchange G19. Counterpass, the Dahlias, Grow High in Devonshire.
Good. Move back further into the alley.
Yes.
Here, where you can't be seen.
Yes.
Now listen. A friend of ours has been spirited from a house at 27 Ludwigstrasse. Another friend is being held there, also under custody. Telephone has been installed at the house.
Yes, go on.
It's possible that a call will come to the house from the German agent who has left it. Can you tap that call and find out where it came from?
Yes, I think so. Another girl works the switchboard on that line,
See
but
that she becomes ill and has to go home. You know how?
Yes.
If a call comes through, get in touch with me at once. I'll be waiting at this number.
Your number, please.
Lützow 8834.
Lützow 8834. Danke sehr.
Yeah, who is this?
Peter, this is Gustav. Is Holmes weakened yet?
No, the swine will not talk.
I see. Tell him that I am cutting the time to 12 hours. I will continue to hold his friend here at the Schloss until then. After that, it will be all over.
Well, Mr. Holmes, before long, Gustav will kill Dr. Watson if you do not talk.
I'm quite aware of my dilemma. I'm also aware that if I gave your superior the information which I...
Open up. Open the door.
Who is that?
Who do you think, you fool? I couldn't wait. I've done away with Watson. Now we'll give the same treatment to Holmes. Open the door.
Yeah, Gustav. One moment. I was just trying again to get Holmes to talk and...
Thank you, Collins. I must compliment you on your faculty for appearing in the right place at the right moment.
Thank you, sir. I think I've located Dr. Watson with the cooperation of one of our agents at the Berlin Telephone Exchange.
Capital, man, capital. Where is he?
He's being held in a deserted castle at Spandau, sir. It belongs to the man Gustav's ancestral family.
Excellent. Collins.
Yes, sir?
You're not above taking a dangerous risk?
Danger is my vocation, sir.
Good fellow. First, you'll dress in dead Peter's clothes here, his cap, overcoat, everything. They'll fit you a trifle loosely, perhaps, but well enough. In short, you will impersonate Gustav's dead henchman. Understand, Collins?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Then I take it we're going to Spandau?
With all possible haste. Time is already running short, and the life of my good friend, Dr. Watson, hangs in the balance.
Before you buy that new spring suit, just remember this. When you get a new spring Clippercraft worsted suit for only $45, an all-wool covert cloth topcoat for $40, or an all-wool Clippercraft gabardine topcoat for $42.50, you're getting the most for your money. Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yet they're as modern as the Clipper planes that fly around the world today. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes and the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker's Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shops, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes and Collins, the British agent, were off to rescue you at the castle in Spandau, where Gustav held you as his prisoner.
Yes, Mr. Harris, the castle in Spandau was a huge deserted spot. In the dead of night, Holmes stood with Collins before the entrance.
Look, Mr. Holmes. Vultures flying over the castle.
Instinct, Collins. They expect a human death.
Could Gustav have killed Watson? Are we too late?
Perhaps. Now, you will walk to the main gate.
Yes.
In your disguise as Peter, you'll ring. You'll keep Gustav occupied at the front door.
I understand.
If Gustav becomes at all suspicious, shoot to kill.
I shall.
I will dash to the rear of the castle. I'll prowl about till I find the room where Watson's being held captive and free him. Then we shall attack Gustav while he's talking to you.
Excellent.
Good luck.
You come back, Gustav? Answer me.
Watson. It's Holmes.
Holmes, by Jove. How did you get in here?
There'll be time later to explain. Come along. Collins of Intelligence is downstairs in this castle chatting with Gustav.
Yes, I see.
All right, I'll take this revolver. We shall steal downstairs and surprise Gustav. This way. At the stairs. As cautiously as you can. Right.
What on earth has happened?
Something's gone wrong with Collins, terribly wrong. Hurry, Watson, run down these stairs.
Wait, look. Staggering up these stairs toward us. It's Gustav. His face is covered with blood.
Yes, he discovered Collins was disguised. They exchanged shots.
Well, Gustav's been hit 2 or 3 times, you see? He's holding his side there. Blood from his chest, too. He's grasped the railing.
Holmes! Dr. Watson, where one German falls, many more will rise. We will yet have the plans. You seem successful now, but any victory over us is an illusion.
Well, he's falling down the stairs.
Just let him fall to the death he so eminently deserves, Watson. But where is our own agent? Where's Collins? This way, toward the front of the building, where he and Gustav shut it out.
There he is, lying on the floor there. Is he dead?
Yes, Watson.
Poor devil.
Shot through the head. Thank heaven the first bullet from Gustav's revolver ended it for him. He didn't suffer. I shall inform my brother Mycroft at Whitehall that Agent Collins died valiantly in the performance of his assigned duty.
Where to now, Holmes? We've still not found Germany's half of the plans for the new tank. We've still not found the master spy, Emil Marker.
The answer to those crucial questions, Watson, lies in London.
Yes, but we left London days and days ago. We fought our way here to Berlin to find Marco and retrieve the papers.
Nevertheless, the answer is in London. We must get out of Germany.
How? We're surrounded.
We shall board the very next train from Berlin to the French border and meet whatever awaits us.
Well, so far we're doing well, Holmes. We've caught the train. We're on our way to the French border.
If we can remain alive to reach it, Watson.
Dacian, why are we returning to London, Holmes?
Doctor. Tickets, please.
Oh, here you are, sir.
Thank you, Mynheer.
I presume they're in order?
So they are, Mynheer. Just one more item have I to tend to, and...
I don't think you will, sir. Use the button on your revolver, Watson. Strike him down.
Yes.
Oh. Good work.
Why did you seize him, Holmes? He's hardly reached for his ticket punch when you pounced upon him.
The bulge in his coat pocket. I realized it might be a revolver, as indeed it is. No, he's another of Marco's endless supply of killers. He was assigned to murder us here.
Well, we can't leave him here. There'll be an inquiry.
Oh, yes, we can leave him. You see, we're leaving this train.
At the first stop?
No, immediately. There may be other German agents aboard. There are just 2 of us. We can't take the risk. My intention, you see, Watson, was to do just this, even before the conductor arrived. We boarded the train ostentatiously, so they'd make plans for us all along the route. Now, we shall spring the trap. Come, to the corridor. Open that door, Watson.
Holmes, we can't leave off the train at this speed.
It's our only chance. We shall wait for a run of what is apparently soft earth. Now relax as you go, Watson. Arms and legs loose. To try to roll over easily as you strike the earth. You ready?
Yes, ready.
After me, Watson. Jump!
It's wonderful to be back on the streets of London, eh, Holmes?
Yes, quite.
But why have we run here to Soho? We haven't even reported to Whitehall.
Because, Watson, we must visit the shop where this gigantic and gruesome trip began. The shop of Grimsby, the tobacconist.
Grimsby shop? But why?
Because we've journeyed to foreign cities, eluded death, and fought the greatest spiring of our day, all because of a few sentences spoken by the shy, friendly tobacconist here in this shop. Shall we speak to him just once more?
Back in London, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson?
Yes, Grimsby.
Wasn't Mr. Emil Marco at his hotel here in London? I described him to you. Tall, thin, and a nervous habit of twitching his mouth.
Yes, you did describe him, Grimsby. But he was not at the hotel in London, nor was he in Paris, nor was he in any of the dark and bloody corners of the continent where we sought him. You know why, sir?
I can't imagine.
Because there isn't an Emil Marco. There never was an Emil Marco. This master of the German spy net that Watson and I and all of British intelligence have been pursuing is an illusion. Created by you, Grimsby.
Holmes, I can't believe it.
When Watson and I first visited your shop, Grimsby, I asked about your client, because I detected the odor of a rare tobacco in the room where we found a dead agent. I wanted the man who smoked that tobacco. He was the chief. He had the missing half of Britain's plans. You are that man, Grimsby. You didn't expect us, did you? You're smoking that brand of tobacco at this very moment.
So I am. Yes, I'd hoped in creating Marco to attract you to Germany. I could learn the truth from you there. Then I could dispense with you.
Very advisable. You could operate with ease in Germany rather than here in Britain.
I simply informed my associate to pass the lie along, drawing you to Berlin with the phantom Marco as a magnet. I cannot wait to bargain with you for your half of the plan. I shall just destroy my half, reducing both my opponents to an equal status again. Your half being worthless, without mine. I shall burn my half. It's here, in my pocket. Britain will never have the weapon it seeks. Here, set a match to these papers I hold in my hand. Go on, Dr. Watson, or I shall blow your head off with this revolver.
I can't do it, Holmes.
Do as he says, Watson. He'll kill you.
Very well.
Thank you. Now I must leave. Lock this door from the outside. Do not attempt to shout or leave until I have disappeared down the street, or I will shoot. Auf Wiedersehen, gentlemen.
He's gone, Holmes. Vanished into the crowd. The plans, they're burned to a crisp.
Quickly, Watson, pick up that chair. Don't lose time trying to force the lock on that door. Smash the glass with that chair.
Right you are.
Now, a cab, Watson. Grimsby will try to leave London instantly. A cab to Waterloo Station.
Why should Grimsby be here at Waterloo Station, Holmes?
Because he realizes Whitehall would turn London topsy-turvy to find him. He must return to Germany. All aeroplanes in this area are in British hands. He must travel by boat train to the Channel, and this is where he'd board the next train. The revolver handy?
Yes.
There he is, by that gate.
All right, I'll stop. Stand where you are, Grimsby.
Home. Dr. Watson. I'm afraid we have the upper hand now, sir. Now, before we turn you over to the authorities, where are your half of the plans?
You saw me destroy them. I burnt them before your own eyes at the shop.
Oh, no, Grimsby. You played card after card by which we have been deluded. But I say you still have the missing half of the plans for Britain's new weapon on your person. This last ruse of yours is quite transparent. And you burnt an ordinary piece of paper.
Did I?
I'll search him, Holmes. All right, put up your hands, Grimsby.
Oh, he wouldn't carry the papers openly in his pockets, Watson, nor in his wallet. He would conceal them in a spot where no one might think to look. Except, of course, your humble servant.
I'll find them.
The search isn't necessary, Watson. One must always analyze a personality in its own milieu. Within itself, it contains the answer to its mysteries. Now, where would a tobacconist be likely to conceal a few small papers? Why, beneath the tobacco in his tin.
Let's have a look at that tin. Yeah, I'll open it. Look, it's filled with tobacco.
And beneath the very same rare tobacco which first launched us on this great adventure, Watson?
The plans, Holmes. The plans!
Well, Dr. Watson, the adventure of the elusive agent was really one of the most exciting adventures you and Mr. Holmes have ever had, and a crucial point in the history of World War I, may I add.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Harris. As you know, the British did succeed in keeping their plans for the tank a secret. It proved to be a very decisive weapon.
Well, where was Mr. Holmes' half of the plans, Doctor?
In a vault at Whitehall, Mr. Harris, under special guard of the Royal Navy.
Well, Dr. Watson, these past 3 weeks have been very exciting and memorable ones.
Yes, but do you think, Mr. Harris, our audience is in favor of these longer stories? You see, some of our more colorful stories are too long to compress into one short program.
Well, then, Dr. Watson, a letter or a postcard from our listeners will give us the answer. Just address Clippercraft in care of the station to which they are listening and tell us what they think. I presume, Dr. Watson, that your next memoir is just as gripping as this one.
Well, next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate a story about Holmes and myself that I've called The Mad Miners of Cardiff. It occurred in Wales at an abandoned coal mine. It concerned a miner's jacket, a murder committed in the darkest depths of the earth, and a spectacle so awful it drove human beings out of their minds.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich and Howard Merrill, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be a friendly neighbor and buy your Easter seals to provide proper medical care, healthful recreation, and special vocational training for crippled children. Every Easter seal you buy helps a crippled child to meet the challenge of a handicap. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Mad Miners of Cardiff. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
To Box 13, care of the Star Times.
Carl! Carl, what are you doing?
Nothing. I ain't doing nothing.
It's just a book, Holiday. Somebody sent a book to Box 13. Why?
And now, Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Susie. Susie, come here a minute, will you?
Did you call me, Mr. Holliday?
How did you guess?
I heard you.
All right. Now that we've cleared that up, how about this book?
That one?
This one.
It came in the mail for Box 13.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure, Mr. Holliday. The wrapping paper's right in the wastebasket there. I'll get it and show you. Here.
Address printed. Block letters. Shaky hand. Susie, did any letter come with this?
Just a book.
Ex Libris. Robert N. Chase. All right, Susie, we've got a problem. Somebody sends me a book from the library of Robert N. Chase. Why?
Maybe it's a bestseller.
Yeah, in its day it was. Still is. The poems of Sir Walter Scott.
Do you like poetry, Mr. Holliday?
Love it, Susie. Just love it. Listen. If thou wouldst view fair Melrose aright, go visit it by the pale moonlight. The gay beams of lightsome day gild, but to flout the ruins gray. Pretty, huh?
What's it mean, Mr. Holliday?
Susie, you're asking the jackpot question. The book's broken to fall open at this poem.
Why?
We're in a rut. But there's one way to get out of it. If anyone calls for me, I'll be in the morgue. Star Times.
Sure. Robert N. Chase. We've got plenty about him, Holliday.
Well, let me have it.
You ought to remember him.
Vaguely, I do. All right, Mac, what do we got?
Headlines. Lots of them.
Headlines, huh? What's he been doing?
Same thing he's been doing for the past 10 years.
He's in a rut, too.
6 foot deep.
Dead?
Here. You read all about it, Dan.
Socialites dead in tragic blaze. Oh, sure, I remember now. But 10 years ago, I was cutting my reporter's teeth on a police beat.
Yeah, that's right. A cop wouldn't get a juicy story like this to cover.
Son near death. Daughter at school escapes tragedy. Last night, fire swept the Robert N. Chase mansion. Blaze, unnoticed until too late, spread rapidly. Injured son not expected to live.
He did, though.
I see. Mildred Chase, 18, was attending a college function when the flames took the lives of her parents and swept rapidly through the palatial country estate, Fair Melrose. They were... Fair Melrose?
Yeah, that was the name of the estate.
Fair Melrose. Mac, the Chase girl, got anything on her?
What paper didn't have?
What do you mean?
You know, too much dough, spoiled kid, wrong company. She ran smack into the gossip stuff almost every week.
Know where she is now?
Well, she dropped back after the fire. It kind of cooled her off.
You've been a good girl ever since, is that it?
Well, that's it. I tell you what, Dan, drop upstairs to see Mona in society. She can give you the dope.
All right. Thanks, man. Say, you must come and visit my morgue sometime.
I like this one. I only read about characters. I don't have to bump into them.
But mine move around, Mac, and sometimes too fast.
Oui, monsieur?
Free French are engaged.
You wish to see someone, monsieur?
Yes, Miss Chase. Miss Mildred Chase.
You have an appointment?
Is that an offer or a business question?
Monsieur, if you will tell me...
Colette, what is it?
There is someone here, mademoiselle.
I don't wish to be disturbed.
I'm sorry, monsieur. But Mademoiselle she is not home.
Oh, I see. Then you've got a talking piano.
Oh, please, monsieur. I cannot let you in. You are Mademoiselle.
Yes, I did. But if you will go in and tell Mademoiselle that Sir Walter Scott is waiting to see her, I'm sure she'll listen. What do you say?
Where?
Vive la France.
All right. You wait here. But I cannot promise.
Yes? What is it? What do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Chase. I have to see you.
Well, I don't know you. I've never seen you before.
Well, lots of people haven't. But my name's Dan Holliday.
The name means nothing to me.
It means everything to my mother.
What do you want?
I'm sorry, Miss Chase, bursting in like this. But I've come to see you about Fair Melrose.
Who are you?
Oh, I told you. Dan Holliday. Occupation, fiction writer.
And are you writing now, Mr. Holliday?
Maybe. Oh, is this yours?
Mine? That book?
Here, take it.
Where did you get this?
You don't know.
No. Where did you get it?
But you do recognize it.
Yes. It was part of my father's collection. I asked you, how did you get it?
Through the mail. It was addressed to Box 13, care of the Star-Times. Or doesn't that mean anything?
No. Nothing at all.
You should read the classified ads, Miss Chase. Box 13. Adventure wanted, will go anywhere, do anything.
Thank you for bringing the book back to me, Mr. Holliday.
You don't have any idea why the book was sent to me?
I don't know any more about it than you do.
Maybe you don't.
That's right. Colette will show you.
Was there anything suspicious about the fire that destroyed Fair Melrose?
Mr. Holliday, I don't know what you have in mind, but that was a cruel thing to say. A hateful thing. You're not proud of it, are you?
I'm nothing one way or the other, Miss Chase. But that book was sent to me. It was broken to fall open at the poems about Fair Melrose. I'd just like to know why.
I know nothing about it. All I know is that fire took my mother and father.
It's very sad, Miss Chase.
And my poor brother was left a hopeless invalid, completely paralyzed, unable to speak, to move.
Where is your brother now?
At Fair Melrose. The place he always loved.
But I thought it was destroyed by fire 10 years ago.
Yes. But one wing remains standing.
Your brother is there alone?
Yes. That's where he would want to be. And I arranged for someone to care for him.
Oh, I see.
And now, Mr. Holliday, I'd like to forget all this.
Well, I'm sorry to have bothered you, Miss Chase. I was merely curious about that book.
I know nothing about it. All I want to do is to forget. To forget. What you want this hour of the night?
I'm looking for Fair Melrose.
Eh? What for?
Will you tell me how I can get there? I'm lost.
Stay lost, then.
Just a minute, please.
Get your foot out of the door. Get.
Don't be afraid. I'm not going to harm you. I just want to know the way to Fair Melrose.
What for?
I've got business there.
You're lying. Nobody's got no business there. Nobody.
All right, I'm nobody. Is your house on the ground?
Well, it should be. Been here for 30 years.
Oh. Nice little cottage you've got here.
What you want to go up there for?
To look at it.
What for?
Huh. Nice waltz we're having.
Young fella, I asked you a question, and you ain't answered.
All right. I want to find out about the fire.
Well, ain't nothing nobody needs to find out about it. 'Twas a visitation of the Lord. 'Twas a judgment on the sin that was going on. Heaven rained fire that night and wiped out the last of Babylon.
I'm not sure I got all that.
Oh, the wages of sin is death. Now you know.
Wait a minute. Were you here that night?
Me and Carl.
Carl?
That's my husband. He was down here and seen the fire eaten up like the vengeance of the angels. We seen it, young fella. 'Twas a judgment for the years of sin. We didn't have to do no more caretaking after that night. Providence took care for us.
You and Carl, caretakers, is that it?
That's right. Only one wing to take care of now. Only one wing, and him.
Oh, the brother.
Yes, him that can't move or talk or hear. And that's where they brung him, and that's where he stayed. Now, you get. I talked enough.
I wonder. How do I get up there?
You're still going up, huh?
More than ever now. Which way?
Straight up the canyon, turn left. It's top of the hill.
Thanks.
Well, maybe you should have picked a lighter night. Yes, one with a moon.
Maybe she's right, Holiday. It's definitely no night for a picnic. Now, who said it's going to be a picnic? Hello? Anybody here? Hello? And the same to you with feathers on. Hello? Oh. Light a match, Holiday. Don't be so stupid. Is anyone here? Mr. Chase? Oh, Mr. Chase. Holy mackerel. Who are you? Answer me.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Nice baritone voice you got there, Holliday.
Clean. Inspector Clean. Where am I?
Hospital.
What for?
For your head. There's a little dent in it, about 2 inches deep.
Oh, I remember. Where is he?
He? Who?
The body.
Oh, the body. What body?
Wait a minute. How did you get in? Who found me? Who told you all about this?
The old girl, caretaker's wife. She found you.
Oh. Clean. I saw a body in Fair Melrose.
Holiday, I don't know what merry-go-round you're on, but keep up this way and you'll get the brass ring through your nose.
How do I get out of this place?
Walk out.
Thanks.
What are you going to do now?
Why?
I want to know where to pick up the body.
Keep in touch, Clean.
What have you got in mind?
A date. A date with a beautiful young lady. Slightly hysterical and more than a little mysterious. But interesting.
What do you want here again, Mr. Holliday?
More to the point, what do you want?
Will you please leave?
Every time I come here, I get invited to leave.
I don't know what you're doing, Mr. Holliday, but it's none of your business. You ought to...
I went to Fair Melrose last night.
What for?
I wanted to see it. And your brother.
You mustn't see him.
Why not? What did he do, Miss Chase?
Please leave him alone.
All right. Did you go to Melrose last night?
No. I haven't been there for 10 years.
You weren't there the night of the fire either, were you?
No, I wasn't.
All right. I'll take your word for it. Now, mind if I ask you one more question?
If you'll go, I'll answer it.
It's a deal. What are you afraid of?
Nothing.
That's your answer?
Yes. I'd almost forgotten that horrible night until you came here. For 10 years, I've lived away from it, keeping it away from me. Now you've brought it all back. Don't you have any pity?
Lots of it, Miss Chase. For a lot of people. Particularly you.
What do you want to see him for?
I got to. I want to talk with him.
He can't talk. He can't hear.
He's in the only wing left by the fire?
Well, that he is. You You still want to go up to see him?
Yes, I do.
Oh, the chases. Devil's brood, all of them. Devil's brood. The young'un with her temper, screaming at her mother and father. And him that's upstairs now, always fighting with his sister. The fire was a visitation and a judgment of Providence. There he is.
Oh, no.
Well, that's him.
You stay here. Mr. Chase. Mr. Chase.
Can't hear you, can't hear you, can't.
Shut up. Mr. Chase, I'm Dan Holliday. Box 13. Box 13, do you understand?
Nodding his head. That's all he can do.
Mr. Chase, you wanted to see me. You sent me that book. You had Carl send it to me. Is that right? Nod your head if that's right. Good. Now, why?
He can hear.
You can hear me a little, can't you, Mr. Chase? Good. Why did you send me that book? Why did you want me to come here? He wants me to look around, Bertha. At what? At what?
Ain't nothing in here. Ain't nothing.
Look, Mr. Chase, I'll walk around the room. I'll watch you. When you want me to stop, nod your head. Understand? Good. Now watch me. Here? This trophy case. Is this it? What about it? What do you want me to see in this? Good. Bertha, come here.
I ain't coming in.
I said come here, come on. Take a good look at this trophy case, Bertha. A good look.
Oh, I don't see nothing.
There's a plaque missing from its place. There's heavy dust around behind all those cups and trophies, but there's a clean spot here where a plaque stood. No dust, Bertha. No dust. Someone took a plaque from here not more than a few days ago. Did you?
I ain't touched nothing. Never touched nothing.
Mr. Chase. That plaque. Whose was it? Yours? No. Your father's? Mother's? Mildred's. It was hers. But someone took it. Mr. Chase, try to understand. Try to answer. Please, you've got to.
He can't.
Mr. Chase, try hard. Try hard to hear me
Let
again.
him alone. He can't do no more.
Stay with him, Bertha. Don't leave him for a minute, do you hear? Oh, hello there.
Hello, Holiday.
Inspector, I'm in a hurry.
No, it looks like it. But you can spare a poor cop a couple of minutes to explain something, can't you?
What?
That body. We found it. In a ravine about a mile down the road.
All right, you found the body. Now I'm in a hurry. I gotta go.
Not so fast, Holiday. There are a couple of questions I'd like to ask you.
Later, Kling, later. You know where to reach me.
Holiday. Come back, Holiday. I say come back here.
Right, be careful, box 13.
You saw my brother, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, I saw him. Oh, please keep playing.
I don't know why I let you in here.
I do.
Can't you leave me alone?
Please. The piano. I like to hear it.
What did you find out?
So you don't know why anyone would have taken that plaque from the trophy case?
No!
Your brother managed to tell me it was yours.
Where was it?
In the lower right-hand corner of the trophy case.
Lower right-hand corner. Lower.
That mean anything?
Well, it was a plaque I won for dramatics at Merrifield Academy.
I don't get it. What value does it have?
It isn't worth anything except
Except what?
the plaque was presented to me at a dinner at Merrifield.
So, go on.
The dinner was the night of the fire at Melrose.
And the plaque would prove you were at Merrifield the night of the fire.
Yes.
But somebody wants people to think you were at Fair Melrose. Were you?
No. How many times do I have to say that?
That's enough. Who hates you, Miss Chase?
My brother.
Your brother?
They all hated me. My mother, my father, my brother. Sometimes I think I hated them. Watching me, picking my friends, cutting me off from the friends I'd picked. I couldn't stand it
I see. All right, Miss Chase. We'll forget it for now. But can I come back this evening?
Why?
I said before I wanted to help you. That still goes. Miss Chase, it still goes.
Please sit down, Mr. Holliday.
Thanks, Miss Chase.
Do you have anything to tell me?
A few things, yes. But first, is there anything you want to tell me?
Tell you? Why, no.
You sure?
Positive. What could I tell you?
A story.
I don't know what you mean.
All right, I'll explain.
Must you play the piano?
No, but I'd like to. Miss Chase, let me tell you a story.
What about?
Well, I don't know whether it's exact or not. You see, I have to guess a lot. Fill in details myself. But this story's about a girl, an 18-year-old girl. That is, she was 18 10 years ago.
And what's that got to do with me?
Oh? You might be the girl, Miss Chase. Wild, with a temper. Bad temper. She had a lot of fights with her parents. Mostly about the friends she had. The way she ran around.
What are you trying to say?
That one night this girl set fire to her home in a fit of temper. After a fight with her parents. Maybe she didn't mean to do what she did. But the fire destroyed her home almost completely. It meant the death of her parents, and it made her brother a
You're making this up. You're guessing.
I said I'd have to guess.
I was at Merrifield the night of the fire.
For a while. I checked. Found out you left early enough to get to Melrose. And you brought a plaque with you. The one you'd won for dramatics.
Well, I brought it to Melrose later. The next day or the next. I don't remember.
No, that's no good, Miss Chase. It's too hard to believe that anyone would walk into a ruined home and put a plaque in a trophy case. I say you took it to Melrose, then had the fight with your mother and father.
You're lying.
I don't think so.
I took it there after the fire.
And why is it missing? Want me to look around your apartment for it, Miss Chase? Or send for the police to look for it?
No.
Why not, if you haven't got it? Why are you afraid to let me look for it? So I am right. Now let's get on with the story. For 10 years you held the secret. There's nothing to connect you with the fire at Melrose except that plaque. For years, that fire's on your mind. Day after day, you have to live with the secret, wondering if there's anything that will connect you with that night. But there's nothing. There's nothing. Then you remember that plaque. It will prove that you were at Melrose. Because the date engraved on it is the same as the date of the fire.
No. I tell you it's not true.
So there's only one thing to do. Get that plaque out of Melrose. But you didn't count on one thing. Your brother. Day after day, he saw that trophy case. Day after day, it was the same. Never changing. Like the four walls he had to stare at. But suddenly it's different. There's something missing. He racks his brains and he remembers. He remembers the plaque that was there. When he was able to read, he must have read about the fire. How you escaped the tragedy by being at school that night. How lucky everyone said you were. He read how you were presented with a plaque for dramatics. And his tortured mind puts two and two together. And he arrives at the conclusion that you were at Melrose. Home. The night of the fire. Well, Miss Chase, did you like that story?
There's nothing you can prove.
Maybe not. But how about Carl's murder? You killed him. Because you thought Carl was me last night.
No. What are you doing?
Calling the police. But for them now, I think they'll prove you killed Carl. They're good at that sort of thing, Miss Chase. Very good.
No, please. What do you want? Money? I'll give you money. Anything, only don't call them.
Why not?
Please.
Hello, Inspector Flint.
They hated me, all of them.
Okay,
I
hold
hated
on.
them, and you. I hate you.
Look out.
Oh, no.
Hello, Kling. Holiday. Come to the Sunview Apartments now. I just rang down the curtain on a 10-year dramatic act.
Gee, it must have been awful thrilling, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, sure, Susie. About as thrilling as throwing dirt in a guy's face.
Oh. Well, here's some more mail for Box 13.
Later, Susie, later.
But here's something maybe you ought to look into.
What?
If you subscribe to this book club, you get a free set of Sir Walter Scott's poems.
Oh, fine, fine. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is directed by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, with an original story by Frank Hart Tausig. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. This is a Mayfair production.
Yeah?
Boston, calling Inspector Faraday.
I'm Inspector Faraday.
One moment, please. Here's your party. Go ahead, Boston.
Hello, Faraday. This is Blackie.
Blackie, what are you doing out of town?
You don't know?
I can guess. You talked me into holding John Barnes in the Bradley killing for me to make an arrest. Then you beat it out of town because you knew I didn't have enough evidence to hold him.
My, you're ungrateful, Inspector. I found out Barnes had a motive to kill Bradley, didn't I?
Yeah?
I proved Barnes had an opportunity to kill Bradley, didn't I?
Yeah.
I also found a witness who did a pretty good job of placing Barnes at the scene of Bradley's death, too, didn't I?
Yes, but you didn't clinch the case against him.
Didn't I?
No. What I need is proof that Bradley was killed with Barnes's gun. I don't have Barnes's gun.
Well, you do now, Faraday, because everything that's mine is yours, pal.
You've got the murder gun? How'd you get it, Blackie? Where?
Up here in Boston. But do you really want to know how I had to be sort of a bad boy to get it?
Forget I asked.
Forgotten. In a few hours, Faraday, you'll have the murder gun in your own little hand. Then you can give it to Barnes right in his neck.
Blackie, be careful, will you?
Why?
Barnes's pals aren't the friendly type. They not only want to get that gun, they're going to want to get you.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Yeah?
New York, calling Mr. Gus Johnson.
I'll take it.
Thank you. Go ahead, New York. Here's your party.
Gus,
Yeah.
this is Johnny. Johnny Barnes.
Oh, yeah, Johnny.
Just checking. You went to Boston to get rid of that gun of mine. Did you do it?
Yeah, I got rid of it the hard way. It was stolen about an hour ago. I was going to call you.
Stolen? Who stole it?
Guess who?
Boston Blackie.
Yeah. I figured on trouble from him when I heard he followed me here to Boston. By the time I got back to the hotel, he'd already swiped the gun.
Where's Blackie now?
At his hotel. I got Joe trailing him. That was his last report.
Well, get up there and get back that gun.
I can't, Johnny. It's too late.
Look, you want me to go to the chair?
Of course not.
Well, I will if you don't find that gun. The cops know I hit it, Bradley. They know plenty more, too, but they need that gun to prove I knocked him off.
I know.
Then get it back from Blackie. It's registered in my name, and ballistics will prove it was the gun that killed Bradley. If the cops get that gun, I'm finished.
What am I to do, Johnny? Blackie sent the gun to Faraday. Air mail.
What?
Joe was watching him. He couldn't do anything about it. Too many people around.
in the mail to Faraday now, huh?
Yep.
Gus, I got an idea. And you're just the guy who can make it work.
Say, Miss Wesley, what time did that wire say Blackie's plane was getting in?
3 o'clock, Shorty.
Gee, 3 o'clock, huh? Gosh, we're a little late getting there, ain't we?
Yes, a little. I wish we'd started earlier. I'd like to have seen his plane come in.
Yeah, me too. But not because I think planes is pretty.
Oh? Well, then why, Shorty?
Well, didn't Blackie's telegram say he got the gun Johnny Barnes used to kill that Bradley guy?
Oh, no. He told me that on the phone.
Well, Blackie's gonna need protection from the minute he gets off that plane. I know a couple of the Barnes mob, and they ain't forgiving characters. But they're gonna be awful sore at Blackie when Barnes gets sent to the chair.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right. And when Inspector Faraday gets Barnes' gun, Barnes is as good as convicted, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, here's the airport. Yeah. Where do we park?
Well, let's see. Why don't you drive right up to the administration building? We're late, and Blackie's probably waiting for us inside.
Okay. Here, how about here?
That's fine. Want to come in with me?
Yeah, sure. I'll get out on your side.
All right. I think we can go in that door there.
Okay. Hey, wait. I'll open the door for you.
Thank you.
Being at Gate 6, all aboard.
Big joint this is.
Yes, it is, isn't it? I don't see Blackie anywhere, though, do you?
No, I don't.
Well, maybe his plane's late. Let's ask at the information desk.
Okay.
Flight 31 for Washington, Cincinnati, and Chicago, leaving at Gate 6, all aboard.
Well, it's the information desk, Miss Wesley.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, but could I have some information?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the plane from Boston arrived yet?
Flight 68?
Oh, excuse me. Yes, of course. Flight 68.
No, ma'am. Flight 68 is late, but we expect it soon. Gate 3.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miss Wesley, shall we go out to Gate 3 and watch it come in?
No, Shorty. You can see if we wait here and watch through that big window there.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look at that big four-motor job taking off out there.
Yes, I see it. But I'm more interested in seeing Blackie's plane come in.
Hey, Miss Wesley, you ain't worried because Blackie's plane is late, are you?
I don't know, Shorty. It's just that I have a funny feeling.
Oh, Miss Wesley, planes have been late before. Or sometimes maybe an hour late. They have a flat tire or they get stuck on a sticky cloud
Look, Shorty,
or something.
Inspector Faraday's just come in.
Flight 41
Gosh, wonder what he's doing.
I don't know, but he sees us.
Gosh, you don't think maybe something's gone wrong, huh?
Well, I don't know.
Wesley. Hello, Shorty.
Hello, Inspector. What are you here for?
What do you think I'm here for? To meet a train?
What, you're here to meet Blackie too, Inspector Faraday?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Oh, I'm just smart, I guess.
You smart? Bad guess. Isn't Blackie's plane in yet?
No, Inspector, it's late.
I might have known. Blackie's probably telling the pilot how to fly. What plane's Blackie on?
Flight 68.
Flight 68, huh? It'll be just like Blackie to keep that plane up, so I'll have to wait for hours. Well, I'm waiting. Come in, Flight 68.
Tom, any word from Flight 68?
Not a peep for the last 5 hours, Harry.
Not a peep, huh? Doesn't seem possible. 4 hours overdue on a flight of an hour and 10 minutes. Have you kept checking?
Every 5 minutes.
Well, try again, Tom.
Okay. New York calling Cross Nation Airways, Flight 68. New York calling Cross Nation Airways, Flight 68. Flight 68, come in. Flight 68, come in. Come in.
Hold it, Tom. Anything?
Nothing.
When did you last hear?
10 minutes out of Boston. Pilot radioed an okay. Said he was on the beam.
And not a word since?
Not a word.
Well, we got a lost plane then, Tom. He's out of gas and down somewhere by now. But keep trying to make contact. We may...
Any word from Flight 68 yet?
Say, nobody's allowed in the control tower, and that means you, too.
I'm Inspector Faraday, police.
Oh, sorry, Inspector.
Skip it. Any word from Flight 68?
No, she's 4 hours overdue, and that means she's down somewhere out of gas.
Or maybe worse.
Yeah, I think so, too, except we haven't had a report of any crash.
You mean the plane's just disappeared?
So far it has.
Look, let me see that passenger list. There's something crazy about this.
Yeah, the passenger list is the craziest thing about the whole flight, Inspector.
What do you mean?
Well, Flight 68 is a 21-passenger ship. 20 reservations were canceled at the last minute.
Huh?
That's right.
So the plane left Boston with only one passenger.
One passenger? Oh.
A man by the name of Boston Blackie.
Gosh,
Miss Wesley, why don't they put cushions on the seats in this place?
Shorty,
We
here
have to
comes
wait.
Inspector Faraday. Maybe he has word about Blackie's plane.
Gee, he looks awful sick, Miss Wesley.
Yes, he does, doesn't he? What is it, Inspector?
I'm afraid I got bad news for you, Miss Wesley.
Oh.
Looks as if Flight 68 has had an accident.
Oh, no, I...
Blackie was on it, Miss Wesley. The only passenger.
Here, Miss Wesley. Maybe you better sit down, huh?
No, it's all right. Did I hear my name?
Yeah, phone call, Miss Wesley.
You want me to take it?
No, I'll get it myself. The information desk is right over here. I'll get it.
Oh, we'll go with you, Miss Wesley.
Yeah, sure.
All right, maybe you better.
Here we are. This is Miss Wesley. She'll take that call.
Oh, yes, right here, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, Mary?
Blackie!
Black?
Oh, Blackie, where are you?
In my apartment. You obviously didn't get my second
Oh,
wire.
no, darling, I didn't.
My plane reservation was canceled. No flight, so I wired you and took the train.
You took the train, but Inspector Faraday was told you were on that plane.
Faraday, is he there?
Yes, he's right here.
Let me talk to him.
All right. Here, Inspector, he wants to talk to you.
Thanks.
Oh, Shorty, he's all right.
Blackie, what's the idea? I thought you were dead.
Well, that's about as accurately as you usually think, Faraday.
Well, what else could I think? That plane you were going to take has disappeared. You're listed as a passenger, the only passenger.
Well, that's crazy, Faraday. The airline told me the plane wasn't even going to fly.
Well, it did fly, and carrying one passenger who called himself Boston Blackie, it vanished into thin air. You meet me in my office, Blackie. I got a hunch you can explain this, and I think you'd better.
And now back to Boston Blackie. John Barnes kills a man named Bradley and gives the gun to a friend, Gus Johnson, to get rid of in Boston. Blackie trails Johnson to Boston, steals the gun from him, and mails it to Inspector Faraday, thereby sealing Barnes' fate as a killer, and wires Mary Wesley that he is en route by plane. But the plane, supposedly carrying Blackie, disappears into thin air. Actually, Blackie has come back to the city by train, and as we return to our story, he is in Faraday's office trying to solve the mystery of the missing plane.
A plane just doesn't disappear, Faraday. Apparently you've been reading too many spook stories, and I haven't. So getting me down here was just a waste of time.
All right, Blackie. If that plane hasn't disappeared, you tell me where it is.
It's down somewhere, forced landing with the radio dead, or maybe it crashed.
No good. They told me at the airport, if the plane was down or crashed, they'd have a report almost immediately. They don't have a report yet, and the plane is now 8 hours overdue.
Let me see now. I got a call from the airline in Boston about an hour before plane time. The man said my flight was canceled. They'd send for my ticket right away and give me another one later.
Uh-huh.
So a bellboy came up for my ticket, and I gave it to him. Then, instead of waiting for the next plane, I took the train.
What does that explain?
It explains why I wasn't on the plane. I have a hunch that I was called not by the airline, but by Johnny Barnes' pal, Gus Johnson. And he took that plane in my place.
Why?
I think this is why. He saw me send the gun to you, airmail. Then he found out a package mailed at that time would leave Boston on Flight 68.
Uh-huh.
He had to get that gun out of the mail. But that was impossible, so he did the next best thing. He stole the plane.
He stole the plane?
Sure. Because when he stole the plane, he also stole the gun. I'm sure that's what happened.
Well, maybe so. But does that explain why the 20 other passengers on Flight 68 canceled their reservations at the last minute?
Sure it does. It was decided for them the same way it was decided for me. Faraday, the whole thing is beginning to make sense now.
Yeah, but it's only theory.
You get on the phone to Boston, and I think you'll find out it's all fact.
Well, I intend to. But I'm not as interested in that missing plane as I am in that missing gun. How can I convict Barnes without it?
You can't, Faraday. You know it, I know it, and Barnes knows it.
Well, that makes 3 of us all in agreement. Aren't we clever?
I don't know. I'm going to see Barnes now and find out if he's as clever as he thinks he is.
How nice of you to call on me, Blackie. You've
come to console me in my trouble, of course.
Oh, I don't think you need consolation from me, Barnes. Aren't your close friends doing plenty of weeping and wailing?
Not exactly.
Look, Barnes, your pal Gus Johnson told you I sent the gun to Faraday by airmail, didn't he?
Did he?
I think he did. And I think you found out the gun was being sent on Flight 68 out of Boston. So you saw to it that Flight 68 never reached New York.
Oh, say, I just heard on the radio about that unfortunate plane. Fantastic, isn't it? It hasn't crashed, it hasn't made a forced landing, and it hasn't been heard of. Just vanished. Strange, isn't it?
I don't think it's strange at all. I think you stole that plane.
You think... That's more fantastic than the fact the plane is missing. Now, how could I steal an airplane? Why would I steal an airplane?
To get rid of that pistol. It carried evidence that would send you to the electric chair. It was one way for you to steal back your gun.
Oh, so you've lost the gun, huh, Blackie? Well, maybe you're the one that needs consoling. Please allow me to be the first to offer.
Save it, Barnes. When they start giving out consolation prizes, I think you'll get them all. Hello?
Blackie, this is Shorty.
Yes, Shorty.
Gee, am I glad you finally lighted Miss Wesley's apartment. I've been calling you all over town.
What's the matter, Shorty?
I got some news for you.
What is it?
Gus Johnson's in town. He's in the hospital with a broken leg.
You sure?
Yeah. His girlfriend, Blondie White, just told me all about it.
A broken leg, huh?
Yep.
How'd he break it?
I don't know, Blackie. Even Miss White didn't know that.
Thanks, Shorty. I think I'll go see him. But tell me, do you know anything about Gus? Anything I ought to know to make him start talking?
No, Blackie, I don't. He hasn't been with Barnes very long, though.
Oh, a new member of the gang, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, what did he do before he joined Barnes?
Oh, a little bit of everything, I guess. Blondie White told me he did a lot of crazy things.
What, for instance?
Well, he was an auto racer, a circus daredevil, a stunt pilot, a seaman, steeplejack.
And that's enough, Shorty. That's more than enough. You don't mind coming to the hospital with me, do you, Mary?
Are you kidding, Blackie? I'm a nurse, remember?
I'm not a patient. Don't forget that. Oh, nurse. I mean the nurse behind that desk.
You.
Oh, nurse.
Yes?
We'd like to see Gus Johnson. Is this allowed?
Oh, yes, and Mr. Johnson is resting quite comfortably. He hasn't had a visitor since 3 o'clock. It's 4 now. I suppose you can go right in.
Thanks. Which room is he in?
Oh, that one right there, 711.
Thank you. Come on, Mary.
I'm right with you.
Here's Johnson's room.
Yes, 711. Sure is a lucky number. Too bad he didn't have it before his leg was broken.
Yeah.
Well, what's the matter? Doesn't he answer?
No.
Darling, maybe he's asleep.
He might be. But it'll be all right if we go in. Or the nurse wouldn't have said so. Come on.
Oh, yes, he's sleeping all right. Seems just like a baby.
That baby has a record of 11 arrests and 3 convictions.
Oh.
Well, let's wake him up. Hey, Johnson.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson.
Johnson, we...
What, isn't he going to wake up?
No, Mary. Not now or ever. He's got a knife in his heart. Get the nurse quick.
Oh, yes, all right. Oh, nurse. Nurse. Can you come here? What's the matter? It's your patient, Mr. Johnson. What's the matter with him?
Nothing except that he has a knife in his heart.
But how did that... Nurse, you said Mr. Johnson had a visitor about an hour ago. Who was that?
Well, I don't know. I didn't pay much attention. But, please, I've got to call a doctor and get the police.
In just a minute. Was the visitor a man?
Well, yes, but I can't remember what he looked like. Look, Mr. Johnson wasn't a sick man. He could have all the visitors he wanted. I just didn't pay any attention to anyone who came to see him.
Oh, did anyone else come to see him?
Well, yes, a girl this morning.
What'd she look like?
Well, she was blonde. That's all I remember, just blonde.
Oh, that must have been his girlfriend, Blondie White.
How'd you know about her, Blackie?
Shorty told me about her this morning. She told him she'd been here. Thanks, nurse. You can call the police now. Come on, Mary.
Sure thing.
Wait, aren't you going to stay? The police are...
Will want to see me? Just tell them the name was Blackie. They'll know where to find me.
Where?
At Blondie White's. She doesn't know it yet, but she's got something awfully important to tell me. I hope you don't mind my coming to see you so soon after Gus's death, Miss White.
No, Blackie. Why should I mind?
Well, maybe you'll have reason to when you find out why I'm here.
I didn't kill Gus, if that's what you're leading up to.
No, I don't think you did. But I think you know who did.
I don't know a thing.
Now, look. You saw Gus this morning. He probably told you a lot of things, maybe even who was coming to see him later in the day.
You look, Blackie. Gus is dead, and that's trouble enough for me for one day. I'm not going to shoot my mouth off and get a dose of the same thing Gus got.
But you do know who came to see Gus this afternoon.
I said I wasn't talking.
You don't have to be afraid of me, Miss White.
I'm not scared of you. You didn't kill Gus.
You're afraid of the man who did.
Look, when you know something that isn't healthy to talk about, you don't talk about it.
I understand that. But do you know what you're doing by keeping quiet? You're protecting the man who killed Gus.
No, I'm not. I'm just protecting myself.
Well, I'll fix it so you won't need protection. Will you talk then?
I don't know.
Look, I'll make a bargain with you. If I promise to send Johnny Barnes to the chair for killing Bradley, will you tell me who killed Gus?
Sure.
Thanks, Miss White. What? Thanks a lot.
Thanks for what?
In the one word sure, you told me who killed Gus. It was Barnes.
You don't know that.
Oh, yes, I do, Miss White. You promised to tell me who killed Gus if I sent Barnes to the chair for killing Bradley. That means he couldn't scare you anymore. Stick by me, and I'll get him for sticking a knife into your boyfriend, too.
Look, Barnes, you're in a police station, not a laugh movie. So take that smirk off your face.
I'm sorry, Inspector Faraday, but I can't help it. You and Blackie are both wasting your time keeping me here.
Let us worry about that,
Well,
Barnes.
sure, Blackie. I'm not worried about anything. I've just been too smart for you.
Yeah, you've been smart, Barnes, but not smart enough. I know exactly what happened to that missing plane now, and why it had only one passenger on it.
Now, aren't you clever, Inspector?
No, I'm not clever. Just thorough.
You know how Barnes got rid of the other passengers on the missing plane, Faraday?
Sure I do. It was just as you said, Blackie. He had his pal Gus Johnson go to the airlines, dressed as a policeman, and get a passenger list. Then Johnson and his pal Joe called up all the passengers, pretended to be airline ticket agents, and canceled their reservations.
Which is what they did to me, too, only Gus Johnson used my reservation.
Sure, Johnson used it. He used it so he could get rid of that plane.
This is all very interesting, gentlemen, but none of it concerns me.
No?
Now,
We'll
why
see.
should I want to steal a plane? Why should I have Johnson go to all the trouble of canceling 20 plane reservations?
Well, that's easy, Barnes. You didn't want Johnson to go to the trouble of having to kill 20 passengers. The 3 members of the crew were trouble enough.
Well, if it was trouble, it was Johnson's trouble, not mine. I just don't see any connection between the missing plane and me.
Well, I do. Your pal Johnson knew Blackie had mailed that murder gun to me. A gun which would prove you killed Bradley. A gun which would send you to the chair.
Oh, really? What happened to that gun, Blackie?
You don't know what happened to it, Barnes. It went down with that plane Johnson stole.
Oh, did it? What a shame. Well, I guess you don't want me for anything more, do you?
I want plenty with you, Barnes. I know you killed Bradley. I know you engineered the theft of that plane and the murder of its crew. I know you killed Gus Johnson.
Then why don't you arrest me?
Because I want to do more than that. I want to send you to the chair. And I need the murder gun to do it. If it's your gun, then I've got you.
Yes, but before you get me, you'll have to get that gun. Gentlemen, I think I'll be going.
Just a minute, Barnes. Faraday, you'll be able to convict Barnes if you have his gun?
Sure I can. You know that. But how can I get it now?
What's this gun look like, Faraday?
It looks like a gun. What should it look like? Your gun, probably.
Because I just took it out of my pocket? Oh, no. It's Barnes' gun. The gun I stole from Gus Johnson. And I figured the best place to keep it was with me.
That's my gun? No, you put my gun in the mail.
Oh, no, I put my gun in the mail. I knew I was being shadowed, so I wrapped up my gun, sealed, and mailed it for his benefit. I figured it was a way to take him off my trail. I didn't know Barnes here would try to get it even after it was in the mail.
Give me that gun. Let me see it.
Yeah, it's Bond's gun, all right. And I think ballistics tests will show it was the gun that killed Bradley.
Blackie, one of these days...
Sit where you are, Barnes. Get used to sitting in a chair. Only the next one isn't going to be so comfortable.
Where are we driving, Blackie?
Out in the country to see Blondie White. You mind?
No, I should say not. She helped you solve a murder case.
She did more than help me, Mary. She was all the proof I needed that Bonds killed Gus Johnson. She kept her promise to tell me who killed Gus as soon as I proved Bonds killed Bradley.
How did she know Barnes killed Gus?
Well, Gus told her Bonds was coming to see him at 3 o'clock. A medical examination showed Gus was killed at about that time, and he hadn't had any other afternoon visitors besides us.
Oh, I know why Gus was killed. Because he knew too much.
He not only knew too much, Mary, he did it all himself.
Now, wait a minute. You mean he actually stole that plane?
Yes, he took my place on the plane. Then when the ship was in the air, he killed the hostess. Then he went to the cockpit and killed the pilot and co-pilot.
And bailed out before the ship crashed? Oh, that was how he broke his leg, huh? Golly, what a chance he took.
No, he didn't take any chance at all, Mary. I found out from Shorty, Gus had once been a stunt flyer. After he killed the crew, he took over the plane himself.
And landed it. I see.
No, you're wrong again. He headed it out toward the ocean. Just inside of the coast, he set the plane on automatic pilot, and then he bailed out.
For goodness sake. And now that plane is somewhere at the bottom of the ocean.
Yes, Mary. And even though something very clever went on up in the air, we figured it, because we kept our feet on the ground.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
He looked deeply into her eyes, which reflected his mood like twin lakes of azure blue. Azure blue. Why does a woman always have to have azure eyes? Why couldn't they be fire engine red? As his muscular arms tightened around her fragile... Susie.
Oh, Mr. Holliday, I'm not fragile, but I'm sure scared. Somebody's been following me.
With those legs? Why not?
I was petrified, afraid to look back even. His footsteps kept going click, cluck, click, cluck, real sinister-like. Oh, I bet that's him now.
Mr. Click-Cluck?
Oh, Mr. Holliday, he followed me all the way from Box 13.
And now, Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, this is a brand new twist. Besides a message from Box 13, Susie has brought a mysterious caller. Somebody who wants in, but definitely.
Don't answer it, Mr. Holliday.
Now, Susie. You didn't see this person, huh?
No, I just felt him following me like a phantom, except his heels went click, cluck, click, cluck. Oh.
That doesn't sound so dangerous. Let's take a chance. Come in.
Oh. Silly me. I ought to be ashamed for being such a fraidy cat. Look who it is.
Well, Susie, who is it?
I don't know. Who are you, mister?
My name is George Flitt. I'm a detective. And you're Dan Holliday, the writer. It's on the door.
A detective, huh?
Why, he isn't any bigger than me.
But I have nerves of steel and the heart of a lion.
Oh, I see. And what brings you here, Mr. Flitt?
Well...
Nerves of steel. Heart of a lion.
That was no fair, girlie. You took me by surprise.
Susie. Now, Mr. Flitt.
Why don't you open the envelope I put in box 13?
Here it is, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks.
Open it. I'm all gooselumps.
Okay. Well, what do you know?
Why, there's nothing written on the paper.
How about that, Flitt?
See how clever I am? I put that envelope in box 13 as bait.
As bait?
Yes, I knew it would lead me to the person who put the ad in the Star-Times. Adventure wanted. Will go any place and do anything.
Very clever, Mr. Flitt.
Oh, what made your footsteps go click, clock, click, clock?
Oh, that. I lost the metal cleat off of one of my heels.
Oh.
Well, now that you've discovered me, Mr. Flitt, what?
Mr. Holliday, I'd say you're just the man for the job.
Job?
Something exciting, you hope, huh, Mr. Holliday?
I'd handle it myself, only I'm so tiny. Besides, I've done mostly divorce work. Just the right height for keyholes.
But about the job?
Well, I'm coming to that. Mr. Gilbert Bolton sent me $50 just to attend the party tonight.
$50? I should have been a detective.
Oh, you can be. I'll split with you if you'll go to the affair in my place as me.
I got the money. What's the catch?
Oh, there's really no catch. Only thing Mr. Bolton said was there might be a little bloodshed.
Well, this holiday is the wackiest situation yet from good old Box 13. Yes, Holiday, you must be hard up for story ideas. Hard up for brains, too. Otherwise, why are you riding with George Flitt, detective, in his hot rod jalopy? Destination bloodshed. And you've never met this Bolton who's having the party?
No, but he phoned and explained that the party's going to be at his nephew's place, Kenneth Bolton.
Kenneth, huh? What about the bloodshed?
Well, as I understand it, Kenneth's father, that is, Gilbert Bolton's brother, committed suicide not so long ago.
Oh.
Gilbert said the boy is suffering from neurasthenia, I think he said.
Psychoneurotic, huh?
Yes, on account of the way his father died. Gilbert's afraid the boy may take his own life tonight.
Why tonight, especially?
Well, it seems that Kenneth drinks a lot at these parties and gets depressed.
And my job is...
to see that he doesn't commit suicide tonight.
I've looked forward to more pleasant evenings.
I think that's the place up ahead with all the lights on.
Yeah, that's the address you mentioned. We must be about 15 miles from town.
14 7/10 by my speedometer.
Well, Flitt, I may as well take off. What are you going to do?
Oh, I'll sit here in my car and listen to the radio, sort of keep my eye on things from the outside.
Good idea. See you later, then. Here we go again, Holiday. Oops, the name's George Flitt, detective. Remember? Beyond this door, who knows? But it's a beautiful house, a beautiful night, and a beautiful girl.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. I'm looking for Mr. Gilbert Bolton.
Won't you come in? And you are?
George Flitt.
You say you're George Flitt?
That's right.
I'm Rita Martin.
How do you do?
Now, let's go in and find Gilbert Bolton, Mr. Flitt.
Oh, Holiday, here's a jungle cat. A vampire rider of Terry and the Pirates. That jet black hair, those heavy-lidded eyes, that glistening crimson mouth. And something else. Yes, heavy, cloying, sensuous. A perfume such as you've never known before. That's something to remember this Rita Martin by. Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you are. Oh, Gilbert.
Yes, Rita.
Gilbert Bolton. This is George Flitt.
George. How do you do, Mr. Flitt?
Mr. Bolton?
If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'll see you all a bit later.
So, you're George Flitt, the detective?
Yes, that's right.
Your voice seemed, well, different over the phone.
Well, you know detectives. Many disguises, many voices. Got to keep them confused, you know.
Somehow I pictured you differently.
Oh?
Well, no matter. You know why you're here.
Yes, to keep my eye on your nephew, Kenneth Bolton.
More than that, to keep him from chilling himself.
The way this man looks at you, Holliday. So cool, so calculating. With piercing eyes that thud against the back of your skull. He could be one of two men. A man of distinction or a man of extinction. Okay, Mr. Bolton, I'll keep your nephew alive.
That's your job.
Well, what makes you think the boy wants to commit suicide?
Well, since his father, my brother, took his life, Kenneth has been extremely upset.
It's only natural, Mr. Bolton.
I know, but I've heard Kenneth threaten suicide, and it's got me worried.
Anyone else heard him?
Yes, Miss Martin.
Anyone else?
What do you mean, anyone else?
I just wondered if anyone else had heard him make these threats.
I really wouldn't know. It's enough that Rita and I know about it.
How does Rita figure in this picture?
Aren't you being a bit presumptuous, Mr. Flitt?
A detective likes to know these things.
Miss Martin is an old friend of the family. Oh, there's Kenneth now. I'll bring him over.
Just as Gilbert Bolton passed me, there was something familiar about him. What was it? Who was it? Come on, think, Holliday. It may be an important clue. But here they come. The man of extinction and a typical boy from Princeton or Yale or Harvard.
George Flitt, my nephew, Kenneth Bolton.
Glad to meet you.
How do you do? Enjoying yourself, Mr. Flitt?
Very much. How about you?
Oh, so-so. These parties get to be a bore, huh?
Kenneth hasn't been quite himself since the tragedy.
Must you always bring that up, Uncle?
But you know you've been terribly upset, Kenneth.
So I've been upset. Why talk about it?
Oh, Mr. Flitt.
Yes?
Will you come with me for a moment?
Oh, why, sure.
It's so close in here that I thought a breath of air.
It suits me.
In the garden.
The garden it is. Nice. A moon, too.
Mm-hmm. Lovely, lovely night. Ah, the scent of those flowers. Exquisite, isn't it?
Uh-huh. But not to compare with your perfume.
You noticed it?
Yes, it was so unusual.
It's called Whispering Gown.
Whispering Gown?
I like the name.
Say.
Yes?
I know where they got that name.
Oh?
From Cyrano de Bergerac. The passage where he describes Roxanne. Across my life, one whispering silken gown.
That was lovely. You're quite literary, aren't you, Mr. Flitt?
Well, yes and no.
Just what do you do?
Gilbert Bolton didn't tell you?
No, but let's sit on this bench and you tell me all about yourself.
As you come close to her, you get another whiff of... And suddenly you've got it. That's what bothered you about Gilbert Bolton. Her perfume rubbed off on him. Rita's an old friend of the family. She's young and a close friend of Gilbert Bolton's. She's brought you out here for a reason.
Well, aren't you going to sit down?
Oh, I sure, but just a minute. I want to buy some cigarettes.
I've got plenty of cigarettes.
I'll be right back. Something about this whole setup is as phony as a China egg. And as the crooks in your story say, better case the joint before you go inside. There's a window. Just pull the bushes back. Let's take a gander. Well, everything looks on the up and up. Kenneth with a drink on the table beside him, and there's his uncle coming up. He set another full drink right beside Kenneth. Hey, what else is he doing? You'd better get in there, Holiday, and fast. Mind if I join you, gentlemen?
No, not at all, not at all.
You appeared quite suddenly.
Care for a drink, Mr. Flitt? Here, I haven't touched this one.
No, let me fix Mr. Flitt a fresh drink.
I think I'll just have one of these hors d'oeuvres.
Here, watch it. My drink.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Flitt, you awkward idiot. Oh, excuse me.
Yes, Uncle. Accidents will happen. I didn't really feel like another drink. It was your idea, remember?
Well, Mr. Flitt, were you able to borrow some cigarettes?
I was ambushed by hors d'oeuvres.
Glad you're here, Rita. I have a proposal to make.
Yes?
What say we all run up to my penthouse for a while?
Oh, sounds good. What do you say, Mr. Flair?
Fine.
I think a change of scenery would be nice.
You'll enjoy the view overlooking Green Hill Park from the penthouse, Mr. Flint.
Oh, good. What's the address?
Tell you what, Mr. Flitt. Rita, Kenneth, and myself will go ahead in my car.
Then you can follow us in yours.
Well, maybe I'd better go with Mr. Flint to keep him company.
No, I'd like you with me, Kenneth. There's something I want to discuss with you. Important.
Well, perhaps I should have the address in case I lose you.
That won't be necessary. Just follow me.
Of course, Holliday, you could be wrong, but it looks like Gilbert Bolton isn't too anxious to have you find his penthouse. But you're a suspicious lad, Holliday. You've created so many diabolical characters for so many fiendish plots. Maybe you've become a little touched. Time's a wasting, Holliday. Get to a phone. There it is, end of the hallway. Now, if Mac's on duty in the morgue of the Star-Times, we'll ask a few questions.
Star-Times reference room.
Hello, Mac. This is Dan Holliday.
Ah, Danny, what can I do you for?
Say, you got anything on the Bolton suicide?
Just filed those clips away yesterday. And even if this is a clips joint, I won't charge you a penny. Clips joint. You get it, Dan?
Yeah, I get it. What about Bolton?
Poisoned himself. Left all his dough to his son, name of Kenneth.
Anything else?
Well, there was something about Bolton's brother, Gilbert. He sort of taken over and helping the boy. It was pretty broke up. Hey, Dan. Did you hang up?
No, but someone did. Someone was listening on another extension. Hey, this is the fastest hot rod I've ever driven. We're keeping right up with the Bolton. And he's doing 70.
Wait until you shift into high gear. Where are we going?
To a penthouse, I hope. Gilbert Bolton's.
What happened at the party?
Oh, Rita Martin tried to get me into the garden, and I got suspicious.
Trying to keep you away from your job, wasn't she?
Yeah, so I rushed back into the... Got insulting. Then all of a sudden he suggested going to his penthouse.
Watch it. He's slowing down.
Yeah, I wonder what his idea is. Oh, he's just slowing down for that train.
But he only slowed down for a second. Look at him go.
I know what he's doing. He's trying to beat that train to the crossing. He's trying to lose us.
Step on the gas. Step on the gas, Mr. Holliday.
Okay.
Mr. Holliday, are we going to make it?
He made it, but I don't know about us.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Next time I want such a close shave, I'll see my barber.
Yeah, me too.
Gosh, Mr. Holliday, I thought I could handle this hot rod, but the way you whipped her off the road just short of those tracks,
Not a scratch on her. Lucky us.
That train must be a mile long.
By the time it passes, Bolton can be in Alaska.
What's the address of this penthouse?
You're asking me. All I know is it overlooks Green Hill Park. Our next stop. Well, George, Green Hill Park.
I bet all these buildings have penthouses.
We'll try them all until we hit the right one. I'll go around this side of the park.
Okay, and I'll try the buildings around the other side.
Bolton's got to be in one. Do you have a Mr. Bolton in your penthouse?
No one here by that name.
Bolton in the penthouse? No, but we have a Botsford in the basement.
Why, yes, Mr. Gilbert Bolton came in a short time ago.
Hello?
No, with a lady and gentleman. Want to go up?
Please. Did Mr. Bolton say anything about expecting more guests?
No, sir.
Do me a favor. If a little fellow with a squeaky voice shows up asking for Bolton, tell him I'm here, will you? Dan Holliday.
Yes, sir.
Oh, here you are.
Thank you, sir. Your floor, sir. That's the penthouse door over there.
Right. I've got a sneaking hunch I won't be welcome.
Flip, how did you get up here?
You didn't expect me?
Yes, of course, but you've earned your money. You can go home now.
I'm sorry, Miss Maud, but Mr. Bolton hired me. It's up to him to fire me.
But he's not here. He and Kenneth both went out.
May I come in and wait?
No. Goodbye.
Now what? Now what does the intrepid hero of my stories do? He looks for another door. Like that one. He tries it. It's open. Leads into a hallway. And there's yet another door. The servants' entrance to Bolton's penthouse. And 10 to 1, it's locked, bolted, and barred. Maybe even nailed shut. Here's some gambler, Holiday. Offer 10 to 1 and lose. The door's open. Well, here we go again. Shh. Quiet, Holiday. Ah, there's a door leading to the terrace and voices.
Really an excellent view.
Now get your ear up, Holiday. But don't let them see you.
Don't you think it's a little chilly out here, Uncle? Let's go inside.
Chilly, Kenneth? I'm really very comfortable.
Here's the view I was telling you about, Kenneth. Better lean over the rail a bit to see around that turret.
Oh, don't push against me, Uncle. That's a 10-story drop.
Now, look over there, Kenneth.
Uncle Gil! Kenneth, let's get away from that rail. Oh, Flip, you don't have to throw me back.
Better than having your uncle throw you forward.
What's the meaning of this outrage,
How did you get in here anyway?
I'm going to call the police.
Fine, and save me the trouble. Look, Kenneth, I was hired to keep you from committing suicide.
Suicide? Who, me?
Yeah, but instead I'm keeping you from being murdered. Feel in your coat pocket.
Ignore him, Kenneth. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
A bottle. It's marked poison.
Yeah, I saw your uncle plant it in your pocket through the garden window. He wanted to make it look like you poisoned that drink I knocked from your hand.
Stop right there, Holiday. This isn't a cap pistol. You too, Kenneth. Don't move.
Oh, you must be crazy, Uncle Gil.
And you knew I was Dan Holliday all along, huh?
Of course. I've seen your picture in the book review pages.
And I caught you a telephone conversation with the Star Times. On the extension.
You get around.
I can't believe this. You, my uncle.
What's the play now, Bolton?
Well, first I walk over to Kenneth and knock him out with his gun. Nope. Don't move, Holiday. I've still got you covered.
Oh? And now that you've knocked out your nephew, what's your next move?
Mr. Holliday, before I heave him over the rail to make it look like suicide, I'm going to shoot you.
Oh, fine.
Then I'll wipe my fingerprints off this gun and press my nephew's hand around the butt.
His fingerprints on the gun will prove he shot me, huh? Well, what about a motive?
Very simple. You tried to stop him from jumping off the terrace.
And you're supposed to invent plots, Mr. Holliday.
But they'll trace the gun to you, Bolton.
Oh, no. It's Kenneth's gun. I took it from his room.
And you wanted a detective on hand to throw off suspicion.
Yes, Mr. Holliday. Who'd suspect Gilbert of murder when he'd hired a detective to protect Kenneth?
But why? Why do you want to kill your nephew?
Let's say I borrowed quite a large sum I can't make good.
Oh. Embezzlement, huh? And you need Kenneth's inheritance to keep out of jail. Wouldn't he lend you the money?
Not the amount we need.
We?
Obviously. So we're taking it all. Clever, eh, Holliday?
You're killing me.
You're so right. Get rid of whoever it is, Rita.
If that isn't help, Holiday, forget about writing the great American novel. No room in a coffin for typing.
I tell you, I've got to go and see. I know Dan Holliday's in here and nobody's
Never mind,
keeping
Rita.
him.
I couldn't stop him.
I've got plenty of bullets.
Welcome to the party, George.
Hello, Mr. Holliday. A gun. Let me out of here.
Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
Watch out!
Thanks for the distraction, Flip. Now, Mr. Gilbert Bolton, you know how your nephew feels. Well, I know how it feels to be on the right end of this Smith & Wesson.
You knocked him out. What are you going to do?
Do? Well, since the party's getting dull, let's invite a few more boys. Say from headquarters.
This is Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Holliday. Hello, Susie.
Ah, Mr. George Flitt, detective.
How's the arm, Mr. Flitt?
Oh, it's healing up fine. One of the bullets just grazed me. You know, I bled quite a lot.
Say, wasn't that awful, them trying to kill that boy? And he really wasn't psycho whatchamacallit at all.
Bolton cooked that up to support the suicide story.
What's going to happen to them, Mr. Holliday?
Well, they've got Bolton for embezzlement and attempted murder. They're holding Rita as his accomplice.
And she was such a beautiful girl and so sweet, too.
Yes, George, you can say that again.
How's the rod hot these days, Mr. Flitt?
Hot rod, Susie.
Hot rod. Rod hot. Red hot. Oh, how is it anyway?
Red hot. Oh, it's fine. And Mr. Holliday, even if I did run away from that gun, I really do have the heart of a lion.
But of course, George.
Only thing is, it's a scaredy cat lion.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is directed by Ted Hediger. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, with an original story by Larry Kraft. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. This is a Mayfair production.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Patsy, you're magnificent.
Well, thanks.
You've just solved the mystery. All we've got to do now is catch the killer.
Oh, but how do we do that, Nick?
By turning you into a ghost.
By turning me into a what?
Patsy, I'm going to make you up into the scariest ghost that was ever seen. And tonight you're going to haunt a chess club.
Now for the case of the Jeweled Queen. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. In his small basement apartment, cluttered with chess books and chess sets, old Jeremy Hawthorne sits over a chessboard and listens absently while two hard-eyed men talk to him.
Will you listen to me, Hawthorne?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr.
He told you his name twice already, pal. This here's my boss, Mr. Monk.
Oh, yes, Mr. Monk.
I swear if you don't pay attention,
That'll do, Cruz.
Okay.
Yes, bishop to queen, bishop... Oh, the only possible move. Unless, knight to rook 5.
Hawthorne, I got $1,000 for you.
What's that? Well, $1,000? What?
That woke him up.
Look, you remember the old National Chess Club, the old marble mansion on East 20th?
Oh, yes, do I not? I'm the last surviving member. Ah, what great old days we had at the club. It's been closed now for, let me see.
For 40 years, and it's been falling to pieces all that time.
Yes, that's right. If it hadn't been for that terrible scandal, the club would still be...
Look, I'm not interested in the club or its scandals. I'm interested in you.
Oh, you're a chess player, Mr...
No, I'm the guy with $1,000. I'll pay it to you.
But, for what?
For your right title and interest in the club.
My dear sir, you're cheating yourself. There isn't anything in the club but old books and old furniture. Hardly worth $50, let alone...
Look, I'll pay you $1,000 for everything in the building. Everything that's your property as the last surviving member. All you have to do is sign this release.
Oh, Mr. Monk, this is ridiculous. The place is a liability.
Look, maybe so, Hawthorne. You just sign the paper and take this $1,000. I'll take the liability.
Oh, by the way, Patsy, I haven't asked you to marry me for over 2 weeks. How about
Oh, please, Gubby. Don't you ever get tired of hearing me say no?
it? Why, Patsy, Hey, Nick, stop the car, quick. Stubby, for the
What's the matter?
I just remembered something.
A murder?
Oh, you yelled as though there were 10 murders.
With arson thrown in.
Oh, no, it's nothing like that. I just remembered old man Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Yeah, he lives right here. That basement apartment.
Scubby, who, what, and why is old man Hawthorne?
He's a guy I play chess with by mail.
Oh, now I've heard everything.
No kidding, Patsy. I'm up to my neck in a red-hot correspondence game with Hawthorne. And I just remembered I forgot to mail him my latest move.
Hey, get back in the car, chess champion. We're late for dinner already. I'll lend you a postcard.
Won't take a second, Nick. I'll be right back.
He'd probably fling open the door and howl, check.
And scare old man Hawthorne to death.
Patsy, did I ever tell you the story about the man who won a chess game because he couldn't talk cannibal?
Another Nick Curtis special on the way.
It seems this man was captured by cannibals down in New Guinea. And while they were boiling the pot...
Hey, Nick, hey!
Oh, that's Scubby. What's the matter with him?
It doesn't sound as though he's making a chess move either.
Hey, Nick, you gotta come into Hawthorne's place right away. This is awful.
What's the matter, Scubby? You need advice on your next move?
I'll say I do. Hawthorne's dead.
Oh!
He's committed suicide.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hawthorne's dead, all right.
He climbed up on a chair and hanged himself from one of the water pipes.
But why, Nick? Scubby says he didn't have a problem in the world.
Well, not outside of chess. Well, he just lived for his chess problems. The old guy was happy. He wouldn't...
Yes. That's what's bothering me.
What?
Look at this note Hawthorne apparently left here on the chess table. Neatly printed in ink. I'm 80 years old and I'm tired. Chess is a bore. There's nothing left.
Nick, why did you say Hawthorne apparently left the note?
Because the note is printed in ink.
So what? Hawthorne's got an ink stain on his forefinger.
True enough, Scubby. But tell me this. Where's the ink bottle?
The what?
The bottle of ink. And the pen Hawthorne used. Or the fountain pen. Or anything that'll write in ink.
Holy smoke, you're right.
I've been through this room thoroughly, and there isn't any ink. So how could Hawthorne write that note?
Well, maybe there's a pen in his pocket.
No. I've searched him. There's nothing on it but some small change and a handkerchief.
Then he didn't write that note.
No, Scubby, he positively did not. Some kind friend obligingly wrote that note for Hawthorne with his own pen and then kindly helped Hawthorne commit suicide.
What? You mean that someone murdered him?
Go to the head of the class, Betsy.
Oh.
But he was harmless. Why would anyone want to kill a nice old man like that?
That, Scubby, is what I'd like to find out.
So would I. Where do we start?
Well, here's the picture as I see it now. Someone was here with Hawthorne just before he was murdered.
Uh-huh.
Someone who had the pen that Hawthorne used to write with.
Accounting for the ink stain on the finger.
Right.
But what did Hawthorne write?
Well, certainly not the suicide note. That was written for him after he was killed. Now, when this Hey, this is interesting.
What?
Here on the floor under Hawthorne's feet. It's a rhinestone medallion, see? With the letter M in the center.
A medallion with the letter M.
Recognize it, Scubby?
Sure I do. That's from the Club Monk.
The nightclub on the west side?
Yeah. There's a dancer there named Jenny Valentine. She does a solo tap dance and throws the souvenirs to the customers.
Oh, but what would an old chess player be doing in a nightclub catching souvenirs?
You mean, what would a nightclub dancer be doing in Hawthorne's rooms playing chess?
Nick, maybe that medallion's the key to this murder.
Could be, Scubby. Hey, look, you kids stand by and wait for Matty and the homicide squad.
Uh-huh. Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going down to the Monk Club and try to catch a souvenir.
I can't give you anything but love, baby. That's the only thing I've plenty of, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while, we're sure to find happiness and
Mr. Monk. Mr. Monk.
Oh, hiya, Hopkins. Come on in.
Is it okay, Mr. Monk?
Is what okay?
Well, the money I owe you, the $5,000.
Oh, no.
But I told you how to get the queen. Didn't you believe me?
Yeah?
Well, did you see Hawthorne? Did you buy it from him?
Yeah. You owe the club $6,000 now.
What do you mean?
Now, listen, Sonny. You come here to the club and you drop $5,000. You can't pay, so you hand me a story about this bequest your uncle left to the chess club.
Well, it's true. I swear it. The club was closed before they had a chance to find out what he gave them. They never knew what they had. Mr. Monk, that queen is worth $20,000, maybe $30,000.
Okay.
Well, that was the deal. If I steered you into it, you'd cancel the money I owe you.
Listen, punk, the word was if.
Yes, but you said...
Now, look, I haven't got the queen yet. It cost me another $1,000 already. If I get it, you're clear. Get that through your head, Hopkins. I don't sucker so easy for fancy stories.
Well, sure, but after all, I want to...
Mom! Quit yelling, will you? Everybody in the club can hear you. You're making so much noise.
Oh, hiya, Jenny.
Hello, Hoppy.
Hello.
Oh, Hoppy. Don't you love me anymore?
No.
Now, that's a man for you. Chasing after me for 3 months solid. And all of a sudden, bump, the freeze. Don't be mad at me, Hoppy.
You played me for a sucker, Jenny. $5,000 worth of sucker.
Why, Hoppy?
Go ahead and grin. I'm going to the bar, and I hope I never see you again.
Darn. Monk, baby.
Yeah?
Get the dope from Hawthorne?
Yeah, everything's okay, honey.
When do we get the queen?
Tonight, baby. I'm going over with Cruz.
Are you gonna take care of it?
You just leave that to me, honey. From tomorrow on, it's just going to be you and me and $40,000.
Oh, golly, Monk.
Look, better go up to your dressing room now. Cruz may get ideas if he sees us. Huh?
Say it again. Say it again about you and me, Monk.
You and me and $40,000.
Oh, honey. You say the sweetest things.
Oh, this dressing room smells like a perfume factory. I don't asphyxiate before she's through with her dance. What?
Oh.
Miss Valentine?
Yeah.
The doorman told me it'd be all right to wait in your dressing room.
Oh. Are you, shall we say, an admirer?
Perhaps, in a way.
Hmm. You're very good looking. You, like my dance?
I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't know.
And what are you hanging around my dressing room for?
Miss Valentine, I'm Nick Carter.
The detective?
That's right.
Now get out of here.
I'm not quite ready to leave yet, Miss Valentine. I'd like to ask you about this medallion.
Well, what about it?
Why'd you give it to Jeremy Hawthorne?
Jeremy hey, look, I throw hundreds of those things around every night. But how should I know who catches them?
Of course, Miss Valentine, but you do know Hawthorne.
But I throw...
Don't deny it. You showed it on your face when I mentioned his name.
Get out of here.
I came up here to ask you what you know about a chess player who had the misfortune...
Janet Carter, I'll ask the questions around here.
Oh, hello, Monk. Do I also say hello to the 45 you're playing with?
Make one fancy play, Carter, and you can get intimate with a slug.
Don't you knock when you sneak into dressing rooms?
No. Besides, you and I are going to sneak right out.
Monk, I think
now, look, this is my play, Jenny. Let me take it.
Okay, but listen...
Get on your feet, Carter. We're going up to my office.
All right.
It's nice and soundproof up there. We can play just as rough as you want to. And if you want to play some parlor games, that's all right, too.
Just one game I'm not in the mood for, Monk.
Oh, what's that?
Two men played with a gun or a rope. It's called murder.
So Nick was right in his guess that Hawthorne was known to both Jenny and Monk. We'll see where that leads him in just a moment when we hear what Monk has to tell him in his private soundproof office. Now, back to the case of the Jeweled Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. At the point of a gun, Nick is ushered into Monk's soundproof office on the second floor of the Monk Club. Monk closes the door sharply and...
Sit down, Carter.
Thanks.
Now, listen. I had trouble with you before. I know you're a smart cookie, and I know you're dangerous. That's why I use a rod when you're around.
Put your cards on the table, Monk.
Carter, this is one deal that's on the level.
What deal?
The deal with Hawthorne.
Oh? Well, this is very interesting. Go ahead, Monk. Sing your song.
Well, a rich kid named Hopkins got in the red for me for $5,000. So he couldn't pay. And so his old man wouldn't hand over the dough. So Hopkins steers me into a deal to square it.
What deal?
You going for history, any?
I've read a book or two.
Well, get a load of this. Back in the 1500s, there was this English queen, Elizabeth.
I've heard of her.
Well, now, there was a tournament held in her honor once, a kind of joust. Now, Elizabeth was impressed with the way a guy by the name of Sir Charles Blount fought. She was so impressed that she sent him a present the next day. A chess piece. It was a jeweled queen.
I think I've read the story.
Well, now, according to the books, Essex was so jealous of the gift, he ups and fights a duel with Blount, and afterwards, the chess queen disappeared.
So I've heard.
Now, Carter, that queen's worth a fortune, and I own it. All legal, all fair, all square.
How so?
Well, Hopkins' uncle uncovered it 50 years ago. He sent it to the National Chess Club as a bequest, along with some books and stuff.
Well?
But he died right after that. Then the club went bust before they knew what they owned. That jeweled queen is stored away somewhere in the club's cellar.
And you own it?
I do. I bought it fair and square from the last living club member, old Jeremiah Hawthorne. I got the bill of sale of the club property signed by him this afternoon for $1,000.
So that's how he got the ink stain on his finger.
What?
Nothing.
Now, tonight I'm going down to the clubhouse and get what I own. All legal and above board, right?
Except for one little detail, Monk.
Name it.
Somebody murdered Hawthorne.
Well, Get out of here. It's a dirty double-crossing fraud.
Hawthorne's been murdered, and he didn't have $1,000 on him.
I told you to get out. And if you know what's good for you, Carter, don't try to hang this rap on me.
I won't have to, Monk. I'll just help you hang it on yourself.
Your hat, Mr. Carter.
Thanks.
Don't you like the Monk Club, Mr. Carter?
Sure. Like it fine. But I don't like the people in it. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Carter. Come again soon.
Just a minute. What? Well, Mr. Alfred Cruz, isn't it? How are you, Alfred? Last time we met...
Carter, what do you want with Jenny?
Take your hand off me, Alfred.
What was you doing in Jenny's dressing room?
Don't see why that's any of your business.
It sure is. She's going to be my wife.
Is that so? When?
In a couple of months. She's a beautiful kid. Everybody's chasing her. Like that kid Hopkins, even Monk. I don't want you around her, too.
I have no intentions of chasing her, Alfred. Now, will you please get out of my way?
You don't bluff me with fancy talk, Carter. I swear I'll break your neck if you go near her. If you want a sample...
You don't step aside, Alfred.
Yeah, see how you like this?
I really hate to do this, Alfred, but... When you get up again, I hope you'll have more sense.
Hey, Nick, come over to your car, quick.
What's the matter, Scubby?
I was coming down to meet you, and I saw your car just now, and we'll take a look inside.
Don't tell me you've discovered an... Good heavens! It's Jenny Valentine. Dead. Confounded mess. First Hawthorne, then Jenny Valentine.
Oh, stop pacing, Nick. You're making the office whirl around in circles.
Nick, I'm scared. Why'd you bring Jenny back in the car? Why haven't you reported her murder to Maddie?
I'm going to just as soon as I figure this out.
Oh, but Nick...
Maybe I was meant to find her and report it.
But she's still out in your car. If anybody finds her...
I know. Confound it. She was in the back seat with her neck twisted, strangled. It's as though she'd come to the car and was waiting to speak to me after I left the club.
Only the killer came along and spoke to her first.
Nick, you've got to do something.
I know I do. That's why I'm trying to think.
Well, my money's on Monk. He's our meat.
Maybe.
Oh, did Jenny tell you anything that could help?
No. Although she was friendly enough till she found out who I was.
This I already know.
How?
Oh, I know a clue when I see it. See that big smudge of powder and makeup she left on Nick's sleeve?
Powder and makeup on my... Patsy, you're magnificent. You've solved the case.
I've solved...
You've just told me who murdered Hawthorne and Jenny Valentine. Now all we've got to do is catch him.
But how?
By turning you into a ghost.
By turning me into a what?
Patsy, I'm going to make you up into the scariest ghost that was ever seen. And tonight you're going to haunt a chess club.
I guess Hopkins guessed right, Cruz. And all through this old chess club. Stuff must be stored down in the cellar.
Okay, come on.
Look, Hawthorne said it's in a big packing case. It's stenciled Hopkins.
It is, if the rats ain't ate the print off.
Well, rats can eat books, but they can't eat gold and diamonds.
You keep telling yourself.
No, take it easy. This is the bottom. Hey, flash around your light. Huh.
Hey, Monk.
Yeah?
Over there against the wall. See? On a case. It says Hopkins.
Okay, come on. It's falling to pieces. Come on, get it open.
Easy, Monk. Only take a second.
A blue velvet box. That's what the kid said. The size of a cigar box.
Keep your shirt on. find it if it's here. There it is.
Okay. All right, hand it over.
What's your hurry? I'm as much interested in what's in here as you are.
Look, I got news for you, Cruz. You're not taking it out of here.
What?
I'm taking the Queen, Cruz, and I'm leaving you behind.
Oh, you dirty... Put away that rod.
But Jenny wants it that way, Cruz. It's too bad, pal. Give me the Queen.
Dirty double-crosser. You and Jenny ain't gonna cross me up. Walk out. For the love of... Cruz, look! At the top of the stairs, Cruz, look!
Monk and Cruz stand in the depths of the cellar, staring up at the head of the stairs in horror. We'll hear what happens next in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Jeweled Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. As Monk and Cruz stand transfixed in the cellar of the National Chess Club, Nick whispers to Patsy, who stands at the head of the stairs in a glowing green drape. And Patsy...
Cruz, look! At the top of the stairs, look! That's a dame. She's coming down the stairs.
She's coming down towards us.
Hey, wait a minute, Monk. She looks like...
Holy smokes, it's Jenny. Hey, for the love of mud, babe, what are you trying to do? Play the Phantom of the Opera?
That ain't Jenny.
Sure it is. I can see her face.
It can't be a fool.
Let go of my arm. That dynamite gun, you're crazy.
It can't be Jenny. Jenny's dead.
She's dead?
How do you know that, Cruz?
Quiet.
How do you know Jenny's dead? Only the man who killed her could know that.
But if Jenny's dead, who's this?
My assistant, Patsy Bowen, made up to look like Jenny. This bad light, she was able to fool you, just as I planned.
Cruz. You killed Jenny.
Yeah, wise guy. You thought you was going to cross me up with her, huh? Make a sucker out of me like she made out of Hopkins. Well, I showed you, and I'll show you more.
Quiet, Cruz. It's too late.
Oh!
Don't howl, Alfred. That shot just went through your arm. It'll heal by the time you're due to take 40,000 volts sitting down. That's right, Patsy. The old story of thieves falling out.
Huh? Well, what do you mean, Nick?
Well, Cruz knew he was being double-crossed by Jenny and Monk, so he decided to return the favor and double-cross them.
Oh. Well, is that why he went back and killed Hawthorne after Monk made the deal?
Tried to frame Monk by dropping that medallion.
Mm-hmm.
Then to fix Jenny, he strangled her and left her in my car.
And in that way, he figured Monk would take the rap for Hawthorne's murder, and Jenny would be dead, and both would be out of his way.
Exactly.
Oh.
He'd collect the Jewel Queen and live happily ever after.
Golly. Nick, I still don't understand how I solved the case.
Why, Patsy, you did it when you saw that smudge of makeup on my arm.
Will you please explain?
I most certainly will explain. Patsy, the only person who could have touched me while I was in the Monk Club who had makeup on his hand was Cruz. Remember I told you how he knocked my arm?
Yeah, just before you hit him and knocked him down.
That's right. Well, he must have smudged my arm with makeup, which means he must have got it on his hands from Jenny's neck.
Well, I'll be darned.
So he had to be the man who strangled her.
Yeah, but what about the Jewel Queen?
The Jewel Queen goes to Monk. He bought it legally, so he's entitled to it.
Oh, shucks.
Oh, don't feel bad, Patsy. If you want one, I'll buy you a dozen tomorrow.
A dozen? At the price?
Mr. Monk is out $6,000, dear. The velvet box contained one very elaborate chess queen made of wood. Value, about $1.50.
Then it wasn't the real Jewel Queen?
No, Patsy, it wasn't. Queen Elizabeth's chess piece is still at large, somewhere in the wide, wide world.
Well, maybe Cruz will be able to ask Her Majesty where it is after he sits down on the hot seat.
Why, Patsy, that's not a nice thing to imply.
It isn't? Why not?
Well, I certainly hope good Queen Bess isn't in the same place Cruz is going to. Besides, by then it'll be too late to do him any good.
Well, Nick, it's time you told us something about the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week.
Right you are, Bob. It's a story which began with the theft of a priceless Egyptian relic from the art museum one night.
And during the robbery, the watchman was killed in a strange and mysterious way.
Yes. And it took a device which records earthquakes to catch the murderer.
Oh, hold on a minute, Nick. I don't get the connection between such a device and an Egyptian relic.
Oh, well, neither did the killer, Bob. Not until it was all over.
What do you call this story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Exploded Alibi.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser.